going to be my A game, just so you know.
That's okay.
That's okay. It doesn't. Because we're here. Because hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite hit and run victim, Adam Friended.
What's
and
up,
today, we're joined by our friend Carl Sargon of Benjamin.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
How are you doing today, Carl?
Tired, but good.
That's good. That's good. You were cleaning your room. You were taking Jordan Peterson's advice.
Yeah, well, it needed to be done. Just a big, thorough, top to bottom clean.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's done. And so all good.
Nice.
So did you watch this interaction between Tim Pool and Daryl Davis?
I did not, but I heard that he came out in favor of critical race theory.
So you heard wrong.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, okay. Fair enough. Like I said, I didn't watch it. I just heard bad things about it.
No, I heard. So this video was highly requested to us. Everyone was like, you guys have to watch this video. You guys have to cover this video. And a lot of people were saying Daryl Davis comes out in favor of CRT. And I watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not what happened at all. What happens is that Daryl Davis is a normie. Okay. he's just a normie boomer who reads the New York Times and Washington Post, and like normie boomers, assumes that the newspapers tell you what is true.
To be honest with you, that's worse than being in favor of CRT.
No, it's not. You're crazy. You're crazy. No.
How can you say such a thing?
Yeah, how could you say such a thing?
Easy, because these are the useful idiots who are allowing CRT to.
Yeah.
The thing with the CRT, like advocate, like they seem obvious.
We're losing you.
Yeah, we're losing you.
Oh, brilliant! Now my fucking internet's going. The critical race theorists, if you can do anything to challenge their framing on any question, then they sound like fucking lunatics and members of the KKK themselves. Right. I saw Nicole Hannah-Jones, a tweet of hers where she's like, the Civil War wasn't about ending slavery. So, oh, really? Because that's the Confederate opinion? Like, it's about states' rights, isn't it? Like, it's amazing how they align on all of these points, and you can make them sound like fucking idiots.
Right.
But if you're a normie, you don't challenge any of these things, then you can't do any of those things. They can carry on with their horrible agenda as if nothing was untoward. Yeah,
but I would, to me, the person who's just, ignorant that they're being lied to is way less bad than the, evil person who's doing the lying.
But they're complicit in their ignorance, Sitch.
Yeah, but they have to be woke, Carl. Okay, we have to.
Ignorance is no excuse of the law, Sitch.
It's nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it does. It does. We need to abolish the concept of a normie. They have to choose critical race theory or not.
Yeah, but the way, and this is why I think the conversation. I'm not going to use this to just beat up on Tim the whole time when we watch this. Of course.
Tim's good.
Okay, maybe, but this is Daryl Davis is someone that you want to be your ally. His heart is in the right place. I think he's a good idea, but I don't agree with him on everything. I agree with him on a lot of things, though. His approach to saying, listen, the way to fight racism is to befriend racist people and show them that there's no difference between a white person and a black person is the right strategy to do, and you want to get him on your side. And I think if he was made aware of, if he really understood what CRT was, then yeah, he would be against it. He just doesn't, because he trusts the newspapers.
Daryl Davis, I'm not in favor of Nazism for black people. Based.
Right. There you go. I know it's a hard thing to get people to appreciate.
Yeah. Well, but it is though, isn't it? Because, as well as anyone else, like just trying to describe what their opinions are makes you sound like a lunatic.
Yes.
And that puts you in a really disadvantageous position, because now you sound like a fucking crackpot just saying, well, no, these aren't my opinions. These are their opinions, because they'll obviously just be like, no, duh. Like when, who was it who was talking to MSNBC? Who was the MSNBC?
Kimberly Crenshaw.
That was it.
Yeah.
And
that comes
she
up
was just
here.
like, no, it's not anything to do with Marxism. Don't be ridiculous. Like, bitch, come on. I've read your essays.
Her answer is worse than that, because Joy Reid asked her, "Is CRT Marxist?" And she's like, "Ha ha ha ha! Let me not answer that and say something else for 2 minutes." Like, she doesn't even deny that it's Marxist.
Yeah, because she knows it'd be a lie.
Yes.
Joy Reid doesn't know, though. The best thing about that exchange is Joy Reid thinks she's setting her up just to say, hell no, of course it's not about Marxism. But she never says that. And Joy Reid's face as she's continuing to drone on about this, I mean, she's catching on, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think she did. It seems like Joy's become radicalized in the last few months. So I don't know. Maybe she had the talk with. Maybe Kimberly sat her down after the interview and gave her the talk or something.
I swear that clip comes up in this Tim Pool episode, and Daryl Davis says, "I'm going to send you a clip of Kimberly Crenshaw," and maybe she changed her position. But that clip is
you
not.
Sweet summer child.
Yeah, exactly. And Tim's like, I don't think so. But we don't know if it's the clip or not, because they never talk about it explicitly. But I think
it's bound to be.
It has to be. That's the one. That's the one that went viral that any normie would have seen. So
yeah. Well, no, it's weird. Daryl says that he saw a conversation between Kimberly Crenshaw and Ibram X. Kendi. I don't know if he just misspoke, maybe, but I was like searching everywhere for this and I couldn't find anything. I only found them having a conversation once, and it was just on a panel, and they don't really debate or anything. So
I can only imagine just how phenomenally radical that conversation was.
Well, it's weird because he said that they were disagreeing with each other. And I was like, I gotta fucking find this debate, but I don't know. Maybe it's confusing with someone else. Anyway, before we start, there's a super chat addressed to you. The Wooster for $20. Thank you, the Wooster. Says, I still respect you, Sargon, but being a Duganist is a political dead end and stupid. His analysis is based on faulty metaphysics, and his conclusions are game, theoretical, disastrous. Also, he's a warlock that flaunts the chaos symbol.
Wow, never anything but Dugan, so...
Okay, so you're not a Duganist. I don't know where Wooster got this from.
No.
Okay.
We don't even know what Dugan is.
He's the Russian guy.
Oh, yeah, okay. I've never read anything by him, so...
I read a little bit by him. It was kind of insane. So,
all right,
that's good.
Making news.
Anyways,
Carl's not a Duganist.
Not a Duganist. Anyway, let's get into.
No, not to my knowledge, anyway.
Okay, that's good. Let's get into the video. We're gonna jump around a little bit in the beginning, and then we're gonna let it play for 10 hours, and we'll see how long we can get into this.
Experts is Daryl Davis.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I am fantastic. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I think you just did. My name is Daryl Davis. I'm a 64-year-old musician, author, and lecturer, and race reconciliator.
Right on. I guess you're the big story around you, aside from the fact that you're a famous jazz musician, is that you actually de-radicalize Klan members.
Well, I inspire them to de-radicalize themselves. I have been the impetus. A lot of the media says, black blues musician or black rock and roll musician converts X number of Klansmen. No, I never converted anybody. I have been the impetus for over 200 to convert themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Well, this is going to be...
Look at that. You can't force free will on anyone. They have to want it. They have to buy it themselves.
That's right.
Fascinating, because we talk about polarization a lot, and we actually did an event with you, which was really interesting, and it's going to be fun to talk about and kind of understand what happened there. But also, we have Bill Ottman of Minds, who can also talk about, you guys are working together on censorship and how censorship is making things worse.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm Bill. I'm founder of Minds, minds.com. Check it out. Daryl and I just recently published a paper together with multiple PhDs and a bunch of researchers called The Censorship Effect, talking about the blowback of censorship, how to facilitate dialogue, and, that's what we need more of.
Right on.
Yeah, man, I'm down to talk about censorship.
I feel bad for Bill. And this conversation is so funny. Bill's always trying to be like the centrist. He's always trying to be the bridge maker here in this conversation. Yeah. He comes on to promote something that him and Daryl worked on, and then it kind of blows up in his face.
I know. Yeah. And the chat totally goes against Daryl. They messaged me when this was happening. Like, I got private messages from people saying, Daryl Davis is throwing his career away. Oh my God. Daryl Davis is just being destroyed. Tune in on Timcast.
So it's interesting if someone thinks that him having Tim's audience not liking him is going to have any like strong negative effect on Daryl Davis's career.
I knew this. I mean, a year ago, I listened to V Radio did an interview with Daryl Davis. And in that interview, I was like, oh yeah, Daryl Davis is woke. Like he's a normie. It completely makes sense.
Yes.
Like you think that he's on your side because he's doing this de-radicalization thing, but he really is doing it from kind of a liberal, progressive position.
Well, you have to be careful though, because what he's doing, I would say, like the de-radicalization process that he's engaged in, and he's working with, with the Minds guy. They had this whole paper that I read that was anti kicking off people from platforms just because they're racist. It was anti-censorship.
Really? Wow.
Yes. So I don't think, to me, and this comes up in the conversation, he asked him to define what woke is. And to me, woke is specifically to awaken to the fact that liberal values are bad and to sort of adopt, these neo-Marxian values. So I wouldn't throw that label at Daryl so easily as you are, Adam.
Right. Well, I just, I toss it around willy-nilly just to hurt people, systemic dishonesty and all.
I see.
No, I mean, how are we defining woke? Is it woke that you don't think is a fair justification, fair classification?
I define woke as waking up to the fact that liberal values, and when I say liberal, I mean liberalism, not liberal conservative, values are wrong. Individual rights are bad, and that you need to adopt the neo-Marxian framework.
See,
that's what I consider woke.
I completely disagree. I think we live in a white supremacist society. It's like that's what most people think of when they think of they're dealing with a woke person.
Yeah, but what does that mean though?
Well, obviously,
that means being an intersectionalist.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, exactly.
It means being an intersectionalist and seeing everything as a connected structure of oppressive power. Yeah, everything is analyzed through power relations.
Right, but that's a Marxian frame.
Right, but go ahead, Sargon.
Fundamentally, I suppose, but like for them, it's more than Marx. It's way more. It's like a full spectrum of everything is connected to everything, and therefore everything can be accounted for in a power relation.
Right.
And then you've got like this totally bastardized view of the world that's so far away from liberalism because it's purely consequentialist. Like it only looks at the outcome, whereas liberalism is very process oriented.
Yeah, yes. Great point.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, but that's what you're describing. That is the neo-Marxian framework.
Yeah, exactly. But we can just call it intersectional because that's what it is. That's how they term it. That's the proper name.
Well, I think if you asked Daryl Davis, if you said, "Hey, do we live in a predominantly racist, white supremacist society?" I think Daryl Davis would say, "Yes, we do," and that's why I'm doing the work that I'm doing. And it doesn't have to relate to Marx for him to say that.
Well,
you think he would say that America is a white supremacist country?
I think
I'm not sure he would say
hints
that.
at it in this conversation. So.
I don't think he does.
Okay.
Because that would be a good question to ask because, he explicitly says that, not all white people are racist. There's lots of, racist people on the left and the right.
But most of them are. That's what he's going to
say. No, but as someone who's, literally interacted with actual Klansmen,
right?
Over 200 Klansmen, I'm pretty sure he has a good sense of difference between, talking to a KKK guy and, oh, this person had a microaggression because they asked me about my hair. Like, I'm pretty sure he has a good sense of the difference between these people.
But you don't know if when Daryl Davis goes to the grocery store and he just sees white people around him, if he thinks, oh, well, all of these people are secretly like that to Klansmen, or if he does, or if he thinks. I don't
think he thinks that, judging from this conversation.
I've not actually watched him speaking before. I've been in conferences with him, but I've never had the opportunity to actually watch him speak. And I just can't imagine that someone who talks KKK members out of being in the KKK is going to fail to distinguish between an actual white supremacist and just a normal American.
Exactly.
Right. I agree. Yeah.
You don't agree?
Well, no, I
No, we persuaded him. That's what he said.
No, okay. I'm not. I haven't been persuaded. We don't know. Okay. We don't know until we ask Daryl Davis directly. Like Daryl Davis, what do you think the level of white supremacy is in America?
Sure, but I think that we can infer that he doesn't think everyone's a Nazi.
No, obviously not. But the question is it 60%? Is it 70%? Do we live in a white Like, I think wokeness, you have to take that into account when you're categorizing people who are woke, because people who are woke believe, you know, Donald Trump was elected because we live in a white supremacist nation and the entire Republican Party is full of racists. That's what they believe.
You've got to remember that they operate under a different definition of white supremacy than Daryl Davis does.
Right, an academic definition. But for all we know,
a lunatic definition.
Well, for all we know, Daryl Davis buys. For all we know, Daryl Davis buys into that, though. That's until we ask him, we don't know.
I don't think.
Well, the thing is, on their own terms, like, it's not wrong that America is a white supremacy society, right? Because the way they're defining it is that the United States is a product of a white country. And that's true. It's a product of England, right? And so if you are a supremacist for the American system, then you're not a supremacist for a system that was invented like by black people, which is like, you know, look at, like, I don't know, whatever, a black country in Africa. And so when they say white supremacist, that's what they mean. So the American Republic definitionally becomes a white project. And so if you're a supremacist for the American Republic, you're not a Nazi, you're not a KKK member, but you are to them a white supremacist. And the only way you can change that is by being against the American Republic.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. That's why they latch on to, you know, with Kendi's, you know, there's no such thing as being neutral. You have to be anti-racist. And then they say, well, being anti-racist is being anti, you know, America. Really.
Is he down with Kendi in here?
No, he's not. But
Good.
they only talk about it like for like 1 second. So
maybe we'll try to get him on.
Yeah.
Censorship, because I do believe a bit of censorship is necessary. Otherwise, you have a wild zoo of people eating each other. So you've got to create a little bit of a just sensorial atmosphere, in my opinion.
Well,
maybe we can talk about that later.
Okay, just to add to that point, real quick. Some content is illegal. Of course. Child abuse. It's got to be censored. And that means someone goes in, has to remove it, right?
Dude, Daryl, I just want to point out that you rocked with Chuck Berry. I didn't know. For 37, you said 37?
32 years.
32 years with Keys with Chuck? I mean, he's credited with like inventing rock and roll, right?
He did invent rock and roll.
So you kind of invented rock and roll with him.
No, I came long after. Johnny Johnson was his original piano player. I was born in 1958, so right at the, you know, peak of rock and roll.
That is hot. Thanks for coming, brother. All right. You guys want to get started?
Well, we got Lydia.
Yeah, I am technically here as well. I just wanted to say, too, we were late getting up to the studio today because all of us who were supposed to do the sound check were so enthralled by what Daryl was telling us. So I'm really looking forward to this evening's conversation. I know the chat likes to laugh at me for being excited about my guests, but I'm excited about this conversation for sure.
It's going to be great. Before we get started,
so there's your intro foreshadowing that kind of goes sideways.
Awesome. I love it.
Jump ahead.
I love it when things devolve I love it when things devolve into a trash fire. Is that wrong? Is that bad?
That is bad. Well, great. Listen, if you hate everyone in the conversation, then it's good. But if you don't, and you like the people in the conversation, then it's bad.
Oh man, I tell you, that stream you did, was it last week, about Vorsh and the guy talking to him?
Yeah, alt history.
That was the best shit show I've seen in many a year. Honestly, it was so good. Who's the guy talking to Vorsh? Because he fucking trounced him in every aspect. Like, at one point you guys were like, oh, I don't know, the optics of that aren't good. It's like, dude, he fucking
that was
on
Sitch.
his face, just teabagging Vorsh repeatedly.
I think you're Listen, if you're knowledgeable, you understand. I just don't think most people are knowledgeable when they're listening to this stuff.
I don't know. I think you can infer from Vorsh's body language. You can hear the puckering sound of his balls going up inside his body the second his bluff was called on Simone de Beauvoir.
Okay.
Like, just you can. Yeah, that's it. It's over. Vorsh's entire fucking grift has been exposed.
I really hope people took it that way.
Oh, so I thought that was obvious, man. It was I was howling. I was painting my venerable dreadnought and howling away. It was great.
Basically says like, oh, okay, that's an interesting question. Maybe separating from the mother might be bad. But I've asked a handful of people on the left and they say, meh, who cares? No, I don't know. Why not? Whatever. So not to get into a technological discussion. Right. My question, I guess, is what I'm trying to get into is, are there issues we can't mend? Are there you know, just ideas that we're never going to be able to rectify amongst each other?
Is Tim selling the Tim Pool Civil War here? Is that what's going on?
No, he had this whole thing about, like, you know, they're talking about abortion, and if you could just take babies out of the womb, you know, people would be okay with it. You know, it was kind of irrelevant to the conversation. But.
I believe so. I mean, we can come close, but there are always going to be issues that will crop up. And then, you have what you just proposed there as a possible viable solution. But when you have things that are that extreme on the right, that extreme on the left, you're not going to change those people necessarily, but what you can do is uplift the middle. When you have that extreme polarization, then what you want to do is strengthen the middle, pull the middle up. And in doing so, you will pull some of those people on the left and some of those people on the right into the middle as you do that. Sort of like a vortex.
Yeah.
See, base enlightened centrism.
Look at that.
Davis.
Look at that. Yeah. That's one of the things that I think we need to promote more about the centrist label is that centrists really are the kingmakers. They're the ones with the most political power because they're willing to vote for either party. I mean, a lot of times they call them the independents and polls and whatnot, but that gives you so much more political power than anybody who is far left or far right, because they all know there's no way those people are going to vote for the opposition. I mean, the worst they can do is stay home. Uh-oh.
Adam,
What?
Carl?
That's a really big claim that's obviously wrong.
What do you mean?
There's no organization for the independent voter. And so essentially they're stuck between two people's options who aren't them, and they're going to get dragged one way or the other. So I think that
look, we've got the partisan here, Sitch. We got the perfect.
Hey, I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm not saying that we should go one way or another. I just don't think that's accurate. I think that, unfortunately, I mean, you are right in a way. Like, the independent vote will swing, left or right, but they're following someone else's agenda. They've got no agenda of their own. Right?
No, they do. I mean, the agenda fluctuates on each independent issue. Like some issues they agree with the right and some issues they agree with the left. So it really depends upon whether or not those issues are prominent in society. And issues change all the time. So
sure, but like either way, there's no they're not going in a direction of their own choosing. They're going in the direction of someone else's choosing. The dichotomy is set by the radicals on either side.
No, that's definitely true. The radicals are trying to pull people in those directions. And I think Adam is kind of right if we include not just people that, are quote unquote independents, but there's a lot of people who are leaning more to the left or the right, but they're not motivated to really go out and vote a lot of the time.
They're not especially political.
Right.
Do you think the radicals have that big a sway on elections though, Carl? Because
look at Trump. Trump was pretty radical, I thought. He was a very polarizing figure, and he happened to tap into a well of feeling that many Americans shared. And I mean, Trump's agenda was fucking radical. I'm going to ban Muslims, and then he did it. Like that's an insanely radical.
He didn't ban. What are you? You're missing up the talking points.
He just
like,
banned
he
12
Muslims.
different Muslim countries, right? Okay, it was easy to frame as a Muslim ban because that's basically what Trump was thinking. Everyone could tell that's what we don't need fucking terrorist attacks. No more Muslims. That's basically and if it was anyone else, maybe I could credit them with some nuance, but it was Trump, so I'm not going to. Right? It was Trump going, no more Muslims. Simple as.
Okay. That's fine.
And that's true. Come on.
Well, the center right abandoned Trump, so there was a lot of anti-Trumpers even in the Republican
conservatives.
How many? It wasn't 12 countries, though, right? I thought it was like 5 or something.
No, it was quite a few. I'm pretty sure it was like 12 countries. Let me. I mean, I can look it up.
7 countries.
Was it?
It says 6 were Muslim. I don't know what the 7th one was.
I guess I would like to consider Trump to be more mainstream. It's funny to hear you come out and say, no, Trump was a complete radical.
Oh, yeah, totally. Because the agenda is open borders, globalism. And Trump was totally against that. And everything he did, whether you think it was effective or not, was against that agenda. And that's a radical break from the status quo.
Well, he was anti-political correctness. And you could frame it as like the Muslim ban, you could frame as anti-political correctness. But it's odd to me, even I would conceptualize the Muslim ban as the left's framing on Trump.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But you're basically buying into the left's framing. You're saying, "Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was." What would be a more neutral framing? Yeah. Sitch, do you know a more neutral framing on the?
Well, I don't even. Why did that even come to pass? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
because Muslims commit terror attacks sometimes.
No, but was there some specific incident that set this off, or did he just randomly decide, like, "Fuck"?
There was some. There was some. No, there was some
crisis.
Incident. There was some incident, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't. Is America? I mean, most of our refugees are like Central and South American. They're not Muslims.
Well, no, because there was an agreement to take like thousands and thousands of Middle Eastern refugees, and I'm pretty sure Trump said no.
Oh, I guess it was in response to the Syrian civil war.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that makes some sense. Anyway,
they come out in their regular clothes and express the same views, so they don't feel like they have to hide so much anymore because their jobs are being threatened or whatever.
When did you? So we can just get started with your story for people who aren't familiar. Do you want so just in terms of the context, I want to talk about modern politics and all this stuff and where we are now. But I think your history might lend some understanding to a lot of people. How did you're famous for being how did you describe it? You inspired people to de-radicalize the Klan's members.
Okay, so to give you a little bit of background on myself, as I said, I'm 64 years old, but I grew up as the child of parents in the U.S. Foreign Service. So I grew up as an American Embassy brat. I was born in '58. I began traveling around the world at the age of 3 in 1961. And how it works is you get assigned to a country for 2 years, you come back here to the States, you're here for a few months, maybe a year, and then you're assigned to another country abroad. So my first exposure to school was overseas. I did kindergarten, first grade, third grade, fifth grade, seventh grade, and all the schools I went to overseas, this is back in the 1960s, my classmates were from Nigeria, Japan, Russia, Czechoslovakia, Germany, France, Italy, Sweden. Anybody who had an embassy in those particular countries, all of their kids went to the same school. So that became my baseline as to what school was supposed to be about. I had all these colors. You guys here are too young to remember black and white TV, but you know about it. I remember black and white TV, and I remember when color TV came in. It was like, wow, it's like a whole new dimension, right? You never wanted to see black and white TV again. You saw something in living color. Okay, well, every time I would come back home from overseas, back to my own country, the United States, it was like going from color TV to black and white, because we did not have that amount of diversity in this country, in our schools. When I would come back, I would either be in all black schools or black and white schools, meaning the still segregated or the newly integrated. Just because Brown versus the Board of Education desegregated schools in 1954, it didn't mean that integration took place overnight. It took years and years.
But even in many cases, still, it's not.
Exactly. In fact,
this is why I don't buy the way you're conceptualizing that Daryl Davis thinks all white people are racist or something. I mean, and I think this really informs why he did what he did with the KKK people. I mean, his upbringing is going to these schools where there is, just this plethora of people from all these different countries and becoming friends with them. And he probably didn't view, so he didn't view things through these sort of tribal racial lens at all.
Yeah.
Well, you can't in a situation like that.
Exactly.
I've got to say, his upbringing is actually strangely parallel to mine. My dad was in the RAF, and so every 2 or 3 years, we'd just move somewhere else.
Really?
I spent like 8 years at 2 different periods of my life living in Germany on the RAF base over there. And, all around like the south of England, just moving from different place to different place. And one thing I find interesting about Daryl's characterization there is that he, honestly, I don't think he's representative of the black experience in America.
No, not at all. No.
So, he would not really be considered like by them to be one of them, if you know what I mean.
Well, from the CRT perspective, he wouldn't be like the authentic black voice.
Yeah, in the same way, I mean, my accent is a product of the fact that I never lived in any one place for any amount of time, and the institutions you spend your time in have their own culture. And like this, it's not about different races in my particular case, but it's about different regions of the United Kingdom. Everyone turns out with a kind of accent like mine. It's in the forces because it's not any one particular region. So whenever I go somewhere in the UK, I'm obviously not from that place because I obviously don't have their accents. I have a very strange, you know, no one can place where I'm from because I'm not from anywhere. That's the problem. I'm just from the British institutions, basically, you know, the abstract British rather than a particular settled local place. And Daryl sounds like exactly that condition. And so like he would, you know, if he went to like, you know, somewhere in Chicago or Los Angeles or something, they would instantly know he was an outsider. They would instantly know he's not one of them. He's not from here, you know? And so it's just an interesting thing to note, I think.
I think after, when he was older, when he was in a high school or something, I think he lived in Chicago primarily. I think they talk about that later. But but you said that was do you think it's a problem that was your upbringing, or just sort of?
No, I'm not. I don't. It's
like, do you think you're missing anything by not having like an accent that relates to a specific region of your country?
Yes. There is definitely something of which I was deprived, though it's not something you would readily put your finger on. The only way that I really noticed it is when it becomes very easy to make friends, right? Because every couple of years you're going to move somewhere else. So you learn how to quickly make friends with people. But unfortunately, that means that a lot of these friendships are transitory. And one of the things that you miss is growing up in a house, right? I didn't grow up in a house. I grew up in about 13, 14 houses. And in a different, 13, 14 different neighborhoods. I went to 13 or 14 different schools. And so when people go, oh, well, this is where I grew up, there's no particular place in which I grew up. You know, there's no one area, there's no settled customs or traditions or people. And so these things are all transitory. And I don't have a particular house I can point to and say, that's my house. You know, that was the house my parents had that I grew up in. So there's definitely something missing there. And I'm guessing that Daryl's the same from his description there.
Interesting. I didn't know anything about that regarding you. That's very fascinating.
Yeah, I had no idea either. I think this is very interesting.
I wonder if Daryl Davis can approach black racists and get them to give up their CRT robes.
That'd be interesting.
That's the next frontier, isn't it?
I guess. Because you're right. I think if he did talk to some of the people who are, like black nationalists, really, really racist against whites, blacks, I don't think they'd be buying into the Daryl Davis story much.
No.
Well, yeah. His strategy won't work against racist black people because his strategy is to go to racist white people and KKK people and be like, I'm just a person. We share common interests. We can have, interesting or funny conversations. I could be your friend. Where obviously if you're, black racist, you already have black friends. Like that doesn't, it's not really going to work.
Yeah, but there is a significant thing here that is the way that Daryl has obviously grown up is in an institution that isn't based on a particular culture, right?
Right.
Because when we say race, you can say white or black in the American context. You don't necessarily have to mean skin color. What you can mean is a particular kind of culture, right? The sort of Protestant culture of the white community, or the kind of ghetto culture of the black community in many places. What am I wrong?
First of all, there's a difference between. There's not like.
I'm happy to say I'm wrong. Right. I'm not from America, right?
Well, you have to be careful because there's like various white and black cultures around the country that are different from each other, and a lot of them are based on class.
Yeah.
Well, so like there's like so when you say like black ghetto culture, you mean is like lower class, poor, inner city black.
There are
culture.
just as many whites that engage in that poor white trash culture.
Right.
So.
Right.
Sure. I'm not saying there isn't. But what I'm saying is that Daryl isn't privy to either of them, right?
Yes.
Daryl is he's privy to the institution that is a government diplomatic institution, which I'm going to guess is probably not terribly different to a military institution, as in there are standards, right? There's a particular way of doing things, there are particular standards, and it's the process that matters, and you are counted on what has been done, right? These are prestigious things often, and so you are doing your best within the institution. And I mean, like, for example, the way he behaves would have reflected on his father, right? And this would have been important among the other diplomats that he would have known. And so the father would have been very interested in making sure his son was well behaved. And it's exactly the same thing, I reckon, that would have been in the military. And like, I tell you what, man, the first time we sometimes would have Americans living on the same camp as us. And I had an American friend who called his dad sir. And that blew my mind that he called his dad sir, right? It blew my mind. I was like, what? And my dad would never have made me call him sir, but I was always respectful of my dad. Obviously. Right. It's not the same thing. But the point is, there is a kind of culture in America that the Black community manifests that is very much anti the proper institutional norms that Daryl Davis is thinking of. Right? They're just totally against these things. They call being pro-education being white, right?
Yeah. There's an antisocial tendency in a lot of these poor cultures, unfortunately.
That's the white supremacy right there. Yeah. That's why they call it white supremacy.
Right. But there is a particular culture located in the Black community. I'm not saying it's the entire thing, but in some Black communities. And you say, well, this is the poor ones. Well, yeah, you're going to end up poor if you've got that opinion towards education. Right?
Of course.
So there's no getting out of it.
Have you read Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Thomas Sowell?
I actually haven't, but I'm sure it's brilliant. So
it is brilliant. He actually traces what you're calling Black ghetto culture back to Scotland, I think. So it's like there is this live fast, die young culture that we think of as live for today, bet your house on a hand of cards. That kind of high risk culture does permeate a lot of different cultures, and he actually Soul traces it back to Scottish and basically blames white liberals for saying that this is Black culture when really it's Scottish culture that they inherited from living in the South, because the South did have the live fast die young culture next to the really conservative save for tomorrow culture, and a lot of the North adopted that business type culture, and a lot of
the English culture.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of so it is English versus Scottish culture then.
Absolutely, it's Protestant versus Catholic, man. Right. I swear to God.
Yes, totally.
No, I swear to God. You cannot underestimate the importance of the Protestant work ethic. Right. I think, and that is what they call white supremacy, because Protestant countries, and you can see, and it's manifested in Europe so brazenly, right? It's Denmark, Holland, northwestern Germany, Sweden, Norway, and England, right? These are the main Protestant countries, and they are just so much better than fucking Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. I'm not even joking. No, they really are. They really are. They always have been, like, just on quality of life, right? These are just different countries with different cultures, and they value discipline, work.
Yeah, there you go. Work ethic.
Productivity. Yeah. They value it. It is a common social value. And if you don't do these things, you get shamed. Everyone looks down on you.
Yeah.
And I was speaking to a Greek friend. Greeks are Orthodox, but like it's not different, right? And I was speaking to a Greek friend. I was like, look, if your cousin broke the law, would you tell the police? And he was like, well, no, it's my cousin. It's like, well, okay, but I would,
right?
I would, because
you snitch.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Don't break the fucking law. If my cousin comes along with someone's car that he's nicked, I'm going to be like, mate, I'm going to have to fucking call the cops. You can't go around just stealing cars. And that's the attitude that you would get in sort of Sweden or Norway, but you don't get in like Italy or Spain. They're much more familial and based on their sort of immediate like clannish bonds, whereas the Protestants are much more committed to the rule of law. And it's just the aspects of the culture, and it has a noticeable effect on the quality of the civilization.
The rule of law is super important, but this is why I kind of shudder when you say Black culture, because really Thomas Sowell in that book says this is kind of the white liberal framing that this, live fast, die young Scottish culture is Black culture. And Thomas Sowell says, listen, there are plenty of people in the Black community that have that strong work ethic, planning for tomorrow, family values, that are being cast into this other culture as if it's based on their race, when that's unright. It's not right for them.
This is why I said ghetto culture, right? Because and it's not a flattering term, but I think it's more accurate.
Yes,
that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not, but it is manifested in the Black ghettos, right?
Sure, but it's manifested in any ghetto.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because we're talking about a specific example in America,
right?
And in America, you have a particular history between Blacks and whites, and it's been allowed that the Blacks in their own communities are like, it's been allowed that they degenerate into this kind of Scottish culture, right?
Right.
Whereas, the white people don't accept that for themselves. They don't say.
They do, though. I mean, if you look at Hillbilly Elegy, it's a testament to that.
No.
They're all.
How do you think of hillbillies?
Well, they're all. If you read Hillbilly Elegy, they're all sitting around drugged up on OxyContin and shit, and they're definitely not about, lifting themselves out of poverty. They're all, living on the government paychecks. How is that any different than the Black?
No. But the difference is, you would not hesitate to pour scorn on that person.
Yes,
you're saying the reaction to them is different. Which is
yes,
true.
it's nurtured in the Black community and it's viewed as
by white liberals.
Absolutely, by white progressives, particularly.
Yes,
as a charity that's done to them. And it's like, no, you should pour scorn on them in exactly the same way you would do for a white person, in exactly the same way you would do for your own children.
Right.
You'd be like, no fucking way. Are you just going to sit around drawing money from the government and taking drugs all day and then shoot each other? Are you fucking insane? That's not a wholesome environment. And yet it's permitted because they're Black, basically.
Well, the issue is, and I don't agree that, I agree with you that this behavior shouldn't be allowed at all, or rather, or whitewashed, I guess. But the issue is that, with the hillbillies, I guess people don't have sympathy for them at all, because they're like, there's some article or an op-ed in CNN that just came out today that was really crazy, where this guy was talking about the Buffalo shooter, and he's like, I don't understand why white people do this, because they have all the privileges. And it's people look at things in a very anti-individual, group-oriented sense. So they'll say, if there's a poor Black community, they're more empathetic, because it's like, because of slavery and segregation, they'll say that's why that community is that way, where they'll say that the white community doesn't have an excuse, basically.
Yeah. But we shouldn't be tolerating excuses for bad behavior.
Well, to me, it doesn't matter. Like, why you're like that is irrelevant. It's like, well, you have to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. No,
everyone has, everyone has reasons for why they're fucked up, and very often they're good reasons, but like, okay, well, you can either choose, as they said in Shawshank Redemption, either get busy living or get busy dying. You have to move forward.
No, exactly. You can't make excuses for bad behavior. It doesn't matter whether it seems justified or not. The bad behavior is bad in and of itself, and so it doesn't matter. I'm not saying you have to viciously punish them necessarily or something like that. And you can have a sympathetic and charitable interpretation, but at the end of the day, if it's bad behavior, it's bad behavior. You got to stop it.
Well, it seems like one of the biggest problems people in general have is they can't separate being sympathetic or empathetic with someone and still saying that what they're doing is right or wrong. Like, people look at them as connected. Like, I can only be empathetic to someone if I think they're right, but if I think they're wrong, I can't be empathetic to them.
Yeah, and there's also just a basic permissiveness, and this is what I think the KKK members end up interpreting, basically, as being, Blacks are bad then, because well, look at what's happening in Chicago. You know, like it's not good. It's not fucking good. It's not that all blacks are like that or anything like that. It's that this is being allowed and encouraged sometimes.
As more and more black conservatives gain in popularity, though, I think that problem is addressed easier by them.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
God bless, you know.
Segregated schools in 1954, it didn't mean that integration took place overnight. It took years and years.
But even in many cases, still, it's not.
Exactly. In fact, the Prince Edward County, Virginia, shut down. They refused to integrate schools, the public schools. They shut down all public schools in Prince Edward County, Virginia, not for 5 days, not for 5 weeks, not for 5 months, for 5 years. Years, okay? Imagine how much education is lost in 5 years. When you go down there today, people my age, a lot of them are basically functional illiterates because they missed 5 years of their education. If they were in 3rd grade, they didn't go back to school until they were in 8th grade. That kind of thing. So you're dealing with that kind of thing. So look at kids today who have to go to school over Zoom over the last 2 years because of the pandemic. Some kids did better than others, but a lot of them did not do so well over Zoom because they weren't getting that personal one-on-one education.
Well, as an aside too, I don't want to derail too much. I think we're going to start seeing something similar because schools have started adopting ideological praxis in their teachings. Mm-hmm. So instead of telling a kid, 2 + 2 = 4, they're saying 2 + 2 = 5. Well, in what context are we talking? So you actually had a viral trend where teachers were saying,
this is like, this is such a bad, I don't know why Tim goes off on this. This is such a, this is the worst way to try to introduce the topic to someone. But
is it CRT that he's introducing?
The whole 2 + 2 = 5. It's just so convoluted.
Yeah, totally.
Oh my God.
2 + 2 = 5.
In what context?
It was that 2.4 + 2.4 = 4.8, which is rounded up to 5. So if you round down 2.4, I don't know what kind of simplicity mess they were intending, but
it's an issue of tribalism, and it's part of the polarization. The idea is that the people on the right started saying 2 + 2 = 4, and sooner or later the woke people are going to say it's not. And then a point was being made by, left tribal people where they're like 2 + 2 could be 5. Here's how. And then they say 2.4 rounds down to 2.
This is straight sophistry. This is a perfect example of sophistry.
The 2 + 2 = 5 is sophistry.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Tim's not actually doing a great job of representing their argument there either. No. It was really based in the postmodern thought that, everything that we conceive of is a category. And so it's only because of an arbitrary social convention that we call 4-4. We can call it 5. And then, there we go, 2 + 2 = 5. It's like, yeah, okay. But that's literally the opinion of a child. And I know this because
exactly.
No. I can give you a fucking example. My son at 5 years old worked out that was exactly how words are used. And so he had a brilliant day where he was saying, I'd like some pee-pee and poo-poo, please, Daddy. I mean food instead of, whatever, what we usually, and honestly, he found this fucking hilarious. Like, can you pass me the poo-poo, please, Daddy? And he would just like he's having the most hilarious time. And, I'm not saying it wasn't funny either, because it was funny watching him discover that he can do this. But it's like, okay, but it is literally a child's opinion that these are just arbitrary. Yeah, they are arbitrary, but they're also defined by custom. Yeah. And since the custom is we all use them, that's what they mean. You know? So the 2 + 2 = 5 thing is just, as you say, total sophistry on the part of the left.
I like that your child just stumbled upon the lunacy of postmodern social deconstruction. And that's like at his young age, it's just like everything's poo poo pee pee. This is hilarious.
Yeah. Honestly, you should have seen it. It was a genuine discovery to him, and it was the best thing in the world. And then you see, PhD fucking carrying academics on Twitter coming out with the same fucking argument, and it's like, oh, you idiots, you fucking idiots. Like you're not nearly as smart as you think you are.
But 2.4 plus 2.4 is 4.8, which rounds to 5. Therefore, 2 plus 2 is 5. And then most people who are reasonable are just like 2.4 plus 2.4 is 4.8, end of story. If you want to make some weird equation that omits information for the sake of making your strange argument, I guess.
They need multiple cams on the show because I want to see Daryl Davis's reaction to this. He's kind of falling asleep. What?
But they're teaching kids this. You also have a lot of the critical race theory ideology stuff in schools where the kids are getting more of this kind of social emotional learning as opposed to actually learning stuff.
Okay, so let's define two terms that you use just so that everybody's on the same page, not just us here, but everybody out here listening to us. So let's define the term woke. Your definition of the term woke and your definition of the term critical race theory.
Woke is typically a reference to like a left tribal identifier. So it has a reference to critical race theory, critical gender theory. It encompasses these different schools of thought. We got to define all these things. Critical race theory is basically it gets tough to actually. Is that a stink bug? Critical race theory is critical theory in a racial context. Critical theory is the political theory of the oppressed versus the oppressors. With Karl Marx back in the day, his critical theory was that the wealthy oppress the poor.
So I guess I'm going to give Tim some hassle here. That's not what critical theory is. He's confusing critical theory with conflict theory. Conflict theory is the idea that, there's always this conflict over resources, and then Karl Marx kind of puts it through the lens of class is always going to be fighting each other. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat was going to be fighting. Critical theory came later, and that was proposed by people like, I'm trying to remember, what was that guy's name? Horkheimer and some other people. In the Frankfurt School.
Adorno.
Right. And basically, critical theory is the idea that you need to like a normal theory is the theory of gravity. It's just descriptive. There's no moral prescriptions in it whatsoever. Just like, things fall towards the center of the earth. Done. And critical theory is like, no, we need to construct theories of the world that help orient society towards what they view as a positive change. And generally it falls within some kind of, neo-Marxian or Marxist lens of deconstruction.
Well, the purpose is pure deconstruction. So every category can be attacked and deconstructed. Right. And Marquise has a particular line that I can't remember exactly, but to paraphrase, it's something like, because he's complaining, he's moved to America, and he's complaining that America is never going to bring about the communist revolution, basically. I'm not joking. That's it. That core component.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And so the essence of critical theory is to deconstruct categories. So maybe that puts them on the path towards proper communism. And it's like, really, that's fucking speculative, mate.
Right.
I'm just saying we should ruin everything about our societies, and maybe then something better will come of it. It's like, yeah. So the purpose is essentially total liberation from categorization.
Well, the important element, too, is that critical theory is based in praxis, because if they're saying everything or our theories need to be oriented towards, quote unquote, fixing society, which they mean making it more Marxist, then that's how they get into this. Everything has to be oriented this way. We have to have math problems that talk about, why we need to be Marxist and all the oppression going on in our society.
It's funny that they categorize deconstruction as positive change in the world. It's like tearing things down is positive.
Yeah, because typically that's not what criticism is. A criticism is actually a way of bolstering something that already exists.
Yeah, improvement on it. Exactly.
Right. A criticism is to point out a flaw so the flaw can be corrected. But critical theory does the opposite of this. It points out a flaw in order to destroy.
Right. And I think what you point out, Adam, is very important, because they're coming at it from the perspective, what Sargon said about how they're like, we're never going to get the Marxist revolution in America. And it's because they're like, it's kind of that switch over to cultural issues and the realization that, American individual rights culture and this kind of like liberal culture is too powerful. And so if that's kind of the dominant force in the country and in the world to some extent, then that's where they come in this idea of we need to deconstruct everything. Because they say all all of society, all of culture stems from these sort of evil, individual, liberal principles. So we just need to tear it all down so that, Marxism can fill this gap.
This is Gramsci's great contribution. Is like, look,
yes.
You can't, the East is weak socially. Like no one in Russia has any strong bonds. There are no organizations because the Tsar owned everything and then the communists own everything. But in the West, that's not the case. And the society itself will uphold the institutions. So you're never going to get a Lenin-style revolution against the state. And so you need to weaken and destroy the culture. And this is what Kimberly Crenshaw specifically cites in Mapping the Margins.
Mm-hmm.
So, there is a direct lineage from these things. But the thing is, right, I don't think we should go hard on Tim Pool here because these are very complicated and lengthy things. And he's not doing a terrible job of representing it. It's not, it's very blurry, but he's not doing a terrible job. And
he's wrong, but I understand what you're saying.
In specific terms, yes, he's wrong, but broadly, he's kind of right. He's generally in the right direction. So give him some credit there.
I will. I'll give him some credit.
I know how much of a stickler you are.
Do you want to give? There were people in the chat asking about why Sitch has TDS, Tim Derangement Syndrome.
Yeah, why is that, Sitch? Is it because he's a better centrist than you?
No. Listen, in the early days, and I said I'm not going to be too hard on Tim in this conversation. Okay, I do think that from a strategy perspective, he does very poor in this conversation. He should be trying to get Daryl on his side. And I think he comes off as trying to win the conversation, which is the wrong way to approach it. But generally, my problem with Tim, and I said this a million times, is that I viewed Tim as the chosen one.
The chosen one.
Okay. Tim was Anakin Skywalker. He was the chosen one to bring balance to the Force. Yeah. And in his early days, I don't know, he complained so much about how the media was clickbait oriented and how the media was polarizing and making everyone tribal and crazy and everything was outrage culture. And he just sort of, as time went on, he realized, the reason the media does this is because this is what makes you shit tons of money and makes you blow up. And so he kind of became, in a lot of respects, the criticisms he was leveling at the mainstream.
But he did support Trump, so, I can forgive
Well, there you go. I guess that makes it okay, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. So that's where my main criticism of Tim comes from.
Hey, no. This is you're falling into George Lucas's view of balance, where it's all one side and none of the other. No. If you've got a bunch of crazies on the left who are
I see.
Like insane you've got to have insane radicals on the right to balance them out.
Well, no, I'm not. My criticism was really more levied not at his positions, but the way in which, as I said, he was sort of fighting against like a lot of clickbait and tribalism and polarization. He sort of realized that you need to do all these things to get a big audience.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of, so I kind of view him as a sellout to some extent.
Ooh,
so
shots fired.
There's your shots fired. Now I am.
It's a high standard though, isn't it?
Well, here's the thing. Because a lot of people say like, Tim is better than most, and that's true. But I guess it's since I viewed him as the chosen one, I put him on a pedestal. So like the standard was set so high.
This is his fault.
It is. Well, I'm not whether it's his fault or my fault, regardless. But this is just my feelings on the matter. So I viewed him as basically just killing all the younglings, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I know, real shots fired. Jeez.
Tim Pool killed all the younglings in the Jedi Temple because he wanted to save Padme. And when I say save Padme, I mean get his YouTube numbers boosted.
Okay. I remember when Tim Pool was making a highly produced video once a day on his main channel and barely doing anything on his second channel, rant oriented, what is really his mainstay now. And I remember he made this video that he was just completely demoralized. He was like, I'm not making any money doing this. This is way more work than I can continue to put in. And this is just not a sustainable model. And he was at his wit's end. Like he was not the Tim Pool that we know today. And now look at it. He's got this giant studio. He's got a compound going. He's got this huge live show. He's going
to get Waco'd by the U.S. government.
Yeah, Well,
whenever I hear the word compound,
hopefully that doesn't happen. But I mean, he's getting like, aren't the cops showing up at his place like once a day now? Yeah,
he's been swatted like
people keep swatting him.
Yeah,
right.
So hopefully it doesn't go that route. But anyway, like I'm saying, like he's completely. I mean, this is a Cinderella story here, Sitch. How can you not? How can you turn down? Yeah. How could he still be the chosen one, and say no to $500,000 a month? I think there's a ad revenue.
I think because he could still have the making 6 videos a day and all this other stuff with just being more nuanced, I guess, in his takes. Obviously,
no, you can't. You can't make this kind of.
Okay, maybe you're right. I guess the path to success is just evil, and there's nothing we can do about it. we're gonna take the black pill on this.
Well, I'm just saying it kind of is, but why? Okay. I mean, this is the whole point. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's wildly
corrupted. Absolutely.
Well, he's not. He's definitely not. I mean, he's not. He's not what he used to be, Sargon. You have to admit that. He's definitely not nonpartisan.
Sure, he's based now, yeah.
See, Sargon just like Joe Rogan
if Tim Pool had become Hassan, Sargon, would you be saying the same thing?
Of course not.
No, I'd be saying he's cringe.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
I appreciate
Why
that.
Would I?
I appreciate that Carl is very open in his biases on the matter.
Well, am I supposed to pretend that I'm like neutral when it comes to like?
No, I don't want you to pretend anything. But what I was say, Adam, is that Joe Rogan is like the most wildly successful podcaster out there, and I think he's still maintained a lot of his, nuanced, enlightened centrism throughout his success.
Right.
Now he's a very different model than Tim, so maybe that's the difference. He's not like a politically oriented channel. So maybe that's
you're saying Tim could dial it back a bit and still be as successful, you think?
Not as successul, probably, but still very successful.
I don't think Tim's particularly radical. That's the thing. Like,
I don't think he's radical either.
So I don't think he's like extremely left or right. I think he's just actually more clued in than most centrists to the problem of the left.
I agree. I think he's very. I think he knows where his audience is, and I think he does play to them.
Sure, and I'm not saying he doesn't, but I also think that a charitable interpretation is that he has experienced the problem of the left firsthand, and so is just not taking any of their shit. And he's not like, he wouldn't do the same with the alt-right. If all the media outlets were alt-right and they were acting in the same way that the left is acting, I'm sure that he would take the same approach.
I don't know, because I don't think it's his experience with the left that's pushed him in this direction. I think it's really
I've talked to his. I'm friends with him.
Okay,
I'm friends with him.
There you go.
I know exactly what his experience is.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But long conversations about.
I'm saying I think mostly it's him playing to his audience.
No, his support of Trump probably ended up becoming because A, Trump was a better choice than Hillary, and B, Trump did a lot of good things.
I'm not. My opinion on Tim was shifting way before Trump. Like, it has nothing to do with really Trump.
Well, maybe, and I'm not saying you're wrong, because we've all got that sort of material incentive, right? So there's nothing wrong with pointing that out, but also that doesn't mean that he doesn't also have like legitimate, like moral concerns about the way things are.
Oh, I don't disagree. Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that he just lies about it. I'm not saying anything like that.
I don't think he lies about anything, really, does he?
Right.
Anyway. It's just like...
What?
I just think your standards for him are really
painfully silent there.
What?
He said, Sargon said, I don't think he lies about anything.
I don't think he lies about anything either. Okay, I think he frames things and chooses stories in very one-sided ways to appeal to his audience.
Sure.
That's what I think.
Right.
And we do and we've been accused of this too, because
they're accusing it of us now in the chat.
Yeah, because we cover mostly insane leftists, 90% of the time or 80% of the time,
Well, that's because we can't get Quackademic Agent on. So what do you want? What do you want?
Okay,
that's true.
This whole thing with you guys and Academic Agent.
Quack, please. You're on our show.
Please.
It's fucking insufferable to watch you two talking.
He has a name.
Yeah, it's a girl's name as well, incidentally.
Right.
look, AA is a good guy. I like AA.
No, he's not. Oh
friends
my
with him.
God.
Right? No. Right.
He's like fucking tweeting shit like, we can never trust the redacteds. And then it's like, what is redacted? Oh, it's the Jews. Okay. So like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That ain't cool. That's not cool.
Yeah, but that's your liberal bias, isn't it? Right?
No, it's
it's
my liberal bias. I don't like someone who's a fucking anti-Semite. What?
Well, yeah, but I'm not saying it's wrong to have a liberal bias when it comes to these things. Right?
Okay, there we go. Yes, there you go. Exactly.
But like Daryl Davis is a good point, right? Where it's like, look, it's better to befriend and de-radicalize these people than just stigmatize them.
Sure.
Well, that's what we think
don't
we're
say
doing.
Sure when you're busy stigmatizing.
You think, okay, I understand. You're saying I should be trying to befriend Quackademic and destigmatize and be like, listen, I'm Jewish. Okay. I'm not such a bad guy. Why are you hating on the Jews? Listen, there's lots of Jews that are anti-woke. Okay.
Look, he actually doesn't spend a lot of time talking about Jews either. Right. This is not like a mainstay of his view.
He spends more than most.
No, I don't know. I don't know if not in the circles in which he is forced to travel. Right.
Okay.
He's actually very moderate in the circles where he's forced to travel.
Not taking your word for it, but okay.
No. Well, I'm like I understand. I spend some time in that community myself, right? And so it's interesting being like friends with both of you, like just watching this, like in suffering because he's not an unreasonable guy. And you're not unreasonable.
He is unreasonable. What do you?
No, he's not.
He's totally unreasonable.
And he says exactly the same thing about you. But the thing is, I have reasonable conversations with both of you. So I'm sat here thinking, right, okay, well, you're both reasonable when you're like your elephants are under control. But whenever you talk to each other or like there's any hope of an interaction between you, the elephants are suddenly just rampaging through the village. And I'm just like, fucking hell. I
don't think having a prejudgment saying I'm going to judge everyone of a certain race or religion one way and being a problem, I don't think that's a reasonable position.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because that's fucking crazy. It's
not. It's totally normal. Everyone has heuristics. Like
But you agree that it's
about what a Frenchman is like.
That's
right.
Okay, but that's part of what it means to get over your elephant is to realize that these snap judgments you're making about groups of people are very often or not almost always often wrong.
Sure, I agree. And they're very low resolution judgments, right? But sometimes they're not entirely inaccurate. And I'm not saying that his particular one in this case is right, obviously. But what I'm saying is
very nice of you.
Yeah, obviously. But what I'm saying is, like, it's not unusual for people to have generalized views like this, right? And it's better, like, as Daryl Davis is doing. He's a great example of it. Right. Like, it's easier to get them to de-radicalize themselves by simply, presenting a, normal person to them and saying, well, look, there may well be some people who the KKK are thinking of that accurately represent the stereotype, but this is not just all X or all Y, and it's easy to de-radicalize them. Whereas instead of, like taking any of his, I mean, again, I think you're hyper focused on this, one thing that you talk about one time. This is normally what he's
it's not one time. He talks about it a lot. Okay.
I don't think he does.
I have a lot of time talking. I have lots of tweets. I've heard lots of clips. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe
people send me shit all the time.
Okay. Maybe I just didn't see it.
We appreciate that you're trying to de-radicalize him, Carl.
I think it's a good thing to do. And it would be easier to do if you guys would not attack him, basically, and if you'd have a conversation with him, that'd be great. But the thing is, right, and this is true, and you're not going to like it.
Okay.
Adam, you do have a habit of going into full shitlib mode when talking to him.
Describe
whenever you ever talk to him.
Being unbelievable, like talking about him. Sorry. Being unbelievably unreasonable.
I'm not unreasonable, but definitely uncharitable. I will give you that. Yes. I will admit to my uncharitability, but everything I say is definitely reasonable.
No, you did the same with Dave, the distributist. Like, he's a very smart chap, and he's not unreasonable.
Dave, and I disagree.
What do you mean? He's a lovely guy.
He's
really polite.
He's very, very well read, but he is is not really having a conversation with us. So
no, this is the thing. Like, you guys seem to not be able to hear what they're trying to tell you.
Well, they're not.
Wait, that's not true at all. I understand it. When we were talking to distributors, I understand exactly what he was saying and what his position was. The problem is that he was completely unwilling, first of all, to explain clearly what he wanted prescriptively, and he kept hiding it, and he had to force it out of him via fucking Twitter. And he was engaging in sort of debate tactics in a lot of our conversations, which I was in the first conversation I was completely unprepared for, because I thought we were just gonna have like a nice conversation with this YouTuber that I've like watched occasionally, and I didn't realize it was gonna be like this fucking like struggle of, you know, liberalism versus monarchy or whatever the fuck is being advocated for.
Yeah, he's a Catholic theocrat. He wants medieval France. Right?
Yeah,
I know.
Exactly. How is that reasonable? How can you say that's reasonable? And how can you say someone advocating for that is smart, Sargon? Like, really?
This is what I mean about going full shit lib, Adam.
Well, what the fuck?
What the exactly fuck? What I mean.
Forgive me. Look, I'm an American. I love freedom, okay?
This is the full shit lib I was describing.
I'm not ready to turn our government over to a king because I have such radical political views that's the only way they're going to be implemented.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, listen, talk about taxation.
Here's the thing.
This is completely ridiculous.
I am friends with Aiden. Okay, I disagree with Aiden on a lot of stuff, and we've debated Aiden on a lot.
Yeah, Aiden's comes on the show all the time,
right? And we debate with you like a million fucking times. And the reason that I like you and I like Aiden is because I feel like when we're having a conversation, we're actually having a conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
I did not feel like when we were talking to Dave that we were having any conversation whatsoever.
Right.
But whatever. We're so off topic. But.
Yeah, sorry. We can get back on.
All right.
Anyway, fuck academic.
The proletariat is oppressed. The bourgeoisie oppresses. Kimberly Crenshaw wrote a book called Critical Race Theory, which says this doesn't take into context the racial component of the United States. Therefore, critical race theory is white people are dominant and they oppress all people of color. So critical race theory has several different subsequent schools of thought, like intersectionality, that a black woman experiences different discrimination than a black man because there's also sexism plus racism. But the sexism plus racism is a different category than the sexism that a white woman would experience. So this is another school of thought within the realm of critical race theory. Critical race praxis is the implementation of these ideas into standardized learning. An example would be, if I were to give you a math problem, I would say a train leaves Pittsburgh traveling at 100 miles an hour. A train leaves Cincinnati traveling at 75 miles an hour. They're 300 miles apart. How long? Blah, blah, blah. Critical race praxis gives math problems to kids, like in Florida. Jerome was stopped by the police 17 times in the past month. Harold was stopped 3 times. What percentage are black people stopped by police more than white people? So what they're doing is, it is a math question, but they're injecting an ideology, a praxis.
Is this a real example? Because this is fucking crazy.
It probably is.
Yeah, probably. But do you think this is a good way of explaining this to a normie?
I wish there was a normie cam on Daryl Davis. I really do.
Because, like, I don't know. I'm listening to this, and I'm just like, if I'm a normie, I'd be like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. It just sounds like gobbledygook to me.
It's very much deep in the lore, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and I understand that that's part, and that's why I said I didn't want to be too hard on Tim, because I understand that this is a very, CRT especially, is a very difficult thing to explain to someone, to kind of delve into. But it feels like part of the conversation, and the intention of the conversation was, Tim was like, I'm going to red pill Daryl Davis. And I think he should have had a better prepared answer for this question.
I mean, that's not even really possible, I don't think, to just red pill someone on the spot, but I guess.
No, but you can open the door.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, Tim isn't considering his audience here, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he was talking to some Zoomer of any stripe, really, they'd have some grasp of what he's talking about because they'll have experienced it in the educational system.
Right.
Whereas Daryl Davis would have grown up in the, sort of neutral and like race neutral liberal system of the diplomatic corps, right?
Yeah.
So none of this would have been present at all back in the 70s whenever he was doing his education.
I think part of what informs Daryl Davis's worldview too is that he doesn't give an exact age, but I'm pretty sure like for middle to high school, he came back to school in America primarily. Yeah. So it's kind of like he was going from that neutral perspective that you were saying to, you know, like the 60s racism. Like he was, so it must have been like a super slap in the face of you know, going from like these one extreme to the other.
And not only that, like Daryl Davis doubtless agrees with the liberal conception of human rights, civil rights, you know. So like, as you really well pointed out the other day, it was the losers on both sides of the civil rights debate who are annoyed, like the critical race theorists and the KKK, right? And so Daryl Davis is used to one of those losers, but Tim's trying to present him with the other loser, and he's doing a fairly poor job of framing it in a way that Daryl, a boomer, boomer normie, is going to be able to grasp.
Yeah, and I think what you said is very true about how, you know, none of this stuff is going to relate to Daryl's experience of education or his worldview.
Yeah.
And I think the way, to me, and I don't know, I've never experimented with this, to me, the way to talk about CRT, especially to normies, especially to older people, is to frame it like, explain that there were these two factions in the civil rights movement, and to really separate out, you know, the MLK liberal faction from the radical Black Panther, Black separatist faction, and say, you know, CRT is the continuation of this radical Black Panther, Black nationalist, Black separatist faction.
Yeah.
And
they've been licking their wounds in academia for the last like 50 years.
Right, exactly. You know, but you're right. It sucks because I don't know if you saw, we talked to Kyle Kalinske the other day.
I did.
And I was like, I know that when I start to say like, oh, CRT is like the continuation of Black nationalism, I know that to his audience, that's just like insane sounding. There's no way.
They don't.
There's no way to have that conversation.
Not without sounding like a conspiracy theorist.
Right.
To be honest with you, well, that's the point, isn't it? That's what point I was making earlier. It's like, look, you sound like a lunatic just explaining their position. And it's like, for fuck's sake. And Kyle's audience is hardly going to be the best and brightest. So
yeah. Listen.
Oh, Kyle Kalinske, tell me I'm wrong.
Kyle Kalinske said that we're the best enlightened centrist around. So therefore, he can do no wrong.
Yeah.
From this,
he did something wrong.
Okay. No, nothing.
Of critical race theory.
Rome is Black.
Well, they do these things that are overtly racist. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And
what was his response to that?
Injecting an ideology, a praxis of critical race theory.
Assuming that Jerome is Black.
Well, they do these things that are overtly racist. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But it'll show a little Black character and it'll show a little white character, and then they'll do this problem. And so we've started seeing the emergence of a lot of that. What I see from this is one virus.
See, right now, Daryl's like, "What's wrong with that? Yeah, that's a great math problem."
You're reading way too much into that.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's trying to just get the lay of the land.
Right.
I mean, Daryl Davis probably grew up in this. I mean, he grew up in the 60s. He experienced a lot of this racism. I'm certain of it.
Sure. But that doesn't mean he agrees with what you're saying.
Right.
I'm going to cite Jesse Lee Peterson to BTFO here.
Jesse Lee Peterson's the greatest, but I don't know if I believe. People, Adam? Of course. Yes.
Okay.
There was no racism under segregation, Adam. It's just nonsense.
There you go.
I lived in the South, man. I saw racism firsthand. So
he lived in the South during segregation. He saw zero racism.
Jesse Lee Peterson has rose-colored glasses that he wears everywhere.
Mm-hmm. I fucking love Jesse Lee Peterson.
I do too.
He says stuff like that, and I'm like, right, okay. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, have you forgiven your father? Have you forgiven your father, Carl?
Oh yeah.
That's a Jesse Lee Peterson staple. Everyone that comes on, he's like, "Your father, have you forgiven him?"
He's right.
Have you forgiven
him? He's absolutely right on that, though. That's why I can get past Jesse Lee Peterson's. What did my dad do to me? Well,
everything.
Yeah. No, he's good.
I can get past his hot takes about the lack of racism under segregation because of his like dadism, basically.
Yeah. Super base takes on the father forgiveness.
Oh yeah.
Have you forgiven your mother, Adam?
I don't like this. Scares me. What did they do to me that I don't know about?
What did they do to you?
A kid who didn't understand pronouns, because this is on the wokeness includes what is called critical gender theory, which is boys and girls don't exist, doctors guess gender. And so there's a video of a little boy asking, he's doing a pronoun worksheet, And it says something like, Juan gets on the swing. Which pronoun would you use? Janet uses jump ropes. Which pronouns would you use? And he put they for all of them. And his mom goes, why did you put they for all of them? And he says, how am I supposed to know if they're boys or girls? And she said, didn't you notice their names? And he was like, but you said there's no boys or girls in names. And so now the kids don't understand basic English grammar because of the praxis being injected in our, in the current generation, the current learning systems. So not to derail too much from what you were saying, because now we're getting.
I can feel Daryl just being completely off.
When you talk about in school.
Yeah, he's like, what the hell are we talking about here?
Yeah. Well, we were talking about clan members,
Didn't he? And also Daryl Davis was saying, he was talking about illiterate blacks. This is like making it even worse. So
the first thing I think of is, at this point, schools have become so corrupt in many ways. I think regardless of whether we have them or not, people are going to become functionally illiterate. Basically, when you mention
wait. How would you? I want to hear Adam and Carl's definition of woke. If you were asked this question,
okay. Didn't we just?
I gave it earlier. Intersectional structures of power that permeate all aspects of society and command all interactions, based on race.
Well, let's imagine let's imagine Daryl Davis asked you, "What is woke?" Is that the answer?
Okay, yeah. I think the quickest way for a normie, right, is to say something like, wokeness infuses the reality around us with a sinister will that is designed to uplift white people and hold down black people. That's what wokeness is to a normie, I think.
Well, I feel like that was too easy for a normie to be like, but that's true.
What? Why would a normie say that?
Because they'd say, well, the history of racism in America.
Yeah, that's why they're winning. That's why they're winning, Sitch.
I don't think a normie would say that.
I think they would. I think they would. I don't think what you're saying is specific enough to the difference between really what intersectional is saying versus kind of the liberal conception of.
Well, you think the average American thinks that institutions in America are designed to keep black people down?
Yes.
No, but they don't infer that from what you just said.
Well, okay. Well, in some, say that then, they say the institutions of America are designed to keep black people down. This is a systemic racial attack on black people by white people.
Yes, that's woke right there.
That's what wokeness means.
I like that better.
Yeah, it's the fact that society is a white supremacist patriarchy, and that we need to overcome that. We need to change all the institutions because marginalized people are being subjugated by this thing called whiteness, white privilege and stuff like that. That's what woke is. Yeah. I don't how and I agree with you that the foundation of it is Marxist, but I don't think the normies know or care about that shit. They just think, of course. 1619, this country was founded on racism, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
Literates, I thought of the kid who didn't know how to use pronouns and everything that comprises that problem we're experiencing.
Assuming that he doesn't know that Janet is a female name, or now it's androgynous, right? Where Janet could be a male name or a female name. Like, for example, my name is Daryl. For the longest time, I thought Daryl was always a male name until an actress came along named Daryl Hannah.
That's right. Well, so that defines wokeness. Was there another?
No, but see, that's
terrible.
To me, that is the interesting. That's where the normie fuck up is, because, he kind of gave a very normie answer, like, well, sometimes these names mean other things, but that's sort of what the woke crowd. That's like the ambiguity that the woke crowd hides in, because they're not. It's not really a question of like, oh, well, can a name mean, can a stereotypical male name refer to a woman? That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about pronouns. They're talking about changing your gender identity. It's a completely different concept.
Yeah, accepting that premise.
More importantly, you're talking about imposing your desire to be perceived as a certain thing on other people around you.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Another term?
No, that was wokeness and critical race theory.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there we go.
I think the impossible thing about it is that everything is blended together. And so every issue becomes with intersectionality. The reality is that if you're talking about race, race and gender are different conversations, but yet they're the same conversation. And so it makes it really hard to talk about anything because woke blends all of that together. Yep. And it's hard to define because it also means different things to different people.
I think I could define wokeness as it's like a faux awakening. People feel like they're having an awakening right now, but it's an awakening to like what they're being told is real, so they just believe what they're told rather than a real like central awakening of like having like a reality shift or a, you know what I mean? It's not like an internal struggling. I mean, maybe it is for them. They're probably having a similar feeling to someone that's actually had a spiritual awakening on a hill meditating for 40 days, but it's like a false awakening, and people are making fun of it, calling it, oh, they're woke, they're so awake now.
Amazingly, Ian's making a good point here.
Red pill.
What do you mean amazingly? You don't like Ian?
Yeah, I was thinking the opposite thing. I was like, what? Who invited this guy? Jeez.
Oh my God.
No. Ian's making a great point. Like it is akin to a kind of religious experience that they're having, right?
That is true. Yes.
So like, they're told, oh, by the way, look at like, the statistics of women CEOs. Oh, it's 30% compared to the 70% of men. Therefore, the institutions must be stacked in favor of men, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And they're like, oh my God, yeah, that's right. And it's like, no, it's the opposite really. But anyway, carry on, but they it's this awakening where everything is sexist, everything is racist. You have to point it all out. They become insufferable, like religious converts, basically, like a Sarkeesian was.
Right.
And, he's making a good point there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. Wokeness is the first year college student lens, where they give you some very basic deconstructive lens, and you just run around doing everything, and it makes you feel good that, look at me, I'm so smart.
I'm crusading, Mum.
Right. And and I think that he had one problem though, which is that he's right that wokeness, I mean, literally woke means to awaken. And that's part of what wokeness is. It's this idea that you're waking up to what is real. But when you're talking to a normie, you have to make sure you say what it is that they're waking up to. You can't let the normie kind of insert whatever it is into that category, because they're not going to interpret it correctly. And that's why I would say they're waking up to the idea that, liberal civil rights are wrong or don't work.
Yeah, that is the purpose of it. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I guess wokeness really is, maybe Tim should have gone back. Wokeness is conflict theory, is viewing the world through the conflict theory lens.
I think that is sort of a theoretical classification that normies aren't going to understand.
Yeah, so no, to just say wokeness is conflict theory, they're not going to know what the fuck you're talking about. But yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, another good way of approaching it is to say that the wokeness believes that civil rights failed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Right.
That's and
that's probably the best way to say it. Yeah.
Yeah. The average black person, like, what are you talking about? Like, what the fuck can I not do that you can do? And then you've got to get into the big theory of it. But I think that's a good framing as well.
That's a good context too, because a lot of people buy into the fact that civil rights was a giant success, and that's the common normie narrative. So to wake up to the idea that no, it wasn't a success, it was an utter failure, plays into the idea of even waking up.
I think that's actually the best way to say it. To frame it to be wokeness believes civil rights failed, and then you can use that to branch off into CRT and what CRT is.
And also you're presenting something that a normie would
completely understand.
Yeah, and most normies believe civil rights was like one of the few successes America can point to, right?
They will be horrified if you say that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Civil rights was a terrible failure. Yeah. They'd be like, what? What do you mean?
That's why you had Barack Obama as president.
We have giant problems, but civil rights was a failure. That's that's a kind of a big claim to make. But that is the claim that the woke people are making, and very quietly. So not many people wake up to the fact that that's their actual claim.
It's very concealed, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Well, because they've never say it. It's just in what they're advocating for is all counter what the liberal civil rights movement was. And you go, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's I'm glad we figured that out.
Good job, sir.
Let's
thank you.
Tell Tim, Sargon, next time you talk to him. Say, listen, Tim, you really fucked up here.
it's my job to read all this stuff, like Sitch. It's our job to read all of this stuff. It's not his job to read all of this stuff. So, you can hardly blame him. And this is really esoteric, Sitch, you've read the key writings that form the movement, haven't you, Sitch?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, right. It's like 500 pages.
It's super long and boring.
of wound licking, in exactly this way. And it's just like, there's no way Tim could be expected to.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't read that either. But I do learn a lot from talking to you guys about it, which is always good. Yeah. I have read Stephen Hicks' book on, what is it? Postmodernism, explaining postmodernism or something like that. And he goes into the wound licking quite a bit in that book. And it's pretty, it's very, you savor it. You're like, wow, these people really got demoralized by liberalism. And they have been licking their wounds ever since.
Liberalism is the most successful philosophy of the last 400 years.
It is. Yeah, definitely. And they wanted Marxism or socialism to be the most successful and totally lost that game. Yeah.
Yep.
No.
It's the inverse of woke, but they basically mean the same thing.
Okay.
If you are red pilled, it's a reference to the Matrix. You get the blue pill, the red pill. The red pill wakes you up from the illusion of reality. Woke means you've awoken to what's really going on. And so...
See, and then he even mixes metaphors here. It's like most people know, I'm sure, as a normie, he knows red pill is going conservative.
They mean effectively the same thing, a great realization of the lies you've been told. Based on my understanding and I think fair research, red pilled is a bit trolly and more tongue-in-cheek. Woke is zealous and ideological. But I also think the woke stuff is manipulative and wrong for the most part. So, we often have people on here and I talk
about... Well, okay, so...
Being based...
So, for example, when I was in high school, we were taught in the textbooks, I still got my textbooks, that Robert Perry, Admiral Perry, discovered the North Pole. Not true. Matthew Henson discovered the North Pole. Admiral Perry was a white guy. Matthew Henson was a black guy. Matthew Henson was Admiral Perry's best friend. And they went on the exploration together. Okay, Perry got sick and told Henson to go on. Henson went on and discovered the North Pole. All right?
Interesting.
When they got back, Perry told everybody it was Henson. They said, no, we can't give him the credit. And they gave the credit to Admiral Perry. All right? Admiral Perry was buried in Arlington Cemetery. Matthew Henson was buried in a pauper's grave. In the 1980s, when Ronald Reagan was in office as president, there was a bill put forth. Coretta Scott King and some other people came to him. And he passed this bill. Now in the textbooks, it says Matthew Henson discovered the North Pole. Now, I knew that all along because my parents told me, even though it wasn't in the textbook. All right? They exhumed Matthew Henson from the pauper's grave, and now he's buried next to his best friend, Admiral Perry, in Arlington Cemetery. When I was in school, we did not learn that this country had internment camps for Japanese Americans. I didn't learn that until I was in college, and I was incredulous. I was like, what? Are you kidding me? No way. And I asked my parents, and they're like, yeah. Why wasn't it in our textbooks? Because it was a dark blemish on our history. It was a shameful thing that we did in this country. So did I become woke when I was in college?
But that's not wokeness.
All right. So what is
woke,
that?
So an example of wokeness is saying things like all white people are racist. All white people are not racist. But that's wokeness is not a reference to understanding how history works. So I'll give you an example. When I was a little kid, I was told in school Christopher Columbus discovered America, which is just not true.
Right.
There were already people here.
But did you know that?
Yes, because I had a mom who told me there were already people here.
Right.
And I tell the story all the time. She said, actually, Leif Erikson came to the North American continent 1,000 years before Christopher Columbus. But honey, there were already people there, weren't there? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, did they teach you there were already people there? And I was like, yes. And she goes, didn't they discover this continent? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, then why did they tell me that? And she said, they think you're stupid but they'll tell you the truth in college. And that was like a real anti-authoritarian moment for me as a kid.
So was that an awakening or a woke?
So wokeness doesn't refer to learning the truth.
Hang on a second, bro. I really fucking hate this argument as well. No, you know,
I was about to say the exact same thing.
Christopher Columbus discovered America for the Spanish king who sent him, right?
Yes, right.
As in, you know, that
for the Western world. Or
he was begging the Spanish king to go, though.
Sure. I'm not saying he wasn't, but what I mean is, like, you know, it's not like this was, you know, like, just because there are people there already doesn't mean that one group of people knew about it. It's, you know, that you're taking the perspective that all humanity is some sort of shared consciousness, right? You know, whereas, you know, obviously the Spanish people were like, okay, well, you know, get to India if you can, you know, and so he accidentally discovers America trying to get to India, right? But he discovers it for the Spanish. It's, you know, for the Europeans, you know, not for the Native Americans, obviously.
Right.
Well,
that's what Tim's mom, I mean, assuming the story is accurate, that's what she should have said. Not that, oh, they think you're idiots. It's just that, well, what they really mean is he discovered it for Europe.
Yeah.
Because it's not, because they say it's stupid. It's not like in school, you're not taught like, oh, Christopher Columbus discovered America, and then like the next day, a bunch of Native Americans sprouted out of the ether and populated the plant, like the region. Like no one thinks that happened.
Yeah.
Is typical, I mean, depending on who you're talking to. If you're talking to people who are trying to avoid the overt ideologies of either, you know, extremists, any extremist faction, wokeness is typically a pejorative term to reference someone who says, you're white, so you're racist. That's considered to be woke. Now, some people might use woke in a more lax manner, like perhaps towards the angle you're describing it. But based on like this show and how we approach things, most people who watch would probably say they're anti-woke, but they completely agree with what you've said, or would completely agree with the idea that Native Americans already were here.
Right.
The proper way to describe it is Christopher Columbus discovered the Bahamas for Europeans. As part of the European culture, he was the first to kind of bring that information to them. But again, Leif Erikson, also of European descent, discovered it. It didn't really make the rounds in the European continent, and other people were already here who had discovered the land.
Typically people do.
So since we're giving Tim criticism, I will give him praise too. I think him framing saying, you know, our audience and we're anti-woke, but we agree that the history should be taught this way. I think that is a good persuasive way to have the conversation and to build a bridge.
Yeah, I agree.
Do not use woke as like a badge. You know, people who support critical
woke people don't.
No, they don't. They don't. And so people who are like pro critical race theory wouldn't necessarily call themselves that. And I think, look, most are pro uncensored history. I think that is a common thing that we need to get on the table.
No, I would have to disagree with that.
Well, maybe I don't have a statistic in front of me, but I think we all here want uncensored history, and it gets complicated because critical race theory. Some people are trying to say that critical race theory is the truth of history. That's some people's perspective. Other people would agree with teaching what you just said was omitted.
Right.
But that's not the same as critical race theory.
So take a look at this image. This is part of a book called Not My Idea, in which grade school children are shown the whiteness contract with a white hand reaching out and a devil tail and goat's feet. I think this is wrong. To teach children that white people are inherently evil, inherently oppressors, or inherently racist, that all white people are racist. And this is what woke typically means when we criticize it. I think we should tell people that some people are good, some people are bad, and race is not relevant to whether or not someone will be a good or bad person. You've got to find out who they are within. Would you agree?
Milquetoast-centrist Tim.
Well, the problem is
white people are bad. Just get on the fucking train.
Right. And bring up that's a great example to bring up. I think actually, I don't remember what district it is. The school district's actually being sued rightfully that had that book.
I mean, it's just so evil, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah. So here's white people as Satan.
There's a bunch of white kids, like, and they're like, it's like, say no to whiteness, white kids. It's like, oh my God.
Jesus.
Well, they're teaching kids in school. Dude, we can see your pointy tail. Contract binding you to whiteness. You get stolen land, stolen riches, special favors. Whiteness gets to mess endlessly with the lives of your friends, neighbors, loved ones, and fellow humans of color. Sign below for the purpose of profit. Land, riches, and favors may be revoked at any time for any reason.
Profit.
Showing a white hand reaching out with a whiteness contract and a devil's tail, I think, is particularly dangerous to be teaching children.
Okay, but now, so that's called critical race theory by your definition, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but there are also people who are calling critical race theory teaching the transparent history. Okay, people banning books. Not talking about.
These are the books being banned.
Those are not the only books being banned, right? They're talking about banning books on Rosa Parks' biography out of schools. Not talking about.
This is so funny because this conversation really hits me on a personal level because this, like, it's so funny. This is like me talking to my dad.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I'm like, oh, CRT is this. And he's like, no, CRT is about, just not making sure we're talking about slaves in history. I'm like, oh no. And then I had to go through like an hour-long conversation where I have to be like, no, that's not what's happening. So I guess I'm more sympathetic to like the normie position because of that.
Where the fuck has a biography of Rosa Parks been banned?
Yeah, I can't imagine.
So I actually looked into this.
Really?
And I wish that someone on Tim's show would have looked into this. So basically what happened was, let me look at my notes. What state was this?
Mississippi, Alabama.
No, it's not what you think.
Yeah,
it was banned because she used a bad word?
No, I don't know. I don't have the state down. But anyway, it was in Pennsylvania. Okay. So basically what happened was after George Floyd happened, Pennsylvania school districts or I don't know if it was the whole state or one school district, implemented they wanted to have anti-racist resources available to children. I don't know if that means they were teaching it in class or they just wanted to have them in the library or something. And so they had all these anti-racist books that were implemented under this program. And some parents complained about some of the books. And none of the articles I found said what book specifically. But when the parents complained about some of the books, the school district in government fashion said, okay, we'll freeze every book that was put under this program. We're going to just pull them all temporarily and go through them.
To sort it out
and figure out which are the good books and which are the books that people complain about, essentially.
And then the New York Times reported it.
Yeah, exactly.
Daryl Davis got the impression that they were banning teaching about
exactly
Rosa
Parks. Because since they just pulled all of the books, some of the books are like children's books on Rosa Parks and children's books on Martin Luther King Jr. and all this stuff. And so an article was written by the local paper, which got picked up by New York Times and Washington Post, which very dishonestly frames it like, oh, they're banning these books, which is not true at all. So, though there is the criticism that could be levied at the school district was the article that came out was like a year later. So like a year had gone by and they still never finished this fucking book review. So if you want to say that they're being slow or whatever, fine. But to call it a book ban on Rosa Parks is very dishonest framing.
Right.
Do we know what Jesse Lee Peterson's opinion of Rosa Parks is?
I'm curious. Do you know?
I really want to know.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely
interested. Is it unfair for me to say it's probably Uncle Ruckus's opinion of Rosa Parks?
It's probably hilarious is what it is.
Slavery, not talking about, oppression and things like that. They're calling that critical race theory as well.
But hold on.
Uh-huh.
The challenge with this is I'm not familiar with a book on Rosa Parks being banned. And in the experience that we've all had here, and probably most of our listeners, when recently Florida banned math books, the left came out, woke people, and said, see, now they're banning math. The issue was they were banning the math I explained to you, where the math problem isn't a math question. It says how many people are racist, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. So Florida said, we don't want ideological praxis in our math books. We want math problems. Mm-hmm. So when we hear that they're banning books, it's a question of which books, why? Well, what we did was we had several experts on who brought the books to us and showed us. This is the easiest and most notable example, saying whiteness is the devil.
Do you remember about 4 years ago, the state of Texas changed all the public school books. They removed the word slave and slavery and changed it to immigrant worker.
That would be bad. At the same time, the New York Times removed the word slave from their game.
True. So I know the truth about this one, and he's wrong about this one too.
Okay. Oh my God.
But before I go into like how it's wrong, Tim's reaction is very. You would like it, Adam, because it's pure whataboutism.
Oh no. Oh no.
And slavery, and changed it to immigrant worker.
That would be bad. At the same time, the New York Times removed the word slave from their game Wordle because it was offensive. So I think
that's not whataboutism necessarily. He does accept that would be bad.
He says it's bad, but then he's like, well, but what about this?
Well, no. What he's doing there is saying, well, there's more than one reason to remove the word slave, right? Because the implication from Daryl Davis is they did it because I don't know, they're pro-slavery or something.
Right, but obviously from the textbook perspective, it would be a different reason than the New York Times Wordle perspective.
Well, yeah, right. But it could have, but it could have been some fucking, Austin teacher who's a Democrat who's like, right, we're getting rid of the word slave because it's oppressing black people. Like,
it could have been, but it wasn't.
They were.
I'm not. Yeah, but they don't know, or Tim doesn't know, and that is actually a plausible explanation of why that might have been done. So it's not, because Daryl's implying
they didn't want to trigger white people. The only reason they would change it is they don't want to trigger white people.
Maybe, but it could also be that there's a wokeist.
Well, the issue, I understand why you're saying that, but the issue is that with the Texas school district, there's like a history of them doing shenanigans.
Tell us what the shenanigans were. Fill us in.
Well, so like the big thing, and this is kind of where the confusion coming. Well, the big thing was, Texas for a long time tried to prevent evolution from being taught in school and trying to shove creationism,
intelligent design, books. All that stuff.
Right. And since it's such a large state and they get so many textbooks, they had kind of sway over the rest of the country's, education and stuff in that manner. So, but what Daryl's confusing two different things, which is that in 2010, there was someone on the Texas school board who did propose that they change the name from slave trade to transatlantic trade. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of outrage against that, so that never came to pass.
Right.
So he's conflating that with also in 2015, there was a woman who took a picture of, like, it was a diagram of the slave ships that you've probably seen in your history textbook, at least that I saw, which shows like how fucking horrible it was, where they basically forced all the African slaves to lay down in the belly of the ship and like shoved in as many fucking people as possible in these horrible conditions. Mm-hmm. And in that diagram, it said something like
immigrant worker.
She
basically made a meme, and that's what this is being
right. And so she comes out and says, "Hey, in Texas, they're saying that slaves are workers." And then of course she puts this whole woke narrative on it, whatever, and all the newspapers pick it up. Okay, right. That's not what happened. Because if you actually read what the thing that she posted said, it says, quote, the Atlantic slave trade, so it says slave trade in the sentence, between the 1500s and 1800s brought millions of workers from Africa to the southern United States to work on agricultural plantations.
Right. So she is a slave.
Well, and if you look through the rest of the book, it refers to black slaves as slaves. It was just that one diagram. It used that word worker for whatever reason. Maybe they just don't want to say the word slave twice, so close to themselves or something. I don't know. So it was kind of a big to-do about nothing. And it wasn't the school district deciding anything. It was just this one textbook had this word in it.
Right.
So
not so bad, but
look it up.
Daryl Davis picked it up along the way, and now he thinks all of Texas wants to call slaves immigrant workers.
Yeah. Well, that was a common if you look up this incident, that's kind of a common conflation that people had. I noticed when I was reading the comments of news articles.
Right.
So.
Yeah, no, they pick up an they pick up a new NPC talking point and they just go to town with it.
Yes.
Can I make a recommendation for next week's stream?
Yeah, sure.
Academic Agent recently put out an hour-long
video.
No, listen.
Veto.
No, listen, you're going to like this, right? An hour-long video explaining that the slaves had better working conditions than the average person now.
Oh, God.
That's so evil.
I think you should do it. It's
how's
really
that gonna wait?
entertaining.
I thought you wanted us to build bridges.
Yeah,
Okay.
you want me to destroy him?
It sounds so dumb.
Well, see if you can.
Oh my god.
I'll send it to you.
That's
Okay.
terrible.
Okay.
Oh, that's terrible. You don't buy into that, Sargon, right?
Ah, so
Carl.
you've already
Carl,
listen.
Tell me.
You
Carl,
have already
oh no.
put a normative moral framework all over what I've just said.
Yeah, because I'm an American. I believe in freedom.
No,
See?
I just think
listen,
I'm just assuming offhand it's fucking stupid and wrong.
No, it's not, because the thing is, conditions have got worse.
Than being a slave.
Right. Yeah.
Then being
No.
then
No.
No, but
Wait,
you
what are you
don't know what the conditions they lived in were like.
Well, I do know that the
conditions
slave master
of your
could come and
average-
rape your wife and you couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah,
And I
what
think
the
that's a pretty
fuck?
strong condition.
And what percentage of black women said they've been raped?
Fucking loads. What are you
No.
talking about?
No, it's not though. That's the thing.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Oh
He's
my
actually
God.
got the statistics, but it's not really that. That's like one aspect, right?
Wait. How could you have a statistic from like the 1700s or 1800s of black slaves talking about whether they were raped or
slavery
not?
in your country ended in 1865.
And you think they were going to go up and be like, "Listen, I was raped as a like I don't know."
Yeah, the U.S. government did do that. They did a big study of like the older slaves before that generation died out, so they had some information on it. They in like 1910 or something like that.
So the last generation of first of all,
the last generation of
the
slaves.
last generation of slaves where conditions were already changing and social justice were already changing.
The thing is, most like this, what you're doing here is highlighting something that doubtless did happen, but was not like the sum total of the slave experience, right? Not every black female slave was raped. And also, many of them actually had more access to resources than a minimum wage worker does now. And in fact, there are slaves on record who said it got worse for them after slavery ended, because then they didn't get anything. They just got paid $1 a day.
Yeah, but that's very different. It's very different saying, "Oh, I had more resources immediately following the abolition of slavery," versus trying to compare it to like today's world, right?
Well, no, things are worse now. Like the minimum wage worker has actually got a worse condition.
I don't
materially.
This is crazy.
No,
I don't
it's
believe
not
that.
crazy.
Carl, I can't believe you're supposed to be pulling him back from the abyss, not him pulling you into the canyon.
This is not an argument for slavery.
The lake of fire is down there.
We don't think it is an argument for slavery. We think.
Then why
I'm assuming
are you
it's
reacting like this?
Well, I'm assuming
This
the
is
underlying
an argument for how bad things are under neoliberalism.
Yeah, but you got
I'm
the
assuming the
framing is
argument's broader than
terrible.
that.
No, it's not. I've actually made a similar framing, right? The way things are at the moment is better than it is to have slaves for a slave owner.
Right. But is he
the way
coming?
Things are at the moment.
Is he coming from a place of slavery was horrific and now things are horrific plus?
Yes.
I don't know if he is.
I'm assuming he's coming from the framework of.
You haven't seen the video.
I'm assuming that, and I could be wrong. I'm assuming this is coming from the framework of this is another point in the cap of why modern life and liberalism sucks, and we should move on to our weirdo neo-reactionary monarchy position.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't think AA is a neo-reaction.
Or what Italian elite? I don't know. Whatever the fuck he is. I don't know. What he is.
I don't think
he loves Mencius Moldbug, and all this is straight from Mencius Moldbug.
No, he doesn't love Mencius Moldbug. He is just conversant with his views, right?
So he agrees with him. That's the same thing.
Not necessarily, and in some respects, Moldbug isn't wrong.
No,
Like,
Moldbug is wrong about everything. There's nothing Moldbug is correct about. Zero.
I don't agree.
Zero.
Some of his observations are good.
Well, maybe some of his observations, but none of his prescriptions.
Marx had good observations.
Well, yeah, exactly. Marx did have some good observations, and you are right. I don't agree with his prescriptions. Like, I actually would love to see him try and make America a monarchy. I'm all up for that experiment. Let's see how that works. It's not going to, obviously. How do you even choose a king? What you can do, elect him. Like where?
Yeah, then he's creating a liberal democracy. Then, just changing the king in name only.
Yeah, but the thing is, Americans don't understand monarchies anyway, so it doesn't matter.
As we shouldn't.
Well, you don't. So, but
that's good.
Point,
okay, we don't need to understand that monarchy garbage.
It's not. It's the way that you approach things, you have a very firm tendency to use the normative lens first before applying a descriptive lens. And they, I think, apply it the other way. I think they go descriptive before normative. And I think that's why you can't, the Dave, academic agent.
I think you're so wrong.
I know, but I'm not invested. I'm invested equally in both camps, right? Mm-hmm. And so, like, I like both of you, mm-hmm. and I'm saying this as like as dispassionate an observer as I can. Like, there is a way that you look at the problems that means you can't see what they're trying to say, and the way that you reacted to this material analysis of slavery, I think, is very revealing of that. And so I think you guys doing a stream on it would be very
it makes sense that he's simping for slavery because he believes that we have too much freedom in society already. No,
he's not saying that.
Is this a fair summary of their position?
The answer is no.
Okay, well, let me lay it out first, and then you tell me. They believe that, individual freedom, individual rights led us to a place where wokeness has taken over, and that we need to constrain people's individual freedoms to avoid this in the future. And the furthest extent of that is some philosopher king, elite, is going to come in and lay down the law and keep everyone in line and prevent people from changing their genders and doing all of these things that they don't like. They don't believe that they can get those policies passed in a democratic framework. They think they need a fucking king to be able to do it. That's how little they believe in individual freedom. So when you talk about their position being not radical, I think, what the hell? I have a firm belief in individual freedom.
But the thing is that's a terrible mischaracterization of their position.
Okay, so what is their position if that's not correct?
I mean, let's just very quickly begin with everything that you're saying is wrong, right? Mm. Look at the Roe versus Wade thing and the way the Republicans are going on abortion, right? These things can absolutely be rolled back within your framework, right?
Sure. I believe that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but it's not even that you need to believe it. It's happening, right? And so these things can happen.
Dave doesn't believe that, though. When we had our constant conversation with him, Dave refused to believe that the pendulum ever swings to the right.
Yes. Cthulhu always swims left. You know the term they always use for MOBA.
And they're right about that. Right?
Oh, so how does that figure in with the abortion stuff then?
Well, that's a great question, and we can go into it if you want. But what I'm trying to get at is it's still within a liberal framework. Right, all of this is happening in a liberal framework, and so what you're saying is individual rights. They still apply in the individual framework. The question is, what is a right that you have within the framework? And they don't disagree that rights exist. They disagree with what is happening. Like, you're not able to hear what they're saying because you have a very strong normative liberal view, right?
Well, I have a view where I believe in individual freedom. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I know, right? But the thing is, the term individual freedom is actually fairly ill-defined, right? And so what does that actually mean?
Well, you can look it up.
We're not free to kill each other. Well, but you keep saying we don't hear them. I feel like I just disagree. I'm not sure where the unhearing is coming from.
Because there are nuances and layers to their arguments that you're not hearing, right? And it's
like
I don't use the term dog whistle.
Demystify it for us, Carl. Come on.
Well, I'm trying, and I think that the example of the slavery is a really good one, right? Because you went it's a great one, right? Because you went full shitlib. You were like, he's pro-slavery, dude. That is literally what the SJW would say. Right?
Listen the way that you're setting it up, though. Sargon or Carl, I want to ask you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you rather be, live in a well-to-do manner, but you're a fucking slave, or would you rather be destitute and be free?
I mean, I think that while I've got a full belly, that's a very easy question to answer.
Okay, so answer it then. I'm assuming.
Obviously, I'd rather be free.
Okay, there you go. Exactly.
America.
I would rather be starving. I would rather be starving with an empty belly and free than a full belly and be a fucking slave. Okay, that's just fucking. That's the American way. This is why we parted ways. This is why we left England. Okay?
This is not why we parted
ways. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. No taxation without representation was a way of saying we do not want to be slaves.
The American colonists in no way considered themselves slaves.
No, they did not.
Yes, they
considered
did.
black people.
There we go. Your entire argument is to stop there, right? They were not slaves. So calm down.
We were slaves. Right? They used slavery to the crown in all kinds of revolutionary rhetoric. I'm certain.
That is true.
Yeah,
I did say that.
Yes, but
we are a slave colony here.
That's them. That's propaganda, Adam. Right,
yeah, but it's good.
They were actively asserting their rights as English.
You yourself, listen. I've already won this debate because you already admitted you would rather be destitute, dying of thirst, dying of hunger, and free than to be a fat and happy slave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Based.
Yes. However, you're not understanding the point.
Mm-hmm.
The point is that things are worse now for people in cities, particularly, than they were for slaves on plantations in the countryside.
Listen, I'll watch the video. I'll watch it with as open a heart as possible, Sargon, but I'm just highly skeptical of this.
What do you find funny about that?
It's hilarious.
Because your boss, as I already said, your boss can't whip you. Your boss can't rape you.
Your boss can't cut wife
off your fingers or your hand because you're not working fat. Like this just seems crazy to me.
But you have this impression that this was just something that happened to all slaves all the time.
They were living.
The threat of it is enough.
They're living under the threat and the fear that if I don't work, I'm going to get killed or mutilated.
Yes.
Yeah, but that just didn't happen. Like,
of course it did. What do you mean?
No. It really was not as common as you think, right? But there were also other material advantages that are better than.
Okay, well, let me ask you one question.
Living in a box in California, right?
Is it better to live in a box in California where you can marry someone of your own free will and you can have a child that is yours,
slaves
and not have because they fucking broke families apart and sold them like puppies.
Yes.
Sometimes. Okay, they didn't give a fuck about keeping families together.
Again, you are talking like American revolutionaries, right? You are not
what?
You are not correct on every point here, right? And watch the video. He's going through the data.
I will watch it. I feel like there's an incredible downplay of all like the horrible fucked up shit in order to make this argument.
Of course, these things were horrible, right? But in many respects, they were also abstract, right? Whereas on the day-to-day basis, these people got like more calories than the average fucking junkie does in San Francisco, right?
Well, if you're on drugs, I mean that's kind of a different issue, isn't it?
But there are real problems and consequences here. And it's not to say that slavery is good; it's to say that things are really bad for some people.
Yeah, liberalism's bad, capitalism's bad. Okay, that's what it's to say.
No. The framing triggers you, right? That's the issue.
Well, the absurdity of it on its face triggers me.
Yeah,
that it sounds so fucking stupid.
Why is it absurd to say that a slave had more material resources?
I just said
a young person now.
I just said why.
Yeah, because and even
that's not absurd.
Even
that's
if
true.
you saying like, okay, the slave owner didn't rape the women all that often, you're still living in fear that tonight's the night. So. I don't know.
Okay, but doesn't necessarily the feminist have a good point then about walking down the street because tonight could be the night that a man rapes?
Not really. I mean,
it's completely different.
This even comes up in this conversation.
Rape is not legal under the scenario that you're talking about.
This even comes up in the conversation with Daryl later, where he starts talking about Thomas Jefferson was having sex with his 14-year-old slave, and she fathered like 6 of his fucking children. This is talk about groomers. Like, this is crazy shit that was happening back then.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
but they were well fed.
But they
I mean, it's just strange credulity.
Anyway, let me read some super chats. Cutie Doge for $20 says this is going to be good.
Sorry,
LFG.
I accidentally muted my thing because my keyboard broke in the move and I've had to use a different keyboard and it's got a fucking mute button on it that I pressed by accident. I didn't realize. I thought, oh, that's.
What were you saying? Quiet. What did we miss?
Well, what were you saying? What did I miss?
I read a super chat that was irrelevant to this. So
right, okay.
Daniel sent me a bunch of screenshots from Academic Agent's video.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'll look at them. I'll look at them later.
You should go through it.
Well, I'll go through it. The Dark Conservatarian for $20 says, "Hey guys, sorry it's been a while since I watched the show. I'm way behind and I'm likely not sticking around to watch this live either. But here's a few bucks for the great service you provide. S-Class is the best class." Thank you.
Likely.
An actual American flag for $20. I'm saluting and I'm crying. Red, white, and blue says, "Here's to another great Sunday show. Sitch, please stop fighting the wildlife. Adam, please stop wrecking your car. And oh, hi, Sargon. I guess you're all right too. You proto-American."
That's right.
There you go.
The proto-American. We accept you. We don't care if you.
Even if you're.
We don't care if you have a nondescript accent, Carl. You're a proto-American to us.
I'm not sure I am.
You're not? What are you then?
I'm English.
He's an
it's a proto-American.
Oh, is it?
Everything. This is critical America theory. Everything is through the lens of America being the savior and center of the universe. Okay.
That's very interesting.
I mean, American exceptionalism is something you have to buy into because it triggers the libs.
That's right.
I agree. I'm also pro manifest destiny.
Based. There you go.
We're all in favor
sea
of that,
to shining sea, right?
That's right. That's right. We're gonna listen.
How do you know
bring freedom? We need the manifest destiny of the world.
Yeah. How do you know we ended our manifest destiny?
Yeah.
At the Pacific Ocean. How do you know we're still not coming?
And now you understand the distributive subjections to liberalism.
That he's unbased.
Yeah.
The manifest destiny is hegemonic and universal.
Yeah, but how
we're bringing freedom to the world, motherfuckers.
I'm in favor of it too, but it's not rebutting his point that this will not broach any opposition and intends to take over the world.
But he can't argue on that ground because his philosophy, he wants to be hegemonic too. He's just pissed that it's such a weak, feckless philosophy that nobody wants to adopt it.
I don't think Dave's position has any dreams of world empire. Yours does.
Yeah. Well, because it's the best. We're going to win in the marketplace of ideas.
I'm not even saying you're not, but the point is you have to admit that he's right on that.
Well, there's a difference between, like, memeing aside, there's a difference between, like, conquering the world via force and just the idea just wins because it's the best.
The best, yeah, exactly.
Well, what's the difference?
What do you mean? One is choice. Well, I guess it depends. Do you care about choice or not?
One is a competence hierarchy.
I guess there is no difference.
One is a competence hierarchy, and one is a dominance hierarchy. Yeah.
Is it? That's interesting because what it also means is that you get a kind of homogenized muck world out of it, don't you?
Well, not necessarily, because of the reason why America is the best is because we're a super group. Like, we allow other people to join the American ethos and still retain what is good about their own ethos. We have a very light touch as far as exactly. Integration has to happen. Like, you have to accept that you're an American first, obviously. So.
Well, I mean, I agree, but like the point is you're not doing very much to rebut Dave's point by saying this.
Well, what is his point?
I don't care though. I guess that's the difference.
Well, okay,
we just have a different. We have a wildly different worldview.
Sure, and your worldview doesn't permit the existence of him, but his worldview would.
Yes, it does. Really. We love. No, Dave's not going anywhere. Are you kidding me? We love Dave. Dave's
his culture, right?
Yeah.
You are advocating a homogenizing force.
Well,
no.
Okay, these are very This is such a long conversation. This is a very broad term you're using, because like with Dave's position, if he wants to go off, and this is where we had in our first conversation, if he wants to go off with a group of people and they want to create their little, Catholic commune somewhere, then you can do that in America. The only hang up, and this is what was his hang up, is that they can't just say, oh, you can't live near us or work near us.
Right.
And if that, it's like, if that is the sticking point, then that's not going to fly. But everything else.
Who can't live near them? Sorry.
people that don't buy into whatever their ideology is.
Right.
Like he wanted there to be communities that could, because he said he wanted communities to be able to self-segregate and to separate. I said, well, you can do that. He said, well, no, they can't fully segregate, because full segregation under his mind, at least my understanding of his position, was that, and I'm not saying just on a race issue before he listens to this and gets triggered. I know.
But that's what he's hearing right now, though.
Right. Is that from even like a religious perspective or some kind of cultural perspective, that they should be like, oh, well, only people of our religious community can enter our shops, or, or live in our housing apartments, or whatever, whatever. And to me, it really feels like what he's getting at. He didn't say this, but this is what I'm assuming he's getting at, is there's always this fear that your children will not carry forward whatever the culture you want. And so you want to self-segregate and build a wall around your community to prevent your children from getting access to alternative ideas of the world, because you're afraid you'll lose them to the world. And well, that's just the reality of the situation. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Right. So how is it that critical race theorists wouldn't make the same argument?
They would make the same argument.
So
what do you mean?
Does that validate critical race theory?
No, but
they're both wrong.
They're both. That's why I'm saying it's a horseshoe.
No, your argument means that critical race theory seems just.
What do you mean?
Well, you're just giving your children new ideas, new information. You just want to preserve your liberal view that people should be treated as individuals. But
I'm not against the critical race theory being taught in schools. I'm against the way it's being taught in a dishonest manner, that people don't understand what is happening.
I don't think there's any way of teaching critical race theory that doesn't result in the stigmatization of America as a racist project.
True.
I agree with you, but I'm fine with people. I'm fine with someone having that opinion and even teaching that, as long as it's honest about what is being taught up front.
Right. It's not taught as like the truth.
Or the continuation of the liberal civil rights movement or something. They say, listen, this is our neo-Marxist crazy shit.
Yeah, but they don't lie. They just have a really, really evil interpretation.
They lie.
They do lie.
No, they don't
lie hugely.
There's in the CRT book, they talk about like the danger of being open about how they're anti-liberal because they exist in a liberal framework. Like they're very aware of what's going on when they talk about it.
But they're not lying when they say, we think the civil rights project hasn't brought equality for black people, right? They don't think that.
Yeah, but they very rarely explain or lead with that. That's like deep in.
Well, I think they will. It's the framing, right? And it's the opinion that they approach it with and what equality means. They don't strictly define that, because that would be detrimental to their cause, to a liberal. But after they've indoctrinated a couple of generations of kids, they wouldn't think it was wrong. Like the kids themselves wouldn't know it was wrong, right? They just assume, oh, well, yeah, of course, the civil rights project failed because black people live in poverty, blah, blah, blah. There's not, like, I don't see how you can stop them from your perspective.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to order food from someone.
Why? What the fuck?
No, but no, listen. Are you saying that you just want a blanket ban on even like teaching anything CRT related? Because this is what it sounds like you're advocating for.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I just disagree. Nazism either.
I'm fine with CRT and communism being taught about in a neutral way, and maybe that's the difference too. I don't want it to be taught like this is the way it should be. And I think these things should be taught in school neutrally, the way that most things in school are taught. Like this is an idea that people have.
What I'm saying is, I don't think that children should be instructed into Nazism. Right?
I agree. Well, I'm talking about college. I don't think shit should be taught.
Okay, fine. So, to be taught about a thing is different to be taught the thing.
Right. I agree completely.
And so,
yes. Indoctrination bad.
But the critical race theorists would say, well, you're just defending your previous regressive position in the same way that you're accusing Dave of doing.
Well, I like to think that we're having a more honest dialogue.
Wait a minute. No, it's completely different. Because as I said, the CRT people, look, we live in a free country. If they want to go, if a bunch of racist CRT people want to go and create a community where they teach other kids their Marxist garbage or whatever, I mean, they can go do that. They just can't discriminate against everyone else in public way against the law. They have the exact same rights Dave would have.
Right. So they can open a critical race theory school,
Yeah, they can have their private critical race theory school, and if people want to go there, then they can go there. Just like people if they want to go to some religious school, they teach you creationism, they can go do that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Freedom.
So what was Dave's issue then?
Because his issue was he wanted it to be that they could say, oh, people who don't live in our community or follow us can't, use our shops. They can't live near us. He wants like a full segregated community.
Yeah. He wants Waco.
Yes.
Right.
Essentially, right. And I was like, well, that violates the law. I don't know what to tell you.
We've gone quite far off topic.
We have.
That's okay.
Off topic.
People like the side quests.
Good. AJ Morris 2012 for $20 says, I will watch the recording later. Just popped in to say that S-Class is best class.
Lies.
Yeah, Still Wrath for I forgot, what was your group name? The Sargoninios?
Team Sargon, I think.
No,
well, I don't know.
You can't be a team Sargon.
It's got to be the Acadians, then, isn't it?
The Acadians?
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
A-Team.
That sounds ballers.
Yeah, the Acadians. The Akaks. Yeah, it's like the Amish, exactly. The Amish can go be Amish. It's fine. Steel Wrath for $20 says, I listened to the podcast this week between Malice and Hotep Jesus. If it's a binary choice between CRT and Hotep's black nationalism, I'm fine with Hotep. He wants to uplift his community, not vilify others. Also free will.
That's a good distinction right there.
That is interesting. I mean, CRT is essentially black nationalism, so I'm not sure I understand the difference.
But from vilifying people or lifting up your own communities, it's a big, huge distinction, which that's my problem with CRT, is it's all about vilifying white people.
Right. Well, my issue is that it's trying to bring about a Marxist revolution and that it demonizes white people.
Right.
Mr. Tickle Trunk for 20 Canadian, thank you, says the term woke started off meaning, quote, to awaken to how things actually are. What people call woke today is actually fake woke. The term was then used ironically, then used as the opposite. Americans, please stop butchering English, sad face.
No.
There you go.
That's freedom right there.
You're right.
Yeah, I don't think they're capable of it either, to be honest.
Listen, he's Canadian, okay?
Yeah.
They're just living in our backyard on borrowed time.
They aren't even proto-Americans.
Yes. Alfred.
What did the Canadians do so wrong?
They're not American. That's what they did wrong.
Just because they burned down the White House, isn't it?
That's it.
I forgot about that. CT always rubs that in our face.
I know.
They burned down the White House. We gotta we gotta update the Wikipedia page on that. We gotta go in stealth and edit that off the internet.
That's right. We have to erase that from history. I'm against teaching uncensored history now. We have to censor it.
Yes, exactly.
Alfred, for 200 Donkey Kong dollars, says, calling Leif Erikson Leif is the most racist thing I've ever heard as a Scandinavian. Oh, how do you say it?
God, I don't know. Jesus.
Leif? Is it Leif Erikson? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry, Alfred. Mr. Tickle Truck for 20 Canadian says, liberals went the same way. Liberal is the right-wing term for the left now, where the majority of the political left is regressive. Liberal in all other English countries use it correctly. Americans stop butchering English. Well, there you go. That is true.
One.
That is accurate, but that's the Republicans' fault. They kind of butchered and stigmatized the word liberal. So, Alfred for 200 Donkey Kong dollars says, by the way, I want to trigger Sargon by telling him the fact that the Danes were the first to ban the slave trade, not the British.
When?
Uh-oh.
I just haven't heard about that.
Okay. Someone in the chat says, wrong, CRT is black supremacy. You might be conflating nationalism with supremacy. No. CRT is not black supremacy. It is black separatism. It is black separatism and black nationalism. I don't know.
To be fair to the CRT people, not that I don't see there's any particular reason to be, but let's do it anyway.
As an exercise.
Yes.
Yeah, as an exercise. The black separatism is a means to an end rather than the purpose and end goal. They just think that the white supremacy will forever oppress the black people, and so they'll never be free in the communist way that they're prescribing. So it's not necessarily if white people could be persuaded not to be white, then the CRT people wouldn't necessarily be advocating for separatism.
I'm not sure I agree with that, because I don't think they would. I don't think they believe that will ever occur.
I'm not saying that they think it'll happen. But it's what I'm saying is not a necessary connection. If white people could be persuaded not to be white, then they would not need separatism. Separatism is necessary because white people can't.
Right, but I mean, I guess what's the point of the distinction if they don't believe that will ever occur? That's why they're separatists. They don't.
Well, it's just a contingent thing.
Okay.
As soon as they separated, though, they'd realize pretty quickly that certain people are going to step up into some sort of leadership role, and they're going to have the same kind of hierarchy that is.
They've already done it.
Natural. Black Lives Matter, perfect example.
But you must have seen the article. Black men are the white people of black people.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no!
They've already done it.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh my! See,
that's
so weird.
The oppression Olympics, the intersectionality.
Yeah.
Whale Ears for $20 says this redcoat should read the first paragraph of Thomas Paine's American Crisis if he doubts how seriously the American revolutionaries took freedom.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
I don't doubt how seriously they took freedom, but Thomas Paine was a fucking communist, so.
What?
Well, seriously, have you not read Thomas Paine?
I haven't. No.
He basically is a proto-communist, and he went over and joined the French Revolution because he's a proto-communist.
That's the guy that wrote Common Sense, right?
Yeah, I know.
I read that book, or that joke pamphlet. Yeah. The expert layman for $20 says, would you rather be the average slave in the American South or the average peasant in Mao's China?
Great question.
That is, there's a fucking question.
The answer is slave, because the peasants ate their own children.
Do you think they were free, though? I don't think it's a one-to-one comparison, because the Maoist peasant, I don't think you could call them free.
No,
of course not.
Yeah.
But the point is, the peasant isn't eating his own children. So,
you mean the peasant is eating his own children?
Sorry, the slave isn't eating his own children. Sorry.
Right.
Satoshi was a reptilioid for 200 knock knock says, my takeaway is, quote, slavery was mostly peaceful. Sargon.
No. I'm just representing his position, right?
Okay.
I do.
You're just asking questions.
No. I'm saying this is his position.
Right.
But even then, it's not a pro-slavery position. It's a critique of how bad things are now.
I understand.
I mean, like, a slave was a luxury good, right?
This can only get worse.
No, that's demonstrably true, right? That's an obvious truth. That to own a slave was because it costs something like $30,000 in modern money to purchase a slave, and so it's only really rich people who can.
I'm not sure I think it was less than that, but
no. It's like $1,000 in that day, which is like $30,000 now, something like that. But the point is, only very rich people could have them, like fucking sports cars, right? And so it's a financial investment for these people, and so you of course don't want them to starve or something. You want to get as many years out of it, and so there is a direct incentive to like make sure they're well fed and housed and things like this. And so it's just interesting, like the modern conception of what it is to be a slave. We think of it in like Roman terms, where they're captured war booty or something, and like they're just worked to death in the mines, and it's like, well, that's not really what happened.
But you see, this is, I mean, basically, and you're kind of laying it out. This sounds like he's sort of trying to make a soft argument for the Mencius Moldbug feudalism. Like, your life will be better as a peasant because your master owns you and thus has some stake in your well-being.
Yeah, that's totally Moldbug.
But this is what the socialist left are actually arguing.
Yeah, but we agree that the neo-reactionaries and the socialists are two sides of the same coin.
No, I don't think the neo-reactionaries are. There's something different. But the socialists are arguing. They are arguing something similar, right? Mm-hmm. And this does speak to a real problem that people have, which is, I mean, look at, like you must have seen like house prices and stuff like that. And like my wife, in fact, the other day showed me a property in London that it's something like 3 meters wide. Like the widest thing is 3 meters wide. And it cost over £1 million.
Can you even lie down in 3 meters? I mean, how do you put a bed in there?
Exactly, right? And you see, like, the bugmen apartments that are fucking popping up in like major cities, and they cost like $3,000 a month or something like that. And you're thinking, fuck me, man. At what point do you sit there and go, okay, this is actually worse than things that came before it? And that's the problem. That's what the critique is, and shows that actually, like, these slaves had their own houses, man.
Yeah, but we have a system where you can advocate for change within that, liberal democracy system. And I just don't understand how advocating for destroying the whole system before we can achieve that change is a good strategic thing to do.
And I agree with you on that, right? But what you're saying there is actually kind of abstract, right? You appeal to sort of like the liberal view of abstract rights, and I agree with them, obviously. But then you've got the sort of pragmatic, real aspect where it's like, look, these there are people who are suffering who are literally saying, "I want to be the slave of the state. I want the state to just give me a job. I want to give me money. I want to sit around in a state-mandated apartment. Yeah, I'm a millennial socialist." Like, that's no different to literally saying, "I'd like to be a slave."
No,
right?
I think it's
that's why we say it's the same it's the same coin but different sides, because the radical leftists are like, we want to take away your freedoms and have the government or the state, knows what is best, knows how to enact things. We're going to hand over power to them, and that's basically the neo-reactionary position. But just they have different things that they want the state to enact.
Yeah, but they've got a different metaphysic. Like, they view the world in a different way.
Right, but it's the same process.
Yes, from the liberal perspective, they do look very much like two sides of the same coin, but they're not the same. And
that's the difference between being the same side of the coin and being the opposite side of the coin.
Well, what I mean is they're not approaching things in the same way. They just are arriving at the same conclusion because the material reality warrants the conclusions that they're coming to.
Yeah, but that's true of communists too. That's why they always say, "Oh, communism never been tried." They believe they're going to have some magical, stateless, anarchical, everyone hugs each other commune. But to get there, you need to have, the authoritarian kind of force it.
Sure, that's the sort of Marxian view,
right?
But that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, like, they are taking a materialist analysis that suggests that actually being the serf of the state is better than being free.
Right.
And that speaks volumes of what's happening in our countries at the moment. How can it be that this is a better position than being free to millions of people?
I think it speaks volumes to people who have never been in slavery.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, they feel like they're in slavery now.
Yeah,
they're
but that's like
minimum wage jobs and they're barely getting by.
And listen, I'm not in favor of neoliberal economic policies, and I totally understand the plight of those people. But to say that to me is the same thing as like the woke person who, says, "Oh, it's just as bad now as it was, in Jim Crow segregation." And it's like, you're only saying that because you didn't live through that.
Yeah, I mean, I just again cite Jesse Lee Peterson. This is fucking.
Well, okay, let's not say. I don't know.
But the point they're making though is that they're living in intolerable conditions.
I understand that, and I agree, and I'm sympathetic to a lot of the fucked upness of neoliberal economic policies. My problem is, it's like, okay, well, we had under liberalism and under capitalism, we had a better system, and why are we not advocating to go back to that? Why is it, we just have to tear everything down, essentially?
That's a really good question. And it's because I think there are a bunch of things that were assumed that would always exist that now don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And these things were... What?
I've heard, this sounds a lot like Dave. Like, we have to have a moral framework of Christianity.
Yeah. Oh, is that where
do you think any of your founders think that it would be suitable that the American Republic was for an atheist nation?
That has no. This is
because the answer is no.
I know that sigh. I love that Sitch sigh.
Direct no. I know that.
Well, right? No. To this is the problem. People are really good at like sensing when things are wrong, but they're really bad at understanding why things are wrong or what the solution is.
Yeah,
and like. Because what you're talking, this is where like the trade-off occurs. A lot of the neo-reactionaries, they talk about the fucked upness, not all of them, but a lot of them talk about the fucked upness of material conditions. That's what we've been talking about with, minimum wage workers and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And there's this sort of this substitution into, well, it's because of like a social, cultural, religious aspect. It's like, well, no. If we just look back at at least in America, before Ronald fucking Reagan, the right-wing, I'm the Christian president guy, ushered in the era of neoliberal economic policies, we had, left-wing Keynesian economic policies that led to strong workers who could, have a single parent provide for his whole family and send his kid to college.
Yeah, but now you have gay pride marches.
Well, I understand, but that's irrelevant to going back to the economic conditions that people want to go back to.
I'm not sure it is. I think that the neo-reactionaries might have a point here, that the way that society was structured before Reagan and the procession of neoliberalism, because like a lot of the Marxists love to say that wokeness and all this is a product of neoliberalism because it works so well with it. Because ultimately, what neoliberalism cares about is just having bodies working. You know, it doesn't care, right? Everything's a fungible asset. But what the neo-reactionaries are saying is, well, look, there was a time when the human being in America was not a fungible asset, and that actually makes them important, right? That means that you have to have a station in life, and a station in life is a relational thing between other people. Like you're a mother, you're a father, and they have roles. There is a reason that you do the things you do in order to support other people who you were related to. And I think this is what the socialists really don't understand, that they miss, because they're just on their own taking drugs in a fucking one-room apartment they can barely afford.
What's wrong with taking drugs in a one-room apartment? Live a little, Sargon.
It leads to socialism. And it's this kind of permissive attitude. God. It leads literally to people saying, I would just like to be the serf of the state, please. I'd like to have a 4-day working week where I work 6 hours and then just get my dose of soma at the end of it. And I don't think you can really call that freedom. And this is what the neo-reactionaries is saying. Was like, okay, what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is that we have to have a sort of more cohesive society.
Or we're the slave to the state.
No, they're not saying being slaves to the state. They're saying we are bound in a series of relations with each other. Like, for example, like I'm a husband and father, man. I'm not fucking free. You know, I'm not free to just get up and do whatever the fuck I like. Every day I have a series of responsibilities and obligations, but I'm not going to ever turn away from those. You know, I'm not going to say they're bad, but I'm not free to just do what the fuck I want. You know, and it's this conception of freedom that is, oh, I should be free to take drugs all the time, and just, it's like, is that freedom, or is that just being a slave to your passions?
Yeah, but this is sort of like we can hyperbolize and extremify, you know, freedom to make it look bad. I mean, obviously, you know, no one's like, oh, you should be free to like murder someone, okay, or you should be free to just do drugs until you fucking die. Like most people are like, that's probably not what we want to advocate for in our society.
Jeez, you guys are
and it's
so
like
square.
But they're both advocating. They're both. Well, Adam's joking, but they're both advocating for a form of slavery. It's just a form of slavery. It's a form of slavery with a different aesthetic. You know, the communists want the aesthetic of equality and everything's care harm and everything's going to be equal, and then the neo-reactionaries want the aesthetic of, you know, we're going to have a, you know, the man is the patriarchy of the family and it's going to be, you know, quote unquote wholesome, but I'm still going to be slave to like the feudal lord or whatever.
Yeah, but
like. It's a false choice. We don't need that.
When you say slave, right? What it sounds to me like you're saying is that people should not be bound in obligation to one another.
Is a feudal peasant free?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just completely disagree with you. I guess we have different conceptions of freedom then.
But literally. Like the Englishman's rights were of a free man, even in the feudal system, because feudalism isn't just a series of slave relations.
Sitch doesn't even know the difference between a peasant and a serf. What a
You're right.
loser.
I don't. You're
and
right.
a serf and a slave.
A serf was sold with the land. Okay, he came with the land. Sitch. A peasant was free to go wherever he wanted to go.
I see.
A peasant was a free man. He was just not very high status.
Well, in the Curtis
Yarwin
was
like the slave of the land.
In the Curtis Yarwin conception, are you peasants or are you serfs?
Slave. The serf wasn't a chattel slave.
But they were like a caretaker of the land, but they were like a
they had
renter.
To work and they had to provide a certain amount of grain or whatever it is they were growing. But the law didn't have like
Sitch, you got to know these things. Come on, you could be arguing with a communist and not know the difference. They'll laugh at you.
Okay, this is the problem: is that we had systems where there was an upper tier of society that could subjugate and fuck over and kill the lower tiers of society, and the rules and the laws did not apply equally.
That's not true. No, an aristocrat couldn't just kill a peasant.
Mm-hmm. Why not?
I don't know why you would think that.
Yeah, they're not running around the streets like, I'm just going to murder peasants. But
they can't just kill the peasants.
I'm going to go in this back room and I'm going to have to kill this prostitute, and the guy's going to cover it up because I'm a lord and it's kind of a big deal. And, let me grease some palms here. No, and it's so weird because the right complains about this actions from our elites now, which is bad. And then they just want to recreate the system again, only more apparent.
Sitch, that would be that. What would happen then, right, is that the peasant would take out a lawsuit. The peasant's family would take out a lawsuit against the lord.
Not until the Magna Carta came into being.
No, they would do it way before.
I'm skeptical of this being efficient.
When did this system of laws comes in? There's the Magna Carta, and there's like the great.
What we'll ask.
The Magna Carta wasn't like the genesis of the concept of law. Right.
Okay.
Laws. The Magna Carta is a codification of existing laws, and they all they all in English history use this phrase in the established customs of the land. Right.
But until the business class, I thought the business class formed, and they were the ones that got political power over the king and kind of forced the king to live by the same laws that he decreed. But before that, the king was the law.
The laws flow from the king. Right. The king is chosen by divine right.
When did the king have to live by his own laws? When did that come in? That's the Magna Carta, right? That was the first instantiation of it.
I think it's in the 14th century that the king officially becomes subject to the laws. I'd have to go back and check my notes on this to give you the exact
Magna Carta is like the 12th century or the
13th. It's 1215. It's pretty early, but the thing is, right? Mm-hmm. You are looking at this through a thin legalistic framework.
Oh, no.
And
I'm not. You said that the problem with neoliberalism is that we're looking at people as fungible goods and tokens instead of individual human beings. And it's like, well, wait a minute. If you're advocating for a system of liberalism based on individual rights, it's the opposite. But if you're advocating for a system of monarchy where people are part of some lower caste system, then you are looking at them as just bodies to be thrown around, which is how it was looked at in many societies based on monarchies.
Look, let's just take England as the example, since you're an English-speaking country, right? Mm-hmm. The king, if you can go back and read like medieval poems talking about the king, right? The king is not some arbitrary tyrant. He is considered. It's basically like the father of the nation. Right. To have a bad king is a moral failing on the king. And this is why King John is such a stigmatized figure. This is why in the Robin Hood mythos, it's when Richard the Lionheart, the legitimate king, comes back from crusade that everything is solved, right? There is a relationship between the king, the peasantry, and the nobles that is a series of checks and balances, frankly. And this is something that you don't understand as Americans.
You're right, I don't.
No, I know
right.
You don't.
I don't understand.
But this is what the neo-reactionaries do understand, right? And so when they say, like, these things have moral worth and they make a society better in certain ways, the socialists kind of agree. And there's like a lot of, like, the large part of the Communist Manifesto is Marx and Engels lamenting the end of feudalism because of these relational bonds. Everything became a mere money transaction, and this is a form of existence that is different and probably would be preferred by the leftists, frankly. They're always talking about community. I think that's what they're trying to get to, where people have obligations to one another in a social way.
Yeah, both. Well, first of all, these conversations are annoying to me because it's like I feel like I have to go dive into fucking British history to confirm or find out that this is not accurate either way. And regarding what you just said, I think that's true in that people are searching for meaning in their lives, and instead of finding it on their own or having a community that finds it, they want the state to give them that meaning. And that, to me, is the ultimate danger that both the radical left and the radical right is tiptoeing in with what they're advocating for. They want the state to assign meaning to their lives. And if you do that, then the state can take away your life and they can take away your life's meaning. And that's a very dangerous place to be.
I don't think that the neo-reactionaries are advocating for that, right? I think fascists would be advocating for that.
Neo-reactionaries are fascists.
They're not exactly the same, but there's a lot of crossover.
They are not even Enlightenment thinkers.
Fascists are Enlightenment thinkers?
No, the neo-reactionaries.
Of course they are.
Well, he's saying fascists are Enlightenment thinkers.
Yeah,
and
the fascists are Enlightenment thinkers. And he's saying the neo-reactionaries are not Enlightenment thinkers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're pre-Enlightenment thinkers.
Yeah, right.
So they're not fascists, right? And they're not. What they are trying to do is essentially create small town communities of healthy families.
That's literally what the fascists want trying to do.
No, it's not. The fascists want the total incorporation of the state. Fascism is a totally revolutionary ideology.
It has a very
I've
similar
spent a
aesthetic
huge
quality.
amount of time reading about fascism.
Okay, it has a very similar aesthetic quality.
What books have you read? Bro,
okay, I can give you a series. And
what books have you read on fascism?
Fucking loads.
Okay. No,
I've literally got them on my books.
I trust Sean has read many books.
Yeah,
on this
we believe you.
Well, no, I had to because everyone's like, "Oh, you're a fascist." Okay, well, how am I not a fascist, right? So you have to know and be able to say, instantly.
Oh, that's
this
so
is the
sad.
case.
That's so sad.
Mr. Schiffer Pro for $20 says the average man doesn't want to be free. He merely wants to be safe. I argue that it's easier to say free with a full belly. You're also not under the state of demoralization. Slaves only knew slavery. It's birth grooming. That's true-ish, but to me, that's sort of like, that is sort of, what you're saying is true, but it's also indicative of being in a privileged position to be like, oh, well, the person who lived in a shitty position, they don't know anything better than the shitty position. So maybe I actually have it worse a little bit. I'm not saying that's what the super chatter said, but that's a common thought that is pushed around, especially on the left.
One of the advantages that the slaves had over modern, millennial leftists is they had families. Like, every night they would go to sleep with someone who loved them.
Well,
that's
okay.
Yeah. And occasionally your wife went to sleep with the master in the house,
or your child got sold to another plantation.
Yeah,
very rarely. Yeah.
So,
yeah, bad things happened. I agree. Okay. But for the majority of them, they were married.
I don't think that's true,
but it is true.
Haven't you seen Django Unchained?
Like you giving me the Hollywood view of slavery doesn't make it untrue.
That was a joke.
I'll go look into this to find out what is true.
Feel free. It is absolutely true.
I'm skeptical of these claims.
These they had communities, and I'm not saying that it's not because they were slaves they had to take solace in these communities. It obviously was, right? But that still is something that they have over the millennial leftist who's fucking on their own, drugged up and wanking off to porn, and who just hates themselves and hates life.
There's a difference between someone choosing of their own freedom and free will to self-isolate and then fuck up their life versus someone being forced into a situation where their family is literally taken away from them by, the state or by
but literally for most slaves that isn't the case.
Okay,
right?
I
know you don't know
highly
anything about
skeptical
slavery. I know.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Yes, let's go back to slavery.
We can just listen to the accounts of the slaves, right? Okay. And again, look, shit lib mode. Oh, let's go back. That's not what's being said. What's being said is things are worse now. Things are worse, and it's because of a degradation of human relationships, because that's where the meaning of our lives comes from. And so this is why we need to talk about what you mean by freedom, because like you say, by your standard, I'm not a free man.
By my standard? How?
Yes. Because I'm not free to just do whatever the fuck I like.
That's not that's a ridiculous
You got into
standard.
this.
What's your standard then? Define your standard.
My standard of freedom is that someone can choose who they want to marry, choose who they want to love, choose to have a child with someone, choose what kind of job, what kind of career they want to go for, choose the basic parts of their life without having some person dictate all these things for them.
Yeah, okay, so for most of human history, people were basically free then.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No.
No one chose your profession for you. It was just convenient to do your father's profession.
What? Can you imagine? Can you imagine going to your dad and saying, "Look, I want to be a part of the theater. I know that we're all blacksmiths for 20 generations, but theater life, father." He's gonna fucking slap you upside. Get the fuck in that.
How? Yeah, but that's not the state choosing for you.
Get in the shop. Yeah,
but that's not the state choosing for you.
It's your family.
How do you think
choosing
anyone
for
ended
you.
up in the theater, Adam?
They
were born into the theater.
They ran away from home and joined the theater troupe that was going through
their town. No, they weren't. Fucking hell. People would literally join the theater, and this was a stigmatized profession.
Mom was the bearded lady. Dad was the strongman.
Like
Alfred for 200 Donkey Kong dollars says everything you said about the American slave could be said about the average European serf until the 1800s, from the beatings to the rape to the starvation. Well,
but even then, they would be exceptions rather than the rule.
Okay, well, Sargon thinks they're the exceptions.
What do you
think? Think it was a rule, but
I mean, is Quackademic Agent just a massive contrarian? What is the point of making? I
told you, I literally told you the point of making this is because if they're arguing for some kind of feudal system, they're like, listen, it's not so bad. It's better than what it is now.
I'm asking Carl because I feel like Carl has a different take.
Right. The take is that the isolation of people now, because of the obsession with freedom and choice, has led them to be deeply unhappy. So there has to be a balance struck between the amount of freedom that one has and the amount of freedom one doesn't have. And it's not always wrong to not be free to be able to do whatever it is you want.
So this is his pitch for why young men should adopt responsibility, AK, in like a Jordan Peterson type, a la Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
His pitch is that slavery wasn't that bad, so therefore you should get married.
He didn't say slavery wasn't that bad. He said slavery is not as bad as some people have it now.
Right.
In direct material conditions and also emotional conditions, because a lot of people are literally dying of loneliness now, man. Like, right. I imagine so many fucking drug overdoses are because literally the person has no one to help them. Now this is a genuinely tragic fucking thing. And this is a consequence of a commitment to absolute freedom. And so the question is, what is the compromise? You know?
But the irony here is it's a a lot of people don't want to hear this. This is literally the right-wing economic hitching itself onto freedom and globalism and running with it for 50 years.
Yeah. I'm like, we can, rather than calling it left or right, we'll just call it neoliberalism, right?
Well, the people listen. People have to take the lumps where they take them. Okay.
Well, I don't think it is necessarily right wing. Then it depends how you're defining what right wing.
I mean, is Ronald Reagan not a right wing?
Not to the distributist. To him, he's a leftist.
Okay, but that's insane. Like according to the American conception of politics, he's fundamentally on the right.
America is a left-wing project, mate.
Well, it's funny that it's so
an
funny
enlightenment.
But this is the problem. All the communists say it's literally a right-wing project.
Yeah, but that's because they're fucking communists, man.
Yeah, but that's only because distributist is like a fucking monarchist. So that's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Well, and so what is your definition of right wing?
From a moderate, non-extremist position, Ronald Reagan was definitely a right-wing character who was voted in mass by people who consider themselves on the right in America.
From within the liberal paradigm of America, yes. Ronald Reagan is a conservative trying to conserve something liberal, right?
From 90% of the conversation, unless we're explicitly talking about something outside of liberalism, yes, within the foundations of liberalism, Ronald Reagan was right-wing. Obviously, outside of liberalism, Ronald Reagan is one step above a communist. But
but historically, liberalism is the left-wing position.
Yes.
Right.
But it became the norm, so then it developed its own left-right wing positions within it.
That's right. But you're talking to people who aren't liberals. So why would you adopt a position from within?
Because most people that are listening to the conversation are liberals or are operating under the framework of liberalism. And they get confused when you say Ronald Reagan is a left wing. They're like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But this means that you conflate monarchists with Republicans.
Well, no, because the same foundational aesthetic qualities that were kind of getting people to vote for Ronald Reagan is kind of what the neo-reactionaries are appealing to. And that's the irony here. Like the problem was created by appealing to that aesthetic in the first place.
I don't think that's true.
Okay.
I think
go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Knight James for $20 says, I submit the Sargonauts.
That's pretty
good.
I'm
happy with that.
I like the Akkadians. It's pretty good. Sebastian Service for 100 pendos. Thank you. Says monarchs have a lower time preference than democratically elected leaders. He said democratically in finger quotes, and go for lower taxes. Democracy has nothing to do with freedom. Democracy is a soft variant of communism, and rarely in the history of ideas has it been taken for anything else. This is apparently a quote from our friend Hoppy.
Yeah, that is not true. And they actually go into that in Dictator's Handbook. They lay out and they don't tax them directly, but they have these ways of expropriating their property for, some set amount of money and then selling it on the open market for a higher amount of money, which is a form of taxation. They lay out all the different autocracies around the world and all the different democracies, and all the democracies have, very low taxes. Well, I guess, obviously that's relative, but compared to the autocracies that generally have about 90% tax rate, the democracies win hands down, because you vote these motherfuckers out of office if they raise the taxes too damn high.
Texas SB12 for $20 says, listening to y'all drunk and making food has been a great Sunday evening so far. Sitch has an elephant and Tim is the trigger. That's fair.
That's very
fair.
true.
Yeah.
Alex Stewart for $20 says, Carl, you're just butthurt that America is in a surveillance state with no guns and no real conservatives like the UK. The empire is gone. Redcoat. The colony has become the colonizer. America. USA.
Oh shit!
Oh, God. We do not,
Carl.
We do not have real conservatives over here.
There you go.
At all.
Do you mean that in the liberal sense or the monarch sense?
Our conservatives are progressives.
Okay.
Even the monarchy sense.
Even the monarchists in the UK are progressive. Daniel the Bruce for $20 says, ending slavery was really just us digging out the last rotten tyrannical remnant of the inferior British monarchical influence from American soil and casting it to sea where it belongs, into a watery, forsaken grave, USA.
And for some reason, it took you an entire generation after the British had already done that to do it.
Wow.
That's true.
It's really weird. In fact, it's 2 generations, really.
Is that what about how long it took, Sargon? It sounded a little bit like that.
The question is, why did you do it after the British?
I assume because it wasn't as profitable.
So it's not really what you're claiming. Anyway.
Yeah. Elis the Aquanaut for $20 says, monarchy, like the late, great Norm Macdonald would say, sounds like some commie gobbledygook to me. There you go.
True.
Guy McLean for $20 says, Russian aristocrats could kill their serfs until one woman killed the few too many and forced a trial that changed norms around serfs. See Salty Chikaya. Example given in Gulag Archipelago of Russian liberalization pre-revolution. Interesting.
Honestly, this is one of the reasons that I hate when Americans talk about Russians. Like, Russia is just a land of suffering, man. It's just awful. Everything that's always happened in Russia has just been awful. And so, like, watching Americans talk about Russians, it's literally like a bunch of rich people sitting around going, why aren't the peasants eating like we are? It's like, because Russia sucks.
Let them eat cake.
I mean, it's like a bunch of privileged people saying, like, hey, the slaves had it better than the minimum wage.
Oh my God.
No, that's different. Oh. That's it. That's empirically provable.
Okay. Daryl the Bruce for $20 says, Sargon, quote, look at these poems the kings commissioned, or people trying to ingratiate themselves in nobility, and the king's lords wrote to see how wonderful the king was viewed.
Do people think the king was commissioning Robin Hood poems?
Maybe. I couldn't.
No, he certainly fucking wasn't.
Okay, anyway, let's get back to the video.
We're finally getting back to the video.
I hate to do this, but it's like it's gone midnight, so I've got to go to bed.
That's fine.
I'm not a free man, and I've got to work tomorrow.
I know he's not truly free
on the plantation.
Thanks for coming on. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
it was fun.
Well, I would like to continue this at some point, but what I would like to do is moderate a conversation between you and Dave.
Set it up
at some point.
Not Dave. Get us Quackademic Agent, okay?
Why not Dave? I don't think AA will talk to you because you've been mean to him.
I guess I'm tired of talking to Dave. He just lectures. It's hard to talk to him.
Look, you did a talk.
Is that not true?
You did a talk.
That's fair.
Totally. You did a talk. with
I like Dave, but that is fair.
Carl, you did a talk with Quackademic Agent where you argued our position, the liberal position.
No, I argued my position.
Right. Well, your position in that debate was our position.
No. That's not. I don't think that's accurate. He argued that the neo-reactionaries, or not neo-reactionaries, but whatever the fuck Quackademic is, needs to actually have some sort of prescription as opposed to throw out, the corruptors or the degenerators or something.
But also, I was arguing from the liberal perspective because I am a liberal. I'm just trying to understand what their perspective is, and there is like with the Marxists, there is some validity to the criticisms that they're making. Now, I mean, I agree with you. Obviously, we're not going to get out of feudalism. That's ridiculous.
Right.
But there is something that they're speaking to about the human experience that feudal society got right, which is why it lasted for like 1,000 years.
It's the same problem that the CRT and the communists have, which is that everyone's complaining about neoliberalism. And it's like, okay, neoliberalism sucks.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean we have to throw out liberalism. Like, that's the problem, is that why is it how come we have to have this extreme take? We can't just go back to liberalism.
I think it's because you can't go back, basically.
Or build a new form of liberalism based off of, neoliberalism. Post-neoliberalism.
No. I actually think that's the question. How can there be a synthesis that becomes like trad liberalism, right? So, what's the next paradigm that can come forward?
How Hegelian of you.
The good elements of what the classical liberals did, which is what the American Republic is, and yet absorb the genuine human need that the neo-reactionaries are speaking to, right? Because that's what the socialists are trying to get in the sort of like post-liberal, extreme socialist view. They are appealing to some of the things neo-reactionaries are talking about. So the question is, how can these things be synthesized in a way that doesn't destroy them both? Something to think about that, isn't it?
I don't know if that's interesting. I don't know if they'd accept that, because they would probably say that classical liberalism is what led to neoliberalism.
Sure.
Which is at least economically true.
Yeah. But I mean, and they're in their own bubbles, obviously. Right. And so the when you spend enough time deconstructing something, like, I will never accept any kind of SJW nonsense, right? Because I've spent my entire career on YouTube going on, this is evil and we can't have this. And so that's how they view liberalism, right? But there are ways of, I think, speaking to the things you want that doesn't necessitate adopting a concrete ideological framework. And that might be worth exploring, right?
Well, we're down. We're definitely down. We're explorers.
I think it'd be interesting. But I mean, I can ask Academic Agent if he'd be happy for me to moderate.
Just say,
a conversation.
Quackademic Agent. They want to reach out to you.
Listen, you Nazi. This Jew wants to talk to you.
I don't think he's going to do it.
You got to frame it right.
I don't. Well, I'll be honest. I have no desire or care to talk to Quackademic Agent at all about anything.
So. Oh, come on. It'd be fun.
It would be funny.
A glorious shit show, right?
It would be. I mean, I guess I could do it for that regard.
He would lose his mind, Sitch. It would be great. Come on.
He would lose his mind?
Yeah.
Adam, you would go fucking ballistic.
I think no. Of course not. Come on. I'm in full control of my faculties here.
Okay, yeah. He's not going to talk. He's not going to talk to us because he knows I'll bring up too many things that he said.
Where's the?
Okay, there we go. Right, there we go. Right, that's precisely the problem. What's the point? What's the point?
Because it's funny.
Where's the clip?
Exactly.
Where's that clip of Quackademic Agent losing his mind? Is that still on our channel? Can we put that in the? Did you see that clip where he went completely
just ask
insane?
him about the Tom
when he was talking to the Mossad guy.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
I haven't seen that.
Okay, we'll send it.
But anyway, yeah, send it across because I mean I'm always up for a laugh. But,
all right.
But anyway, thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah. I will speak to AA and see if he's interested. But I think Dave would be more likely. Right. But anyway, thanks for having me on, obviously, and I think it's been a really interesting conversation. Yeah. Love you guys.
Take care as always.
Peace. Enjoy your bondage.
Get some sleep.
It's more exciting than it's going to be, really. Yeah.
Okay. You're watching a video, remember?
I do remember.
Yes. We're only we only watched 20 minutes of like a 3-hour video.
Oh, now we're knuckling under. Jeez, I can't.
We'll see. We'll watch some more, and then depending on how slow we get through it, we'll jump ahead to where Tim starts reading super chats at the end when things kind of get spicier if it takes too long.
I'm down.
So
consider all of that to be in the
I don't even remember what the fuck they were talking about.
Same line of authoritarian censorship we don't want.
Okay, so there was a big protest, and I think it was Macmillan and Press or whatever that did all the Texas school books, had to recall all those books and
he's talking about
rewrite.
the
school
book thing that I already
Rosa
debunked.
Parks. Yeah.
Well, no, they removed the word slave from the Texas school books.
Yeah.
Right.
The fake news that he read in the New York Times, the paper of record, as they call it.
I don't know why. I mean, he's got like a million people in that room.
None of them have Google.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Someone fact check these claims.
I was watching one, and they didn't even know where to find the super chats. I was like, "What the fuck? Is this real?
Interesting.
Is this real? Is this happening?
Is this real life?"
I think it was a Matt Binder episode, and Matt's like, "Yeah, here, just look it up." Go to like. Matt is giving them advice on how to run their YouTube channel.
No, it wasn't super chats. It was to look at the transcript of the stream or something.
Oh, that too. Yeah. Yes. He gave him advice on both. Hey, I'll be right back. I got to.
Okay.
I'll be back in 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Just kidding. We'll
get through it faster that way.
I'll be right back.
Them, and now it's enslaved people as opposed to slaves.
So there was an effort. I think they did this. Didn't they remove master and slave from some coding language?
Yeah, on Git.
Right.
Yeah.
Jeez. So I oppose exactly what you described, and what no matter where it's coming from, typically what we're seeing today, I don't think woke people. Well, actually, I take that back. They literally banned the word slave from Git. GitHub. So this is what I mean when I said that it feels like the conversation is more Tim trying to win a conversation as opposed to, pulling Daryl on his side. And I think if you want to pull someone on your side, when they say something, they make a claim, you have to really try to understand what the claim is and what they're saying. And then if you want to, you can bring up the whataboutism. You can bring up like, well, look at what the left's doing too. But I think you have to frame it like, oh, it's bad that the people you're complaining about did X. It's bad that they removed the word slave, even though they didn't. But Tim doesn't know that at the time. It's bad they removed the word slave because, you have to explain. I understand it's bad because it, gets rid of our history and blah, 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 blah. And you just fully, explain to the person that you understand why they have a problem with that. And then you kind of move into your like, and because of that, I think it's bad that, Wordle removed the word slave. And you try to like attach it, for the same reason. It's trying to deny our history, or it's trying to make the word explicitly about this one part of our history when the word means more than that. And that we shouldn't be, maybe we shouldn't be bound by, the racist things in our past forever. So if anyone says any word associated with anything with our racist past, we're immediately flung into that. I don't know, there's ways I feel to build bridges here, which you just have to be careful. And I've made this exact same mistake too. Especially like when we had our second conversation with Kurt, where I was just being like a dick, the conversation. But I think there's a way to build bridges, and I'm not sure this is exactly the way.
I'm thinking outside the box here, and I know I'm going to get a lot of shit for this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I won't. Why not? Yeah. Right. So the whole point of removing the word slave. One party wants to remove it because it triggers white people, and one party wants to remove it because it triggers black people, right?
So just remove it.
Well, I'm just saying, why can't you? So if it triggers, why not just like the both option?
Well, that's funny. The problem is that the left wants to use the word as to gain
I know.
Power.
Yeah,
they don't want to actually remove it.
They want it to be used in a certain specific way. They want to remove it in the way that triggers them, but they want to keep using it in the way that triggers white people. They want to.
Right.
That's part of the. Yeah. Okay. I guess you're right.
Right. Because they don't really want to remove it. They want it to be solely a reference to slavery in America.
The purpose of it, they don't want to trigger black people, but they want to use it to make white people feel shame and guilt. Yeah.
Right. Well, to be fair, it's not straw man. That is the way a lot of people want to use it, but and we both agree with this, it's very valid that our history, American history, should be taught truthfully and in an uncensored manner. It shouldn't be sugarcoated.
The whole thing is, though, I mean, I look at things like January 6th and the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, and I start thinking, how objectively did we really look at history? I mean,
I'm sure, yeah.
I start wondering. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, history is a huge cluster. Well, American history is a little different. It's like the further back you in history go, the worse it becomes, because it's like, oh, there's like 3 different writers that all the historians are relying on, and they're assuming that whatever they wrote was true, you know.
As much work as Scott Adams did trying to rewrite the Fine People hoax of Charlottesville, the Charlottesville narrative.
Right.
I mean, I read so many books, and it's going to be recorded historically that Trump just basically endorsed neo-Nazis. It's just in too much media and too much culture.
The difference, what's going to be interesting going forward now, because there is like the problem with a lot of history is that there's so few sources for a lot of information to draw upon.
Right.
And that's why historians have to rely on a handful of each source for each period or each country or whatever the subject matter is.
But if you have to interview people who actually lived through it.
Right.
And they don't do that.
Well, obviously, because it was impossible when you're talking about ancient history.
Right.
But now it's going to be kind of a different problem. The problem is there's going to be so much information going forward that you have to find the needle in the haystack.
You're this like fire hose of information.
Right. We're going from little information to just too much information.
Right. So the signal and noise problem becomes you just got so much noise you don't even really know what the signal is.
But the positive outlook is that, like, 50 years from now, people will be able to Google or whatever the fuck exists. They'll be able to search the information to see the counter narrative about, did Trump call neo-Nazis in Charlottesville fine people or not? That information will be there.
I don't know about that. Might be erased.
I don't think it will be erased because it's going to be within the right-wing narrative and benefit to keep that information alive.
Right. We'll see.
And the New York Times, they have this game called Wordle, where it's every day you try to guess a 5-letter word. You literally can't guess the word slave because it's offensive. I think that's bad. I don't think books should be. I don't think this book should be banned from school.
Also, another problem with this example, and why I think it's a bad example, is it's like, look at this from Daryl Davis's or like a normie perspective. You're like, oh, a school district removed the word slave from a textbook to be taught to like an entire generation of children.
It's some dumb internet game.
Right. You're comparing this to the fucking Wordle. Like,
to some dumb internet game. Yeah.
Right. Right. So I think it would have been better to just be like, I mean, just say what you're saying, Daryl, sounds awful. Let's look into it to see if it's true or not. And then just accept it. You don't have to bring a counterexample. There doesn't have to be a counterexample to everything, really. You just say, oh, that's really fucked up. That's bad that they did that. And then you look into it and say, oh, they actually didn't do that. And then you could say, listen, it's fucked up, Daryl, that the media made you think that Texas school board did this, when in reality, they didn't do this. The media, see, that would have been a much more red-pilling moment, really. If you look into it live and you say, oh, this thing that you thought was true was actually a construction. It's a low-resolution construction that the media kind of foisted upon you.
Yeah.
Schools. I think this book should be banned from curriculum, in which the teacher says, child, learn the truth. Whiteness is the devil. I think a teacher could say to a more age-appropriate group, take a look at this book and what these people believe about this idea and approach it critically.
But there are people who also consider critical race theory showing pictures of the 4 black people trying to integrate the Woolworths food counter and having stuff poured on their heads. The girl walking, Ruby Bridges, walking into the school with the white people yelling behind her and all that kind of stuff.
But all of that,
they consider that critical race theory, and they don't want their kids seeing that.
But so the issue is,
that's why you really have to. I feel like I'm literally the only person that does this. I mean, James Lindsay does it too, to a softer extent. To me, the most persuasive thing when you're talking to a normie or a liberal or someone on the left is like, as Sargon put so succinctly, wokeness is saying that the civil rights movement didn't work. Like, you really have to throw that distinction out. It's like, that's what CRT is. It's saying the civil rights movement did not work.
Yeah, if we ever talk to Dialogue Always Again, we should really use that as a forum to experiment with that, because
I already know I can already hear his.
What is his response?
He's like, that's not what they're saying, Sitch. You're being dishonest, you're straw manning. That's not what they're saying, blah, blah, blah. They're just saying that the civil rights movement didn't bring about all the good things that they wanted.
Well, you have a bunch of quotes that you...
I'm going to rephrase it.
You have a bunch of quotes that you...
I'm going to rephrase it. 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 I'm going to rephrase
that you can just throw at him and say, look,
I know, but
this is exactly what it says.
I understand. I've had this debate with Dishonesty Always on Twitter 20 times.
Right.
And I've thrown these quotes at him. And all he does is twist them around and reframe them and try to rephrase them.
To make him say something completely different.
Right. Because his argument is just, all Sitch does is he twists around CRT quotes in the most dishonest light. And then I say, all you're doing is twisting around CRT quotes in the most like positive light you can possibly imagine.
True. Yeah, exactly.
So
that is the problem.
I mean, I would talk to him just because I think it'd be hilarious content, but it's not going to be productive at all.
Well, I mean, I'm starting to realize that people, I mean, this is what people want. I came to a realization. I was thinking about this. People do want you to make an effort to try to persuade other people. They perceive it as like, you know, people are into this tribalism stuff. They want you to try to win converts for our team. Now, I have a problem with that because this is like fucking Mount Everest, okay? This is impossible. This is something nobody, like, it's so rare that happens and not.
Well, wait, hold on. Let's pull back for a second. I think you can convert normies and like people. There's a difference between that and like converting a YouTuber or someone who puts their political opinions on the internet.
See, that's even, so you're saying it's even harder.
I'm saying that's way harder than converting like a normie or something.
Well, the realization that I had was, I like to do the impossible. I like to shoot the moon. I like to go for the thing that's just
go for it.
Impossible to do. So why not? Even though it is, I mean, I think it's like it's never going to happen.
Well, that's
why
what I said.
Try?
I mean,
why not try to come up with it? Like Dialogue always is a perfect mark for us. He's not, I mean, I guess he is super invested. I feel like maybe we could win him over.
Well, the problem is, even, and you could lay the blame at my feet for this, is that because he hates me so much now, it's impossible.
Yeah, I'm winning. He loves me now.
It was weird because it was literally the opposite for a long time. Yes.
Yeah.
But now the good cop, bad cop role has.
Well, no,
shifted.
I went full social intuitionist model. I'm appealing to his elephant. Every chance I get an opportunity, I try to give him good faith and make a display of the fact that I'm being good faith. Yeah.
I don't remember where it is. I'd have to, if I cared, I'd have to go back through our Twitter replies because they all still exist. There was one point, because I'm usually, when talking to people like that, I'm usually, unless I'm in a bad mood, I'm usually pretty, cordial and trying to be neutral in my language. And there came a point where I'd been, we'd gone back and forth forever, because he's one of these people that just argue with someone on Twitter like forever.
Yeah, for a month.
Never stop. Yeah, for a month. And I went back and forth with him for a super long time. And there was one conversation where like, I was just right. I was just factually correct. And he refused to admit it. And he just started twisting everything around. I'm like, okay, I'm done. You're just fucking gaslighting me. You're just being dishonest. And I'm just done. And that's when I just started calling it out. I'm like, and I noticed that this is this is a pattern that's being employed in a lot of the conversations.
That happens all the time.
That does happen all the time. And I don't know what his motivation is. I think he has some.
He's trying to protect his worldview, man.
I know. I think he has a somewhat alternative ulterior motive where he's like friends with CRT people or knows CRT people or is a CRT person. I think there's something more going on there than he's just some random guy on the internet that wants to know what CRT is and is on the left.
They're trying. That's a weird thing, because at the same time you're trying to convert them, they're trying to convert you. Like they want us to become pro CRT, and they want us to pull a Hunter Avallone and we were wrong all along about CRT. But now we're woke leftists.
It's so weird because I feel like there's like all these like weirdo lefties who think they can convert us, and there's all these like weirdo far righties that
I know.
So I don't know what you guys think is happening here. Like,
yeah. That's not going to happen.
These things can exist within the ideology of critical race theory. In the context of critical race theory is rooted in the Marxist philosophy of oppressed and oppressor. I do not agree with that. I think that's wrong. And I think when you put a racial tone on that, it's extremely dangerous, because what they've started doing at Dearborn University in Dearborn, I think it's in Michigan, they created a POC and non-POC digital cafe, meaning white people only, people of color only. In Seattle, they created diversity, equity, inclusion events for POC only, non-POC only, and that's under critical race theory. And they justified exactly how you explained it. They show racism from the past we all think is wrong, and then say, see, shouldn't black people have their own private spaces separate from white people? And I say, if people in a private context, you know, within a certain reason, I guess it's fine if you have a private club. In public accommodations like universities and libraries, I don't think they should be allowed to force gender segregation. I'm sorry, racial segregation. They're the ones who actually want to get rid of gender segregation.
Well, just a few years ago, maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe even less, a high school in Mississippi, the principal had 2 separate proms, a black prom and a white prom. And you were not allowed to have any integrated couples at these.
And
proms.
was this a critical race theorist who had implemented it?
I don't know. I mean,
I'd be willing
isn't
to
it? Yes. They kind of overlap, because it wouldn't be surprising if there are cases in the country where there's actual old school segregation, but you sort of have new school segregation and old school segregation coming together. So Daryl, like, what is your response to the new?
Take a look at this, right? I'm willing to bet the story you heard was actually about someone who was woke, creating black-only spaces, like this story we have from Atlanta.
No, it wasn't a black person creating the segregated proms.
No, they're white liberals who do these things. There are white progressive women who are overwhelmingly the woke, who are creating racially segregated spaces. It's against the law.
So, of course, I looked into this.
I know. I was going to say I'm not pausing anymore. I want credit for this. I want you to pause it.
I want you to pause it. If you want to pause it.
No, I don't want to. No.
You pause it, Adam. I want to hear what you have to say.
No, we paused too much. But I do want to know about this.
So, but this is why I just feel like it's weird. I understand the drive to do this, where you make these assumptions in the middle of conversations, because, you know, we all do it. You know, we do this, everyone does this in the conversation, but it's just annoying because, like, I feel like if I had a staff and I had someone I could say, go look that up, I would hold back and say, you know, I just say, oh, well, let's look into that. And we'll talk about something for like 5 minutes while someone looks into that.
Right.
Before you kind of jump to these conclusions.
Well, that's what we do on the show. We constantly. Well, you do it the day before, though.
Well, I do it the day before because it's like if we're in the middle of a conversation with Sargon, I can't like pause the conversation and then go look something up, right?
Yeah. Of course.
So there's 2 incidents that I think he's referring to. So in 2008, which was more than a couple years ago, there was an article that says Mississippi school holds first interracial prom.
Oh my. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah. There was, I believe it was called Charleston High School, is what it was called. Yeah. And they had their first interracial prom in 2008. Right. And then I'll jump forward to 2014 because it's the same story, essentially. In 2014 in Georgia, school hosts first interracial prom. In Wilcox County, they had their first interracial prom in 2014.
2014. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the way that this works, because when I first heard that claim, I was like, I remember hearing articles about what Daryl was talking about at the time. But then I thought, how is that possible? If a school had a segregated prom, they would get sued into oblivion. Right?
Theoretically.
So when I looked it up, I said, oh, okay. The way this worked in a lot of southern states was that when the various civil rights acts were passed and you couldn't legally segregate anymore, what they did was they shut down all official school-sponsored proms. And then private citizens or parents of the students would set up their own proms that were not officially related to the school, and they
would segregate.
Would be like whites only.
Yeah.
And so that would be the way they get around this. Yeah. And because you couldn't, I guess technically a private individual could do that.
Jim Crow, according to Jangles, that's civil rights right there.
Right. And so in 2008 with Mississippi, There was no official school prom
until
2008.
Right.
There was, well, in this one school in Mississippi, not the entire state of Mississippi. And the same thing in 2014 with this one school in Georgia.
Wow.
And so the story is, they had the private parents were putting forth these segregated racist proms, and then finally the school stepped in and said, we're going to have an official
school prom.
School prom, which is obviously going to be integrated. So.
The school's integrated, the prom's going to be integrated.
Right, exactly.
But that's the thing though, was the school integrated? Because
yes,
I lived in the South, and I remember this big aha moment when we were watching the Mardi Gras parades, and they have all the marching bands, and the marching bands are distinctively segregated. Like it's all black marching band, all white marching band, all black marching band. And the reason for that is the public schools are all 99.9% black, and the private schools are all 99.9% white. So they still do have segregation.
Right. It's not mandated segregation though.
But it is de facto segregation.
Right.
But my question is, in Mississippi, when they had this first integrated prom, was it at one of these schools that was 99.9% black? So it really wasn't.
Well, no, because if it was 99% black, then the parents wouldn't it must have, I don't know, it didn't say. But if in 2008, there were parents that were like, I don't want my white daughter dancing with a black guy. So obviously it was an integrated school to some extent. Otherwise that wouldn't be a concern.
This situation was in the 90s. So maybe the schools are fully integrated now. And maybe that dynamic has changed in Louisiana. New Orleans was where I lived. So,
right.
But maybe it hasn't. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And supposedly Mississippi was even worse. So,
the schools that I went to were very mixed, and the bands were very mixed.
Yeah, but you're
I know.
Florida's not the South, okay?
Well, South Florida's not the South. North Florida is the South.
Right. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I've been to Pensacola.
That's North Florida.
Yeah. It didn't seem South, but.
Okay.
When I think South, I think Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana.
Okay.
Georgia.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Pensacola.
Well, I don't know. See, I don't. I would like to know.
Pensacola is like a few miles from Mobile, Alabama. Alabama.
Do we have listeners who are in the South who are in public schools? Well, listen, integrated?
People were getting upset whenever you talk about the South because you do use a broad brush to sort of paint the South as racist, which I don't think is fair. At least it comes across that you do. I don't know if you're intending to.
Well, my experience was there was a level of racism in the South that was every day out in the open.
Okay.
There were people who were openly bigoted. Friends would tell me, "Oh yeah, Jason hates black people, so just be cool. Don't talk to him about black people." It's like, what?
This was in New Orleans, right?
Yeah. Right. I worked with.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you can't characterize the entire South based off of your experiences of '90s New Orleans. That's all I'm saying.
I had one experience. Okay, I told you my buddy worked at a bar where he was trying to get a bar back that was black. And all the blacks they never worked in the bar. They never allowed them to work in the bar. They could only work in janitorial service. So this was a big deal.
He was trying to do what?
He was trying to get a black guy that worked at the hotel to be his bar back. The guy was working in janitorial services. A bar back is a person who supports the bartender, who gets drinks and packs.
Oh, okay, I got you.
They're basically like a bartender understudy. Like most people who bartend start off as a bar back. So normally people want that job because bartending is where the money is. That's where you can make a lot of money. So he's working in the bar, this ritzy, super nice hotel, and they're telling him, you can't have a black bar back, okay? Customers are not going to like that. This is New Orleans. This is the way it is, okay? Stop fucking trying to do this, right? The guy, he ended up getting him the job, and the guy asked him to be his best man at his wedding because he was so fucking, he's like, this is an opportunity I would have never got without you, right? So we went out one night with that guy and a bunch of his friends, and I could tell, man, they were sizing me up. They literally believed all white people were racist. They were like, I know Ray was my friend. I know Ray is cool. He's the one that got me the job as the bar back. But his roommate, nah. All white people are racist, and he's white. He's got to be
interesting,
racist.
Right?
Yeah, they're sizing me up the whole night, and I'm thinking, this is fucking weird. I thought you said this guy was cool. What the fuck? Why is he like he wouldn't even? We were playing pool, and he was like, he barely wanted to talk to me. He was like, it was weird. It was a weird situation. Like, but at the end of the night, he confided in Ray that like he thought I was really cool and that he wasn't used to being around white people, and all the white people he knew were racist. It was like a reverse Daryl Davis type situation.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say reverse Daryl Davis. Yeah.
Yes. And I will never forget that night because I was like, yeah, dude, I'm like, I respect you like I respect anybody. And he couldn't believe it. It was like, he just didn't, that did not compute for him because he grew up in a fucking racist system where just everybody hated everybody. I mean,
that's sad.
I saw that one crazy guy pulled a gun on like just a black guy that was hanging out in front of like 7-Eleven. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Yeah. Crazy shit.
Yeah. No, I mean, the problem is, racism begets racism.
But I don't listen. I don't want to look. Hopefully, it's changed. This was like a lifetimes ago.
30 years ago.
There was no internet back then. Okay, we were a couple guys who graduated, from fucking Southern California. Like we were fucking surfing and like ditching school and smoking weed as much as possible.
Right.
We fancied ourselves writers, and we wanted to like experience something different.
Experience America.
We picked New Orleans. We were like, okay, this has got to be like culture shock for us. And it was. It was totally culture shock.
Funny.
But I mean, when people talk about white privilege and stuff like that, I mean, I got pulled over in New Orleans, I think like 3 or 4 times, and I never got a ticket. Like I made a left turn on a like red light.
What the fuck?
I know. And the cop pulled me over, and I was like, okay, my get out of jail free card has run out on this one. I'm getting a ticket. And he gave me a warning. He said, don't do it in front of us.
Was it late at night?
No, it was the middle of the day.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
He said, don't do it in front of us.
It's pretty bad.
He said, what? You didn't see the big old police car there? What the fuck? I have to pull you over if you do it in front of me.
Right.
So maybe it's changed, but I mean, that's my that's my lived experience. So.
Right. I'm just saying, you can talk about that. I'm just saying, don't use the broad brush.
Has it changed? I don't know.
I've been in New Orleans. I haven't lived there. I can't tell you. I would assume it's changed.
When have you been to New Orleans? You don't know you don't know a place until this is why
I've been to New Orleans.
I lived there for like 3 years though.
I didn't live there. I vacationed to New Orleans a shit ton.
That's nothing, man. You gotta.
I know it's not.
You gotta
That's why
look
I said
for jobs in the place.
I know.
Yeah.
When I was a wee lad, I've been in New Orleans a bunch of times, so I can't tell you if it's still. I'm assuming it's not racist anymore.
I bought a car in.
It was probably in the 90s. I could have seen. You could have seen like 10-year-old Sitch and not even realized it.
That would be crazy.
We could have been in the same room.
That would be crazy.
20 years ago and not realize it.
Yeah, no. It was major culture shock, yeah. Major culture shock, but I loved it. It's the best thing to do. Well, you got to do something like this, Sitch. Why don't you move someplace exotic? Come on.
There was an interesting talk Coleman Hughes had with a guy whose name I forget. And it was talking about like how to actually fight racism.
Right.
And it was sort of what you were saying. It's like, well, the problem is you have people just need to interact and have positive experiences with people of other races.
Yes.
And
yeah.
when they're isolated 100%. And they don't, Yeah, when they're isolated and they only hang out with black people or they only hang out with white people, then it's super easy for them to have very negative perceptions of the other group.
Yeah, this is the
or
power
overtly
of
positive
integration.
Incorrect too. Yeah,
this is the power of integration.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Atlanta parent filed complaint over alleged segregation of classrooms. This wasn't a white right-wing racist who created this. It was a progressive white woman who created white only. I'm sorry. I think this was actually a black principal. In the school, they segregated all the black students under the guise of critical race theory, saying that there's an idea that came from Derek Bell. Are you familiar with Derek Bell? Mm-hmm. He believed that...
See, I feel like this is a missed opportunity, because if they had looked into the prom stuff, you could be like, that's really fucked up and bad. And then you can frame it like, this is what the CRT movement wants to bring back. They want to bring back this thing that we all agree is bad. And he's kind of trying to do that, but I feel like you have to acknowledge Daryl's example first, as opposed to just brushing it off.
Yeah.
Plessy versus Ferguson Act. That separate but equal was the right way to approach racial issues. I believe it was Derek Bell, so I don't have the book pulled up in front of me. One of the arguments that I've heard, at least him be attached to, and I heard quite frequently with the Black Lives Matter protests, was that before desegregation, the black community had their own wealth, their own neighborhoods, and they had their own economy. Segregation took a weaker economy in the black community and forced it into the white economy, putting it underneath it, allowing white people to then oppress black industry and black business. That is the justification they use for bringing back segregation. The actual argument among the woke that Plessy v. Ferguson was right. And I come from a second generation mixed race family who told me the stories of life before Loving v. Virginia and the Civil Rights Act and the things they went through getting spit on. I'm sure you know better than
Sure.
even I do, because I grew up after the fact. And so when I started hearing the things that were coming out of the modern iteration of the left and critical race theory, I said, those are bad racist things we should oppose.
Okay, so now let's understand something. Okay, so when you say that, they say, okay, all white people are oppressors, all white people are racist, all black people are victims, and they'll always be victims. No, I don't agree with that. That's not the way it is, okay?
But that's the core definition of critical race theory.
No, it's not the core definition of critical race theory.
I got to stop you.
Basically, critical theory.
Critical theory was Marx's approach to class-based oppression. And he said, the rich oppress the poor. Kimberly Crenshaw, in her opening chapter, literally says, white people oppress black people. It is critical race theory.
No, I disagree with that. I'd have to see that, because I've seen Kimberly Crenshaw interviewed. Okay, and she has been challenged with that by the other guy. What's his name? Kendi or somebody.
Ibram X. Kendi?
Yes, okay.
Well, they're
two different
both.
schools.
They're both the same school.
No.
So
he's got to be talking about that interview, because they talk about Kendi in that interview.
Do you think he's talking about that? Because I looked forever. I couldn't find. And if someone knows what he's referring to.
But doesn't Joy ask her, is Kendi a critical race theorist? They go through all these different people that they're being accused of being critical race theorists.
That seems vaguely familiar.
Yeah.
And we can watch that clip again at some point in the future. Maybe that's what he's referring to.
Maybe we'll watch it on Tuesday. Well, I'll watch it again, and we'll report back on Tuesday.
Right. But I wish, I would be curious, he should have said, well, how are you defining CRT? Instead of just cutting him off, say like, well, what is your definition of CRT?
Well,
and then trying to understand like where it comes from exactly.
He seems to have the attitude, though, that there are all these different schools of thought on CRT. And
yes,
he's kind of doing the same thing that Dialogue always does, where he says, this is... So, I don't subscribe to that type of critical race theory, but there's this type that I do subscribe to.
Right. And there are multiple types or views within CRT framework.
Right.
And that's true, but the overall framework is all still based around the idea that, liberalism sucks and we need to overthrow it. And the system is inherently racist because it was created by white racist people in the 1700s. Yeah. So there is difference in it, but there's still a framework. But this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. People are saying, "Oh, he's pro CRT." I don't know where that's coming from. It might come from later in the conversation when they start talking about reparations. That maybe that's where people draw that from. But it seems like he has a very normie take because I've literally heard all these arguments from my dad.
He is
arguments from other normies.
He is arguing in favor of CRT. I mean, they are embroiled in this battle of.
He's arguing in favor of teaching people the correct history, which he thinks
perceives
based
as
off
CRT.
of, because based off of dishonest articles, that's what they try to claim CRT is.
Right. Yeah.
Which it's not.
I'm waiting for him to just stand up and say, Tim, this is a right-wing conspiracy that you're forwarding here.
He doesn't say that.
I know, but he's thinking it. You know he is.
Well, but it's interesting because he's working with the Minds guy. And that's why I was very depressed by Tim's chat in Tim's comment section, who are so quick. It's funny because like the point of having Daryl on the show is that Daryl is supposed to be this guy who fights against tribalism.
Oh, I know.
You know, very
the
effectively.
irony.
And he does. Right. And the point of having him on and the point of, talking with the Minds guys, like, okay, we're supposed to figure out like how to fight tribalism. And it's like nothing like Tim's comment section. That's not, and I don't want to be like too unfair. There were lots of people in the chat, especially in the beginning. That's weird. Like you look at the beginning of Tim's chat, everyone's like, Daryl Davis is a hero. And then very slowly it becomes like, he's racist, like he's the pro CRT. He's a horrible racist. Like one of the top comments is something like, no wonder Daryl gets along with Klans members because he's racist. Like it just sort of degrades.
Well, that's pretty funny. You got it.
It is a funny joke, but it just degrades into the very tribalism that they're supposed to be fighting against. And if you're like, and this is just from like Daryl having like these very normie takes on shit.
Right. Yeah. No.
Which, and maybe it's the problem. Like maybe people who listen to a lot of political content on the internet just don't know how the normal person, or not the average person who doesn't watch political content on the internet views the world, and they view the world so different than they do.
I know.
And the goal is not to just destroy them for that. The goal is to try to get them on your side.
There are these narratives that you can just sort of absorb via osmosis. It's sad when those narratives are so far from factual reality because more and more we're seeing that. I mean, the Kyle Rittenhouse is a perfect example of this, and especially a bunch of people trying to say, we told you so over the recent shooting, which appears to be driven fully by racism. To say that, to compare Kyle Rittenhouse to that guy is just an affront on reality.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Two different schools. No. Okay. What you're saying leans more towards what Kendi has stated. From my watching Crenshaw be interviewed, no, that is not the case. Okay, I don't have the computer here to bring it up, but I would say research that. That is not. There are several different definitions of critical race theory, and so there's no one universal definition of it.
I think what happened is that the Romans.
I don't know why he goes in the Romans, but it's just like such a weird.
Ian, what are you doing?
But it's interesting because he's framing it like he thinks Ibram X. Kendi is the one peddling like the bad CRT.
Yeah, the racist.
And Kimberly Crenshaw is peddling like the good CRT.
Right.
And it's funny because even though I don't like either Kendi or Crenshaw, I think if you really look into it, Kendi's actually far less radical than Kimberly Crenshaw is.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you figure? How's that square?
Because Kendi does make a lot more liberal concessions. Like he's still, don't get me wrong, Kendi's still radical. Like he's the one that wants to have a fourth branch of government.
of racism.
Right. But and I think this might be because, he's always criticized as not being very smart. And what they mean by that is he doesn't have a strong philosophical or like principled position that he's coming from. It's more just like what he thinks will work to drive racial equality, essentially, or equity,
right,
essentially.
Equity, yeah.
So because of that, because he's not coming, I don't think from my limited readings of Kendi, even though he does advocate for batshit ideas that are crazy, he doesn't have that like philosophical grounding of craziness that Kimberly Crenshaw has. And so he's more willing to make liberal concessions, which Kimberly Crenshaw is less willing to make. But I just think it's interesting that he's kind of positing them in this light.
had a slaveocracy that spread into Europe and then into like feudalism. So they had still slaves as like their feudal people, the peasants. And then because their skin happened to be white or light, then they had enslaved people from around the North African coast and the East, so that their slaves happened to have different color skins. And now, because of that, it's created a system where the generations that follow those slaves had less education and less wealth, and the slave owners. But it wasn't because the skin color. It just happened to be the Roman Empire happened to be the dominating empire. I don't think.
Well, the Roman Empire evolved out of Africa. Okay, Italians come from Africa.
What? I don't know what this has to do with anything.
The Moors, exactly. Precisely.
And
southern Italy, those Italians are dark.
Yeah, the Sicilians particularly.
Exactly, precisely.
And I think that the racial component's been misappropriated to this class issue that we have of like the descendants of slaves, like fifth, sixth, seventh generation slave children of like, the great-great-great-grandfather was a slave, didn't have any education, so there's no familial wealth, or there's less familial wealth.
My great-great-grandfather was a slave. Okay?
Nice.
I'm a descendant of slaves.
Wow.
Okay? Now, we were promised at the end of slavery, 40 acres and a mule. Find me one person who got that. Okay? Japanese Americans who were in internment camps or their descendants have received reparations. Native Americans, if you have 1/16 Native American blood, you can get government money. Okay, I got Cherokee in me, but I've never gone to get any money from it. Okay, so we've made the apologies to Native Americans. We've made the apologies to Japanese Americans. This country has never apologized for slavery. The person who came the closest to apologizing but never apologized was President Bill Clinton. What he said was slavery was wrong. Those are his words. Now, saying something is wrong and saying we're sorry for doing it are two different things.
How many people...
So before Tim's response, which I think is really fucking shitty, this was actually fascinating to me. I had no clue. Did you know that America has never officially apologized for slavery to its population?
I thought they did recently. I'm looking up. Here's an article from 2008. Congress apologizes for slavery and Jim Crow.
I was gonna go into it. So when I looked into this, what I found was let's see, where is the dates? I don't have the dates. It was weird. The House. What did it say? What year it was? Was it 2014?
This is July 30th, 2008. On Tuesday, the U.S. House of Representatives implemented an unprecedented apology to Black Americans for the institution of slavery and the subsequent Jim Crow laws that for years discriminated against blacks as second-class citizens in American society. Did it not pass the Senate?
Well, that's fuckers. Okay. That's
those fuckers. Mitch McConnell, you fucking troll.
That's what was so weird about this when I looked this up, was that there's, as you said, in 2008, the House passed a non-binding resolution, which was apologizing for slavery and segregation.
Troll, Mitch.
And then I couldn't find out what happened to it. Because then,
hilarious.
Because then later, like 2 or 3 or 4 years later, the Senate passed a different non-binding resolution.
Oh, and the House shot him down
for slavery. And then I couldn't find out what the fuck happened. There was no movement about whether the House agreed to that.
This is bullshit.
But the thing is that none of these non-binding apologies for resolution ever passed both houses and never made it to a president's desk that I found.
That's so fucked up. Because they don't want, neither party wants the president at that time to sign an apology for slavery because it's such a huge re-election kick.
You think that was the reason?
Do you think they want Trump to fucking sign? Oh yeah, here we go.
But these were both under Obama.
You think they want to look? Maybe Obama.
Well, I don't know. He's the first black president. Maybe that would have like weird off.
Maybe. Well, Obama might not have wanted to do it. Yeah.
You're right. I didn't even think about that.
Obama's apologizing for slavery.
That's a good point. I never thought about that.
Wait a second. I'm apologizing to myself. They're like, well, no, we got to do this next time. Give it to Biden.
Right. You know what? I never thought about that. That's actually a very good point. But listen, maybe Obama's like, listen, I don't want to be like the black president who apologizes for slavery. Right. like, of course, the black president gets America to apologize for slavery. Like, that'd be the ultimate,
But do you think the Republicans want Biden to be the president that officially apologizes for slavery? That especially when in his first term, when that could be like a re-election thing? No, of course not. They don't want to give him that.
That's interesting. I think these non-binding resolutions were pretty, like, everyone agreed upon them. Like, I don't think there was in their own houses. Obviously, they didn't pass the opposite houses, but like, I don't think there were people Republicans voting against either.
This is shit you got to kill in committee, because there's no way. Like, you can't come out and vote against apologizing for slavery.
But see, that's what's sad, is that you're probably right.
Yeah.
Is that the reason that this hasn't come to be is for very cynical
political reasons? Yeah.
Political reasons. Yeah.
What's the subtext of Dictator's Handbook? Why bad behavior
is good.
Why bad behavior is good politics.
Yeah, no, it's true. And it's sad.
It is fucking sad. Yeah.
Right. That's interesting though. I didn't think about the reasoning for that when I read this story.
There needs to be some way around this, because this is just a fucking catch-22 for America that we just.
Well, people just got to get over it. That's the problem. Because
they don't. I guess second term they have to do it.
Well, the issue is, we always complain about our politicians being shitty, and they are shitty. But the reason they're shitty is because people are shitty.
Oh yeah.
And it works essentially.
Yeah.
And until it stops working, until people say, I actually want the government to do productive things, then, this will change.
The time to push for this is when you have a Republican president, because a Republican will want to do this because it's completely like bragging rights. We apologize for slavery. Yeah, we apologize for slavery. So they're incentivized to do it. Or a Democrat when he's not running for re-election, second term, because Republicans will never let him do it in his first term, but maybe in his second term.
Well, here you go. Here's the move. Okay. 2025.
I know. See, it's going to be, it's like forever
2025, away. Ron DeSantis. Okay. He's going to simultaneously, it's going to be part of the same bill. They're going to pass some sort of CRT ban nationwide.
Oh,
but in the CRT ban, they apologize for slavery.
That would be epic. That would be epic. But CNN would spin that as, this is rubbing it in their faces. This is like the most anti-Black American thing he could do, and to apologize for slavery. He's just like a wink and a nod, a Pepe grin. Right. Oh, sure, I'm apologizing for slavery. Right. Yeah.
No, of course they would, but it still would be fucking the hilarious Chad move.
It would be based. As long as the apology's in there.
We officially apologize to Black Americans for slavery and segregation.
Right.
Part 1. Part 2. There's a banning of like.
Yeah.
Well, no, see, because what they'll do is it won't say that's a CRT ban. It'll do like what the CRT bans. They don't say.
Sure. Yeah.
Bans. They just say that they're banning all these things about
segregation.
Yeah. People making racial discrimination things. So it actually is perfect, because the first part is the apology to slavery, and then the second part is in the spirit of apologizing for these racial segregation, we're making racial segregation and racial bias illegal
to make sure it never happens again, right?
Right. It's actually, oh my God, this is the most genius political idea ever.
But they will spin it. I'm telling you that. Look at the Don't Say Gay bill. They're going to say, this is called the Don't Teach American History Act. That's what they're going to call it.
They'll 100% spin it, obviously. But I'm just saying it still would be hilarious to watch this.
You're going to have Nancy Pelosi come out and say, apology declined.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to put the left in this really weird position, because they're going to have to be like, do we accept the apology? Like, this is the apology for slavery, but it's got the CRT stuff in it.
Oh, it's so bad. What if the Democratic Party comes out and puts Obama up into declining the apology? Oh, the optics. Oh,
that's never gonna. They can't decline the apology.
Okay. The first Black president comes out and declines the apology. Oh, that hurts.
That's not gonna happen. There'll be commentators who decline it, but I don't think it's gonna be like Obama or someone. On behalf of all Black people, I decline.
We gotta work. Apology. We gotta up our oppression game. I want an Obama. I reject this apology. Is too late. I reject this apology. It's too late.
So there you go, Ron DeSantis. You can take it from us. This is our genius idea for you in 2025. Okay, this is the most brilliant idea that you'll ever have. That we'll ever have. You. Okay.
Oh, how giving ideas to Ron DeSantis. Now I know you're a far right wing. Comedy show.
To whoever Republican wins the election in 2024. Trump would not. I mean, it would be hilarious if Trump did it. I don't think Trump would
love to do this.
I don't think
black
he would.
people love me. I'm the best black president. I'm the best president for black people ever. That was Trump's go-to move.
That, you know what? Maybe that would be interesting if that would be.
He'd invite Kanye and he'd
invite Peterson.
He would. He'd invite them all to the signing ceremony.
There you go. That would be hilarious. Well, there you go.
You'd have all the Kardashians there. It'd be like
whomever Republican wins in 2024, because I highly doubt a Democrat will win. Take this idea, run with it.
Yeah. All right, back to the video. No more pause.
Died liberating the Japanese from the internment camps.
Oh wait, let me go back.
And now you're going back.
Well, no, I just want you to. I think this is a really poor. I think this is not a. I don't think this is going to get Daryl on your side. This just does not come off as like building bridges. Because so if you remember, Daryl's saying the U.S. has never officially apologized for slavery. That's his point,
which appears to be correct. Yes,
right, which is true, and I think a fair point. I think the U.S. should apologize. The U.S. government, obviously, not like an individual person, but
something is wrong, and saying we're sorry for doing it are two different things.
How many people died liberating the Japanese from the internment camps?
I don't know the numbers.
I think it's 0.
They just opened the camps after the war, didn't they?
Oh, that's
I don't
so
know.
bad.
I think this country.
You know where
that's
he's going.
So bad. No, Tim, turn around. Turn around, Tim. Do not. Oh, I can't believe he's doing this.
Yeah. Look at that. What a good pause face.
Oh no.
All right.
No, Tim. No. I defended you. Goddamn.
Overtly did wrong by putting people in these camps, and then realized they did wrong. But I think
they also did wrong by putting people in shackles and selling them on the courthouse steps.
Oh, also, and I forgot to say, I never knew that they gave reparation payments for Japanese for people that were interned. That's it. I never knew that. Yeah. Though, do you know what year it was?
That they have, like, what, 50 years later, 100 years later? Who knows?
Well, I mean, it hasn't been 100 years since Japanese internment, but it was close.
It was recent, wasn't it?
Well, you were close to the 50 years. It was 1988.
88, okay.
So yeah, it was like 44-ish years later. So I mean, yeah, it was 20 grand. 20 grand. I don't know if it was for only people that were physically there, or if it was for their
20
descendants.
Grand in 1980s money is not. I mean, that's
a lot of money.
At, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot. So, and it's interesting because I never knew that, and that kind of, I think that gives Daryl a very strong argument. He's like, they gave these people 20 grand for being in an internment camp for a couple of years. Though obviously it's a little different because I'm assuming they gave it to people who were directly in the camp as opposed to like the descendants of those people. So
it takes so long. I don't know why they don't set up sovereign wealth funds on this shit, because they could totally do that and pay out reparations, whatever they want to pay out.
A sovereign wealth fund?
It's like a fund that is managed by the government, where you know buy stocks low, and when they go up, you've got all this extra money. A lot of countries have sovereign wealth funds.
Right.
I don't know why we don't do one, but
isn't that how a lot of the oil and resource rich countries?
Yes, of course
countries do that for their citizens.
Of course they do. Yeah.
Okay. That's how they pay them. I think that's probably how, like, in, was it Q8, whatever that fucking
it's a
acronym
lot,
places.
It's a lot more difficult to argue against the welfare state when they're like, look, we put in like 10 grand and now it's worth $1 million.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that is, I don't know why we don't do that in America.
Yeah, we should set
good question.
We should definitely advocate towards it. Mark Blythe was talking about it in the book Angrynomics. You read that book.
Yeah, that is, I know that's his solution for a lot of these problems.
Because it's just so hard to argue against.
Right, and it works within our capitalist framework.
Yeah.
Helps the market.
Use what you got.
Right, yeah. No, it seems like a good solution.
Why are we letting all the other our enemies do it and we don't do it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, I mean, I guess Saudi Arabia is technically like frenemies.
Well, I don't know if Saudi Arabia does it, but
right.
It's property.
Absolutely. I suppose that the main difference, though, I actually agree with you. I actually think there should be some form of reparations, but I don't know if it's ever been. I don't know if the politicians will ever actually do anything meaningful in terms of this.
There you go. Tim Pool, CRT advocate, just said he's in favor of some form of reparations. My God.
Right.
What a fucking leftist.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Dialogue always is in favor of reparations, I think. I mean, he's never said it explicitly, but I think he is.
So later in the conversation, or maybe it's now, I don't know, maybe it's later, I don't know. Daryl says he has an interesting take. He says he's in favor of reparations, but not like a check. Don't just give people money. He wants it to be some kind of education program.
Jobs program.
Well, education, not jobs, but.
Education is so weird. Like everybody's in favor of education, but they conceptualize it as educating their values. As soon as you pitch, oh, okay, let's do more education, right? We'll teach everyone about the gender spectrum.
Well, okay, education, yeah. Generally, when people say that aren't Marxist, they mean, like learning actual skills for a job. They don't mean indoctrinating people with garbage. So,
yeah.
And what's that called?
Lying?
No, it's called racism.
That they won't do anything meaningful? Yeah. But I mean, you have black political leaders who also won't do anything meaningful.
You got black people who are worthless, just like you got white people who are worthless. Nobody has a monopoly on racism or being worthless.
I don't think that it's a prejudice against race is the reason why they're not doing it. I think it's because they want to hold that over as an issue to gain power in politics.
Have you listened to Coleman's arguments on reparations? Coleman Hughes, yeah. I mean, so I don't think the fact that it hasn't happened yet necessarily means racism. It's more so extremely complicated because where do you draw the line? What percentage of black do you have to be? Like, it's very complicated.
I just have to say,
no, it's not complicated at all. Listen, does racism exist?
Absolutely.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
I think that people are afraid of what they're not.
Is it really racism? I know I said I wasn't going to pause, but I have to. Is it really racism if most people perceive that they're not responsible for slavery? Slavery happened before they were even born. The people alive today didn't live under slavery. So the idea that you're going to take their tax dollars and give them to black people, that's going to feel like racism, like they're the ones that are being racist against.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I don't think it is racism. I think that's the primary thing I disagree with Daryl in this conversation.
Right.
I don't think it's fair to characterize people against reparations as racist, which he does later in the conversation, which people were talking about in the chat. He does say someone who advocates against this is racist. And that's probably my biggest disagreement with anything he says in this conversation. I mean, obviously, besides just being factually wrong about stuff.
Yeah, you're talking about taking resources from people who weren't alive during slavery and never, never owned slaves, weren't part of any of this moral injustice, and you're blaming them for it. It's like, it's totally fucked up.
Well, he has a good argument sort of against that.
Oh, he does?
Well, it's an okay argument. But I'll let him get to it when he gets to it.
But I mean, there is...
Well, go ahead.
I'm going to say there is, a country is kind of like a corporation, in that you sort of offload responsibility to this entity. Like, the American government is like this entity that represents America, present, past, and future.
Right.
And so I understand, like, you as an individual citizen, you weren't responsible for slavery or whatever. But this entity that exists did perpetuate slavery in the past. And did do all this fucked up shit. And I do think that it's fair to say that entity should create some form of redress for that.
Right.
And the question is, what does that look like exactly?
You're conceptualizing it way better. Like I said, people are going to conceptualize it as you're taking resources from white people and giving them to black people. If you're conceptualizing it as we're protecting America's reputation, then you're having a completely different conversation.
Right. Well, that is exactly how, Tim and other people in this video talk about it. But again, that's funny because it kind of hits back into MMT, because it's like, well, you're taking my tax money away to pay for something.
Right.
I can hear Adam like, that's not how taxes.
Will MMT make it better or worse? Like, I don't necessarily
It would make it
know.
Well, theoretically make it better, because you're not really you're not taking tax. Well, I mean, it's the outcome is the same, but the conceptualization is different, because under MMT, the government's not taking anyone's tax money to pay for anything.
Right.
So,
but they will need to take money to fight inflation. So
yes.
Yeah.
Right.
But does racism exist?
Well, there's no. We're the same race. We're the human species. Like, I understand.
Ian just dropped a hit of acid right now, and he's like, "Yeah, man, we're all humans."
I don't.
There's only one race, but you know what I'm asking?
Big R.
Does racism exist in this country? Are there people of different colors who are discriminated against? Okay, this country owned people as property. Okay, we were considered, people like me, were considered 3/5 of a human being. We were bought and sold on the courthouse steps. Families ripped apart, just like when you got your first pet. Somebody's cat or dog had a litter, and your parents took you over and said, pick out one. And you took that kitten or that puppy from its mother.
Listen, slavery was better than being managed.
I know. Where's Carl now? Where's Carl now?
Mm-hmm. CT sent me a picture. I mean, obviously, I'd have to check it. There's some estimation that half of all enslaved people were separated from their spouses and or parents.
That's fucked up.
And 1 in 4 children were sold away from their parents.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
So
what is
that's why, I mean, I'll have to look into it, but I'm very skeptical of the claim that this was like a rare thing that happened.
Not only that, I mean, Quackademic, I mean, geez. He's just such a nasty argument to make. It's very patriarchal,
right?
Isn't it? They had a better life when we were running their lives.
Well, I mean,
so self-serving.
Sure, that'd be a one way to frame it.
That is
in this country. Okay, we were taken from our families. We were raped in front of our children, in front of mothers' husbands, and things like that. About
Daryl's going nuclear on Tim here. This is why Tim, you need multiple cams. Okay, we need some reaction shots.
You want to see the Tim reaction?
I do. Well,
but that's why I was saying you need to, if you're trying to build a bridge with someone, you can't just do this whataboutism technique. You can't just try to debunk everything they're saying. You have to address the feeling or whatever they're talking about. You have to address
talk to the elephant. Yeah.
Right. And talk to them and say, listen, I understand exactly what you're saying, and it's all fucked up and wrong. What you're saying is true.
Now he's his elephant's in full rampage.
Right.
It's like, fuck you. Were you rape apologist? I'm coming for you.
9 out of every 10 black people in this country have some white blood in them.
So,
okay? Some of it consensual, some of it non-consensual. Let me tell you this: Thomas Jefferson. You all know he had a slave mistress, right?
Yeah.
Named Sally Hemings. But I bet you didn't know this. And if you doubt me, check it out. What was Thomas's wife's name? Was it Martha or Mary? I forgot now.
I think it was Martha, wasn't it?
Martha Jones?
No, no.
Jefferson.
I remember Washington's wife.
She's Martha for sure.
Okay, so that's Mary.
It was both. They're both Martha.
They're both Martha. Okay.
Like Bruce Wayne and Superman.
Yeah.
Their moms.
Martha.
Bruce Wayne and Superman.
Both their moms are Martha. Martha
Okay.
Kent and Martha Wayne.
Okay, so
he's like, nah,
Sally
fuck
Hemings.
that.
Fucking Daryl Davis doesn't know the Martha meme. My God, that's the worst thing he says in this conversation.
What did you say? What did you say?
Why'd you say that name? Why did you say that name?
It's so stupid.
I know. That is funny.
Was President Thomas Jefferson's slave mistress? Did you know that she was a half sister to Thomas Jefferson's wife, Martha Jefferson? You need to check that out. That's not in your history book, but you can find it because Thomas Jefferson's father-in-law, Martha's father, okay, he had slaves too. right?
Oh, this
and he
is
had
so
an
bad.
affair with Sally Hemings' mother, which produced Sally Hemings. If you look at a picture of Martha Jefferson and a picture of Sally Hemings, they look very similar. One darker, one lighter.
How much is
sad? Very sad.
It's funny because so this is why I looked into the whole thing with Thomas Jefferson. It is pretty fucking crazy. So Jefferson was 44. His wife was dead at the time. He wasn't cheating on his wife.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, at least there's something. Thomas Jefferson. First of all, I didn't know. I'd heard that Sally Hemings was like inherited through his father-in-law. I didn't realize that was literally his father-in-law's daughter.
Wow.
It's just kind of like, and I look. This is why this is like part of why this is crazy. So, if you had sex, if a slave owner had or raped, I guess depending on how you look at it, if you raped or had sex with a slave and they had a child, the status of them being a slave or free was entirely dependent on the mother, not the father. And so all these children were considered slaves automatically.
Because their moms were slaves.
And it's hard. It's so hard for me to like conceptualize that people now often, not always, but often, people who fathered slave children, they would still be slaves, but they would give them, quote unquote, lighter work, right? Or, more, they wouldn't be working the fields or something. But it's insane to me that people could father children and then, I don't know, just not give a fuck. Like, to not want them to be free people, like, I don't know. It's just, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I never really thought of that. Like, you're a kid, you're just like, yeah, you're a slave. Get out there and get some work done.
Yeah, like it's just, oh my God.
Oh.
But Jefferson was 44 at the time. Sally Hemings, and actually the way that they met was weird too. So Thomas Jefferson was in France, and his daughter, who was very young, I don't know, she was like 5 or 6, maybe she's a little older than that. She was supposed to come over with a maid who was black, who was going to take care of her like on the trip. And that lady either got pregnant or was sick or something, and she couldn't make the trip. And so Sally Hemings was kind of substituted at the last minute because she was like one of the daughter's friends or caretakers or something. And so he's like ends up banging his daughter's like 14-year-old helper.
Really?
Caretaker.
Oh my, yeah. Wow.
Who is the half sister of his wife. Like, I don't know, this whole situation's crazy. And then it was interesting. There's a whole another dynamic to it as well, because apparently as soon as they were in France, they could declare asylum from slavery. And so he had to.
So did she?
No, and he had to convince her
not to
come back. Yeah, not to come to America. And apparently the agreement was she would agree to come back to America as long as their children would be declared free at the age of 21 or something.
Interesting. And
so
did he renege on that, or?
No. Well, it's kind of murky because apparently it's weird. Like 2 of her children ran away.
Okay.
But they didn't go after them. So I guess that means they were free. And then 2 died. And then I think the other 2 were granted freedom at the age of 21 and were sent north.
So he kept his promise.
So, yeah. So he did keep his promise. Yeah. So the whole situation is like really fucked. Like,
that's very, complicated.
Yeah. Complicated's a nice way of putting it, but
one human life worth is worth a lot.
You can't put a value on it.
828,000 casualties from the Union soldiers fighting to end slavery. 828,000 people died. Endless amounts of wealth destroyed, homes ransacked, burned, completely destroyed. The country almost collapsed trying to end this. So while I still believe that there's an issue of reparations in terms of we cannot have, people, I've mentioned systemic racism on this show and people don't agree, but I think it's because people misunderstand what the idea actually is behind it. So we'll get to that in a second. I think there needs to be, I lean liberal on all of these positions. There needs to be some way to strengthen the weakest link in this country, those who are historically impoverished or generationally impoverished. I think after we did away with a lot of the laws that were bad, I think after we had constitutional amendments and then ultimately new laws that codified you cannot do these things, we now need class-based solutions, which should disproportionately help those who are disproportionately affected.
Okay, so
I agree with that almost completely. Great, wonderful.
All right, good.
In the 1940s and 1950s, a lot of black people in this country moved to France. Now, people over in France are a lot whiter than white people in this country. All right? The French people treated these black people as equals. That's why we moved there. Eartha Kitt was one of them, who played like Catwoman on Batman. She was the one who had the cat growl, right? Paul Robeson, Memphis Slim, Josephine Baker. A lot of these people moved to France because they were being treated as equals. All right? So, when people say all white people are oppressors, no, that's not true. Okay? That's because people have been exposed to only a small group of white people, and those are the people here in this country. People in France did not oppress black people. All right, they didn't own slaves. This country owned slaves. Look. Think, you guys are too young to remember. There is only one holiday in this country. That is named after an American man. One holiday in this country that's named after an American man. And guess what? That man is black. And people had a fit over that. It took decades to get Martin Luther King Day. People did not want to put it up there because he's a black man. There used to be two white guys who had a holiday each to himself. We used to have George Washington Day, and we had Abraham Lincoln Day. And then it was decided that we had too many holidays. So they combined Washington Day and Lincoln Day into one day called President's Day. All right. But I remember when I went to school.
Actually, I hate this argument because so much of it is really just politics, and it's not a good idea to categorize it as racism.
Well, first of all, I don't know if that's true though.
What do you mean?
Well, when people wanted Martin Luther King Jr. Day, I don't know if it was because of, I'm assuming that it was like this was in the 70s and 80s.
So people maybe it was because of racism?
Yeah, I would imagine.
I don't know. I don't like categorizing it as
who signed it, who made it into law, right?
I thought it was Nixon, right?
It was Reagan.
Oh, it was Reagan?
It took all the way until 83.
Right. So why did the racist Republican Party sign it into law if they hate black people?
Because he did what we said, okay? He did the DeSantis move. He wanted to take money out of the welfare system and then give them MLK Day as a counter. No, I don't know what the timing on that was.
I feel like so much of this stuff can be put to politics, and politics, sure, you can categorize. Different things can be shoehorned into the racist lens, but it's more politics. I think so. Politics.
I don't think you're right on this one because, well, I mean, just looking briefly at the Wikipedia page, I mean, obviously politics always has something to do with it, but it said the lead opposition at the time was Senator Jesse Helms. Okay.
Oh, that racist dude.
And he had a 300-page, he led the filibuster against the bill of making MLK Day a thing. And apparently he said he made the Doyle argument that Martin Luther King Jr. was a dirty, dirty communist. Right. And that's why we shouldn't have an MLK Day.
And when did this happen? Was this during the Reagan era? Because he lost, right?
Yeah, this was in 83.
Yeah, so this goes to my argument that, I mean, if you're using it, and he's making an argument that the reason why MLK Day took so long was because there were so many racists.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
They first tried to pass this in 1979 and it failed.
Right.
So.
Right. But it could have failed for political reasons, like we articulated with the apologizing for slavery situation.
Yes.
Like it's not based on racism; it's based on all this political wrangling.
Yeah, but hold on a second, because with like the apologizing for slavery thing, there was a very specific convergence of events why I would understand why Obama would not want to be the president to apologize for racism. Okay.
Right.
It would have been fine for either Bush's or Clinton or any of the other presidents to sign some non-binding official apology for slavery. Like that would have been completely fine.
No, it wouldn't, because
Why
they
not?
do not want, the Republicans do not want Clinton to get a win when he's in his first term, because it's something that he'll march around in the election campaign saying, I'm the president that finally got the apology for slavery.
Yeah, but okay, so imagine George W. Bush is going to sign some apology for slavery, or even his father, H.W. Bush, or even fucking Reagan, okay? He does it right after they sign MLK Day. The Democrats are not going to have the ability to argue against that. You're right, they might not want it because they want to save it for themselves, but they wouldn't have, there's no political capital for them to argue against it.
There's ways to kill these bills that are beyond a straight up vote.
Right, but that would get all this publicity. Oh, the Republicans would have a field day.
No, it wouldn't.
We tried to apologize for the wrongs of slavery, and the Democrats stopped us. Then like this would be like such a massive story.
Why didn't those two bills where they cleared the House and the Senate, but not the other one? Why didn't that get a bunch of publicity?
It did. Well, it's also because it's under Obama, so it's not really clear.
You said you couldn't even find what happened to it.
Right.
No one was complaining about how it died.
No, but the Republicans weren't. If the Republicans were pushing for it,
sounds like you agree
under
with
Republican
my
president.
Anyway,
you're not understanding. I'm saying if the Republicans were pushing for this under Republican president, and the Democrats were against it, the Republicans could use this as a fucking sledgehammer into the face of the Democrats. Say, oh, you pretend you're in favor of black people, but here's the truth. You won't even pass a non-binding resolution to apologize for slavery.
Right. But that still makes my argument that it's about political wrangling and not about racism of the population.
But that never happened, though.
But you're still making my argument. My argument is, I don't like when people come out and frame, and Daryl Davis is doing this, that, this particular policy didn't get passed because everybody is racist.
No, I agree with
that policy to get passed.
Right.
Like all the wrangling we're talking about has nothing to do with racism. Yes. Nothing.
I agree with you completely. You shouldn't make the blanket assumption that it's because of racist, but you can't make the opposite and say, well, it's obviously not because of racist either.
Well, you can't
make that conclusion.
This is why Obama getting elected was so interesting, because it was, you could tally, you could say, listen, 60 million Americans are obviously not racist. They voted for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So apparently this, someone wrote something on this that says, it took them 15 years. Every year they would try to get Martin Luther King Jr. Day passed. It took 15 years to finally get it passed.
Right.
So
yeah, this is
interesting.
Oh, what is the guy who's on MSNBC? Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton was a big promoter of Martin Luther King Day. I was trying to get Martin Luther King Day passed.
Sure.
Him and Jesse Jackson were both all about Martin Luther King Day. Yeah. But they wanted to do it for themselves. They wanted to do it because to show, look how powerful we are. We got Martin Luther King Day passed.
Right. Well, what you'd have to look at to determine, is it because of racism or politics, to see who was voting in favor of these bills and who was voting against these bills and what were their arguments given.
Right. No, I agree.
So, yeah, I agree. You shouldn't just automatically assume it's racism, but you shouldn't automatically assume it's not racism either.
There's an article in The Atlantic called France is officially colorblind. Reality isn't. The country's prestigious illustration of the gulf between universal ideas and its day-to-day life. They're basically saying France is completely racist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Here's plays into part of your argument. So Jimmy Carter, though this was after this has been trying to pass for some years, promised to support the Martin Luther King Day holiday legislation in return for labor support during his 1976 presidential campaign.
Yeah, and he won.
Right, but I guess the question is, why did it not pass?
He didn't get it passed because this is making my.
They didn't want to
give.
Well, then
they didn't want to give Jimmy Carter the win for the election. Right. And he didn't win. He lost. And what did Reagan do? He came in and passed it immediately. That's right, bitch.
Well, 3 years later, not immediately.
Well, but he did.
He did it, but it wasn't immediately.
Did he do it in his first term? Did Reagan do it in his first term?
Yeah, it was 83, so it was at the end.
Of course, because he wanted to march around. Look,
right.
He's like, they've been calling me racist 3 years over my welfare queen, over my welfare queen speech, right? Yeah. He's like, I'll show them Martin Luther King holiday, bitch.
Well, see, but here's part of the problem. I'm sure, here's why this isn't clear. I'm sure there was many people that were against it for political reasons, but you have to remember, who was also senator at the time was Strom Thurmond.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't he like a grand wizard of the KKK or something?
Yeah. So, and he was doing everything he can to prevent that bill from passing.
I'm not allowed to say that because you're.
What?
I was going to say there's a high quantity of racists in the South. But I'm not supposed to say that.
Strom Thurmond was pretty fucking racist. So
what was he? What was he the senator?
South Carolina.
Okay, South Carolina. Yeah, see?
Right.
I missed one. South Carolina is definitely South.
It's actually funny. When did he died in our lifetime or my
recently?
Lifetime.
Yeah.
So he died. When did he die?
And Biden came out and talked about how great he was.
2003. So as I remember, this is a surreal experience. I was in a Boy Scout camp. Mm-hmm. I think it was in South Carolina.
Really?
Yeah, and
they had his picture up on the wall.
No, but like, so they do a thing in this Boy Scout camp where like every morning before you ate breakfast, you know, all the troops would line up and they, you know, salute the flag and do all this shit. You know, make you a good patriot. And they put the flag upside down and they said an American senator has died today. They didn't say who.
No way.
They said American senator died today.
No way.
And we shall like respectfully, you know, salute the flag in respect for this senator that died. And I sat there and I was standing and I said,
who was it?
Holy fuck. They're talking about Strom Thurmond. And I only thought that because even though I was young, like I remember hearing before I went to summer camp that he was dying or he was in critical condition or something. And I'm like, I'm not fucking saluting this racist fucking piece of shit.
Really?
Fuck? Yes.
Look at this.
I was like, what the fuck? They're saluting. They didn't say who it was, but I knew. I was like, oh my God, they're fucking trying to get all these kids to salute the flag for Strom Thurmond.
Base 12-year-old Sitch.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Bring him out so I can piss on his face.
Yeah. Bring out his corpse, I'll pee on it. So.
That's crazy. You pieced it together. Did you rebel? Did you tell him fuck off?
Yeah, well, I didn't salute. I didn't do anything. Right. But I didn't jump up on stage and be like, Strom Thurmond is right. Like I didn't.
Would have got massive woke points for that.
None of the kids fucking knew who the fuck what was happening or anything. Not even sure most of the adults knew.
Total nerd. I know, man.
Because I remember I said it to the adult leaders afterwards. I'm like, you know that they were saluting for Strom Thurmond. And they're like, oh fuck, you're right. Like they didn't even realize.
I remember arguing with my best friend in first grade over electoral politics, over who was going to win the next election.
In first grade?
In first grade, yeah.
Holy shit.
I know. That we're fucking nerds, dude. We're totally nerds.
Listen, I told the story. In kindergarten, I was in favor of George H.W. Bush because they had a plane that wrote his name in the sky above my school. And I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah. So that's why you were arguing.
Vote for Bush.
It was turbulent times though when I was growing up because it was like fucking the world was strange. There was like stagflation, the oil crisis, all that shit. Huge droughts in Southern California. We could only take baths in bathtubs with like an inch of water.
What were you? I don't believe I'm skeptical of this, Adam, that you were having some sort of meaningful political debate with a 6-year-old.
I was, yeah.
Really, what were you debating?
Who was going to win?
Oh, okay.
Carter or Ford? Yeah.
Did you make a $500 bet?
Can you imagine? Oh my God, no. My mom probably made like $500 in like 6 months.
Did you say Carter or Ford?
I said Ford, and my friend was for Carter. Yeah, exactly. Why? You know, I can't remember. Come on, this is like first grade.
Yeah,
but I do. Like, we had a bunch of different points that we had. Whatever, you know.
You know that they were like really stupid points, right?
Yeah, of course they were. We're first graders, right?
Yeah, Ford. You know, my dad drives a Ford, and they make good cars. I think he's gonna be the president.
Well, Ford was the incumbent, and Jimmy Carter was the like the new guy.
Yes.
Yeah. So it might have just been like
Ford fell down a lot though. So
going for the incumbent.
Embarrassing.
Ford was in there because Kennedy was assassinated, wasn't he?
No, Ford was Nixon's vice president.
Okay.
Ford, what killed Ford, or a lot of what killed Ford, was because I don't know if you. Well, I guess you don't remember, but Ford, he said he wasn't going to pardon Nixon, and then did.
Well, that might have been part of my thinking then.
Right.
That he screwed over.
No, but that's what hurt him. It didn't help him.
Yeah, it hurt him with the Republicans, but I was like, Nixon's a fucking crook. Nixon's a crook. That's the best thing he ever did was not pardon that crook. That anti.
No, he did pardon him.
Oh, he did pardon him?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, what was I thinking then?
Him. Yeah, is the inverse of what you're saying.
Right.
So.
Well,
I think he did.
In the end,
yeah, he did.
And I was watching the election at home and really like, God damn, I'm gonna have to go back to school and say you were right to my friend. I was like, this is fucked up. Yeah. I
can't believe you were having this conversation when you were 6.
I did. I went back and I tried to pull a fast one on him. I tried to tell him, I was thinking last night before, I wasn't really watching the news or anything, but I was thinking you had some good points about Jimmy Carter and how he would probably make a better president. Who won last night? I didn't quite see what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And he was pissed. He was like,
fuck you. You fucking were wrong, bitch.
He was like,
trying to change your mind.
Like, fuck you, bitch. He was not having it. He was like, nah, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
He was super pissed. I was like, okay, I'm just kidding. Jeez, I'm fucking joking here, okay? You were right. I still remember.
Hilarious.
I still remember that. I still remember that to this day. Come on, that was my best friend in first grade. We were best friends for like, I don't know, first, second, third grade. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's the ultimate geekdom, isn't it? I mean, being into politics. I remember being super into politics in like maybe junior high. We had some reports to write or something that got me really into politics. And I remember asking my parents about politics, interrogating them, and I was disgusted that my parents knew nothing about politics.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so weird. I wonder why you were into it. I mean, I assume the only reason I was into politics is because my parents were.
I asked my mom what the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans was.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she didn't know.
Oh my God.
I know. I was like, oh man.
You're like 12-year-old Adam is like, you fucking normies.
I know.
What's wrong with you?
I was not happy.
The Civil War is coming. You got to be prepared.
I was not happy. Wait a second. What? I mean, this might have been 6th, 7th grade. So
it's like 12.
12,
13.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Listen to you. I just always have been fascinated by politics.
That's interesting. Why. That's very interesting to me.
I don't know why, but I know it's dorky. I do know it's dorky. No one else in first grade was talking about who Nixon.
No, yeah. I can bet.
Like Ford or Carter. Come on. No, nobody.
I don't.
Just me and Marty having those conversations.
I don't remember anyone talking about politics in elementary school at all. Like when Clinton was running again. Mm-hmm. We had to have been talking about like the blowjob thing, but I don't remember anyone talking about that.
Yeah. So I was living in New York when the blowjob thing happened, and one of my roommates had printed out the Star Report, and it's like gigantic. It's like, I don't know, like 70, 80 pages or whatever. And it's just sitting there on the kitchen table. And I looked at it and I kind of leafed through it and I was like, blowjob? What the fuck? Although I guess it didn't say blowjob. It
222 pages.
Is okay. So I mean, it was different. But I sat down. We had a couch in the kitchen. I mean, it was like New York was. Remember when Sargon was talking about the tiny apartment? It was like one of those apartments. Like, but I just
you might as well have been a slave, is what you're saying.
I just held up in the kitchen. I read that entire Star Report. I was just like talking about.
You read it? This is impressive.
The Lincoln bedroom and
I mean that you read something this long is impressive.
Well, it was about sex, though, obviously. So. No. They're talking about the cigar thing and how how Clinton had used the cigar on Monica Lewinsky, and then like some ambassador came and smoked the cigar. I'm like, no, don't smoke the cigar.
Oh, really? I didn't know that element.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He goes into a meeting.
Why wouldn't he throw it away?
He goes into a meeting with some ambassador, and he's got the cigar that he's been using to bang Monica Lewinsky with. And he starts acting like he's going to smoke it. He's like playing around with it and having a good time with this.
Oh, he should have. That would be less gross than giving it to some stranger. Like
he's like smelling it. This cigar smells really good. This Cuban cigar. And he gives it to the ambassador. Here, you smell it. He's like, oh, it's yeah, very good.
A fucking pervert.
Very good cigar. Yeah.
What's going on?
He's like, here you go. You smoke it. He's like, okay, I'll smoke it. Smoking with Clinton here.
Oh my God. That's horrible.
Yeah,
who is that poor person?
Why do you think everybody hates Ken Starr? Because this is like the salacious shit that they worked
into
the
smoked
report.
The Monica Lewinsky cigar?
Yeah, look it up.
Who is poor it? Person?
Somebody did.
Sexually assaulted, basically.
Is it? Is that wrong? That's not consensual, right?
That is not.
You got to tell somebody. You're like, no. Is that like stealthing or something when you give someone a cigar to smoke? That's bad. It's got to be. I don't know if you'd call it rape. I mean, it seems.
Well, it's because I've never.
Is that sexual
I've always heard that, like, there's like he fucked her or she fucked her, masturbated with a cigar or whatever. I never heard that he kept it and then gave it to someone.
Yeah, he was playing with it. Yeah, they go into deep detail. We should read the Star Report.
Supposedly, while she was masturbating with a cigar, Clinton was keeping Yasser Arafat waiting.
Yes, Yasser Arafat. That's it. Arafat.
He didn't have Yasser Arafat smoke the fucking cigar. I refuse to believe that.
It's in there.
No way.
Yasser Arafat.
Are you telling me that so the reason we don't have Palestinian-Israel peace is because Bill Clinton made Yasser Arafat smoke a cigar that was inside Monica Lewinsky?
You need to learn how to search.
He was so disgusted. He's like, no, there will be no peace forever.
Yasser Arafat smoked the Monica Lewinsky cigar. You gotta.
No, I hope that's not.
You gotta search correctly. What exactly is the cigar story? The story is that Monica Lewinsky masturbated with a cigar while President Clinton watched the masturbation as well as. Oh no.
Masturbated himself.
Okay, let's get back into the video. This is a long video. We'll do a deep dive into this.
Did Yasser Arafat smoke?
We'll report back on Tuesday how this story ends. This is Slate, so Slate's got to be a bad. Slate's not going to tell you they're going to try to make Clinton look like a hero. Slate is going to tell it as if President Bill Clinton saved Yasser Arafat from smoking the cigar.
I don't know, because all the things say that they don't say he smoked it. They just say that he was kept waiting.
Right.
While this was happening. So maybe you might be misremembering.
My story is better, though.
Your story is better, but horrible. Like horrifying.
I mean, I remember it the way I remember it. I'm gonna go with I'm buying into standpoint theory here. I'm gonna go from my standpoint.
I see.
I did read the Star Report. Yeah.
I don't think I did a Yasser Arafat search in the Star Report. It doesn't say that.
Maybe there was multiple cigars.
Well, there could have been someone else.
I'm gonna just read the Star Report.
I could buy that he gave some like diplomat this, but not fucking Yasser Arafat the cigar.
Yasser Arafat was the head of the PLO, right?
Yeah, PLA.
Oh, okay.
Or Palestinian.
Come on,
Authority,
nobody cares about this stuff.
I know.
This is the craziest side quest ever. We're almost there. We only have 2 hours left.
Day and for Lincoln Day. All right. Now, but we had to fight to get Martin Luther King Day. Yet we celebrate. There's another guy who has a holiday all to himself. All right. He's not an American.
Uh-oh.
He didn't discover a damn thing.
Uh-oh.
He was a murderer,
I know.
a pillager, and a rapist. And his name, Christopher Columbus. Okay? Martin Luther King never raped anybody, never pillaged any place, and never and he gave his life bringing people together. But yet,
it's funny because, well, I mean, he doesn't know. Because
does Tim bring it up?
No one brings it up. Because I assume none of them know, or they just don't bring it up. It's funny because, like, you know, he wants, and a lot of Black people at the time wanted MLK Day sort of as a symbolic victory, as a representation of the apology for slavery and Jim Crow.
Right.
Which is fine. But it's just funny because, as we've talked about on the show, Columbus Day was an apology, literally exists because one of the worst lynchings, if not the worst lynching in American history, was, I forget what state it was, when a bunch of people lynched a bunch of Italians.
Yep.
That were they were in jail for some crime, and they basically ripped them out of the jail and hung them all at the same time. And this was kind of an apology to Italy, and I think the Vatican too. So
yeah, largest mass lynching in American history. Yeah.
So
we're like, okay, that's a little fucked up.
Right. So kind of interesting, that he doesn't like, because it's sort of doing the same thing that MLK was doing, though obviously Columbus is not as worthy as MLK. But
we had no problem celebrating Christopher Columbus, who didn't discover America. As Tim said, how do you discover something people are already here when you arrive?
Yeah, his brothers were the real psychos too. Columbus let his brothers ransack, I think it was, were they in Haiti? Is that where they set up shop? It was in the Bahamas somewhere. And he just let his two brothers like drag women down the street by their hair as they would beat them and rape them and stuff. It was, hey, I wanted to confirm a couple things you mentioned earlier. From Newsweek, there's an article from, this is like September 21, Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks books among those banned in Pennsylvania's school district. I didn't read into this article, and I don't know why they were banned, but that's an article from Newsweek.
I'll tell you, here's the challenge.
Very quick, the other thing is Sally Hemings is apparently the half-sister of Jefferson's wife, Martha Wales Jefferson. That's from Monticello.org.
One of the challenges with any cursory story about banning books is that we recently had a book banned in a bunch of schools called Genderqueer. The Washington Post and the New York Times wrote that it's just a story about growing up queer and a story that kids need. But the book actually also displays graphic images of sex between what is probably minors, and Amazon rates it as being 18 up. When you hear the story just in passing or on the surface, if you actually read the New York Times and the Washington Post, they won't tell you why the book was actually banned. They'll simply say anti-trans or anti-queer bigots banned the book because they're banning books. You then actually open the book and say, whoa, they wanted middle schoolers to see blowjobs? Yeah, I don't know about that, but that's actually in the book. I can't show you the book on YouTube because we'd get banned if we showed it.
So, Tim, can you confirm that there's kind
of... that's a completely accurate and fair point, because we went over that. Who are we watching? I don't know. We're watching someone on MSNBC or something who is complaining about all the banned books and all the examples they brought forward. Like, you look into it and it had nothing to do with race issues. It's like, oh, it was that Toni Morrison book, which features like a father raping his daughter, or there was another book that was far less bad, but there was some parents complaining that like, oh, they talk back to their parent and they use curse words, some fucking, and like just obnoxious parent complaint about that stuff. So that's a completely fair argument. And I don't think any of these books, I have not seen evidence that any books in America have been banned or removed from school curriculum because of racism because of evil white racists. I have not seen that at all.
Okay.
At least in modern times.
Kind of a split within critical race theory between these two different camps that Daryl's talking about.
Well, I call it a Mott and Bailey, right? So when you actually in that, what is it? I always confuse the two. One of them, are you familiar with the Mott and Bailey argument?
He's like us.
I don't confuse him anymore.
Okay. Yeah, now you came up with your rhetorical.
The moral Mott and the bullshit Bailey.
Right. Well, even that's confusing. I know what you mean, but even that's confusing.
The Mott is a defendable position.
Yes, right.
And the Bailey is the bullshit
Not
position.
defendable. Yes, right.
Argument.
No.
They'll say something like, we're just trying to teach the true history of racism in America. And then you go, oh, okay, well then what is this? Or I'm sorry, the way it works is they'll say something like, all white people are racist. All white people are oppressors because whiteness is property. Kimberly Crenshaw actually said that. It's in her original book. Whiteness as property grants people specific access to things other people can't. Therefore, white people oppress all other people of color. You then say, hey, whoa, wait a minute. You can't call all people racist. You can't show a picture of a devil who's white with a whiteness contract. And then they go, we're just trying to explain the true history of this country. It's a Mott and Bailey argument. You start with this very aggressive approach. And then when someone actually investigates and call you out, you retreat saying, no, it's just about the true history of this country. So for someone like me.
The true history of this country is this country was built on racism. Okay.
Well, the world itself is still just racist. But the United States.
No. The world itself is not racist. This country is racist. There is discrimination in the world. For example, in Northern Ireland, okay, like here in our country, if you're Catholic and I'm Protestant, there's no big deal. No, who cares? In Northern Ireland, it's conflict.
Oh yeah,
that's not racism. Okay,
that's tribalism.
Okay, it's religion. Okay,
but it's tribalism. So
okay, hold on. So
did you skip out? I mean, that was huge woke alert right there. America was founded on racist values.
Wait a minute. Well, you can say that you shouldn't say that it was founded on racism, but racism was definitely systemic. Racism was a huge part of America's founding. You can't deny that.
Okay.
Well, wait. What do you mean? Okay.
Well, I mean, there was racism involved in the founding of America, but it wasn't the central principle.
Slavery. Racially based slavery, right?
Yeah, it was a contradiction to the founding principles of America, though.
It was, right. But this is the problem. You can't just, if you're talking to someone, okay, you can't just say, oh, that's not true. Because you're like, well, what do you mean that's not true? We had fucking slavery. What do you mean our country wasn't founded in part to racism? And you have to say what you just said, which is we did have systemic racism. We did have slavery based on race in our country. That was a founding part of a lot of our countries in the southern states. Yeah. And the northern states put up with it in order to basically have people unify against.
Yeah, to make something happen.
Yeah, basically have people unify. But
the art
it was
of the
a
possible,
contradiction.
As my friend Sitch likes to say.
It was a contradiction to the inherent philosophy of what America stood for.
Yeah.
And so we have to separate those two things, those two ideas away from each other. And that's where CRT fails. CRT doesn't separate those two.
No. Right. CRT never acknowledges the contradiction, even though CRT is riddled with contradictions.
Right. But you have to, but that's what I'm saying. If you're talking to someone about it, you have to bring that up. You can't just try to hand wave away.
No, I agree. And
Tim the racism, America's racist history.
Tim does a very poor job here because he just basically says, no, you're wrong. It's like, okay.
Yeah, which is like, I don't know what that means unless you're specific.
Yeah. Haidt does great at this. Haidt always says, that's right, even though he is totally going in a different direction. He's like, that's right. And this part of it, which is completely different than what the person was talking about, but they feel vindicated.
Sort of. That was interesting when we watched that conversation with Haidt on Morning Joe. And there was I don't remember if it was Yale or Princeton. There's some Ivy League professor there. who, was very woke and completely disagree with what Haidt was saying, and you're right, Haidt would be like, yes, you're correct. And then he would just kind of like move into a different direction.
Yeah, completely going 180 degrees in the other opposite
Though
direction.
he wasn't, to be clear, it's not like he's lying, because there was some element of what the guy was saying that he agreed with. And he would reiterate that and say, I agree with, you say, yes, I agree with this.
Right.
And then he would move into a somewhat different direction after that. So he wouldn't just, it's not like he's just lying or something. But.
Yeah, good point.
I'm not going to try to put on the Irish Republicans and the Protestants, the Catholics, and the Orange Order or anything, but at least having been there and covered this, both sides of this, it's not about Protestant or Catholic. That may be what it's described as, but you notice really weird things. One side's pro-Palestine, one side's pro-Israel. One side believes in socialism, one side believes in capitalism. One side is pro-militaristic imperialism, one side is anti-intervention. What happens is two different factions hate each other and they adopt whatever the other side opposes. And so tribalism emerges, where I asked on the piece.
Isn't that what we're experiencing right here, right now with Republicans and Democrats?
Right. That's why it's.
Is that tribalism?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's why.
By your definition, okay.
So when they say Candace Owens is a white supremacist, something is wrong, right?
They said I was a white supremacist.
Something's wrong.
I don't always agree with Candace Owens, though.
Right. So the issue is, for me, I don't think race is the principal component of the divide right now. I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. I'm saying in a separate issue, we have a problem of tribalism in this country. And I think, just not to derail you, because I was mentioning.
It's all right.
When you mentioned Northern Ireland as being religious, it's tribal.
It started as a religious conflict that became more tribalized over time. That's the same with politics in the United States.
Let's go from Northern Ireland to Lebanon. Okay, there it's Christian.
So I think what Tim said was a really good point. I completely agree with it. I just would have made clear that it's not like racism and tribalism are like opposing ideas. Racism is a form of tribalism.
Yeah, totally.
So that's the only thing I would make. So it's like if someone says, like, they kind of infer different things, and I think the point Tim made about how tribalism breeds into being against something just because your opponent is in favor of it is an important point. And so you should make that distinction, but they're not exactly like the opposite or different or whatever.
Yeah, racism can be just as bad for the perceived marginalized community, because you're enforcing some sort of ethos on that community that people might not like.
But I don't understand what you're saying. But
like progressivism, people perceive, if you're black, you have to be a progressive. You have to vote Democrat, otherwise you're
right. Did you mean to say you said racism? I think you meant to say tribalism.
Well, racism.
Obviously, racism is going to negatively impact.
As a subset of tribalism, the way that you set it up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, obviously, the people that are being racist against suffer from racism.
Right, but there is. I mean, could you call it race? I mean, I think of it as racism when you say like Larry Elder can't be conservative.
Yes, that is 100% racism. Yes,
yeah, of course.
Totally. Right.
Yeah.
And that is what CRT puts forward, is that there you have to be authentically black, you have to have specific view.
Right. But if blacks call other blacks race traitors, would you think of that as racism?
Of course it is.
Okay. We're on the same page.
Why would it not be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right. Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, racism is bad.
In Israel, it's Jews and Palestinians. Okay, so these are religious discriminations. You wouldn't call it racism. In this country, it's racism. Okay, people were bought and sold. People were owned. This country was built on a two-tier society: white supremacy at the top and slavery at the bottom. That's what built this country. And as we progressed over the decades, we progressed like this. Well, maybe like this.
Is it
but never like this.
Is it fair to say that Native Americans were on the bottom?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they were
absolutely they were on the bottom. Absolutely.
I don't know
from
if we should
Trail
make
of Tears and etc.
I don't know if we should make it a hierarchy.
And to this day, we still discriminate against Native Americans. There are a lot of phrases, that you don't even realize.
Tim realized halfway through that could easily be conceptualized as him saying,
The oppression
blacks
Olympics.
had it better. Blacks had it better than the Indians or the Native Americans, because the Native Americans got eviscerated.
Yes, right.
Yeah, that's not a real good argument.
Here, I'll be right back.
All right, take your time.
That are pejorative or derogatory. Like, you say, man, that guy went off the reservation.
Yeah.
Where do you think that comes from?
Right.
Or it's none of your cotton picking business. Where do you think that comes from?
Well, that one we all know.
Okay.
That was like Foghorn Leghorn, man.
Or he comes from or he comes from the wrong side of the tracks.
So Daryl, you're president. How do you deal with this?
Who's my president?
No, I'm saying theoretically, if you were president.
Oh, if I was president.
If you were president, how are you handling this?
I'm having more talk, more discussion. I'm the same way I'm handling it right now. I bring opposing forces together.
What about specifically in terms of reparations? What would you like to see?
What I would like to see, A, is an apology, okay? And B, reparations in terms perhaps of education, tuitions. Not necessarily be handing out people money necessarily, but provide people the means to get a great education, all right? Because that way you can help uplift yourself.
What do you think? Let's go back to the abortion thing. What do you think about the history of Planned Parenthood?
Giving more money to the university system just doesn't seem like a great idea to me, but I don't know. I mean, if we're giving money out to people to start businesses, I'd feel better than people just, going to get some gender studies degree or even, I'm going to use my reparations money to get a degree in critical race theory.
Parenthood. Are you familiar with it?
The history of it? No, I'm not familiar with the
Margaret
history
Sanger
of it.
was...
I know the name, but I'm not familiar with all the...
She was a eugenicist, and one of her... we can't say the name of the project she created because it uses an iteration of the N-word, which would get us in trouble on YouTube. But her idea was to go around to the black community and start propagating birth control practices to stop black people from having kids.
Let me tell you something. My mother was a victim of that, okay? There was a big scandal back in the 50s where doctors were systematically giving women hysterectomies, all right, in order to cut down the black population.
That's right.
And my mother was a victim of that. And you don't find that out until, 20, 40 years later, just like the Tuskegee experiment, just like Agent Orange. The government doing all these kinds of things, and you don't find out about it until much later.
Yeah, or like Pfizer data dumps and stuff like that. They wanted to wait 75 years to give that information out. But I digress. I'm into repairing the system too, reparation, whatever you want to call it, repairing it. And I agree. I don't think throwing money at people is the way to repair the communication. I mean, obviously communication is real.
What I missed? You're talking about reparations?
Yeah, Sitch is in favor of reparations, so watch out, guys. Super lib cuck over here.
Uh-huh.
Do you think school choice is legit, or you follow that at all?
School choice?
Yeah, it's instead of like people sending their kids.
So wait, this is a part where he says he's in favor of reparations, but not in giving people money in terms of an education program, right?
Yeah, you missed it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. He
wants to give people money for an education so that they can go to Princeton and learn how to study critical race theory. That's his idea. So, you think that's a good idea?
I know you're like saying this to trigger me. The problem with the joke that you're making is that there are people that unironically believe that
he's going to study under Sam.
That's what he's asking for?
He's going to.
Did he say? You got to the part where he said he doesn't believe that for affirmative action that standards should be lowered at all, or is that later?
He hasn't said that. No.
Okay, maybe that comes up later.
It's to a public year that costs a certain amount of money. Instead, you get a voucher for that amount of money that you can spend at any school of your choice or homeschooling. If you set up a homeschooling curriculum, does that appeal to you at all?
We got to do school choice. School choice, I think, is a great idea.
Sure.
I'd have to look at that some more.
Also, it was very vague, and I don't know if I described it exactly right, but it's the idea that instead of being having to adhere to a public school system or private, that you would get to choose where you send your kid, and you'll have credits along with that. Because I think education and communication is the key to moving forward.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. I'm 100% pro education, and it would have to be schools that that are top notch. you would have the right to go to those schools. I mean, there was a time where I couldn't go to Harvard, where I couldn't go to Princeton because of the color of my skin. Yeah. That's why we have what we call HBCUs, right? Historically black colleges and universities. That's why the United Negro College Fund was founded and things like that. So, and by the way, I went to an HBCU. I went to Howard University, which was founded by General George Howard, who was a white guy.
Is that going to do it?
So I'm trying to pull up the specific story. Google's not too. Let me see if I can do this. I did have another thing pulled up I want to ask you about.
Sure.
I hope that YouTube can start to understand context of language. Well, I mean, we'll see. If the algorithm detects the word that Daryl just said and demonetizes the video, that is so unacceptable.
What did I
no,
do?
It's okay. It's okay. Use the N word, which
so
no,
let
you
N
word.
Let me ask you. We have a story from Independent. Harvard University will hold first ever black-only graduation ceremony on. This is from May 2017. Do you agree with institutions creating racially segregated?
No.
So I agree with that, and this is not coming from the right. This is coming from.
Like I said, nobody has a monopoly on stupidity.
I wanted to ask you about.
But see, this is I just feel like this conversation. Tim is making this conversation unnecessarily. I don't know, combative. It's not even combative. I don't even know how to describe this. Every time Daryl says something, Tim's like, well, what about this? Like, are you getting that too from this conversation? I'm not.
A little bit,
the only
yeah.
one.
I mean, he goes even harder in a second here.
Right. And I think it's fine to bring that stuff up. I just feel like he's just doing it in the worst, not the worst. The law should be the worst way, but he's not doing it in an effective way.
Right.
It'd be like, if you want to red pill Daryl Davis on the terrible of wokeness, I'm like 100% on board. 100% on board. I just don't think this is the way to do it. I think you have to acknowledge what he's saying first before you throw the whataboutisms at him.
Well,
try and tie them together.
I mean, you do this over drinks. You don't do this like on air in front of like 40,000 people.
Well, that's another issue too, because some people were like, they want us to try to get Daryl Davis on, and I'm thinking maybe it would be better for me to just email him and just write him, and to try to establish some sort of private back and forth with him, because it's easier to have that conversation privately than publicly. Because
it is, yeah, that would be interesting. You should
do
it.
The abortion thing, because it's big in the news, and this is a really fascinating one, because one of the things we hear from a lot of people on the pro-life side is that the foundation of Planned Parenthood was eugenicide.
Told you, like, it gets even worse.
He rigs it to pro-life.
I know.
Like, oh, the Parenthood shit.
Look at Tim; he's so excited.
Oh my god, why? Like, I know that this, when this has happened, it was right around the time that the leak happened, I think. But still, like, come on, fuck.
No fuck.
So I guess it is later. At some point, Daryl Davis does explicitly say that he is against the lowering of standards via affirmative action, which is a good point.
To want
what?
I can't. I look at Temple and I see my dad. Like, he looks exactly like my dad. I feel like I'm being child abused right now. Just by the questions he's asking. Here, let me throw you some. While I've got you here.
Let me read a couple of super chats before we get into the abortion thing, because that's a whole nother can of worms.
Right.
Coyote Doge for $20 says, make sure you watch to the end where he calls a white guy racist because he asked if his Union ancestor covered his share of reparations. You have to watch to the end. Daryl ends up arguing for every CRT claim. We will skip ahead to, we might not finish the whole video. We'll skip to that part of the video where things get kind of more contentious to cover that stuff. Yonkers OF for 30 Aussie bucks says, if we have left and right, why can't we be clearer by stating top and bottom, left or right? A team is top tier cringe. There you go.
A team is top tier cringe. What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess S classes are all bottoms. take that.
Okay, there you go. That was the Adam response. Investigator One Quim for $50. Thank you so much. Says, my solution to reparations: the U.S. government should offer 10 acres or equivalent value in money, put into a savings account, open it in their name, and a house for a family of 4. Also, we can put a price on a human life. It's $10 million according to the United States government. Well, there you go. Aaron Lovelace for $20 says, Ronald Reagan was a gun grabber who wouldn't be elected today. There you go.
Really?
I think was the assault rifle ban under Reagan, or was that
Reagan got shot in the street by some homicidal maniac.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's probably why.
That might be why
they got the Brady bill passed, because of that.
Right. So
gun grabber, take your licks.
Give the guy. Listen, I'm not a Reagan simp by any means. I really don't like Reagan, but the guy got fucking shot. Give him a break. Okay.
So bizarre. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Brady guy got shot in the head. He ended up brain dead.
He did. Vosh. Oh my God, it's Vosh.
Oh, hi Vosh.
Vosh for $20 says, so you mean to say they've taken what we thought we think and make us think we thought our thoughts. We've been thinking our thoughts we think we thought, I think. Mm-hmm. There you go.
Wow, that does sound exactly like Vosh.
Yeah, another completely on point, clear, non-sophist, convoluted take.
Yeah, thank you.
Vosh.
Thank you for the $20.
Thank you, Vosh.
To the black population community in this country, I just pulled up the 1990 to 2006. It's a census government abortion demographic, and the interesting thing is that in 2006, for every 1,000 women there were 14 abortions, but for every 1,000 black women there were 50 abortions. So I look at this and I think,
so is that tribalism or is that racism?
I think it's racism.
Both, probably.
Absolutely. I think
so.
Yeah, that's just
isn't
terrible.
That interesting? So Tim, but this is what bothers me. So when Tim thinks, so there's like this right-wing narrative. Well, it's kind of funny. The origin of abortion being a plan to get rid of black people, you know where that theory comes from?
Democrats.
No.
Well, it makes sense if it came from them.
It comes from socialists. It comes from the Black Panther Party.
Really? Oh, wow.
It was black nationalists.
Black nationalists.
Yes, that first put forward this idea that Planned Parenthood and abortions in America were some sort of plot to rid the country of black people, which makes sense when you think about it.
Like, the far left, yeah.
Right. Who would be advocating for such a thing? And so like the right has kind of picked up this theory because they feel like it helps them in the abortion fight. And so Tim looks at that number, and first of all, Daryl looks at that number and says it's racist, which I think is not true. I don't think that number has anything to do with race. Well, I guess it depends how you define racism, but it's not like overt racism. There's no intention there. And right. Tim, but since it kind of fits in with that sort of right-wing narrative, and he thinks it's going to sort of help with his conversation with Daryl, he says, yes, that's racism. That's not racism. Those numbers aren't that way because of racism.
I mean, it seems like family planning is a way to get yourself out of poverty. And if blacks are disproportionately in poverty, taking away family planning from them is probably going to make it even worse.
Yeah. Well, and the reason, part of the biggest, there's two gigantic factors for why the black abortion rate is significantly higher than the white abortion rate. The first is obviously black women are disproportionately poorer than white women. And when you look at abortions overall, it's heavily weighted towards poor women have way more abortions already.
Of course.
So that's going to throw out. And when you have like the black population in America is very small compared to the white population. So those little differences are going to have huge statistical effects on the numbers is the first thing. The second thing, and this probably has something to do with poverty too, is if you look at unexpected pregnancy rates, the unexpected pregnancy rates in the black population is like 4 times higher than the white population. And so it's like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense why the abortion rate is so much higher then.
The unexpected pregnancy rate is higher in the Black community? Is that
yes.
Okay.
Like 3 to 4 times higher, significantly higher.
Do they think condoms are like a communist plot or something?
Well, I didn't look into. I think Actual Justice Warrior, he did a video on this.
Oh, that they don't like condoms. Who likes condoms? Nobody fucking likes condoms. Okay.
And I remember I'm trying to remember who it was. Maybe someone in chat remembers. Mm-hmm. He got in this back and forth with, like, I think it was Lance of the Surfs. And we'll have to ask Surfs about this because Surfs has a hate boner for Sean. He got in this back and forth with Lance, I think, about, this question in Actual Justice Warrior is like, I don't know, they don't use condoms or other birth control the same rate as like the white population. And for some reason, like the Surfs took this as like Actual Justice Warrior being racist for some reason.
Because they don't like condoms?
And he's like,
nobody likes condoms and they don't.
Well, he's like, I don't, that's just what the numbers, I don't know. How is this racist?
I remember. I remember.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, how am I being racist? That's what the stats bore out, So that's why the abortion rates are way higher in the Black community. There's no conspiracy here.
Everyone in the chat is totally triggered that I said family planning. I'm sorry. I meant baby killing. I'm sorry. I used the wrong term. If you take away baby killing from the Black community, then obviously. Well, I mean,
they're going to get.
It's easier just to kill the baby than to actually raise the baby. Right. Baby killing is a lot cheaper than baby raising, just so you know.
Well, people are going to have to hold on to their elephants when he gets into this, because I did look into this Margaret Sanger claim.
Oh, is it weak?
It's both. It's mixed. It's a mixed bag, but we'll get into that.
Right.
Racist tribals.
I think when you look at the locations of Planned Parenthood facilities, they tend to be in Black and Latino areas, not lower income areas.
Just like when you look at all the advertisements and billboards for cigarette smoking and alcohol, usually in impoverished Black areas.
Yep. So I'm curious as to what you...
Yeah, but see, this is what annoys me, because I feel like he's only agreeing that it's racist because he thinks it helps his point. Where normally he would fight back against this, and I think you should fight back against this. I don't think the reason there are billboards or advertisements for cigarettes and alcohol in lower income Black neighborhoods because
of racism. No, it's because that's where the demand is.
Right. It's because So it's because there's a lot of poor Black people that are buying those products.
Right.
Now you can make the argument that, well, the reason it is racism because the reason they're poor in the first place is because the history of racism and oppression in the country, yada, 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 yada. But I'm assuming that's not what he's talking about or what anyone is generally talking about when they say because of racism. Maybe is, I don't know. The question isn't asked, but.
When they fought for Prohibition, one of the arguments that racists would make was, we can't let the Black man get drunk. The alcohol turns the Black man into a monster. That's what they would say.
Yeah. That's going to be a savage committing crimes and abducting white women. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's basically what they would say. Yeah.
Right.
The racists were fully on board with Prohibition. So.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
What your thoughts on this would be, why is it that in 2006, for every 1,000 Black women, there's 50 abortions, but for every 1,000 white women, there's 14 abortions? How do you think something like that happens?
Racism.
Sure, but
racism's the answer for everything.
Right.
That's such a normie take.
It is. Yeah.
Is it? Are there racists who are advocating for? Are these pro-choice racists who are trying to trick Black people, or how is it racist?
They're trying to cut. Okay, let me tell you what's happening.
Well, that's a good question.
When you were a kid, even though you're a lot younger than I am, and when I was a kid. Even when your parents were kids and your grandparents were kids, the Black population in this country was 12%. Native Americans, 1%. Hispanic people, around 2%. Asian people, around 3%. Whites, 86, 87%. All right? The U.S. Census is taken every decade, every 10 years. You can Google uscensus.gov and see the trends, all right? Today, Black people remain just over 12%, like 12.9, 13%, all right? Native Americans remain at 1%. Asians have pretty much doubled. They're like at 5.9, almost 6%. Latino, Hispanic people have more than quadrupled, 17-something%.
That's probably all from immigration, not from birth rates.
No, of course.
Yeah.
If you take just black people, 12%, Hispanic people, 17%, that right there is 29% non-white. That's almost a third. All right. This is happening. All right. Today, the last census was last year. I'm sorry, 2 years ago, 2020. All right. White people in this country right now are 59%. All right. In the year 2042, which is 2 decades from now, this will happen for the first time in our country. This country will be 50% white, 50% non-white. All right, for the first time. Between 2045 and 2050, it's going to flip, and whites will become the minority in this country. Whites are already the minority globally, but in this country, they are the majority. You guys may know the term white flight.
Yep.
Okay? White flight barely exists in our country anymore because the color of America's landscape has changed so much that anywhere you go, there's already somebody there who doesn't look like you. And so there's a large swath of the white American population that doesn't care about this happening. Hey, it's evolution. I don't care. No big deal. I don't have a problem with that. But there's also a large swath that does care about that. They feel they're getting squished out. You know, we built this country. We wrote the Constitution.
Sitch.
And now, our identity is being...
Wait. What?
He's talking about you.
What?
Scared of losing your place. I know all those.
Oh, yes. I am so trembling in my boots.
So terrified.
Yes. Oh, no. I'm so
watching
terrified.
Tucker Carlson every night.
Of the Great Replacement.
So
oh, my
nervous.
God. I know. Every day I just DM Adam. I'm like, every time I see a non-white person, I'm like, oh, my God. Can't we go back at him? I want to be able to walk down the street and see only faces that look like mine. Okay, I built this country. And when I say I mean people that had my same skin color that were hundreds and hundreds of years earlier that I should not fucking accrue any benefit from them because I'm not them whatsoever. But they built this country. So that means something to me because we share some external arbitrary skin color. Okay,
Yeah.
It means something, Adam.
Obviously, we're joking around. And Los Angeles was taken over long ago, man. I'm surprised when I go out and see a white person. I'm like, oh, look, another white person.
Being, squashed out with race mixing and people moving us out and so forth and so on. So they are fearing this happening. And this is a problem for them. And this is why, we're seeing a lot of these things, that you're talking about. Voting rights changing.
So this is a terrible answer, by the way, because I don't know what the fuck this has to do with the abortion rate.
Yeah.
It's
a great answer, though, because he doesn't want to answer the abortion thing.
Well, unless his implication here is that those people are somehow intentionally getting black women to get abortions, which doesn't make any sense because what he's saying, because under what he's saying, the black population hasn't increased at all. It's been the same.
Yeah.
If those are the people driving abortions, they should be getting all the Hispanic people to get abortions or something.
Oh yeah, great point. Yeah, why aren't they
right?
To...
So I don't know why he's bringing this up at all. I'm very lost. But
yeah, Hispanics
also
all
it's
have
generally
like 20 kids too.
Right, and well, first of all, racist. Secondly, it's as Tim was saying. It's the left that's generally pushing for pro-choice. Access to abortions, and it's generally people on the right who are more concerned about changing demographics. So I just don't know what this has anything to do with the question at all.
Why is that racist? That Hispanics generally do have a giant family.
I know. I was teasing it.
More power to them. I know
and people,
the progressives are going to come in and say you're causing climate change. I don't know. Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just what voting rights in particular?
Where they're trying to rewrite the voting rights bill. And what's going to be next? The civil rights bill, right?
Well, I just asked because
these are
they're doing it
such normal
and it's
takes.
the left and the right.
Right.
So I'm not sure the context, right? So in a bunch of the blue areas, they've changed the voting laws dramatically. Pennsylvania, there was a lawsuit where they ruled the Republicans and Democrats made an agreement on voting changes that was ruled unconstitutional recently. So we're seeing
when you have sat on the throne of power for 400 years, as white supremacy has sat there, it's hard to get off that throne. Okay, say at
woo 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 woo, woke alert, woke alert. How
Yeah,
can
but
you
this
say
is-
this is not woke?
But you can't, if you're trying to get someone, first of all, it's so stupid. Okay. You want Daryl Davis to be your ally. This is
I
why
know.
the fucking
I
Minds
know.
guy. Why do you think the Minds guy is working with Daryl Davis, where they came out with some report saying that they're against censorship?
I know.
Okay, so but wait a minute. But this is important, Adam. Okay, this is important. And I know you're trying to be funny, but we can't, I'm looking at Tim, like when I was reading Tim's chat and reading some people in our chat, there's like this fucking purity spiral, okay, which we always laugh about on the left. And you don't want to fall victim to the purity spiral here either. Okay. Daryl Davis is a fucking normie. Okay. He's read the articles. There's like a million of these fucking articles that come out.
Yeah.
They say the Republicans
Slate,
are trying to
Huffington
take
Post,
away
New York Times.
Right.
Washington
Republicans trying to take
Post.
away voting rights. Blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
The racist
Okay,
Republicans
right.
taking away your voting rights.
Right. Now, in a lot of these states, Republicans are trying to limit or fuck over certain demographics.
Not because you're
access.
black, because you
Right.
vote Democrat.
Right. But that's it. That's the distinction to make. But
Right.
but here's where the conversation breaks down. If I'm a black man, okay, who has experienced racism in their life throughout their entire life, who's talked to fucking all these KKK people trying to de-radicalize them, and I bring up like, oh, there's some changes to the voting rights that are happening that are negatively impacting black people, and across from me is some guy who's white, and I'm in a room of white people, and they're all like, no, it's the Democrats, the Democrats. If everything I say is no, it's the Democrats, how is he going to react to that conversation?
No, I agree. Yeah,
But
it's not
that's the
going to be
problem.
good. Yeah.
That's the problem. This is just this is such a poor way to try to get
But we're
Daryl Davis on his side.
We're not in that room, and I'm only saying systemically woke here. You can't deny that this is the woke narrative that's inhabiting Daryl Davis. I mean, it is. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, and I completely agree
It is a bad.
with
No,
you.
he's regurgitating. Well, no, I don't know, because the difference is we did have a white supremacist society, obviously, at some point.
But he's saying 400 years, like, is up to today. Like right now, he's saying, walk out the door. It's a white supremacist society.
Well, that's not exactly what he said. I disagree with what he said. What he's saying is that basically, white people have been. He's making the woke argument.
He is.
That white people have basically been on the throne of power for so long, and now they refuse to share power. Right. Which, first of all,
I disagree. I completely disagree.
I disagree that that's the majority of people are obviously not acting that way. Now, there are some white people that are acting that way. There are some white people in our chat that are acting that way. There are some white people in Tim's chat that are acting that way.
Right.
So that is a real thought process that people have. Okay. But I agree that the majority of it is not because of that. It's literally because who does people vote for? And it's all done for this very cynical, purpose of just trying to screw over Democrat voters, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can make that argument. You don't just say, well, what about it? Like, that doesn't.
No, Tim is doing, we're in total agreement here. Tim is doing a really crappy job of interacting with someone who should, for all intents and purposes, be an ally, and someone who could speak to the critical race theory supporters and be listened to. Like, if any of us talk to Sam, Sam's he's gonna agree with us when he's here on stream, but then he's gonna go right back to Twitter and disagree with everything we've said. Right? We're not making any headway with him whatsoever. But someone like Daryl Davis can actually move the needle on the left. And part of the reason he can is because, you know, he is making the woke arguments. And so much of this is really, I mean, it is tribalism. Aesthetically, a tribalist person will look at this and think,
yes,
Daryl Davis went on Timcast and owned Tim Pool, and so I'm going to listen to this guy.
Right.
So if the next thing you know, he's coming out and saying things like, you know, I don't think this kind of racial segregation is good if it's on the right or the left, you know, that's going to wake some normies up, which I think is ultimately a good thing.
Right. And that's the goal here. Well,
Yeah.
That should be. I don't know. That's our goal. I don't know what other people's goal. Well, that's the goal here.
Well, a lot of people like to play the tribalist game too, and
right.
I mean, I'm into it. I just the thing that we have to be conscious of is that it's just a game for us. It's a sport. It's like fun. It's like we're pretend tribalists because it's entertaining. It's the S-class versus A-team thing. It's like, you know, it's fun to do that tribalist thing, but ultimately you have to realize that, you know, when it comes to public policy, you know, we ultimately have to be realists. We have to figure out what's going to be the best policy for society and the rights of the individual, all that good stuff.
But my problem is that the real tribalists, the real actual racists, basically ruin the ability to have fun in some of the ways that you're talking about.
Right. How do you know?
So like, this is like in a lot of my early videos, you know, I would make funny anti-Semitic jokes until I realized, oh, there are like actually a lot of anti-Semitic people watching my content who think I'm serious.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I guess I can't make those jokes anymore. They're literally ruining it for everyone.
They're just Russian bots, man.
No, they're not.
It's China fucking with us.
So it's the same, but that's the same problem with just saying like, oh, well, we're just having fun with tribalism. It's like, well, you have to be careful what that means exactly.
Well, first of all, I don't condone any kind of racist rhetoric that's going on. So if you see it in the chat, go ahead and ban the shit out of it. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I don't have eyes on the chat. I'm not accusing anyone of doing anything right now. Okay.
I thought you were talking about our chat. I mean, I'm torn because I feel like maybe we can win some people over to not being racist. So, I mean, if we go if we just like eviscerate those people from our community, how do we do the Daryl Davis where we get them to give up their KKK robes?
Right. Well, here's the problem. And I think you're right. I don't want to, and this is like my operating procedure before was I didn't want to just kick anyone out because they're racist or whatever.
Right.
The problem is that I've noticed is that if there are lots of people that are being racist in your community, it drives out all the non-racist people.
Yeah, that's true. All right, you guys got to go.
So it's sort of like, so it's like, you know, I don't know. It's just sort of like this weird balance that you're trying to maintain.
All right, mods, you have permission to ban any racism from the chat.
To be clear, the concern with me isn't
except for
racist.
Brain's allowed.
I don't think we
I'm
have
kidding.
some
I'm kidding.
plethora
I've never seen any racism
I
out
know.
of Brain.
I don't think we have some plethora of racists in our community. And I'm not sure that there's a plethora of racists in Tim's community either.
Right.
But there is a plethora of tribal purity spiraling.
Right.
And as you said, Daryl Davis is someone who should be a natural ally. He does believe in operating under the principles of liberalism. He's said repeatedly to Tim, he's not in favor of this weirdo CRT race segregation shit. And it's like, okay, if you ignore all the times you agree with him and only focus on the times you disagree with him, then yeah, you'll say, oh, he's the worst person ever. It's like, well, no. This is a natural ally that should be advocated for. Because as you said, you want him on your side saying, you know, if you could get Daryl Davis to come out against CRT, that'd be like the most amazing fucking thing ever.
Oh, totally. I just pulled up the chat to take a look, and everyone's like, what racism? I'm racist against Canadians.
Right. Listen, you can be racist against Canadians and Australians. That's fine. But
that's allowed. Yeah, obviously.
Right.
There's a certain amount of bigotry that we're willing to deal with. And
actually, no, you know what? Listen. No racism. No, listen. Zero racism.
Or
zero racism. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Canadians and Australians are not racist.
Why don't we just ban the Canadians from the chat?
No,
that's what I'm asking.
Zero racism. But what you can have is motherfucking jingo patriotism. America is the greatest country in the goddamn world, and everyone else is just living on borrowed time, baby.
I hope Nathan clips out that part with Sargon. I was ready to salute, man. I was feeling fired up. I couldn't believe America. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Manifest destiny, baby.
That's the problem with the English. They're just, it's tired old shit. They've been around forever.
Listen, Sargon's just jealous.
I know they were an empire at one time, like 1,000 years ago.
Right. They were the empire. They were the big deal. But guess what? They're too old now. They're like the has-beens, okay?
Yeah.
The up-and-comers, the Americans grab the reins from them, and they're in charge now. And they just, Sargon just can't get over it.
Yeah. It's okay.
That's why he's a proto-American.
I do. I understand his pain. Yeah. Just
being a boomer yourself, is that what you're saying?
No, I mean just, living in a nation that's completely superfluous.
Right.
Inconsequential.
Right.
All right, I'm joking. Come on.
I'm not.
As some of us are musicians here, right? So if you have a #1 hit, #1 on the charts, you don't want to see yourself fall down to #2 and #3 and #4 and then fall off the top 100. You want to stay at the top. So when you sat on the throne of power for 400 years, and I came here 400 years ago in 1619, all right?
No.
And you
Sitch, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but again, woke alert. Woke alert.
It is, but that's the problem. But you're not going to win him over this way.
Oh, of course.
I get him off the woke shit. Be like, listen, Daryl, the reason, because he even said this, apparently he said the SPLC and some other group were like, don't like him. They're attacking him.
Yeah. They call him a white supremacist.
Right. And you have to be like, listen, Daryl, you don't understand these people. The CRT crowd thinks what you're doing
is evil.
Is a waste of time and evil and stupid.
Yeah, you're slowing down the Marxist revolution, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
You got our last president sat on the throne of power for only 4 years, and he thinks he's still there. It's hard to give up power.
But you're operating under the pretext that like a lot of what we're seeing in modern politics from Republicans is due to them not wanting to lose white power.
Yes.
But where does that idea come from?
I'm not saying just Republicans. Because there are racist Republicans and there are plenty of racist Democrats. Okay.
Do you agree with Harvard's affirmative action plans?
What are they?
So if
I believe in affirmative education,
that's total normie take.
I don't believe in lowering standards in order to and having quotas to get people up there and lower the standard. No, I don't believe in that at all. But I do believe in affirmative education, giving everybody an equal opportunity.
There you go. Even Distributus wouldn't cry, but well, I'm sure he would cry about something. But
oh, of course.
Don't lower the standards. Yes.
To get educated.
So Harvard, it's if you're Asian, you have to score, I think, 1,300, and if you're Black or Hispanic, you have to score lower, like 800 or 900 on your SATs or something like that. So they make it more difficult for Asians, and they make it easier for Black and Latinos. I think that's wrong. I think they should.
I just said that. Yeah. Right. Don't lower the bar.
So
always keep the bar up.
This is the issue I'm fighting when I say things like critical race theory should not be allowed in curriculum. Race praxis.
But now let's talk about what you just said. Okay. So I've sat there with neo-Nazis and KKK people, etc., and I said, how can you hate me? You don't even know me. And sitting 2 feet in front of me. Well, Mr. Davis, you have to understand one thing. Black people are prone to crime. And this is evidenced by the fact that there are more black people in prison than white people. What he's saying is 100% true. The data shows that. The statistics show there are more black people in prison than white people. So what he is saying is 100% right. But so that justifies his thinking, we need to keep black people down because the crime will grow. But because it enforces what he already believes as a KKK person or a neo-Nazi or whatever, or a white supremacist, if you just want to use a general umbrella, he is satisfied with that statistic or that data. He doesn't bother to look behind the data and find out why.
And why is it?
Why is it? Because black people tend to get imprisoned for longer sentences than white people committing the same crime. When you find a state, like let's just say the state of Maryland, a few years ago, well, more than 10 years ago, Governor Paris Glendening of the state of Maryland put a moratorium on the death penalty, as have a lot of states. Why? Because black people were being legally executed for their crimes, where white people went to prison for life or life with parole. Okay, so what he wanted to do was, we want to put a 10-year moratorium on the death penalty to study why this is happening. What the hell do you need to study? You know why it's happening. It's called racism. White people have been studying black people for 400 years. If you haven't learned anything in 400 years, you're not going to learn anything in 10 years.
I think class plays a big role in why we see the crime rates the way they are. I think people who are in poverty, you tend to see higher crime in lower income areas. It's not absolute. It's not the only reason.
Right.
But the issue with black people in prison, typically what you'll hear from the right is, I shouldn't say the right, typically you'll hear from white identitarians, is that they commit a disproportionate amount of crimes relative to other races.
We hear that all the time, but why? They don't have the opportunities. They're not being given the opportunities. Why? Because of racism. Now,
but that would be by class.
No, It
could be the perception of racism, though. That's the thing. That's why I think the CRT stuff is so toxic, is because it teaches you that society's stacked against you. And I'm
right.
I feel like, because I have that. If I feel like things are unfair or unjust, I am very much in that throw Molotov cocktails frame of mind. Like, fuck this, I'm going to burn this shit down. And that is a very motivating thing. And definitely, if people believe that, they're definitely going to be if a disproportionate amount of people believe that, a disproportionate amount of them are going to turn to crime as a way to rectify the injustice that they're feeling. Yeah.
Right. Well, and I agree with Tim on this one a lot more than Daryl's perception. I think Ben Shapiro, I think it was him, he kind of phrases this in a good way, which is, the reason that there are disproportionate rates right now is because of poverty. But the reason that you can say it, the reason that there are disproportionate rates of poverty is obviously because of past racism.
Right.
Obviously. But that's very different than saying that there is like some intention by the government or society right now to, lock away black people or anything like that. I don't think that's true at all. And I think you do need to make that distinction.
We're working our asses off to rectify the sins of the past. Obviously. Right. I mean, the whole George Floyd thing is a huge, like, oh God, we got to do something. Everyone's like struggling to do something about this shit.
It seems like to me, and this is what I've noticed from listening to a lot of people talk, I think a lot of people, like, their worldview basically gets trapped in their brain when they're like in their 20s.
Yeah.
And like whatever the world is when they're 20, they just assume that's the rest of that's the world forever after that.
Yeah.
And it's just, I feel like that's where a lot of these conversations break down. It's like, yeah, I'm sure when Daryl Davis was 20, the cops were fucking arresting people because they're black, right? And putting them in jail because they're black, in the 70s
there were a
or
lot of
80s
racist
or whatever.
cops. Now there's a lot of black cops. Hard to be racist when half the cops on the force are black.
Yeah, not really what's going on. Yeah. Well, I mean, well, hold on. There's a difference between like an individual cop being racist too, and like the system being racist. Yeah, he's talking more about like the system.
Their argument is it's a system,
right?
Yeah,
because I mean, there are lots of cops who end up becoming racist because they just interact with a lot of people who are in lower income situations. Who, if the only people they interact with that are not their same race or ethnicity or religion or whatever are like criminals, then unfortunately this makes people like, gains them racist attitudes.
Yeah, that could happen. Yeah, definitely. I could see that happening pretty easily.
It's by the fact it's by color. Okay, it's by color. I know.
It's both.
Well, it may be class, but as a black man, I have experienced things that you guys will never experience. Okay, I get pulled over 10 times more than you do. All right?
Do you, though?
Huh?
Do you?
I do, yeah.
Oh God, what's going on here?
Tim gets very triggered by this because apparently, and this comes up later. Tim actually gets like I don't think it's now. I think it's later. Tim gets like very emotionally angry about this.
Yeah.
Apparently, Tim's had like all these horrible experiences with police officers, which is weird because I'm like, what the fuck's going? Like, was it just where he lived? Is like fucking terrible? Like, what's going on here?
I've had a few bad run-ins with the cops, but I've had just as many good run-ins with the cops. So,
right.
Yeah, cops are a mixed bag.
Yeah, I've had a handful. I mean, I'm in the same place. I've had a handful of bad experiences with cops. I've had mostly good or neutral experiences with cops. Though the weirdest and I guess most negative experience I've had with a cop was literally because the cop was racist.
Really?
So, yes, because I told the story. Like, it was in college, and I was with some friends who, it's funny because we all went to the same college, but they dressed very like, ghetto is what we call it at the time, very wigger rap oriented. And I said it with a W. Okay.
I know.
And there was like an Indian kid, like 2 black kids, and then including me, 2 white kids.
Right.
And it's funny because like they're all kind of dressed the same to that aesthetic, even though we went to a nice school, which is like why it's hilarious. And I, for my entire life, have sort of like rebelled against dressing according to some sort of
right. So their pants are sagging and yours aren't?
Well, no, I'm just saying like even when I remember in high school when I hang out with like a lot of the goth kids, I never dressed goth. I just dressed, I don't know. I dressed like very neutrally. And so I'm in a car where in the front seat they're like, an Indian kid who's dressed that way, ghetto, and a black guy who's dressed, ghetto. And I mean, it's not like he's in some beat up car. And then I'm in the back, but I'm the only person who's dressed like kind of in a neutral.
Gangster. You haven't told this story. This is great.
I have told this story. And I'm dressed, no, because these kids are not gangster at all.
Right.
They're all from like my college, which is, they're all well off kids.
They're MTV gangster.
Right. This is faux gangster.
Right.
And so I'm in the car too. And, we get pulled over by a police officer who literally pulled us over because he's like thought that we had drugs in the car.
Right.
Because of the way that everyone else in the car looked. And it's funny because I remember him looking when we all get out of the car, he looks at everyone. And when he gets to me, he like stops and is like confused.
He's like, where'd you kidnap this one?
Yeah. He's like, wait, what? And it's funny because he's like, we're like, oh, we go to this school. And he didn't believe us that we went to the school. And we're like, well, we all have our student IDs. And he was like going through the car. Like,
this one's obviously the drug dealer right here, the white kid. Look at this.
Well, it's funny. I didn't think about that. Maybe he thought I was like the drug.
Right. You're the dealer
guy or something. The dealer. Yeah. And because he's going through the car, he like really trying to find drugs in the car and all this other weird shit. And it was so obvious that he just based on the appearance of the people who drive the car. And I've never been pulled over ever before, like randomly like that. So I've only ever been pulled over because I did something wrong. I was speeding or I, did a wrong turn or whatever. So, but he didn't find anything and he let us off, but he was being very a dick, very aggressive to us. And that was like, and I was like, oh, this cop's just fucking racist.
I had a 67 convertible Mustang that I had all kinds of drug stickers all over the back, like THC, MDMA, LSD.
Right. Look at this guy.
I mean, I have pictures.
That's like the dumbest thing you could ever.
I can show it to you, because I was like painting blacklight murals at rave parties and shit like that. We were going up to San Francisco.
Such a fucking hippie.
Right, but I thought this is like the best way to really prevent myself from drinking and driving, because this car is going to be like a fucking cop magnet right here. And I would never drink and drive because of that. I was always like, yeah, that was my game plan. I guess I did drive around San Francisco once on LSD in that car, which is probably not a good idea, but so that's funny. Yeah, I've had cops ask to search that car like a bunch of times, but A lot of times I just tell them, nah, I'm not into that. And they would not search it, so.
Yeah, but here's the question. If you didn't have all those stickers on your car, do you think you would have had all these cops searching your car?
Well, I think like 3 or 4 times I can remember. Once we were on a hike and it was like we had left the car behind and went hiking for like 6 hours, 8 hours or something. We were returning and there was a cop waiting by the car and said she could smell weed. I'm like, we haven't been in the car for fucking 8 hours.
Right.
Yeah. We smoked a bunch of weed that day, but there's no way she could smell it.
Right. She was smelling people camping, or just people walking nearby.
I can't remember what it was, but yeah, no. That's the only time you've been pulled over? I've been pulled over.
That's the only time I've been pulled over for no reason.
Okay.
Every other time I've been pulled over is because I was doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
Obviously.
And even then, like normally I've had just neutral, almost all my interactions with cops have been neutral. They're just like license registration, you did X, I'm going to give you a warning or a ticket. Like it's just, nothing exciting happens.
Yeah. One time my friend got mugged and the cop, he saw a police officer right after it happened and the cop let him in the police car and was like, let's go find him. Nice. Which was like the best, like the most gratifying feeling in the world. I bet. And they never found the guy, but he was like so pumped. He's like, that's right. Mug me, motherfucker.
That sucks. I bet the cop was excited. He's like, oh, this is fun.
He was, yes. It was a small town. Nothing ever happens in these small California coastal towns. There ain't shit to do.
Right.
A mugger. Let's get him. Yeah. But they never found the guy. So.
Oh, it's too bad.
That's the thing. Like, I guess Daryl Davis has never had that kind of experience. Like the cop, he was never mugged. And the cop said, like Daryl Davis, the cop probably like, are you sure you were mugged? Maybe you should go down to the police station. I don't know. Is that white privilege? Would that happen with a black guy? I don't know.
But this is part of what I said, where I think people they solidify their worldview when they're like 20.
Yeah, totally.
Because I'm sure Daryl Davis, is 20 and the time period, a lot of racist cops, I don't know how much of it's going on today and, 40 years later, 20 years later, 30, 40 years later.
All of my interactions with the police were in my 20s. Like it just
that's another issue too.
It dries up after your 20s. Sure. After your 20s, it's over. You're like, yeah, the cops don't give a fuck about you anymore. Get to work in the morning.
Right. Well, also, it depends where you live too. Because if you live in a bad neighborhood, a nice neighborhood, have a huge impact on how cops interact with you.
Yeah.
So
that's true. I mean, it's kind of a moderate neighborhood.
Right.
Yes, I do.
How do you know how many times I've been pulled over?
I don't know, but by looking at you, I can tell you I have. Okay.
I reject that on.
Did he say he's had cops plant drugs in his car? It sounded like that's what he
goes into. He explains his story later.
Okay.
Outright.
Well, then let's go and compare those times. Okay. And longer than you have.
You have, and you were around. To be fair, considering you were around in pre-civil rights era,
I've been pulled over just for having a white woman in my car for no other reason.
I've been pulled over and had cops plant drugs in my car. I've been pulled over completely illegally, like for no reason at all, and then had my license suspended.
How many times?
So I've been pulled over illegally in my life probably 4 or 5 times.
That's a drop of pepper in a salt. How
many times have you been pulled over?
You can't even count the number.
Like more than 50?
I was saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So and still today.
You are almost twice as old as I am.
Mm-hmm.
You've lived through eras of pre-civil rights and all that stuff. So I can't speak to that. But I've been pulled over and I'm not trying to say that I do. But what I'm trying to say is I don't respect you telling me outright without actually listening to me or knowing anything about my family or my life or what we went through, that outright I didn't experience these things.
No, I didn't say you didn't experience these things.
Or that.
No, I said I've been pulled over more times than you have. Is what I said, and I stand.
You are older than me, though.
Doesn't matter.
I mean,
doesn't matter. I'm also a lot darker than you are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If,
okay.
If,
and I had listen. I lived in a place called Potomac, Maryland. Okay, which tradition is an all white or predominantly white area. It's mixed now. All right. My family was the second black family to move into our neighborhood. My father was a senior Foreign Service officer. My father was Richard Nixon's interpreter when he was Vice President of the United States. When he went to Russia, he was Vice President to Dwight Eisenhower. He went to Russia to have what's called the kitchen debate with Nikita Khrushchev, the famous kitchen debate. My father was Nixon's interpreter. My father was one of the first black Americans to speak Russian, all right, fluently. My father spoke 9 languages fluently, all right. My father was one of the first black Secret Service agents in this country, all right. And then and the Secret Service would only let him go but so high. He did such a good job interpreting Russian for Nixon. Nixon came back and told Eisenhower about him, and Nixon and Eisenhower called my dad into the White House, and Eisenhower told my dad, "You have gone as far as you can go in the Secret Service. You should take the Foreign Service exam. You can go higher there." So my dad took the Foreign Service exam and became a Foreign Service officer. But there was still a ceiling for black people in the Foreign Service. But let me just finish, okay? So in Potomac, Maryland, my dad had a Mercedes, second black family in the area. My dad was getting pulled over in our own neighborhood. I was a teenager.
When was it? Like what year was it?
We were there in 1971 through. See, I still own the house there, but I have another house where I live. 1971. He died in 2018. So between that, more black people started moving in probably in the mid to late 80s. All right. The cops thought my father walked into the neighborhood and drove out. So when I turned 16, I got what all black parents give their young boys. It's called the talk. Have you heard of the talk?
I had the talk too.
Okay, you had the talk
tell
too.
me about it.
Okay, the talk is what black parents give their young boys, especially when they start driving. You know, when you get pulled over by the police, even if the cop is wrong, do not argue with them. Just take the ticket, sign it. We'll go to court. We'll settle it in court because you can get shot.
But see, this is the issue I have with. I think what you're saying is racist. The idea that black people exclusively do that, or it's predominant among black people, when that's actually a normal thing most people do.
No.
So
no.
Perhaps it's a class issue because all of my friends and myself had the exact same talk in the exact same way. I was told, no matter what happens, when you're pulled over, you turn the light on, you turn the car off, keys and wallet on the dashboard, hands on the steering wheel, you roll down the window and you don't move. You answer the officer's questions. You do not argue with him. Do you understand? Yes. Say it back to me.
I'm sorry, Tim, but you are 100% wrong.
So
Bam.
is this a class thing? Did you? I had not had any talk like this at all. Did you have any sort of talk?
Of course.
You did?
Well, I mean,
Wow.
I had family in law enforcement, so they would just give me from the law enforcement perspective. You know, you gotta.
But is that why they were having the talk?
Yeah,
Because
of course.
the law?
They're like,
No, but-
you have to
okay.
respect the police because you know they're
That's a little
obviously
bit
their
different
life
than
is
what
on
Tim's-
the line, and
There's a little different what Tim and Daryl are talking about.
yeah.
I'm curious for the chat, for those of you that are white, did your parents and of age to drive, did your parents be like, listen, if you ever get pulled over by the police, you got to do all this stuff to make sure you don't get shot? Though, actually, I wonder if I could believe that that's more common now because of all the police shooting narrative that's going on.
The talk comes from two different perspectives, though. The people who have family in law enforcement, they get the same talk, but they
I'm not talking. That's not what I'm talking about. Remove that from the equation.
No, but they get the talk because they're saying the police are worried for their lives, and you don't want a policeman to think his life is in jeopardy. Otherwise, you're the one that's going to pay for it. But the black conversation goes, cops are racist and they want to they want any excuse to shoot you, so they'll shoot you for doing dumb shit. But
but Tim, I'm assuming that Tim's talk was not from a law enforcement perspective. It was
from cops are racist and they want to kill you.
Right, but only not that they're going to shoot Tim because he's not white. They're going to shoot Tim because cops are bad or whatever.
Right.
So
they want your drugs. I don't know what Tim's theory on their motivation is, but
I don't know either. But So I know I am curious as to if that was other people's experience, because I didn't have any police talk at all. I don't.
You've interacted with the cops one time in your entire life, Sitch. Okay.
What?
Nobody...
I literally said I've been pulled over multiple times.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why you think that. That was the one time I said I had a bad route, like a bad.
Okay.
Well, I've had a couple bad, but that was like the worst one, and it did seem like it was racially motivated.
But that's
what I'm saying. I never had a talk. My parents never gave me some talk. I don't know any of my friends who were white that had any sort of the talk. So maybe it's a regional thing, maybe it's a class thing. I don't know. So I just found it interesting that Tim said he and all of his friends had the talk as well.
Right. Maybe your parents they didn't care about you, so they wanted to make sure that if you were in an altercation with a police officer, they'd be off the hook.
I actually it wasn't from my parents. I remember in my friend group, we had a completely independent talk, which was the whole never talk to the police about anything talk.
That's a good thing to do.
Right. It was a completely different talk. It was like, listen, if police ever accuse you of anything, you just say, I want my lawyer.
If they separate you out, they always separate you apart and say, oh, your friend already told us everything. Yeah.
You're like, no. I want my lawyer. That's bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, I'll sue his ass. Let me have my lawyer.
Right. That was a talk that my friend group was like, they're like, just never talk to police about anything.
Yeah. That's good advice.
Yes. There's a good, I forget what it's called. There's some YouTube video. It's a good one that kind of like the guy goes over all this. And he's like, whatever you do, never talk to the police.
Yes. I think I have a thing in my car. I put a thing in my car saying there's like two statements that you can say to the police that are approved. I think one of them is, get me my attorney. Oh, am I under arrest? And am I free to go? Or one of them is
something like that.
Am I under arrest? I don't remember.
Am I being detained? Am I being detained?
I will look in my car and get back to you on Tuesday.
Sir, I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
I wrote it down. Oh yeah. Don't give me that sovereign citizen nonsense. My dad had a friend that was a sovereign citizen. And that was my first introduction to it. I thought, this is great. This is the way to get out of ever paying taxes or any of that stuff. And last time I talked to my dad, that guy was in jail.
Yeah, of course.
Sooner or later, they get you.
I'd be afraid to I'd be afraid if I was like a friend of the sovereign citizen and we're driving, like if he ever gets pulled over, it's going to make it a big fucking annoying deal.
Oh, hell yeah.
Giving the cop his fucking license.
Why would you get in a car that didn't even have a license plate on it?
A lot of them times they have a license plate. They just,
Oh, you're right.
No.
So, it's just,
no.
I think it's fair to say that you're older than I am. We agree on the racism of the past, and I absolutely agree. I completely agree.
We can agree on the racism of the past, but we can also talk about the racism of today.
And I agree a lot on it. What I don't agree with is that this, it's strange to me to hear the idea of the talk. Perhaps white suburban upper class WASPs don't do that, but growing up in the south side of Chicago, in mixed race areas, in gang territory,
I'm from Chicago. Anyway,
and you're from Midway.
I'm from Chicago, 500 East 33rd, right on the south side.
Right, yeah, Midway. So I'm on 47th, 49th in Laramie. So I'm 2 blocks away from the LeClaire courts. I had the talk too. My friends all had the talk.
Is that like a bad area?
I don't know. I've only been to Chicago once.
Okay. I'm wondering if Tim just grew up in a fucking terrible area. Like that's why he's getting harassed by cops so much.
Could be. He might have been a troublemaker. He might have been hot wiring cars and shit. Who knows?
There you go. Look at that beanie.
Yeah.
I bet he was hot wiring all sorts of cars.
Yeah. They called him the mechanic. The mechanic pool.
The talk existed among white kids, Polish kids, Mexican kids, Asian kids, and black kids.
I think the nuance is you have the talk for the inner city kid. Every inner city kid's going to get that talk. But you're saying in the suburbs, black kids get the talk.
He's from the south side of Chicago, same as me.
But
different part of south side.
Yeah, but also here in Potomac, Maryland, Lily White, Potomac, Maryland. Okay, now
I give Ian credit there. He's trying to bridge the divide.
He's trying to break it up.
He's trying to bridge the divide. And he's probably, what he's saying is probably true.
Sure enough, when I started driving, when I turned 16, I was getting pulled over in my own neighborhood. All right? I dated a woman in Luray, Virginia. Luray, Virginia is like, are you all familiar with Mayberry?
No.
No.
Okay. There was a TV show called the Andy Griffith
Andy
Show.
Griffin, yeah.
Okay.
Mayberry,
and Mayberry was just, lily white town. Everybody knew everybody, real small town. No black people on the show. And, just super nice town. That is Luray, Virginia. You hear the Luray Caverns, etc. So I began dating a white woman down there. And within 2 weeks, the Luray City Police, who did not know me from Adam, everybody knows everybody down there, went to her house and told her that I was a drug dealer. And she said, why? Why would you say that? No, he's not. Because he drives a black Lincoln Town Car with dark windows. That was their excuse. Okay? Now, but let me get back to my conversation with the Klan leader. All right? So he told me I'm a criminal. He didn't bother to look in.
See, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to acknowledge, especially people that are this age, what they grew up with. Because that's the problem. He sort of he had all these like fucking super racist experiences.
Right, yeah.
Where people were just super racist against him. And so that kind of solidifies the worldview. And so it's so easy for him now to look at things and see it through that lens because that was his experience.
Yeah.
And so you have to acknowledge that. But like, I'm talking about how it's different. Things are different for different reasons now.
Yeah, I agree.
That is fucking crazy. Can you imagine like police coming to your girlfriend's house? Like, you're dating this fucking Adam schmuck. He's a drug dealer. Let me tell you something.
Right. Yeah. Ouch. That
He's
sucks.
so good.
This is the thing too. And he was talking about how his dad was this, super important diplomat and stuff like that. It's got to be so much more painful if you're experiencing racism like that and you're some important person.
Well, that's what's crazy. That story is so interesting because I didn't know anything about his past. I watched this. That his dad was literally Nixon's fucking interpreter.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's like a big fucking deal. He has
racist
like,
Republican Party.
Right. Well, yeah. Fucking. First of all, it's interesting because Nixon was, Southern strategy and all that shit. But shows you how cynical people can be when it comes to politics.
Of course.
But no. But I think what you said is very true. That it's even more painful. Like if you can excel in the system, especially in this time period. I don't think it's true anymore, but obviously back then, you excel in the system. You're literally like have security clearance to be the interpreter for the fucking vice president. And still, like someone, and I think he talks about this later in this conversation, or maybe he was in a different interview. He talks about how his father couldn't get a raise in whatever government job he was doing because he was black. And Nixon was like, "Oh, you should leave and join this other thing, so that you can actually get a raise,
move up, where you can continue to climb." Yeah,
that's just to me. That's mind blowing.
Working around the system, though. I mean, geez, like the critical race theory mindset. They're like, "No, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna stay in my job and whine about the system." They're just like, "I'll just switch jobs, keep moving up."
Well, and that's what I think you should get Daryl on board with, is that like you acknowledge that racism is real, especially in the past, super real. But the question is, what do you do about it now?
Yeah.
How do we move forward as a society?
Do you cry like a little bitch?
Right. Do we cry like a little bitch? Do we decide that we're going to just blow up our democracy?
Yeah. Throw everything we've worked for away?
Right. Are we going to throw everything we work for under the trash?
I mean, the blacks were involved in the civil rights movement too. They got a kind of a big investment here.
Right. Are we going to adopt Marxism? And maybe that's the way to frame this conversation. Be like, listen, I'm not going to, racism is real, Daryl. Racism in the past is real. Racism is the present. It's real too. The question is, what do we do about it?
Yeah.
And the CRT answer is toxic and shit.
It's
only making people more racist, not less
of course.
Racist.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, we should get Daryl on. I'll talk to V, see if V has his email or something.
Into the background as to why these black people are in prison, more so than white people. Then he goes on to tell me that that black people are inherently lazy. We don't want to work. We want to scam the government welfare system. We always have our hands out for a freebie. All right, so now I'm sitting here. I've been called a criminal. I'm being told that I'm lazy. And then he tells me, and then I've heard this many times thereafter from other Klan people, that black people are born with a smaller brain than white people. And the larger the brain, the more capacity for intelligence. The smaller the brain, the lower the IQ. And he says that this is evidenced by the fact that year after year after year, black high school students score lower than white high school students on the SATs.
Oh, I saw this in that Quackademic Agent video. I remember now.
What?
All the shit he's talking about. All this. I think Quackademic Agent literally has a video with all this fucking stuff in it.
Yeah,
he does, doesn't he? You think I'm joking?
No, I know, because I think you linked it to me. You're like, what the fuck is this? And there's like this really bizarre Quackademic Agent video where it's like 40 minutes of him going through all the statistical differences between, you know, the white and black populations in America.
Yeah.
But like all of them, like he's like the health differences and all this stuff. And then and it's basically at the end of it, he's like, he doesn't really like give like a hard prescription, but it's very apparent what is being advocated for.
Yes, no shit.
He's like, they'll never be up to the same standards as white people. You know, that's essentially what he's arguing for. You're like, Jesus.
It's so crazy that all the bread tubers go after Sargon all the time. What the fuck? There's shit like that out there. They never even fucking respond to it.
Yeah, but that's because Sargon's so much bigger.
He's huge. I know.
They don't go after like the little people.
Exactly right. You're like, this isn't. They don't care about real fucking bigotry. They don't care about that shit at all. They just want to make a name for themselves. And if they have to cast people as bigots to do that, that's what they'll do.
Right.
Again, he is 100% correct. Black kids do score a lot lower than white kids on the SATs. All right. Now, the data shows that. So it enforces what he already believes about black inferiority. So he doesn't bother to look any further. But why is that? Well, where do most black kids go to school in this country? In the inner city. Where do most white kids go to school in this country? In the suburbs. It is a fact. Inner city schools are not as good as suburban schools. All right. There's not the opportunities. There's not the textbooks, the quality of teachers, etc. I can guarantee you, black kids who go to school in the suburbs can score just as high, if not higher, than some white kids. And white kids who go to school in the inner city can score just as low as some black kids, if not lower than others. It has nothing to do with the color of the student's skin or the size of his brain, but has everything to do with the educational system in which that child is enrolled.
I would also say I'm pretty sure the brain thing's just not true.
Of course it's not
ridiculous. But I find one of the things I find interesting is that the inner cities are all Democrat run and typically have been.
Oh no!
Chicago,
no! No, Tim's so happy. He's like, Democrat-run cities.
But this is what I mean. Like, I just feel like it's impossible.
He makes everything so tribal.
Right. Like, you know, that's so true. Because it's supposed to be like, well, let's try to build some anti-tribal bonds here. So much of this reaction is Daryl, blame the Democrats. Daryl, blame the Democrats. It's like, oh my God.
What's he trying to do?
I don't know.
Daryl's a Biden voter. You can't shake it. He's going to vote for Kamala next time around if she runs.
You can convince anyone of moving off of their positions, but this is not the way.
No. And it takes forever, and you got to be methodical about it. You got to really, you have to make them believe that you completely understand their position.
Right. You have to build
tough
trust.
One. Yeah.
You have to build trust.
You do. It's all about trust.
Right. But I just hate this. What about this though? Oh my God.
But that's why
it's just not persuasive at all.
It's good though. It's funny. It's totally funny.
It is funny.
This is the internet. Funny, this is the world we inhabit now.
I know. Sad.
For 80 years has been run strictly by Democrats who keep promising to solve these problems and never do. So for me, I was just like, these people are just lying about everything. And typically what they do just makes things worse. And then you look at the suburbs and they have a tendency to lean Republican, or at least they were for a while, till Trump came along, to be honest.
It's killing me that they don't have a camera on Daryl Davis, because this whole show would be infinitely better if we were seeing his reaction. I don't get, like, the real action is on Daryl Davis's face right now, not on Tim,
see how he's reacting to this.
not on Tim's mouth.
Right.
Terrible direction. F- for Timcast IRL.
And so I wonder why it is that the political party that keeps claiming, well, to be honest, not 100 years ago, but in the past 50 years, this is 60 years, this is the parties claiming to fight for the black community, but continually things just get worse.
Okay.
I mean, New York's a great example.
Yeah.
New York is Democrat. Sometimes there's a mayor who's Republican or independent, but it is overwhelmingly the biggest Democrat stronghold in the country. And it's where you see
the biggest city.
Big city for sure. But it's where you get stop and frisk. It's where you get the complete disproportionate. Cops will give a ticket to a black guy drinking a 40, but they'll not to a white person drinking wine. I mean, these are liberal areas, not conservative.
You know why there's a higher penalty for crack cocaine than regular cocaine, right?
Oh no!
What's that?
I know.
More addictive?
No, because more black people use crack cocaine. Because
This is like I feel like I'm talking to an algorithm for the New York Times. Like,
yeah, it's sad, but this is the disinformation campaign that
all these
we have
arguments,
right now.
yeah.
Yep.
All the bubble arguments.
it's cheaper.
I wanted to ask you,
More poor people use crack cocaine.
in the past 18 years, have you ever been illegally pulled over with drugs planted in your car by the police?
No, not, illegally pulled over, yes. Drugs planted, no.
So why is it that I've had that happen to me and you didn't?
Luck.
Just it was. I mean,
Luck.
in the
Luck
past
of the
18
draw.
years. So
I thought I was going to have some plan at one time. My band and I were coming home from a gig, and we got pulled over, and the cops figured, there had to be drugs in the van because I have dark windows, so people can't see in and see the drum sets and the amplifiers and whatever else is in there, right? So he starts making us pull out all the amplifiers, and he's like looking in the back of the amps, looking in the drum kits, in the drum cases. He was not satisfied that there were no drugs there. He made us wait 30 minutes while he called the K9 a patrol. K9 had to come, and we all had to get out of the van, sit on the damn side of the road while the dog runs through the van sniffing for drugs. So and he still didn't find any. All right, the dog didn't find any. And so I figured, okay, this guy's not going to give up. He's probably going to plant something in there. He didn't, fortunately. And then he says, okay, you're free to go. And I say, well, why'd you go through all this? And he says, we're training the dog. That's bullshit.
When I was in 2012, I was in Chicago with a group of friends, and we had been covering one of the protests there. At the end of the night, I think we had gotten some like Maxwell Street, because if you're from Chicago,
which is gone now.
It's gone?
Maxwell Street is gone. Yes.
Oh wow. Well, anyway, we got surrounded by about 12 vehicles, some unmarked. They pulled us out of the car at gunpoint and did basically what you described. They pulled us all out. They wrote down our credit card numbers, our IDs, our passports. They started banging on everything, trying to pop things in the car open. And then after about 10 minutes, another cop shows up and he points to me, and we're all in cuffs.
Wait, he said, what were the protests he was talking about? What protests were happening at this time?
I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if that's why the cops are giving him such a hat. They're like trying to get those hippie protesters or something.
Probably. Occupy Wall Street, was it?
2012, no. You said this was in 2012, right?
Yeah, I don't know what protests were going on.
I type in 2012, this was in Chicago, right?
I guess.
So there's some NATO protest. I'm assuming that was not the fuck was going on.
Maybe it's great.
And he makes a motion. The guy uncuffs me and he says, "Oh, you matched the description. You're no problem."
I got that all the time.
So they also had raided the apartment we were staying at, and then they also tried to get someone through what we believe was a criminal informant to plant drugs in our car, but I wouldn't let them. They kept trying to get Adderall from the basement and bring it into the car, and I told them if you go anywhere near that apartment, the cops went in the apartment. This guy was like, I'm going to go inside real quick. I said, if you go in there, we're leaving. You're not coming with us. And he's like, but I need a ride. I'm like, if you go in there and you bring anything, you are not coming with us. We found out later through a series of text messages, a person that was dating one of the cops after getting criminally charged with something, surprise, surprise, was telling him to put Adderall in our car. We were then told that on the scanner, they were describing our vehicle and looking for us. In the past 18 years...
why do the cops have such a hard-on for Tim Pool? What is going on here?
I don't know.
This is so bizarre.
They want to get him.
They really want to... The cops really after Tim Pool for some reason. What the fuck's happening?
I don't really drive all that much anymore. Usually other people are driving. I tend not to drive. Other people drive. So I would say from like 18 to 25, when I was mostly driving, I had been pulled over illegally maybe 5 times. What I mean by illegally is I've been pulled over way more than that. But pulled over illegally is when there's no justification for it, and the cops would make something up. That was you were swerving. That was when they planted drugs on me. So the only reason I didn't go to jail when they planted drugs in my car was because first what they did was they pulled me over illegally and said, the guy says I was swerving, but then goes, oh, whoa, oh, you're smoking pot, which I wasn't because I don't smoke. I don't have tattoos and I barely drink. I mostly don't drink. And so they out of the car. I say, okay, because, I had the talk, hands on the steering wheel. I get out of the car. I keep my hands up. He immediately cuffs me, calls his partner. His partner shows up. First thing he does is go to my car and plants a nug of weed, takes it out within a few seconds and walks up to me holding it in his hand and says, what is that? And I said, I don't know. And he says, it's marijuana. And I said, is it yours? And he says, it was in your car. I said, no, it wasn't. And he said, confess that this was yours and this will all go easier on you. And I said, that's not mine. And he said, confess that it was yours or it's going to be worse. And I said, that's not mine. And then he makes a look. He walks back to my car. The other cop starts asking me a bunch of questions. I very much am just not saying anything. I was about 19 at the time. The cop walks back out. Surprise, surprise. He popped up in the glove box. What did he find? A firefighter emblem. My dad was a firefighter. He said, who's a firefighter, kid? I said, my dad. The other cop takes the cuffs off, go home. And they get in their car and they left. The only reason they didn't decide to charge me with possession illegally by planting drugs in my car was because they found out that my dad was a firefighter and there's like, oh, can't do that. I wonder why it is I experienced that. I wonder why it is that I experienced the cops pulling me over at gunpoint. I wonder why it is that I was driving 10 miles under the limit on Lakeshore Drive in Chicago when I was exiting at Belmont Avenue, which is a 45 mile an hour speed limit, and I get pulled over abruptly as I'm exiting. And the cop says, you were going 20 over. And I said, officer, I'm exiting. And he goes, tell it to a judge. And they suspended my license for that. I wonder why it is that I was driving to O'Hare Airport and I had a cop nearly rear end me.
What's the point of all this?
Well, I guess the point he's trying to make is that cops just suck and they're not racist.
I mean, I don't know
suck.
what this, yeah.
Well, his point is, and the reason he's getting emotional about this, which is fair and understandable, is that he's saying, don't judge and say, I've not faced bad treatment from cops or from society because I'm white, which is a fair point to make, obviously.
How do we know Tim's not just a really shitty driver?
Well,
I mean,
it is weird. That's why I was like I'm listening. Why does Tim have so many negative experiences with places? This is so strange.
I've literally been in like 20 accidents. I've been pulled over 50 times. It's like, but I'm not here whining about it on the internet. What the fuck?
Well, listen, I don't think that's fair. Exactly.
It is fair.
No.
All this stuff is just, I don't.
When you got pulled over by the police, was it like normal interactions or were the police doing crazy shit to you?
Like I said, it's a mixed bag.
Right.
I got pulled over and the cops have let me go. When I lived in Louisiana, they let me go all the time, consistently.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if wherever Tim lived just fucking sucks.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. No. I've been pulled over, hassled by the cops, pulled over for no reason. They did the swerving thing on me because we pulled out of a nightclub and they were looking to nail a drunk driver. Yeah.
Right.
And I never, like I said, I don't drink because I'm in a car that has like 25 drug stickers on the back of it. There's no way I'm going to drink. Yeah.
Right. So, well, also, I mean, you're very anti-drunk driving anyway.
Yeah, I don't drink and drive. Sometimes I do Ripinol and drive, but...
Oh, my God.
I'm just kidding. You can't drive on Ripinol. You can't even get in the car on Ripinol. It's impossible, I'm telling you. Have you ever done Rohypnol?
Of course not.
Oh my God. Rohypnol is like being trash drunk, like more drunk than you've ever been in your entire life. I don't know if you've ever been smashed, but like it's just like you can barely stand up.
I actually physically cannot get to the blackout drunk state.
You've never been blackout drunk?
No, I'll just start vomiting. I cannot get to that point.
Yeah.
Which I mean is fine with. Who cares? Like I'm not missing anything by not being blackout drunk.
I've been blackout drunk, but I mean Ripinol is like 10 times that blackout drunk.
Isn't it Rohypnol?
Rohypnol. I'm not sure. Yeah. I did Rohypnol in Louisiana. I had a guy that I worked with that had Rohypnol all the time, and
my God,
that's how
druggy.
I mean, I always worked in bars and restaurants where everyone has drugs.
Isn't that the date rape drug?
Yeah, that's what it's called. Hopefully, he didn't date rape me because I don't remember. Adam
over here is like recreational, like taking the date rape drug.
That was my buddy Miguel. I hope he didn't.
Isn't that was the
I
thing?
swear he had a super hot girlfriend, so chances of him date raping me were really low.
I mean, maybe that was all a cover.
No, I don't think so.
You really want to get into those red shorts, Adam?
I don't think Miguel raped me.
Maybe this is why you have this sort of like intrinsic cringe when, men hit on you. You're like, this is subconscious memory that's coming.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
No, that would be bizarre, but okay.
I mean, that was the drug that Bill Cosby was giving to the women to rape them.
Yes. Yeah. No. And it is the kind of drug that you don't remember anything. Yeah.
Why would you take? What is wrong with you? Why the fuck would you take this?
I did it a bunch of times, man. It was fun.
My God! Why?
It was fun.
Oh Jesus!
This was my 20s. I'm telling you, I was
here at the Sitch Nam Show. We do not say that anyone should take these horrible illegal drugs.
I lived in New Orleans, and New Orleans was just. I mean, when Dave talks about degeneracy, he has no idea. He doesn't understand. He wants to talk about degeneracy in California. Come on, California.
Like Dave, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
Okay, I know real degeneracy.
Yeah, it's nothing like. Yeah,
it's in the South.
It was in the South, exactly. Yeah, no, don't do Ripinol, guys.
And so
you can't handle it.
So when I put on my signal to move over the right lane, he immediately flips the lights on and said, "You
want to fast forward through this garbage?"
We can. I think we're almost done.
Okay.
Speeding. The moment I came up on you, and I said, "You nearly rear-ended me." And
well, listen. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you're being 100% fair here, because
Tim's going full A cab. I'm totally being fair.
He is. Well, I know you're getting triggered because he's going full A cab, but it's fair to bring this up if you're just saying like, listen, bad cops do bad shit to everyone, not just black people, and that's fair.
I really don't think it is fair though, because
well, it's not fair if you're comparing it to like the 1970s and 80s, which is what's sort of happening in the conversation from Daryl's perspective. But I just think you have to draw that out.
Listen, I got pulled over 4 times in Louisiana, and I never got a ticket once. I don't think that would happen if I was black.
Right.
I don't.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not going to happen. I get off with a warning every single time. In California, I'd been pulled over 4 times and got 4 tickets. Like, cops in California don't pull you over and give you a warning. That's just a myth. They don't do that. You be as nice as you want to be, they're going to give you a ticket.
Right.
Yeah. I've got a lot of tickets.
I'm sure it's very regional dependent.
Yeah.
On what's going on. Yeah.
I mean, I loved it. Look, getting a warning when you get pulled over is like winning the fucking lottery. But after it happens 4 times,
it's a little strange.
You're like, okay, I'm never going to get a ticket. This is like insane. I love this place.
The chosen one.
White privilege. You're like, yeah.
At the time, did you think it was like a racial thing?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. All the cops were white, every single one. Yeah.
Right.
And I had a Metairie driver's license, which is Metarie's like the white area, the totally predominantly white area. So Yeah, I just felt like, yeah, no, that's white privilege.
Interesting.
I mean, saying white privilege is a terrible fucking term because
it's been ruined.
Well, not all whites have white privilege, but in some cases, there is such a thing as white privilege. Like there are situations where you think, okay, if this situation was the same, I probably wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe it's just cool guy privilege. I was in a convertible. People were always like very. I had a convertible Plymouth Valiant that was just badass. Like,
well,
a lot of people car privilege, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, you joke, but maybe that's what it was. You have no idea. It could have nothing to do with your race.
I don't know.
Well, maybe. Listen, you might have a special power you don't realize. Okay,
right.
You were talking about how
laws of attraction.
Well, not that, but well, that kind of attraction. Because you were talking about how when you were talking to the female officer, when that lady ran you off the road, she was like hitting on you.
Yeah.
So maybe, listen, Adam, maybe you're just a cop magnet. Okay. Something about Adam, the cops just go wild, male or female.
I do try to be friendly. You get a lot further in life with being friendly. Maybe that's Tim's problem. Like Tim probably goes to, why the fuck did you pull me over?
I have a feeling that's not what happened.
Do you think Tim is nice, or you think Tim is like?
I think he's probably a neutral in these interactions.
You think he's trying to be nice in this interview? Because he's not very nice in the interview.
No, but I'm assuming. I think it's just It sounds like he was just in like a bad area, and the cops are just become very mean in these bad areas.
Cops that work in bad areas are particularly nasty.
Well, they become nasty.
And all of my run-ins are in like areas where the cops are just fucking bored.
Right.
Because there's
that's probably a huge difference. Yeah.
So you get a lot. Yeah. They're pulling you over just because they got nothing to do. So. But I don't know. Yeah.
Those cops in Louisiana, they're just bored. They want to talk to someone.
Yeah.
Just want to have a nice chit chat.
They want to go get some donuts.
That's right. Hey, you want to hang out with me?
Yeah,
I'll let you hold the speed gun.
Maybe. Yeah.
To a judge. And so I end up losing my license for years. Why did that happen to me? Was it because my family was poor and we couldn't afford lawyers? Was it because my car was a piece of crap 1989 Mazda 323 with rust all over it? Was it because they saw me as a poor person? Was it because they were racist?
You didn't have your car privilege, Adam. That's why.
I know. You got to get a nice convertible, and then you're golden.
You get that little license plate that says "I support cops."
Yeah.
And they saw me.
You laugh, but I have a license plate frame now that whenever I get pulled over, the cops always mention it because it's like a secret. I'm cool. Don't give me a ticket. License plate frame.
Oh, what is? Wait, what?
There's a big race that all the cops do. I think at Lake Havasu. And if you get a license plate frame from that race, all the cops in town know that you're down with the police.
That's hilarious.
I'm dead serious. Last time, remember the bum that passed out in our hedge that I told you about?
Yes. Yeah.
When the cops came, they asked me about the license plate frame, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm cool. I know."
Like I know about the race.
Last
Don't tell the cops you're down with race. They might be confused.
Last time we had to get like 5 of those license plate frames because all of our friends were like, "Get me one of those."
It's hilarious.
You gotta see, this is how the system works, okay? This is how it works, Sitch. You gotta have the inside information.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta know. Is that race? I mean, if Daryl Davis, I can let him know. Just like if
Daryl, you need to get the race license plate. Not that race, a different race, like an actual foot race. Okay, not a race.
It's like the Lake Havasu Marathon or something like that. Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Just happen to know what my race may have been.
I know. I have never got a ticket.
Oh, I thought you did.
What do you mean?
You said they would, when they'd pull you over, you'd still get a ticket.
That was before I got the license plate frame.
Oh,
now I'm golden.
Now he's golden. He's I got my golden ticket here. And
I heard someone told me this.
Yeah.
One of the friends my wife works with.
That's so funny.
I was like, yeah, hell yeah, let's get one.
That's so funny.
Sign me up. This is a Come on, it's a short line at the DMV. Of course I'm down for that. I'd get you one, but I don't think it'll work in Florida. Maybe,
I don't think it'll work in Florida, no. I'm sure there's some, I'll have to figure out the secret Florida cop
It's the
race.
Southern California cops. Next time you get pulled over, just ask the cop, go, hey, listen, my buddy has all the cops in Southern California all do this one race. Is there anything like that in around here that all, and he'll probably open right up to you. He'll say, oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Get that license plate frame and you're good to go. You can drive like 80 miles an hour at a 25. You can peel out right in front of the school.
Of course.
Yeah. You got your get out of jail free card. I'm telling you. Got to work it. Work it. We are the new bankers.
That's right.
And I honestly have no idea. I don't know why those things happen.
I don't doubt anything that you said. I've heard those stories before. Some of them have happened to me. I've not been yanked out of my car at gunpoint. I've seen guns before, okay, pointed at me, but not like that. Okay, I've not had anything planted in my car, but I've seen all those things happen, and I still to this day get pulled over a lot. Look up, okay, speaking of Chicago, you probably never heard of this guy, but look him up. John, Jon.
Oh yeah.
You know him?
Oh yeah, we know all
John
about
Birch.
it. I'm not saying racism isn't a real
Right.
thing or that racism wasn't affecting you. I'm just saying what ignites me in this regard is when I'm told by someone that I've had it worse than you because of my race. And it's like, it may be that you've had it worse than me, but I don't know.
I'm not saying those things don't happen to you.
Well, sure, but
okay?
I don't know.
But this country is not only racist, but it's also based on a caste system, okay? Where lighter-skinned black people get better jobs, all right? The darker skin you are, the worse off you are, all right? I'm darker than you are. That's a fact. We can't even argue that, okay? You look at, for example, you watch the soap operas from the 80s and 70s or 90s, whatever, all right? Basically, they all were white. It was always a big deal when one of the soap opera people on General Hospital or whatever was going to have a date with a black girl, or some white woman was going to have a date with a black man or whatever. That black actor was always light-skinned. All right. To this day, the only black actress who has received an Oscar for a leading role, okay,
Halle Berry.
is Halle Berry.
Woo! Nailed it.
Halle Berry's a very pretty girl.
I feel like that's not true.
She's a very light-skinned black woman.
She's also half black, I believe.
So many black women.
That's it?
Well, also, why are you saying women instead of just black people? But
Well, because Denzel Washington has like 8 of them. It's like, that's why he's saying black women.
yeah. How many black men?
Denzel Washington has like, I think he got one for Trading Day, which is so.
All right.
Only 4
She
black
is not
men have
the
won
actress
Best
as-
Oscar.
Only 4.
So it says
Denzel Washington is obviously one of them.
Jamie Foxx,
Will Smith.
Jamie Foxx and Ray,
Will Smith, the slapper.
the slapper, Will Smith, who's now been kicked out of the Academy. What movie was it for? Oh, it was for Ali. No, that was his. He didn't win for that. He was just nominated for that. Forrest Whitaker for Last King of Scotland, which is a fantastic.
Oh yeah,
movie.
Forrest Whitaker's great.
He was great in that movie. I love that movie.
Does he? Who's he playing that?
He's the guy. He's the dictator.
Yeah.
I don't remember the guy's name.
Amin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Say
the
the
one that
Cicely
puts
Tyson.
Professor X on the meat hooks.
What?
Oh, I know.
That scene is so horrible.
Brutal.
Oh my god.
But of course, slavery is probably a lot safer than that. But
or any number of other actresses. All right.
You mean minimum wage?
There is a
Yeah,
caste
exactly.
system going on.
I agree with the caste system in a different way. I can't speak to the skin color, like the lighter skin, like I wouldn't know.
Well, I mean, even during times of slavery, it was the lighter skinned blacks who got the jobs in the house.
I can say in Brazil.
So that's true, but there's a reason for that, and the reason was because those were generally the bastard children of the slave owners.
Oh my God, that's so bad.
It's really fucking bad. I'm just saying, but it's not like they were like, oh, there's like they gave some sort of aesthetic preference to lighter skins, because there's like, oh, that's why they had lighter skin.
I have another bastard here. Another kitchen job.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Oh, so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
It's overt.
Yes,
it's
is.
Like,
I've been to Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, Recife, Bahia, and Brasilia.
They straight up tell you that's how it works.
Absolutely.
So there was
and India too.
There was a story. A friend of mine who is he's like half native, half European descendant, Portuguese, and he was saying that he once saw two black men fighting each other over who was blacker, as like an insult to each other, because that's the culture they have. What I will say about the caste system, for me, I think a lot of this has to do, I think class is the bigger issue. Maybe it's because there's a generational divide, and your experiences came from, very much more racist eras, and mine is coming from an era when a lot of these laws are being sort of being taken away and stuff, or for whatever reason. But I know people who are rich because they're rich. I know people who sell garbage to other rich people for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, a piece of jewelry sold between rich people is a net profit of 50 grand for one person.
That's tax evasion, my friend.
Well, it's something. And I wonder why it is. I'm like, how do I know people who do so little of anything, and they party in Switzerland, and they party in the Mediterranean on these yachts and these boats, and they'll be like, well, work is hard. I sell jewelry. I make about $500,000 a year. And I'm like, why are there jewelers in New York making $50,000 a year? Just by virtue of being in the higher class, they have access to people with cash, and they make bigger deals, which nets them bigger percentages. So I certainly think there is a class system in the United States, but I think the U.S. allows you to navigate it. I think, like many other countries don't, the U.S. affords the opportunity to figure out how to work within the system to manipulate and build your way up to get out of these situations.
Okay. Back in the day, when black people were first, going to vote and all that kind of stuff, most black people were Republicans. Did you know that?
I mean, the first black congressman was Republican, I think, right?
You know why?
Why is that?
Why did blacks join well, first of all, the Dixiecrats, which became the Democrats and stuff.
Come up on the mic.
The Ku Klux Klan was created by that party. All right? So, that was a racist party. Blacks gravitated towards Republicans because Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, and Lincoln was the party of Republicans. So they admired Lincoln. We went Republican. All right, and that stayed for a long time. And then in the 1960s, a vehement racist named Barry Goldwater opposed the Civil Rights Act and all this other kind of nonsense, and became pretty powerful. And blacks left the Republican Party and went to the Democratic Party, which became more liberal and more accepting. And more racists began joining the Republican Party. This is in the 1960s, all right? And then it would flip back and forth from time to time. But that's how it modulated.
When they say that the party's flipped, it's because of Goldwater?
In the 60s, yes, yeah.
I don't know if I would look at what's going on right now with Planned Parenthood and with the Democratic Party, that they flipped in any meaningful way. If they did, I know it's argued the right says they did and the left says they did, but I look at, as I mentioned, Chicago, which is.
Oh no, is he fighting against the party flip?
Well, I mean, I've heard people fight against the party flip before and all that stuff, but unless Tim's position is that the Democratic Party is intentionally pushing Planned Parenthood to eliminate black people, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, that's kind of an extreme position.
That's a very extreme position. I don't know. That's a very weird way of framing that, but okay.
Has been under Democrat, rule or whatever you want to call it for nearly 100 years, I think. I don't know what point.
So you were making an issue about Planned Parenthood, and you were telling me about Margaret Sanger.
Yeah.
You didn't finish.
Well, so she was a eugenicist.
Mm-hmm.
She believed only the good should procreate. Mm-hmm. She had a project that was called You see, I hate how YouTube does this, but I have no choice but to call it the N-word project. But it's not the slur; it was a slur, and the goal was to disseminate birth control and contraception, and trying to convince them not to have kids for those reasons. Now, there's a debate on the quotes from this woman because some of them are extremely egregious, and then the left claims they're not real quotes. So whatever, I'll leave that out of it, I suppose. But if the goal of Planned Parenthood, started by this woman, was to prevent black people from having kids, and to this day, you mentioned the white population is decreasing, but the black population is stagnant. It seems like her ideas to stop black people from having babies worked. And now you can look at 2006 data I pulled up that black women are 5 times more likely to have abortions than white women. And this is preventing black families and children from growing up. It sounds like these racists, and the Planned Parenthood is overtly, defended by the Democratic Party, which was the party of racists. They are still enacting policies to hurt black people.
Yeah.
So you said something that was very on the money, where you said having a bunch of kids that you can't afford.
Yeah, it's not the way to get out of poverty.
Is fucks you over. Doesn't help you.
Yeah.
Right? And it's interesting because, the conception against a lot of welfare is, poor black people have kids just to get welfare money.
Yeah. Welfare babies.
It's sort of,
yeah, you're
right. So it's sort of a contradictory argument because you're like, well, wait a minute. They're having kids just to get money, but also they're being aborted for what end? And also, because again, this is part of what is confusing too, because you say, wait a minute, why would the Democrats are trying to rely on more black votes. Why would the Democrats be aborting black babies? How does that make sense with that conspiracy theory?
This doesn't
make any sense.
The logic doesn't work.
Right. So I spent way too much time looking into Margaret Sanger yesterday.
Let's hear it though.
It's a huge fucking waste of time.
Was she black or white? I don't even know.
No, she's white. Okay. She's white.
So white progressive?
So she was progressive in the 1920s progressive sense.
Right. The eugenics-y kind of progressive way.
Yes. Which
Only
it's interesting because I
people
learned about the eugenics movement by doing this. If you were looking for an example of where the left has utterly failed, I think the eugenics movement is a better example than the prohibition.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That's an utter failure.
Right. That's it. And they were very connected too. They were very connected.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know, which is interesting. So Margaret Sanger is a eugenicist, definitely. But I don't think she's racist at all. I didn't see any evidence that she was actually racist.
Really?
Whatsoever. Yeah. So her big thing, well, this is what's interesting about her and what is kind of hard to wrap your brain around. In the 1920s, the eugenicist movement had a lot more sway and acceptance than the birth control movement. Okay.
Really?
People, yeah. Like there were 30 states that had some kind of form of eugenics law. Oh, let me be clear. When I say eugenics, I don't mean like racial eugenics. I mean, like, we don't want people that have low IQs that are like classified as legally retarded to procreate.
Right.
Yeah. It's not racial eugenics.
Right.
And so there were a bunch of states that had eugenics laws on the books.
Right.
Where they would actually sterilize or not allow people who had low IQs or retarded, procreate,
Wards
or
of the
especially
state, all kinds
right.
of
If there was a state, if they were criminals, blah, 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 where they would sterilize some of these people.
Right.
But a lot of these states at the same time had anti-birth control laws. Like you couldn't, sell birth control devices.
Well, that's peculiar.
You couldn't talk. Yeah, it's very weird. You couldn't educate people on, basic birth control, sex ed stuff whatsoever. So it was like this really weird thing where the eugenics movement in America in this time period was like way more accepted than the birth control movement. So this is why it's weird to talk about her. She was perceived a lot of being more radical in her time for being a birth control advocate, not for being into eugenics. And a lot of people say this. I don't think it's fair. A lot of people that are apologists for her say that she only adopted eugenics positions to sort of bolster, like she was looking for something to hitch the birth control wagon to. And so she hitched it to the eugenics movement. I think that happened, but she definitely did have weird eugenics positions that I'll get into. But she was like, she really did believe in birth control. And her big thing, when I was reading through some of her works, she was like a very feminist person who was like, people should be able to have sex for pleasure, not for procreation. You know, women should have control over their bodies. It should be up to the women to decide these things, blah, 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 blah. Like, this wasn't, a lot of people try to make it out like, oh, she's running around just being racist and trying to get rid of black people and Planned Parenthood's a conspiracy. It's like, no. She was like, all of her first stuff was in white neighborhoods and in white communities when she was trying to advocate for birth control. If she was some like racist person, she was doing this completely wrong. She was arrested. She was first arrested in 1916, Adam, for passing out pamphlets on birth control information. Okay.
Rebel.
She was arrested for passing out pamphlets on birth control information.
Yeah.
And you know where she was? You know what neighborhood she was in?
A white neighborhood.
It was the very, very black neighborhood.
Oh, it was?
Of Portland, Oregon.
Oh, yeah. That's not very black.
No.
They have like one black person in Portland, Oregon.
Right. So it's very apparent when you like read through her life, she was a true believer in birth control. This wasn't some sort of weird racial conspiracy at all. And I didn't see any evidence of her being racist. The thing that Tim was talking about, she had the quote N-word project, which I don't even know. I don't know if we're allowed to say it on YouTube. That was just the word people used for black people back then, not the N-word, but there's the other N-word, the Spanish word for black.
Right.
And that project was to create basically they changed the top. It's funny, they changed from using birth control to Planned Parenthood because it had like a better it polled better with people. Right?
Yeah. Family planning.
Right. Family planning was was the term they used. And so she opened this family planning place in Harlem. And the reason she didn't just do it on a whim. She didn't say, I hate black people. She did in conjunction with a famous black academic that we've talked about just last show, or the previous show, W.E.B. Du Bois.
Really?
Yes.
He's back in the game.
He's back in the game. And so, yeah, and like, because there was a thought, and this is probably true, that among a lot of black academics at the time that, black people having to care for a bunch of children that they couldn't afford was holding them back and holding them down. And so they were on board with birth control too. Not just abortions, obviously. Everyone focused on abortions. But a lot of this was, in a lot of her position, even though she was in favor of abortions, a lot of her position was preventative measures like condoms and the pill. I think they had some kind of version of the pill back then or something, or just teaching people the pull-out method or some other thing.
The pull-out method, yeah.
Right. So don't think she was racist. I haven't seen any evidence that she's racist whatsoever. But she did have very bizarre eugenics positions, which were, well, first of all, she was against people that were retarded having children at all. So she was against that. And there's this the weirdest thing that she supposedly advocated for. I'm annoyed. I couldn't find the source. I find lots of people referencing it, but I couldn't find the source to see what the hell she was talking about. Which was supposedly she wrote some kind of paper or article where she lays out a framework where people should have to get birth permits from the city to have a child.
Okay.
Which is fucking crazy.
That's a little extreme. You got to go to a bureaucrat to have your kid.
Yeah. It's totally fucking crazy. And I was like, and it's weird because in one of her books that I read part of, she says the exact opposite. She said she wants the decision to have a child to be up to the mother, not the state. And so I was like, well, what the fuck is this time?
That's a little contradiction there.
Right. So I couldn't find the exact source. I've seen it referenced a bunch. I've seen the title of it. a bunch of times. It was like licenses for parents or babies or something. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. I've seen people claim to have the reproduction of it, but so she does have weirdo, freaky deaky eugenics views, and that's fine. Criticize her for that. I don't think she's racist. I didn't see any evidence of her being racist, and I don't see any evidence that she was running around trying to, that Planned Parenthood was started some conspiracy to get rid of black babies.
One question before we move on.
Yeah.
I'm curious if the assumption that having unplanned pregnancies would be detrimental to your financial future is correct or incorrect, because like I said, Latinos tend to have big families, and maybe that's good for their economic futures. I don't know.
Well, I guess it depends. It can go either way.
Yeah.
I think the big problem isn't just having a bunch of kids. I think it's having a bunch of kids
out of wedlock.
Out of wedlock.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's a combination of factors that really hurts you.
Yeah.
And also because it depends also what sort of, the attitude is. Because, I mean, if you have a bunch of kids and they all go on to get jobs that are,
that's what
they
I'm
make
thinking.
money.
Yeah,
right.
Of course.
Like that could end up being a boon instead of or something that hurts you. But if you have a bunch of kids and they sort of decide to bail on society, it's going to end up fucking you over. It's going to be a drain.
If you have 10 kids and they're all taught critical race theory and grow up to be super aggro against society,
right?
That's going to be bad for everyone.
It's actually funny because I was reading through some of the eugenics movement stuff from the 20s. It was kind of a mixed bag. There were some that were racially motivated and some that weren't racially motivated. And the thing that the non-racially motivated eugenicists were operating under was the fear of idiocracy.
Well, that's a good thing to be afraid of.
They were like, I just think it's so funny. It's like the movie Idiocracy was what they're afraid of. They're like, listen, we're looking at the stats and stupid poor people have way more kids than smart rich people. And so we're going to have a society like 100 years in the future where everyone's fucking an idiot. Like that's literally what the 1920s eugenicists were operating under. And that's what they were trying to sort of advocate, what they're advocating for, which I find hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how it works.
It turned out not to be the way. Well, I don't know. It depends on who you ask.
I guess it is, yeah.
It turned out not to be the way it works, really.
Intelligence is somewhat heritable.
Yeah, obviously.
Right.
Though obviously intelligence is also increased generationally with education, health, yada, 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 yada.
What if you had like a total Albert Einstein have sex with someone with autism?
Then they'd be super smart. What do you mean? They'd be Elon Musk.
Well, I guess autism is not. Maybe someone mentally retarded.
You meet someone retarded, right. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they'll even out. Who knows?
It'd be fun to do those experiments over generations and really figure it out.
Right. Though she did have a somewhat interestingly progressive, I guess, ironically use that word, view. A lot of people in the eugenics movement believed that poverty was linked to genetics, and she did not. She thought poverty is entirely because of environmental reasons, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. There you go. There's your Margaret Sanger facts.
Isn't poverty a result of environmental reasons, like you don't have any money?
Yeah, what do you mean? Of course. No, but she's like, as opposed to saying that, like, oh, if you're poor, like a lot of the eugenics people back then thought poor people are just going to birth like poor kids that are going to continue to be poor and stupid. I mean, as opposed to like, well, no, they're
a job. I mean, just
right. And she was like, well, no, if you give them an education, then they'll be able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Yeah, that's good.
Any more? No, that was it.
When it comes to these like statistics, this is like black crime, black abortion, whatever. Say that there's a 5-to-1 ratio in the past.
What is black crime?
Exactly. So in the past, let's say for every one white person that committed a murder, there were 5 black people when they add the numbers up. Then what they do is they project that past to the future. They'll say, so therefore, black people are 5 times more likely to commit murder. No. Then the cops are like, I got to look at every black guy like he's 5 times more likely. And it's like we're creating a racist projection. Yeah, just because it happened in the past doesn't mean it's going to happen again.
I'll tell you a funny story out of New York.
Okay.
And then I want to go back to the point I was making. But there was a black cop who went to Central Park and started giving tickets to white couples drinking wine. And he said public drinking is a citation in New York City. And they got all bent out of shape and angry and started complaining. And they were like, we are having wine at our Central Park picnic. How dare you? And he said, white cops come to the black neighborhoods and give young black men tickets for drinking 40s on their own stoops. And you're mad at me because you were publicly drinking in a park. And the city admonished him. And he got in trouble for it. I'm like, that's remarkable bullshit. Get me swearing on the live show. But I wanted to go back to that.
That's pretty. First of all, that cop is super based.
Based, okay. I know.
That's a based cop, right? But see, that's unfortunate because that's a lot of what happens in these situations, and it is this weird intersection of class and race, because, like, it's not because the person who says don't do that to the cop, they're not doing it because they're like, oh, you can't give tickets to white people. They're like, no, you're giving tickets to people who call and complain. Like, and that's why they don't want them to do that behavior anymore.
We got so many tickets for drinking in public.
Mm-hmm.
In New Orleans, you can totally drink in public. It was like culture shock.
Yes.
But New York,
listen, it's Mardi Gras, man. Of course you can drink in public.
You have to have it in a cup, though. You can't drink in a glass or a bottle. Right. Or a can.
The distinctions that they make are kind of silly. But
I know it is totally. You're playing games.
I wonder what it's like here, because I know I've walked around with drinks in public before. It might be the same thing, because now that I think about it, whenever I've been to any of those kitschy places where people are walking around drinking, they never give you the bottle. They give you some gigantic cup.
Yes.
For you to put it in,
Plastic
and I never
cup.
made. Right. And I'm like, and I never thought, like, why do they give me this giant cup instead of the bottle? And maybe that's why. I never thought about that.
Yeah. Very strange.
Good point. Because I'm curious as to your reaction of, what we see out of Chicago, for instance. It's not improved. So I used to live, where I lived was 49th and Laramie. Are you familiar with the LeClaire courts?
No.
It's fascinating and horrifying at the same time.
You familiar with Marquette Park?
Oh, yeah.
And the history of Marquette Park?
It depends on the history, I suppose. I don't know.
Marquette Park was originally very racist. Nothing but neo-Nazis and KKK people lived there. You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah.
The
American Nazi Party was headquartered there.
Wow. That wasn't that far away.
Right. It wasn't that long ago either.
Right. I live on 49th and Laramie. If you walk north 2 blocks, you get to 47th Street, which as soon as you cross...
No, apparently I'm breaking the law. Not allowed to drink openly here.
You are?
I was not, no.
In Florida?
Yeah, where I live. Well, it depends on where you live exactly, but where I live now.
You don't know the law about drinking in public?
Well, I don't. I didn't do it enough to merit. I've never been hassled for doing it. But because whenever I do it, I never walk. I don't walk. Like in college when this would come up, I was never just walking around, publicly, like with a drink. It'd always be like you're at some event that's sort of in the public and everyone's drinking.
Yeah.
Walking around at the beach and shit. So.
Yeah.
But I guess they didn't care because everyone's kind of doing it. I don't know how I feel about public drinking laws. I'd have to think about it.
It's terrible.
You're in favor of them or you're against them?
Only young people should do it, and I'm not young anymore, so I'm not allowed. Yeah.
I see.
Lost it. It was a hard racial segregation. Everybody who lived north of 47th was black. Everybody south was, for the most part, it was mostly white, like kind of redneck. We had Stickney, the suburb, and so everyone there was kind of just like low income, white people. And then you had Mexican, and you had
Greek.
No, Polish.
Okay.
So Mówimy po polsku everywhere over on Archer, and we weren't allowed to walk north of 47th because the police would detain us. They would say the only reason you're here is for drugs. Get in the car, and they would take us back. And so it was fascinating to me that there was this kind of soft enforcement of segregation that there was two things happening. There was a choice. People chose to racially segregate. People who moved to the area wanted to live near people who looked like them. And that's what actually started making prominent racial segregation. And then from there, which it's actually not necessarily from that one point. There's obviously blockbusting and redlining before that. But then you'd end up with police doing profiling. They'd see you and say, what are you doing here? Get out. There were a lot of stories I'd hear from white friends of mine, like young girls. Older black men would stop them if they tried to cross 47th, and they would say, young woman, you best not come here. You need to turn around right now.
Because they would be in trouble, the black people.
Well, no, because they were worried about what would happen to the white girls for coming into the black neighborhood. They were like, the segregation here, it was violent.
Back in the 60s, Martin Luther King himself said, Chicago was the most segregated city in this country.
I think that's still true. So you know what they did? They destroyed the project housing. They just flattened it. Now it's
green.
No, this was I don't know if this is specifically the LeClaire courts, because the LeClaire courts I think are a different. There's a bunch of project housing off of Cicero going all the way down to Central Avenue in Chicago, and I don't know if the entirety of that was called the LeClaire courts, but there was an area of it. But they just flattened it all. And it was crazy when one day I decided to look at a Google map of my neighborhood, and I saw that all of the housing were a lot of the houses are still all black owned, black community, but all of the project housing was flattened, and they're empty fields with fences saying no trespassing. The city just came in and just destroyed it and kicked everybody out.
Chat wants to fast forward through the history of Tim Pool. They say that my stories are a lot better.
Right. We'll move to the see when he starts asking questions. It's coming up.
And this is not I would overseas. Opposed to different
people in the United States
find the good core questions, and I apologize.
Okay, here we go.
If we can't get to you, but I want to tackle some the best questions we can. So smash the like button if you do like the show. I know a lot of people are
hit that like button, smash that back button. Subscribe to our channel. What's going on? Hurry up. Do it.
Yeah. Smash that like button.
You guys don't need to subscribe. It doesn't matter.
Don't listen and arguing and yelling and basically everything.
Don't subscribe.
You should subscribe.
Join the channel.
There you go. I think you have to. Can you join and not subscribe? I don't know if that's a thing.
We should set the chat up so only members can chat.
So
five people in there.
Yeah. So we'll have the Vosh set up is what you're saying.
No. That's not good.
Everybody. No. But if you like the show and you appreciate the conversations we have, we appreciate it. You can support us at timcast.com. But I'll start with this one from Patriot, who said, I'll say it again. The state of Texas isn't who removed slave from textbooks. It was the Board of Education dominated by leftists. I don't think you can.
That's like the dumbest. Whoever sent that chat to Tim is like a retard.
Come on. It's probably one of our people. Don't say that.
That was the dumbest chat ever.
We have overlap.
First of all, the board of the state.
How dare you?
It's not the National Board of Education. Okay,
there is no national.
Right. It would be it'd be the State Board of Education of Texas, which is not dominated by leftists.
Yeah, okay. That's dominated by Republicans, definitely.
They're sure there's very left wing people for certain areas on that, but it's a political thing. It's put in by people in power. So, and also we looked it up, and the person who super chat that could have looked it up themselves and actually given correct information and said, well, it's kind of a fake news story, not that it's evil leftists or whatever.
Is it San Antonio? What's the super woke area of Texas? I don't remember.
Austin or something?
Austin, that's it.
I don't know.
All my friends are from Austin.
Fucking woke piece of shit.
I know.
Answer to that, the statement, I think, but I do think it highlights one of the issues is that if you read a cursory story, it'll say in Texas they removed this word from the books, and then someone will say that's not true. Is the other side? How do we navigate when?
Okay,
just look it up.
I'm going to assume that whoever said that is probably correct. Okay, I don't live in Texas.
Don't assume that, Daryl.
Yeah, I know.
So, but the fact of the matter is, in the state of Texas, the word slave was removed from textbooks. But whether the state did it or whether the Board of Education did it, it was done in the state of Texas.
But it does matter who did it and why they did it.
Right. So
no. I'm talking about as far as my point goes. The state of Texas removed the word slave from textbooks in Texas public schools. Now, who did it? the Board of Education, the state government, whoever, he's probably right. Okay, maybe it was the Board of Education, but it happened in the state of Texas. It didn't happen in California or Nevada or Maryland or New York or wherever.
No, but I think the point is that we agree. The issue is when you mentioned they put back enslaved people.
Oh my God, this all just, why couldn't someone look this up? It took me like 5 minutes to find this out.
They have computers in front of them. It's so
I know.
disturbing.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
they replaced it with immigrant worker.
Oh, right.
And then there was an uproar in the black community. How dare you, water down what happened to our ancestors? They were not immigrant workers. They were slaves.
Sounds like that came out of the New York Times, man. That's totally the New York Times yanking your chain.
No, that's literally what the woman who highlighted this was ultra woke. She was being dishonest. And that is exactly how she framed it.
Right.
So he's just like, he saw the Facebook post that the lady put and he assumed that it was true.
And got outraged.
Basically. Right. And got outraged.
Exactly how she planned it.
Right.
Is it possible that Daryl is misinterpreting the reason that it was removed and that it was actually removed by pro-critical race theory people? That's the situation. That's the situation. So I think that
removing master and slave from a coding library, GitHub or whatever, they're getting rid of the word slave because it's offensive to black people, and it's under the guise of progressivism and critical race theory. They're doing it.
You want to blame things on Democrats, on Republicans, on critical race proponents. Listen, at the end of the day, you got to understand something. This country was built on racism. Racism still exists. When I was in elementary school, we had slave auctions.
But
you would never do that today.
They do it today. Progressive teachers.
How?
A progressive teacher just got fired for a white progressive teacher held a slave auction amongst his students. You meant like mock in schools, right?
Yeah, no,
that literally just happened.
We did a crazy.
No, not mocking. Okay, yeah, I think I read about that.
Did you look this up? The slave auction thing? Did this happen?
I didn't look it up because it's not really relevant. I think his point is stupid that he's about to make. I'm not sure. I don't think it's a good point.
I didn't read all into it.
Not mocking it. A mock as in they practiced it.
Yeah.
And they shackled the black
seventh grade.
Right,
Ohio.
exactly. They were demonstrating something. Okay, but I'm talking about they did it in my school. I participated in it. Okay, as a kid, it was a regular thing to raise money. For whatever school trip or whatever.
Whoa! What's happening here? Is it like the auction to go to a dance or something like that?
He's saying, what I'm assuming he's talking about is that
we've had those where they auction off like a date or something.
Right. And I don't know, maybe if they called it a slave auction, I'd agree that's pretty.
Yeah.
that's
in the context of a date, I can't imagine them calling it a slave auction because the implication there is just like, wow, this is going to be one hell of a date.
Yeah, but he's not talking about in terms of dates. He's saying in terms of like the school kids trying to raise money for some purpose.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think this is a bad point. I don't know why he brought this up. This is not a good point. I don't think this is relevant to the conversation about whether racism is alive.
Right. And
today.
Have slave auctions where kids would bid on other kids. It wasn't like white kids bidding on black kids. I could bid on some white kid or whatever. All right.
He was a slave owner. Look at this. He's totally outing himself here. He bid on white kids.
He did. Oh my God. I can't believe
reparations have already been dispensed.
And you paid 50 cents or whatever, and you bought that person, and that person had to carry your books around all day.
Oh, nice. We should do this on the channel.
That's not the same thing.
Yes, it is. It was called a slave auction.
No. I'm saying what I was referring to.
I know what you're referring to. You're referring to a reenactment.
So it was called a slave auction.
We did do. I mean, when we were kids, we did do shit like this, where if I do this for you, you have to be my slave for the day. Do whatever I say.
Yeah, but that's not like a school sanctioned activity. Right?
I'd make my friends like clean up my entire house. You're gonna fucking be my slave.
Why would your friend agree to that?
Because we would bet or something.
Oh,
we would bet on stupid shit.
If you lose the bet, you have to do X.
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
Did you do stuff like that?
Sure. But it was in the context of a bet. It wasn't like, I'm going to pay you to do something,
We would bet on stupid stuff too.
Right.
Yeah.
Auction.
Right. It was a practitioner of critical race praxis who segregated the kids by race and then made the black kids wear shackles.
When I was in seventh grade in 1992, seventh grade Ohio, Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, we did this exercise in like social studies class where we were all plantation owners, they were called. And we had to either get slaves or indentured servants. And then there was a third type of worker that you would get. And you put these little stickers on your board and everyone had their stickers and you go around, you trade stickers with other people. So I just did the math and I was like, well, this is cheaper than that. So I got all the right stickers and then won the game. But
he bought all the slaves. That's what he's trying to tell.
Oh my goodness, Ian!
Listen, I bought all the slaves. Okay.
Ian comes out full plantation owner here. That's nothing to be proud of, Ian. I'd bury this story.
Yes.
It was just like indoctrination.
Okay.
And we weren't slave owners. We were called plantation owners.
Right. Now, do you remember a lady named?
Now that is interesting because he's seeming to confirm sort of what was the point of doing that if you weren't calling them slave owners? Right.
Yeah. It was just a fun little game.
I don't know. It's weird.
Jane Elliott?
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
And we weren't slave owners. We were called plantation owners.
Right. Now, do you remember a lady named Jane Elliott?
No.
Okay. You all need to look up Jane Elliott.
You probably know.
Brown eye, blue eye. You all never heard of that experiment?
Mm-mm.
I know this experiment. You know it too.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I may have heard of this actually.
Jane Elliott, she's a friend of mine, and she's still living. She's a lot older now.
Oh, really? A friend?
Back in the 1960s, she's a white lady. She took her class of white kids, and she separated all the brown eyes from all the blue eyes. And she told them that the brown-eyed people were superior and blue-eyed people were inferior. And guess what? The brown-eyed people started acting, these little kids started acting superior. All right? And you would see this change. And then and the blue-eyed people were feeling inferior and being oppressed. The next day she flipped it around. Oh, it's the blue-eyed people who are supposed to be superior and the brown eyes who are inferior. And they learn more about racism from that. And if you watch interviews with those kids today as adults, they say, I wish my kids could experience that in school. Okay? Jane Elliott.
We'll read some more. The first.
So, I don't know how familiar you were with this, Adam.
This experiment? I think
Yes.
Didn't the kids get like brain damage or something? They were so demoralized. I think like the brown-eyed kids were totally bullied and beat up by the blue-eyed kids, and they were just demoralized. The school district ended up having to settle out of court or something.
Right. Okay. So you are familiar.
Is that am I in the right ballpark?
I don't know about the brain damage, but you're in the right ballpark.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's funny because we heard someone talking about this on the Jon Stewart video that we watched.
Yes, I remember.
And they were complaining about it because they're like, "How dare you do this in a mixed race classroom? Because it's going to be, black kids are going to have brown eyes or whatever." So they didn't like it from that lens. Obviously.
That one writer on Jon Stewart, the racist writer.
Oh
wait, they're all racist writers on Jon Stewart.
Right.
So.
Which one are you talking about? What do you mean?
The black racist writer.
No, they're all racist. No, but it's funny because I remember this because we talked about this in my psych classes a million years ago.
I know. I saw a documentary on it.
And it was like this thing was highly contentious. Well, first of all, there's an interesting element here. The reason the teacher did this was it was the day after Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated.
Really?
Right. So that's that's what kind of like inspired her to do this.
Right.
And I think she was definitely trying to come from a good place, obviously. When she did this, it sounds kind of like a normie thing that someone would just kind of come up with. Unfortunately, a lot of the data does not bode out well.
Right.
And there is like a lot of the modern data is kind of skeptical that it really had any positive impact on the children, that it made them less racist, and that a lot of the kids did say that it made them had a negative impact on them,
right,
and made them feel bad. And it's actually been kind of compared to the Stanford prison experiment.
Oh yeah, that hasn't aged well.
Right, which turned out to be kind of bullshit. The Stanford prison experiment was famous psychology professor Zimbardo, who, he took a group of students and he made some of them prison guards, and he made some of them prisoners. And basically, I think they stayed in like the basement of Stanford for a week. And essentially, the prison guards became fucking crazy, horrible, abusive assholes. And the prisoners, like, they just kind of took it.
Right.
And so it was supposed to be to show that, like, oh, you can kind of socialize people into these roles. However, it was kind of revealed, I think, very long afterwards, that it was kind of bullshit, because Zimbardo essentially told the prison guards to act like that.
Yeah.
They didn't naturally act like that. And we kind of had the same problem if you look into the blue eye, brown eye thing, is that she didn't just say like, oh, they're superior. She kind of was like belittling the opposite people.
She was trying to
right. She's trying to egg on these kids to act in those ways.
Inappropriate ways, yeah.
Right. And there were kids
are pretty easy to egg on.
Right. Some kids are easy to egg on, but there are kids that you can see on some of this was recorded. Not the original was recorded, but some of the ones she did after it recorded that were pushing back against her. Like very little kids were just like, fuck you, this is bullshit. I don't buy this. And I think even kind of dumber is that she's tried to apply this principle to adults, which doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Because the whole thing with like why you think it would work on kids is like you're tricking them into basically being anti-racist, essentially, like by like putting them in a position where they're discriminated against. This doesn't work on adults because they understand that it's like not real. And so I don't know. I'm very sus of the whole blue eye, brown eye experiment being effective.
Me too.
First thing I want to mention is Trock says, where's James Lindsay? Actually, if you'd be interested, I'd love to have James Lindsay knows more about this stuff than certainly I do. I think it'd be a fascinating conversation if you were interested.
Sure, invite me. I'll be happy to come back.
That'd be great. We should absolutely. I think James is probably.
I'm always ready to learn.
James is going to be.
Yeah. James is going to be okay groomering Daryl Davis about 15 minutes.
I know. I don't know if that's going to be a good conversation.
Yeah.
Sadly, I don't know if it'd be good.
Listening to this, going, Tim, no, what, you're wrong. You've missed this point and this quote and this quote. And he's going to be saying things like that. All right, so Dragon Stallion says, is that what it says? Dragon's Talon. Oh. Does your guest feel like black families who own slaves also need to pay reparations? John Kasser was the first lifelong slave in the U.S. owned by a black plantation owner, Anthony Johnson.
Do black families need to pay reparations?
So stupid.
Those who own slaves.
I didn't say any families need to pay reparations. I say the government needs to make those reparations, okay? The people who own slaves are no longer here. I cannot fault you or you for what your great-great-grandparents did, all right? You need to know about it. You need to know it was wrong, but I'm not going to hold you accountable, all right?
What a racist Daryl. I mean, oh, wait, what?
You're not around.
Douglas Murray goes into this in his new book, War on the West. I never heard this argument before I heard it in this book, and it's amazing. He tells a story about some Nazi soldier that is on his deathbed. And as he's on his deathbed, he asks the other soldiers to bring him one of the Jewish prisoners because he wants to confess this story to him. And he tells this horrible story about how they basically like killed a whole village of Jewish people or something, or they lit some barn on fire, and when they were running out, they were nailing them with machine gun fire.
Right.
And the Jewish guy sits there and listens to this whole story, right? Guy's on his deathbed, and after he's done with the story, the Jewish guy gets up and leaves. He's like, says nothing. Pretty much just like, fuck you, right?
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And
fuck that guy.
I guess there's a huge scholarly debate that cropped up around this story about whether or not he did the right thing or the wrong thing, right? Shouldn't he have forgiven him, grace and God's forgiveness and all that good stuff? But I guess the consensus from the dialogue about it is that he did the right thing, because who is he to forgive this horrible act that he did? He wasn't there.
Right.
He wasn't getting fucking eviscerated by machine gun fire.
Right. Just
he
because
wasn't
he's
caught
Jewish,
in a barn
right.
with his entire family.
Right.
Yeah. Which I think, can't you map that onto the reparations argument kind of again here? Like they're who are the black people that are alive today? Who are they to forgive for the terrible things that were done in the name of slavery? They don't have the right to forgive for that kind of stuff that wasn't done to them, do they?
No, that's a good point. Yeah,
I don't think they do. Yeah,
right. But but that's not really what it's about. I think it's just about an acknowledgement.
Well, when you're talking about reparations, you are talking about payment for past injustices, but injustices that weren't even committed against you, committed against your ancestors.
Yeah, but the idea is that the reason, like, black families are in the position they are in, poor black families that would be, that are American black families, is because of that history.
Right.
And I think
that's such a tough argument to make, though.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because it's not for everyone. Some.
Yeah, but so what? It's still true, though. That is why there's a disproportionate amount of black people in America.
You can't. Not every single one, though. How do you know it's?
I didn't say that. I said that's why there's a disproportionate amount of poor black people, in America.
Yeah.
You agree? I assume you agree with that.
That it's from past racism? Yeah,
sure.
Well, I think at this point, I'm not sure. Sure, past racism got the ball rolling, but at some point you have to zero out the scorecard, and you have to I don't
agree, but that's not what. But you're confusing the prescription with the description.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I don't know
I agree with you that the way to move forward is to move forward.
If a lot of people are languishing in bad economic circumstances because they have an attitude that society is stacked against them, when in fact that is incorrect, when they really have a lot of opportunities that they're passing up because of this misperception of the world.
Right. Which black people right now have in America anyway.
A lot, yeah.
Have a huge opportunity because of, everything that you're talking about.
Right.
Because so many jobs and corporations are trying to bend over backwards to hire as many black people as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't at some point this whole sins of the past thing that argument has to come to an end.
I agree. But again, the question is, why are things the way they are now?
Right.
And the reason that there's a disproportionate amount of black people in America that are poor is because of racism.
Because of past racism. This is the argument that dialogue always makes all the time. This is like the go-to argument, but it's when.
Yeah, but he's making an argument to what effect, though? He's arguing it to affect something that we probably disagree with.
Well, I don't, at some point you got to start saying, okay, I firmly believe.
Wait. Stop talking about prescriptions. Throw all prescriptions out here. We just have to first, before anyone could talk about prescriptions, you have to agree on what is objectively true.
Right. Okay. So descriptively, I think wokeness creates a substantial amount of animosity.
Right.
That is perpetuating the problem. And I don't know how you can categorize that situation as the legacy of racism.
Okay. Well, first of all, easily, why would people buy into that in the first place?
Because it's politically advantageous for them to do so.
Not just that.
Okay.
Why pre-wokeness? Okay.
Because
why did people?
It's an excuse for their own failings.
Why are there a disproportionate amount of Black Americans that are poor?
Because they didn't have opportunities or education in the past.
Right. You're saying it like you don't agree. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, like I said, if these theoretical Black people that didn't have opportunities and stuff, I've never met them. Like, I've worked with Black people my entire life. Like, Daryl Davis's dad was like a diplomat. What?
I don't understand why this is complicated.
Okay.
At all.
Tell me. Explain it to me.
Why do antisocial cultures form?
Because people are being treated unjustly.
Yes, or that people have suffered some kind of injustice.
Yeah.
Right. We have antisocial, you're talking about white trash cultures where people are just as anti-institution, just as anti-education as sort of, antisocial Black cultures.
Right.
And often it would be, and James Lindsay talks about this a lot too. There'd be a lot of, poor white people who their family, grew up in a town that was like a mining town or some sort of industrial town. And all those people lost their jobs when globalization swept through America.
Right. So they blame globalization. They don't blame racism.
Right. But so you could look at those people who are living in these poor white areas and you can say, oh, well, you have opportunity. It's all your fault and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that's all true to some extent. You could pull yourself up from that poverty, but you have to acknowledge that the reason that situation exists in the first place is because, that all the families lost their jobs. Like some physical thing happened that put all those people in that situation in the first place. And then a negative antisocial culture sort of develops around that incident. Right.
But nobody blames it on white people. Nobody blames it on...
Well, we're not there yet. Okay. You're jumping ahead. Right.
Go ahead.
So you agree so far, right, with what I said?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
People say we got fucked over by the company. They left town. Left us all high and dry. The corporation did.
Right. And so it's the exact same thing with what we're talking about here, where you say, okay, Blacks in America were literally enslaved. And then after they were enslaved, even when they're free, they still couldn't, participate in society and were heavily discriminated against in really fucked up ways.
Yeah, I totally agree.
That prevented them from having success. The entire time this is happening, a negative anti-American culture is fermenting and being, cultivated among a lot of Black people because of the literal things that were happening to them.
I agree. Okay. The injustice. Yeah.
Right. So that's why we have the situation we have right now. So it is. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you could say it's not because of.
I mean, I've read
past racism,
but I've read John McWhorter, and John McWhorter says, like, completely makes the argument that Blacks are high, like they have more opportunities now.
That's irrelevant to what I'm talking about.
Okay.
They do. I don't disagree with that. That's irrelevant to why the feeling exists in the first place.
Right, exactly. But the feeling was created in a time when it was a justified feeling because the world was racist and discriminatory. Correct. Right. The world has changed.
Yes.
And the feeling still exists.
Right, because cultures change slowly.
Right.
And attitudes change slowly, if at all. Often they require the old generation to literally die out.
Right. So you're saying it's one more generation away?
Well, I'm not saying it's anything away. And part of the reason I'm so anti-wokeness is because I understand that the initial feelings of anger and betrayal and anti-American attitudes that many Black people have in America are based on on previous past justifiable things. That's all true. But then the question is, and what you're getting at is, well, where do we go from here? And where we go from here is we say, okay, that's not the country we live in now. We don't live in a systemically racist country anymore. That's a lie. And we live in a country which now allows upward mobility for most people, especially Black people to some extent, if you get an education and blah, 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 blah. That's all true. But that idea, and we've talked about this, Scott Adams talked about this, your favorite artist, that cultural gravity that kind of pulls people down and says, you can't succeed, right? This has nothing, this exists in white and Black cultures.
This is why I'm talking about it. You got to break that cultural gravity.
No, yeah, exactly. You have to break that cultural gravity, right?
Well,
but you
I'm
have to acknowledge
working on that.
Right. But you have to acknowledge that cultural gravity exists because of the injustices of slavery and segregation. That's why the cultural gravity was created in the first place.
Right. But
and so wait, well, let me just finish.
Go
so
ahead.
you have to acknowledge that that's why it exists. But then you say, what do we do when we move forward? And you say, okay, this is why we're so anti-wokeness, is because we're saying all wokeness wants to do is languish in that cultural gravity. They want to roll around the mud and say, you'll never succeed. Everything's racist. You can never break out of this cultural gravity. White people are still holding you down. Nothing's different. It's like, no, that's completely not true. The difference, what's holding you back really is yourself.
Your mind.
Is your mind.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is we have to hold in our minds that yes, the only thing that's holding you back is yourself. But the reason that those cultural attitudes exist is because of a real tangible racism and bigotry that existed for those groups of people in America in the past.
Right.
Okay.
But they will. That's the thing. They will say that nothing has changed, though. That is, we're still in the same place that we were. You're
right.
high,
Most people
Adam.
are crazy.
How are you?
Wrong. Right.
Yeah. Which I just, until you make the argument that you are creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, that you are perpetuating the next wave in this cycle by creating the kind of animosity in people that is going to hold them back. You're creating the mindset of failure in the next generation. Until we argue, that's what you're doing. And, stop focusing on these past injustices. Stop focusing on trying to get even for someone that wasn't even you, against people who aren't even alive today.
Right.
Until you make that argument, I don't think. And I feel like when you say you have to admit that, why we are where we are today is because of past racism. I think you're playing a little bit into the, giving into the attitude that they have that where we are today is not much better than where we were.
No, because that's a completely different, that's a very different statement.
Well, how do you make that distinction then? How do you say, listen, where we are today is worlds away from where we were?
It is, yes, right. When I say you have to acknowledge that the reason they're in those situations is because of the past, that doesn't mean that it's the same. It means because what I said. It's created a cultural attitude. It's created a mental prison.
It did.
People.
Yeah, exactly.
That's basically, but that mental prison was based off of real things that really happen.
I agree. Yeah. But
okay. That's all I'm saying.
They have to escape the mental prison.
They have to escape, yes.
I love the fact that there are so many Black conservatives that are pitching it in this framework, that it is a mental prison, that you have to escape the mental prison. I don't like the Candace Owens framing of the Democratic plantation. Jesus Christ.
Candace. It's not very persuasive.
Yes, that's not very persuasive at all. And you're hearkening back to this, you're conjuring up the same kind of imagery that got us here to begin with.
Right.
But you got,
go ahead. I was just saying, the reason I'm saying you have to acknowledge it is because, first of all, A, it's true. And then B, from a persuasion level, you or anyone would literally not be able to have a conversation with a normal person, a normal Black individual, or a normal white liberal, or Daryl Davis, or John McWhorter, or Glenn Lowry. You can't have that conversation with them if you're not going to admit the descriptive truth that I laid out, that the reason that cultural mental prison exists is because of racism, the history of racism.
Yeah, no,
and segregation.
I completely
That's
agree.
all I'm saying. You have to acknowledge that and then move forward. You can't just have a blanket denial of that.
I agree. I deny nothing, obviously.
Right. I understand.
I'm the guy that says, you know, white privilege really exists, and there was racism in the South. I witnessed it, so I'm not denying any of that stuff.
Okay.
Is that not clear? Or?
Well, no, it's just because you're conflating what I'm saying with something I'm not saying, and you're pushing back on like a shadow position that I don't hold.
Right. And that is?
Well, you said that when I say you have to acknowledge that the reason that they're in the situation they're in is because of past injustices, that you read that as me saying that there is no difference between then and now.
Right.
Just not at all what I'm saying. Right.
But you got to admit, that can't be the case for every single black person, because I know so many black people that are just, I mean, they are not victims of this slave mentality that's
of course
been forever put to bed.
But this isn't that's not how populations work. Right. You say like,
but there
on average,
are people though that they'll be like, I can't find a job I like, therefore slavery.
Yeah, and that's stupid.
Therefore racism, therefore bigotry, right?
Right. And no, then that's stupid. And we've both pushed back on, I am skeptical of the studies that claim that, these companies will throw out all these resumes just because it has a black name.
Right.
I'm skeptical of these studies. I think even, Roaming Millennial had one that was interesting where they did this with like redneck names, and they threw those out too.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Right. And so it's kind of like more like, well, what do these names signify exactly?
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting thing. And I do think that I think people, regardless of whether they're black or white, who give their kids weird names, they're doing their kid a massive disservice.
And they're
by doing that.
So many people are doing that because of animosity against the culture. They're doing it to be nonconformist. Yeah.
Right. To be unique and special. Yeah. Right.
And then they're the same ones that are going to fucking blame racism when their kid can't get a job.
Yeah. Yes.
It's like, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Sooner or later, you have to take responsibility. Yes. You have to say, listen.
You do.
If you want to succeed, you got to somewhat play the game.
Right. I'm just saying you can hold both these opinions. You have to hold both these opinions.
Right.
You have to say the past is the past, and the past created the situation. But moving forward, what do we do to move forward?
Yeah. How do we fix it?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I say we fix it.
I say we fix it. Let's fix it, Ed.
Are you ready to go?
Let's fix it.
You were not around then. All right.
Yeah, I think
we only have 1 hour left, guys.
Oh, really? Is there some magic?
And also, it's possible that their parents aren't even from the United States.
Well,
no, we have 1 hour left on the video.
Oh, yeah. Good luck.
We're good.
Whatever. I mean, even I know parents who are from the United States who did have slaves. Not parents, but their ancestors. Okay. No, I'm not going to hold their descendants responsible, for sins of the father or whatever you want to call it. No, but the government needs to make good on it, and they never have.
That was a straw man. That was a straw man of what Daryl said about reparations. That it's possible to have a nuanced view about reparations that doesn't involve throwing money around, but does involve something like a major education overhaul. Like
absolutely.
Right. But hold on. I mean, 898,000 people gave their lives in this country to end slavery.
And what's your point?
I mean, you mentioned the Japanese. No one paid. Like, the reason they get paid is because nobody gave their lives to stop that. It was wrong, and they stopped it. This country is the country that won against slavery, that sacrificed nearly 1 million of its children, saying
we went against slavery. Let me tell you something. Even today, when you go to school,
do you buy that argument? I think it's a terrible argument. Did Adam leave? Adam left. Adam just walked up, snuck out.
Did I get caught? Damn it.
He got caught. He got caught. So Tim said the point that he was sort of alluding to, but never verbalized earlier, that you were freaking out about. where he said, well, let me just go back. You can hear it.
Absolutely.
Right. But hold on. I mean, 898,000 people gave their lives in this country to end slavery.
And what's your point?
I mean, you mentioned the Japanese. No one paid. The reason they get paid is because nobody gave their lives to stop that. It was wrong, and they stopped it. This country is the country that won against slavery, that sacrificed nearly 1 million of its children, saying
we won against slavery. You know, let me tell you something. Even today, when you go to schools
So is this a good argument? Because people died in the Civil War.
That the debt is forgiven?
Yeah.
It's not the same argument as the Douglas Murray argument, which really is a Douglas Murray's argument. It's the other It's the other guy's argument. That, you can't really, well, I mean, reparations is sort of an apology, to try to set the record straight and to gain forgiveness. So,
well, and part of the problem is that they were literally supposed to give reparations, and then they didn't.
And it's a better argument making that, protecting the reputation of the United States, I think, is a better argument than people today are in poverty because of the legacy of slavery. You can't say, like, fortune plays such a role in how things change and develop.
This is okay.
You don't like that argument. I know you. It's driving you insane. But
No. You fighting me on this is driving me insane. This is like when you say, "Oh, men on average are more aggressive than women," and then someone says, "Whoa, excuse me. I know plenty of women who are very aggressive, and I know plenty of men who are very passive. Therefore, sex is a social construct, and there are no biological differences between sexes on average." Okay, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. I didn't fucking say that. I said on average, there's a difference. Okay,
right.
Obviously there are people that buck the norms and the trends all the time.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know anybody in the average. I only know people who buck the trends. According
right. So you saying that, well, like, listen, Sitch, there are black people that are well off. I'm like, really? Wow. Okay. I'm like, that doesn't have anything to fucking do with what I'm talking about.
Well, there are black people that are middle class as well.
I understand that. I've known many black people of all socioeconomic classes my whole life. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about. We're talking about broad trends, okay? Broad sociological trends.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So what do I need to?
No, but okay. Well, anyway,
sign off on whatever.
To me, saying that people died in the Civil War is not. It's not a compelling argument to me.
Okay.
To say, well, the debt is forgiven. It's like, well, not really. I mean, maybe if the Civil War happened, black slaves got their 4 acres and a mule, and there was no segregation afterwards, I don't know, then yeah, obviously you can make that argument, but there was just too much afterwards.
What are we arguing for? Like, this is the
Tim's arguing why there shouldn't be any form of reparations because of this is what he's saying.
I don't think reparations are a good idea. I really don't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to create more conflict than it solves. And I really don't think reparations.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
You're probably right. And I think at the end of the day, that's why I would be against it from a very, I hate to say it, very consequentialist.
It's pragmatic. I mean,
from a very pragmatic consequentialist, I think it would cause more problems than it would solve. I think it would cause more animosity than it solves.
And I know so many people who are like on this train. They're just they're not in the kind of dire straits that they always claim all black people are in.
Of course,
they're like middle class people.
Right, but it's because you're interacting with people who are kind of your similar socioeconomic class, obviously.
Yeah, so it's bizarre that the people who are supposed to be the impoverished people are not really. Are they speaking up for this kind of stuff? I don't know.
Maybe.
I see college kids on YouTube advocating for this kind of stuff. How racist society is and all that stuff.
White liberal guilt.
Yeah.
Right, sure.
Well, even blacks. I mean, I don't
Right.
That Professor Flowers girl didn't seem like she was. I mean, it seemed like she was a college kid.
Well, I think there is, and it's kind of why Daryl was very fixated on the apology. And I think it's like there's this sense of this thing has never been acknowledged appropriately by the government.
Yeah.
And I think that just really rubs people the wrong way.
Some people
really
it
triggers
does,
people.
sure, yeah.
For a lot of people, yeah.
It's easy enough to do. It is kind of fucked up that we haven't done something like that, but like it's just politics. It's completely politics. So.
Sure, I understand the reason why, but that doesn't make it just.
Yeah.
And they've had a long time to apologize. A lot of times the politics to fix itself.
Yeah.
They have the right moment to do it. But I mean, I'm 100% against giving people just money. I think that's a terrible idea. That would solve nothing.
Right.
I am not 100% against if they want to do some kind of jobs program, some kind of education program, whatever that would look like.
How about this? If blacks get arrested for violent crime, we'll just give them shorter sentences or
no
bail or that's what they're doing in Los Angeles. That's the game plan now.
I know. I think there's an argument to be made that we've given Native Americans reparations, some form of reparations. We've given Japanese some form of reparations. We were supposed to give. Our government agreed to give black slaves reparations and then reneged on that through a very complicated political process. That's not really worth getting into.
Well, the politics are involved too. The reason Republicans don't want... Do you think Republicans want the Democrats to give all their voters a $10,000 check? Fuck
well,
no.
we're not talking about giving anyone a check. Okay, so let's throw that out.
Okay, reparations.
We're talking about some kind of because.
College
and I tweeted about this.
Mm-hmm.
People talking about reparations as a check is stupid. That was never what reparations was.
Mm-hmm.
Reparations back then was not here's a bunch of money.
Right.
It was 40 acres and a mule. And the point of that was because we had a primarily agricultural economy back then. And so by giving someone 40 acres and a mule, you're saying, I'm giving you a job. I'm giving you the ability. Yeah, I'm giving you the ability to take care of yourself.
Earn a living.
Essentially. And earn a living. Right. I'm giving you the ability to earn a living.
You grow some tomatoes on that shit and you're good to go.
There you go. Or
Eat
some corn.
Up.
Or soy. I don't know. I don't think they had soybeans back then, but whatever they had. Yeah.
Some soybeans.
Yeah, the soybeans in the 1800s. So I'm fine, or I'm more fine, I guess, because I still think it'd have a lot of problems if we implement a system like this. But I'm more fine with someone saying, listen, according to the original idea of reparations was to give people the opportunity to take care of themselves, right?
Right.
To me, that's okay. I can understand that. And I think that's what he's alluding to. That's why he's saying he wants to be based on education. You're not giving people money. You're giving people the means to take care of themselves via, getting an education so they can get a fucking job and be productive. And that's what we want. You don't want to just give people money because they can just buy drugs. They can just do fucking nothing with that money. It's just throwing that money into a fucking burning pit. But if you can get people to be if you can get more people who are not productive to be productive social citizens in the country, that's a net benefit.
Yeah.
For everyone.
Yeah.
And that's what you want.
Well, I'm glad we're hearing about this from a guy whose dad was a presidential diplomat and is a famous jazz musician, because I really feel like we are hearing the voice of the underclass. Yeah.
I say, you have to bring it back to that.
Well, I mean, at some point you got to say, what the fuck, dude? You're here arguing for reparations and your dad's a fucking diplomat and
he's not arguing it on behalf of himself. He's arguing on behalf of
thank you for the little
black people he thinks and knows that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, magnanimous leader.
I say.
At some point, it's so fucking elitist. It really is.
Your elephant is.
I know. It's rampaging right now.
It's rampaging.
It is. It's totally rampaging. I'm here for my people. Who elected you to speak for fucking black people?
Well, no one. He's just asking his opinion on the topic. For this conversation.
I see now why everyone was very mad about Daryl Davis in this. Poor Tim. Poor Tim invites his hero on, and discovers in front of 40,000 people that his hero is like woke as fuck.
No, this is your purity. This is the purity spiral.
I'm pure. I'm not. Yeah. Look, I love Daryl Davis. Okay, I do. We should reach out. You should have nice email. Well, I don't know. He does. He definitely feels like the black community's got fucked over. But
they did get fucked over.
A little.
The question is what to do about it.
A little part of me,
yes,
says Daryl Davis has been pulled over by the cops too many times, and he has this just perception that society's against him, even though he's really succeeded. I mean, John McWhorter talks about this. John McWhorter's talked about all his terrible run-ins with the police, but that he just feels like he's had way more opportunity than not. Like,
right, but this is like a weird kind of tone policing, I guess. Sort of, you're like, well, you know, because he was in a better situation than most other poor black people, you know, he should be like grateful. I don't know. It's like a weird argument to make.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I guess you're right. I guess it's just my blinders from not seeing not interacting with the poor black community. So I don't necessarily know.
I mean, you never had someone come to your house and tell your girlfriend that you're a drug dealer.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and that's fucking awful, obviously. That is fucking awful. Okay, you're right. You've won me over. That's all you had to say. Come on, is this almost done yet? This is taking forever.
North, when you study the Civil War, you are taught the Civil War was fought over slavery. In the South, no. It wasn't fought over slavery. It was fought over states' rights. Yes, it was fought over states' rights. The state's right to own a slave. They don't put it that way, but that's what it was. It's the same thing. This country is still fighting the Civil War, my friend.
I agree.
Okay?
Completely.
Why are they still flying Confederate battle flags? Even most young white people don't even realize.
So this is where I don't think it's fair or right to say that we're still fighting the Civil War at all. There's obviously still racist people around, but not to conceptualize it as the Civil War is not good.
Nothing's changed, Sitch. We're still fighting. You don't understand.
Right.
We're still fighting that Civil
War. But that's where I feel like the criticism you're leveling is accurate. So
I know. Jeez.
In that perspective. But it's weird.
All you had to do is press play for 10 seconds and I'd be
vindicated. No, it's just because we're talking about different things. But it's weird because Tim said he agrees. I don't know what he means by that.
Tim
he means the
Civil War. Tim Pool.
That Civil War. So he doesn't mean racial Civil War. He means the political Civil War, I guess. That's funny.
That shooter guy
Davis is like, listen, we're still in the Civil War. And Tim Pool's like, yes, we are. And his eyes light up.
Yeah, I know. That's what I expected. Daryl, you're speaking to my heart.
Let me tell you about the Civil War, Daryl.
Thank goodness. That racist shooter guy was, I guess in his manifesto, he said he was trying to start a civil war.
Right.
That's a pretty common thing. Common amongst these weirdos. The Charles Manson. Charles Manson was trying to start a race war, a civil war.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But even this, like, I just feel like Daryl he's just referring to a time period from like 10, 20 years ago. Even.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, yeah, there's some people, so bitching about the Confederate flag, but it feels like much less than it used to. Like most people were like willing to say, okay, fuck the Confederate flag.
Yeah.
It's fine. Though some people still defend it, but this thing's silly.
They don't call it that down there.
I know.
They call it the rebel flag.
I know. Because they rebel against wanting to give up their slaves.
It's also, the Civil War is also called the War of Northern Aggression.
Right, exactly.
And I've heard that Lincoln, it really was an economic war for Lincoln too. He couldn't let the states take all that money away but he said the best way to rally people is to say it's about slavery. And then he also deep down wanted to end slavery. So he kind of tweaked the message. I've heard that. I don't know.
But, they're still fighting that. Flying Confederate battle flags. Okay, the crossbar and stars that you all call the Confederate flag is not the flag of the Confederacy. That is the Confederate battle flag. That is the flag that flew in the Civil War to battle to maintain slavery. The flag of the Confederacy are the red and white stripes with the blue square with the circle of silver stars. That is the flag of the Confederacy. That crossbars and stars is the Confederate battle flag. But a lot of people want to call it the Confederate flag.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay?
Yeah, it's true. I just looked it up.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so.
God, he hasn't seen the CGP Cray video about this?
Yeah.
I was going to say we have I didn't know if you were done with your point. I was going to read another comment.
Okay, good.
So we have a few that are bringing up French people owned and sold slaves in Haiti. And Mark says, this man has never heard of French colonies or French Africa. Ask what happened when French African soldiers were brought to Europe in World War I. The accusations made towards them, racism is the unknown.
Okay, let me correct that man right there, and I hope you're listening. Listen, son, I lived in French West Africa for 6 years. I lived in Guinea. I lived in Senegal, both which were colonized by the French. So yes, I do know about French colonies.
Shout out to French Indochina, Burma.
I'll try to find another one.
I just was looking at how the Europeans split up Africa, man. They in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and before that too. It was just a race to colonize and enslave the entire continent.
So Colin Burke says one of the bigger problems with reparations that more than 80% of even white people moved to the U.S. much later after slavery, and half near the end of Jim Crow. So do you call them ancestors or?
Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario.
Listen.
Well, that's why it's not people. Individuals shouldn't be paying. Like it's not like, as an individual, I'm paying some black person. It's like no.
But they conceptualize it that way.
I know, but that's the problem.
Dollars. Yeah,
I understand that, but that's the problem. Is that it's the wrong way to conceptualize it. It's your government, like a corporation. Your government has responsibilities that it has accrued throughout the hundreds of years of its existence.
Right. And it's going to come out of your dividends.
Well, not really. Listen, why is it that we can, stop having wars? How much did we spend in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay, Jimmy Dore.
Like I said, a good point.
There you go.
Whether you moved here yesterday or whether you moved here 500 years ago, nobody is still living today who owned any slaves. All right? So I'm not faulting the descendants of slave owners. I am not faulting people who came here yesterday. I am faulting the U.S. government for not doing what they were supposed to do. They gave Japanese Americans reparations. They gave Native Americans reparations. They promised black people 40 acres and a mule and have done nothing. They haven't even apologized. That's what I'm holding accountable. The majority, do you know what without looking it up, do you know who makes up the majority of white Americans in this country? Of what descent?
Irish.
No.
That was my guess.
No. German Americans are the largest white majority, followed by British Americans.
Oh, yeah.
I'm German. Well, I'm American. But some drunk boxer was German in my history. So.
I think Daryl's envisioning of reparations is actually much more moderate than people might think. In terms of pure acknowledgement, it seems like that's what you're getting at, Daryl. You're not necessarily people like to have different definitions of what reparations are, and you're more so saying you just want clear acknowledgement, which you think.
Well, no, I want an apology, and I think people who have been disenfranchised, held back, and things like that should get something. I'm not saying throw money to them. I'm saying there should be government vouchers for education, for college tuitions, things like that. That we were denied in the past. Well, even after slavery, we couldn't go to Princeton. We couldn't go wherever.
So you're saying based on race?
Based on race.
So what happens in, say, the mixed race areas of South Side of Chicago when all of a sudden half the people get vouchers and the other half don't? They're all in the same neighborhood, same economic status.
If you are the descendants of slaves.
Gee, that's
you should
a
be
nightmare right
to
there.
That. Okay, like if you are the descendants of native.
Yeah, it would
sign up for your DNA test.
Right. People would have to sign up for their DNA test. I'm not exactly sure how. I don't know logistically how that would work. How you would, if there's a way for them to even do that. I mean, I guess there is to some extent, right? You take those 23andMe things. No I guess there's some way to do it, right? But it would be logistically difficult. But maybe not impossible.
Right.
But see, here's the thing. I wonder if it could be the final shut up.
Oh, that
right?
would be so awesome. Music to my ears, the final shut up. That's what we should call it.
There you go. Instead of calling it reparations, call it the final shut up.
Final shut up. Yeah.
It's like here's the apology.
Yeah.
And here's the voucher for college, right? Whatever. Now we're not lowering any admissions, but you have a one-time, and it's funny because actually, unfortunately, for reasons that would be dark, and I don't mean that in like a racial ones.
You bastard.
I know. I kind of walked into that one. You would say, "Here's your one-time voucher." Well, actually, they would complain because you'd say, "Here's I can already hear the arguments," and this would be the problem. Because you'd say, "Okay, here's your voucher. You get one voucher, right, for college. If you get kicked out or drop out of college, you don't get another one. Here's your one-time voucher. Any school you can get into, right? Lower standards. Any school you can get into will pay for it if you're the descendant of a slave, right? And maybe this will go on for like 1 or 2 generations."
How do you know that? How do people
well, wait a minute.
know if they're descendants?
Assuming that that's possible to figure that out, right? The problem would be then the left would say, wait a minute. Most of those people are not going to be able to get in the good schools. They're only going to be able to get in the shitty schools.
Right.
And so they're still going to get fucked over. And so they wouldn't be happy with just that, the idea that Daryl is putting forward. And that would be the issue. So this would probably never come to pass because even if the right was on board with it, I don't think the left would be on board with it.
You're never going to get a coalition for this stuff.
It's sad.
It is sad.
Right. Because they say, oh, well, you're just going to give a bunch of poor black kids, enough to go to whatever their local community college is, and they're not going to help them in life.
Why can't we all just get along?
Thank you, Adam.
Why can't we all just get along? I don't understand.
Native Americans. You got 1/8 or 1/16 of Native American blood in you. You can get something. If you are a survivor of the internment camps, or your descendants are of the Japanese internment camps, you can get something. Okay. So descendants of slaves should be entitled to what they were promised and they never received. Just like the courts awarded the survivors of the Tulsa race massacre and their descendants something, and to this day they haven't got it.
So my question was, what do you think would happen to the mixed race neighborhoods when only half the people get vouchers, get some kind of benefit or resource?
Nothing would happen. Why would anything happen? If they're not entitled to it, they're not entitled to it. Should some
I suppose it's like.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, listen. If somebody came over here yesterday from Nigeria, okay, yeah, he looks the same as I do, but he's not entitled to what I should get. He didn't go through that. His ancestors didn't go through that. Okay, so it's just like, somebody comes over from Japan tomorrow. Do they get something that's owed to the survivors and descendants of the people from the Japanese internment camps? No.
Let's say somebody is the descendant of a man and woman come from Afghanistan with a child after their country was completely just destroyed. And that kid is living in poverty in a neighborhood, and then all of a sudden the government comes in and hands out checks based on race that they're not entitled to, and they say, well, your oppression doesn't count because we're only talking about other oppression. The issue I have with race-based distribution of resources, one, the resource has to be paid for by somebody. The government doesn't have money. The government taxes the people, and then it uses the people's resources to distribute where it wants to. I think the problem is if we use race-based programs.
When I heard this part, I'm like, I can hear Adam going.
To give people money, it's just still racial segregation.
Why is it, Tim, that you haven't said anything about that as far as Japanese people go? Okay.
Oh wait, I just want to say, I think I do agree pragmatically, consequentially, and even morally and ethically. I do agree with Tim that if you do have a system like this, in my opinion, it would work better on every level if it was not based on race, or even more specifically, whether you are the ancestor of a slave. It would work. I think this should just be done across the board. There should be I don't know what specifically, but I think there should be benefits across the board, or helping hands to help people be productive members of society based on
class,
social economic class,
totally.
not this, right? And it would be far easier, obviously, to implement such a thing, and it wouldn't create some kind of weird racial animosity between people.
It would, though. Like as soon as you came out and said, "Listen, we're going to give reparations to all poor people,"
well, I'm not saying reparations.
People would complain. They'd be like, "Wait, we were the slaves, and you're giving it to white people too?"
Well, some people would complain, but fuck them.
All the critical race theorist people would complain. They'd be like, "Oh, this is white supremacy. Look, you're giving them our reparations too."
Right. Well, that's fine. They can complain.
I'm getting to the point where I'm just like, don't give anybody anything. Just give them a shut the fuck up. That's what
okay.
STFU. Here's what you got.
Right.
You looking for here? STFU. That's what I got for you.
I see. Nice.
Not Daryl Davis, of course. Daryl Davis is insane.
You're just saying shut the fuck up to poor people.
I wonder how many KKK members called up Daryl Davis and said, "Hey, can I get my robes back? I saw you on Tim Pool the other day, and I really wasn't happy."
You think KKK boomers are watching Tim Pool of all people?
No, I'm just joking around, obviously.
I think that there was actually a comment that said that almost word for word.
No way.
Where you were yeah.
Really?
Yes.
No way.
Yep.
Maybe I read it because you sent me the thing. You sent me like a screenshot of some.
That was from the chat. There's a comment under the video that's very similar to what you said. Oh, okay.
I didn't read it.
There you go.
That's a solid joke, though.
There it
is. They're still entitled to money, and they.
But I did.
Yeah, but hold on.
I did.
They can still get money. Yeah. Native Americans to this day can still get money. Okay, how come I can't get money? Okay, not that I'm going to go look for it or whatever. Okay, we have been denied it. So you're okay with this group getting it. You're okay with that group getting it. But now when it comes to black people, now you come up with all these excuses about so and so died in the war.
He is
isn't that enough? Or no, they should not get money because this person isn't getting money.
Now he's going off on Tim Pool. He's like,
his elephant has been
activated. I know. He's like, Tim, listen. You're cool with the Japanese getting it. You're cool with all these other people getting it, but blacks, you don't want to get it. What's going on here?
Right. No, I didn't say it was okay that we're giving people money based on race. I think it's wrong to get. I literally said it was wrong to distribute resources based on race. No.
Listen, I'm not saying give people money based on race. I'm saying give money people based on the crime you committed against them.
What if so if they have one ancestor who was enslaved?
If they had one ancestor who was enslaved,
are they entitled to it?
I would say so. Yeah.
So you'll end up seeing a lot of white people get those vouchers.
Huh?
You'll end up with a lot of white people getting those vouchers.
There weren't that many white people who were enslaved.
No, okay? But there are white people who are the descendants of slaves. Like if there was a black slave who found themselves in an interracial relationship, and now this person is 1/64th black or 1/8 or one. I mean, there are people who a famous actor, I'm not gonna use their name, who is I think 1/8 black, and no one realizes it because he just looks like a white guy, but he'd get one of these checks, and he's a rich white dude.
That makes sense. In order to be consistent, it would have.
Tim is just totally trying to trigger him. He's like, it's kind of funny.
Well, that's why.
Yeah, white people are going to get them too.
Well, first of all, I don't think he cares. I think he says he doesn't care.
No, he's totally triggered. He's totally triggered by the white people getting the reparations.
I don't think that's a fair. I think it's a completely unfair thing to say.
Okay.
But play it, you'll see.
I'll take it back.
Have to be like that.
Yeah, the rich white guy gets his check too.
To truly repair the system,
he's rich.
If the idea is a reparation, which means to repair, then I don't think haphazardly handing money at people. We need to build holistic systems that lift everyone up together. Like these.
Also, it's annoying because there was a complete straw man that just happened here, because he said like 2 to 3 times in this conversation he does not want people to get handed checks. He said he wanted to be some kind of like educational voucher for college or something.
Right.
And that when they talk about this, it keeps getting turned into give people money, give people money, give people money.
But they can only study Black history.
Hey, give people the voucher. Listen, give people the voucher and say, you can say whatever the fuck you want. If it ends up being a fucking useless degree, that's on you.
No.
Okay.
Then they'll still blame.
It's a fucking useless bullshit degree. Then
they'll still blame. They'll be like, listen, I got this stupid gender studies degree.
Well, that's on you.
I can't get a job.
I guess the leftists were wrong, buddy. I guess you shouldn't listen. Should listen to the more conservative person that's like, you should get a STEM job.
Yeah.
Education STEM. You fucking doing some bullshit gender study no one cares about.
Yeah.
That's on you.
Centralized technology, and I'm not going to derail guys into that. Don't worry about it. But I feel like when you can do things that everyone benefits from, clean water supplies and like free internet access with satellites and stuff like that, then everyone has an opportunity to better themselves. You can't throw $80,000 in someone's face and expect them to be better.
I don't think Will Smith's family should get free money, should get money from the government. I just don't understand it.
If Will Smith's family were descendants of slaves,
yeah,
I do, and I think so should my family. We should receive something for the crime that was perpetrated upon us that split my family apart. My ancestors were we don't have nuclear families. Okay, well, your name is Tim Pool. Where does that name come from?
It's fake.
Okay, well then I
made it up.
The lore of my family is that they were bandits who created a fake name after getting into a train robbery that murdered somebody.
Okay, so that's awesome. Okay, so all right, so we won't go there. All right, so Mr. Ottman here, okay?
Riverman.
Okay, Riverman Ottman. Where does the name Ottman come from?
I can tell you one interesting lineage fact. So my mother's name is Ball, middle name,
British
maiden name Ball, George Washington's mother, Mary Ball. Mm-hmm. So I'm actually...
How about let's not?
You know where they announced they're Island or West Africa. And
so before, okay, I guess I'll tell you this argument. So he says, basically, it's funny, he kind of makes the right-wing argument here.
Oh, he does?
Which is that he's like, Black people don't know where they're from.
Right.
Because all their names were basically assigned to them by their slave masters, or when they were free, they took a name like Washington or Jefferson or something, which is why a lot of Washington, Jefferson, people are Black.
Sure.
They just kind of took those names. And so even today, there's all these Black people that literally have lost their ancestry. They've lost their original culture and heritage. And he's saying that's part of what is being apologized for and part of what's being, remedied via some kind of, college reparations program.
Right.
So
their legacy has been stolen from them.
We're
not big legacy people, though. So, I mean, that doesn't really resonate with me.
It doesn't resonate with me at all because I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff.
Right.
But I do know that there are lots of people that do.
Yeah, they do. Are they taught to care about that kind of stuff? And we just never were?
I don't think so. I think
instinctively some people care for this.
I think it's inherent with right-wing moral foundations.
Right. Heritage foundation.
Right. Because if you're more on the right, especially if you're born with sort of these intrinsic right-wing moral foundations, and your attitude is, we have to look back to tradition for answers.
Right.
And we need to look back into heritage for answers.
Our tradition, yeah.
Right. If you steal someone's traditions or heritage or culture away from them, then they feel like, well, I'm missing sort of the root point that I can draw from of who I am, essentially.
Yeah.
So I think for people that have those moral foundations, it is a big deal.
Right.
It's an interesting argument. I never heard that. I never conceptualized it that way. And maybe that's more persuasive to people on the right. But for me, and I guess for you, because we have these horrible hippie left-wing moral foundations, I don't care about it at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have an effect on me. But.
When my grandpa and grandma tell me stories about the olden times, I always think, this sounds like bullshit to me. This sounds like someone's fucking lying.
Right.
So, but I don't know. Maybe they were telling the truth.
Find somebody named Davis. I can go to Wales. I played in Wales with my band, okay? And just for fun, I said, anybody out there named Davis? Half the people started screaming. The name Davis in Wales is as popular as the name Smith is over here. So I'm like, hey, cuz, how y'all doing out there? You know? So we were stripped of our identity. We can't get that back. But we are owed something for the crimes perpetrated upon us.
I'm gonna read some critical ones. I think some of the others were already critical, but this one's just overtly critical. Deli Opla says, this conversation has been really effing disappointing. Daryl's antics today have done more to radicalize me than de-radicalize me.
Well, apparently he's already radicalized.
That's painful.
I think that it's undeniable that this is exact.
That's such a useless super chat.
You think so?
Because unless you say why, like what did he say?
Right. You're totally
that,
right.
That radicalized you.
Yeah, until big
right. Because people make these like really blanketly useless.
Right.
Well, there's two problems. First of all, there's lots of fucking trolls who make these like really obnoxious statements, who are just fucking lying.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's for that case. That's super chat. But if you don't say why, like what did he say that's radical? What did
no
he say
room for improvement. Yeah.
You're right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything.
Meaningless.
Exactly the type of conversation that needs to happen. And the fact that, Tim, you're getting like, I saw the SPLC thing coming out, like for them to accuse your show of not having cross-spectrum conversations is completely ridiculous. This is that.
Well, that's why the smear was like, he gets bad super chats sometimes. And it's just like the Southern Poverty Law Center tried.
They don't like me either.
Yeah.
Did you ever see my documentary, Accidental Courtesy?
No.
Oh, you should check it out.
I know that there are a lot of people on the left who don't like you.
Yeah.
And I think it might be because you've actually helped to de-radicalize people. I think these nonprofits that make money off racism don't want racism to go away. Here's what I think. I think there's a generational difference between us. We've talked to a couple other boomers, in the past, and it seems like the way we consume as millennials and younger information.
You should ask that guy, why is he radicalized in the first place? I'd be interested in his response.
Well, it's because when you look at the older generation, it seems like they've abandoned the millennials. That's how it feels, I think, to a lot of millennials. We recently had a guest who said feminists are not pro-war. And it's like, here we are as millennials online talking to millennials, and the feminist millennials are all overtly the Ukrainian flags, defending intervention, defending NATO's intervention. And we're like, we don't want this. The boomers, in their world, is completely different. Little stink bug.
Yeah.
So I think for a lot of people, it feels like.
So this is interesting. I found an article about this documentary he's talking about. This is from Variety. This is from 2016. It says, of course, not everyone is willing to listen. We met one Pastor Thomas Robb, the KKK's current national director, the kind of racist blowhard who shuts his ears towards anything that contradicts his biases. Other figures Davis has achieved long-term friendship with, it only modified their racial views. Sometimes they seem willing only to make a personal exception for him.
Wow.
That's unfortunate, but still, any progress is good. Spokespeople from the Southern Poverty Law Center, which litigates against perceived hate groups, so you can see this is at least trying to be a neutral article, views Davis's efforts as well-intentioned, but kinder and gentler than such people deserve. Which is an interesting comment to make. But here's where it gets very interesting. The most hostile response that Daryl Davis gets, however, are from the African American Black Lives Matter activists.
Oh, they can't stand Daryl Davis.
In Baltimore, who angrily dismiss his mission as a fetish. I guess this is in the movie.
What?
That he talks to the Black Lives Matter activists in Baltimore, and they don't like him. They dismiss his mission as a fetish and as a waste of time that should have been spent improving his own community. Infiltrating the Klan ain't freeing your people, they say before stomping out. But isn't cutting off hate and ignorance at the individual source level a legitimate way of ending oppression as any? After all, it's almost inevitable that those who think that blacks or gays or Muslims, whoever, are the problem, don't actually know any. in getting their biases from inflammatory rhetoric and stereotypes. As the pick quotes from Lincoln, do I not destroy my enemies when I make them my friends? So that's interesting. Apparently in his documentary, there's a bunch of BLM people that are ragging on him.
But see, this is why I'm saying he's simping so hard for reparations here. And they all want reparations.
Because it's not about that. This is why I'm saying he's a natural ally, and people purity spiraling over him are foolish, are completely foolish. Yeah. BLM is coming from the Marxist perspective.
Yeah.
And that's how they view it. The hardcore BLM activists say, fuck white people. That's the perception. They don't say, listen, there are racist people out there, and you can befriend them and they'll become not racist. That's to them, that's why I say that's a waste of time. Fuck those people. They don't like those people. They don't care about those people. They want those people to die. They want those people to be driven out of society via force. And the thing is, that's never going to work. It's never going to work.
Yeah.
Like when we hear from the older generation, they're detached from the world we live in and they don't understand what we're experiencing. And so
frustration.
Frustration.
It's funny because, you say that, but I can say the same thing. Being the older generation from you guys, you have no clue what we went through.
Yeah, I feel like what's happening is you're exposing a sort of truth, a perspective truth. And I'm reading this Galileo quote, the truth. All truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ridiculed. Maybe you'll see that in the super chats.
I don't know why he's bringing up the Galileo quote, but okay. I think this was an important point, what Tim brings up, that both him and Daryl are basically saying the same thing from different perspectives. Oh, this generation or this group of people doesn't understand our perspective and forgot us, essentially. Right. And that's leading to anger and resentment.
Right, and resentment is the problem.
Yeah.
Second, it's violently opposed. Usually you see that in the super chats. Then it's accepted as being self-evident.
Okay, so let me tell you about Galileo. And I'll tell you about, but before Galileo, his mentor, his person that he looked up to,
Copernicus,
was another astronomer.
Yes.
Who you've heard of, called Copernicus.
We can skip Copernicus. I literally don't remember what the point of this.
I know all about Copernicus.
At all. So we can skip Copernicus.
I like Copernicus.
All right.
Do you want to listen to Copernicus?
No, I don't. But I like Copernicus.
Why do you like Copernicus, Adam?
Because he was an astronomer. He liked gazing at the stars.
Mm.
He's a big gazer.
Adam's really big for the gaze.
Yeah, you don't like gazing?
Sure. I'm a big advocate of the gaze.
Are you
just like Adam?
Are you a gazer?
I'm a big gazer, yes.
What do you think of the male gaze?
I think both men and women can be astronomers. Okay. I have that app on my phone. It's really cool. The one that you can see all the constellations. It shows you where you hold your phone up at the sky and you can punch in a planet and it'll show you if the planet's visible to where you're standing, or if it's actually really cool. It shows you.
I've tried that app and I can't figure out how it fucking works.
So the one I use is called Skyview, and there's a free version called Skyview Free, and it's really cool. You can punch in it'll say visible satellites, and one of them is the Hubble. And very often at night, if you punch in the Hubble and it's within your hemisphere, you can see it. You'll be able to not always, but you'll be able to see the Hubble move across the sky, and it's very cool if you're into that.
I'm gonna try this.
So yeah. It was funny. I remember I was telling someone about this. Like, oh, that's so cool. What does it look like? And I'm like, well, it looks like a star that's moving across the sky. And they're like, oh, you can't see the satellite? And I'm like,
it's tiny.
No, you can't. It's just like a glowing dot. Yeah. You don't see a metal satellite moving across the sky.
You got to get your binoculars out to see that.
Maybe if you had a telescope. I'm not sure binoculars would work, but.
Because.
We're skipping Copernicus, right?
Revolve around the Earth. Galileo, we are Helio. Galileo was.
I or no one in my family has ever. I want to read the super chat. Kid Funky Fry says, I think my great-great-grandpa who was blown apart to free the slaves was payment enough, especially considering I or no one in my family has ever owned slaves. So there's a couple of questions I get out of this. This is interesting. So if this man is telling the truth and his an ancestor died to end slavery and his family never owned slaves, if we do reparations, should we also create an exception that anybody who is not descendant of slave owners is exempt from the tax that would fund the reparations.
Oh my God, this is getting fucking complicated.
That would be like insanely. That would be impossible to implement. But that'd be much worse. That'd be
you
much,
have a tax rebate if you have an ancestor that was lost in the Civil War. Like, what the fuck? I'd like my Civil War ancestor $10,000 tax rebate, please.
Well, and also, first of all, it negates. I guess we're not giving anything for Jim Crow.
Right.
We're negating that, obviously. But
I lost my whole family in the Civil War. Give
Right.
me.
I'm
I don't
actually
have to pay taxes ever.
I'm very curious. I don't know if the study's ever been done, but I have a feeling that if you looked at the wealth, like if you looked at the wealth of white people in the country, I'm curious if it like is the middle class and rich and the upper class white people in the country, are they more likely to be of immigrant descent, or are they more likely to be of, been in America since the 1800s descent?
Yeah.
I have a feeling that there's a way more recent additions of white Americans to the country in the 1900s that are well off now, and that a lot of the lower income white people in the country are actually
old money. Yeah.
Yeah, from like older
old
American
money.
stock. Right. Not old money, but older American stock, I guess, or whatever language you want to use. And so that kind of destroys a lot of the argument that is being made here.
Yeah.
Or especially made by, CRT people, especially that like there is this system that is basically incentivized or advantaged white people.
That would be interesting. Like the Appalachian mountain men they all came over on the Mayflower, basically.
I'd be curious. Yeah, I'd be curious. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true, but I'd be curious.
They've been living in the woods, eating gophers and collard greens.
Well, there's always, they call it immigrant pluck.
Yes.
There is always
I've heard that.
Right. Especially with legal, like illegal immigration is a little different, but with legal immigration sort of necessarily is an artificial selection mechanism.
Yeah. The most motivated people.
For the most motivated people,
Yeah.
right? So I wouldn't be surprised actually if that kind of breaks down that way economically.
This is the beauty of America. This is why you got to struggle to be Americans. America is like American Gladiator. It's like you got to work to get here, and then, yeah.
Right.
That's why so many of the people born here just take it for granted. It totally irks me.
Sure.
Like, where's the gratitude? You should be thanking your lucky stars. Most people work their ass off to become Americans. You were just born into it. You lucky piece of shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Being thankful, having a thankful attitude about your life is always going to be more psychologically beneficial. But
it was so close. You could have been Canadian. That would have been terrible.
Imagine how terrible it would have been if you would have been Canadian. There you go.
All Canadians are like just so jealous because they're like, oh, so close. America's right there. Could have happened.
Okay.
Yeah. Why did my parents immigrate to Canada?
I was so close to being on the precipice of being an American, and then they just went a little too far north.
You know, Gad Sad is Canadian, right?
I didn't know that.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Oh God, I love my Gad Sad jokes. God Sod. That guy's an egomaniac and a half.
I wonder how CT feels about our constant Canadian jokes.
She loves it. Oh, look, Sammy G says free Canada.
There
Not
you go.
yet,
Listen,
though.
That's true. The day needs to come when America will march in to Canada. Okay, manifest destiny. North, baby.
Right.
You guys, Canadians, you want it.
Can you imagine how you would feel if your parents immigrated from all the way across the globe to Canada and America's like right there? How awful. That's Gad's Sad's life right there.
Imagine that your ancestor, they walk hundreds of miles across Europe or the Middle East to get to some boat, some port city in the Mediterranean or in the Atlantic Ocean or something. And the boat's coming and they're like, okay, we're going to make 2 stops. We're going to make a stop in New York City, Statue of Liberty, or I don't even know, whatever fuck city's on the East Coast. Okay. And they're like, they're so close. They're so close to freedom, Adam. They're right there on the precipice. They could have been American, but no, their ancestors like, let's go north. Why? It's not cold enough.
I imagine they get off the boat and they're like, oh my God, this is amazing. New York City. And the conductor is like, nah, this is Canada. I'm like, just totally.
No, this is New Brunswick. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
This is Quebec City.
Sorry, you got on the wrong boat, buddy.
No. That's right. Maybe they got on the wrong boat in Europe. And they're like, fuck. You got to jump out. Like when you get close enough to shore, you just jump out.
They cruise right past the Statue of Liberty and keep going.
You're like, no.
Yeah. How
fucking
terrible.
Canadian. God.
All right, back to the video.
Who is not a descendant of slaves
would have a tax credit exemption from any taxes that would go
towards this thing. I almost forgot about this.
I'd have to think about that. But you know, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying, you know, it doesn't matter that his ancestors died fighting in the Civil War. Okay, you know, you go and you fight for your country. You go and you fight for your land. Like, listen, an American just died the other day over in Ukraine. Okay, that was his choice to go there and fight. All right. So does his family get some kind of reparations? You know, I don't think so. Okay. We fought against Japan. Do these people still get reparations? You know, why is it cut off when black people don't get any reparations? Black people who were descendants of slaves. That
didn't the people who got reparations, they were literally in the intern camps, though. I believe that was the situation. I mean, some of these people in the Japanese intern camps were forced, they were like business owners and stuff. They were forced to sell their businesses and sell all their property. So, I mean, they lost a lot.
That is the racism, and I'm calling that guy who just wrote you a racist.
Why is he racist?
Why is he?
Okay, well, first of all, before we address the calling him racist thing, I have to save you, Adam, from what you just said.
I know it sounded awful, but I don't.
Because you're like, well, listen, the Japanese business owners lost a lot when they went to internment camp.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're comparing it to slavery.
Yeah.
Okay.
The slaves lost everything. Yeah, I agree. It sounded awful, but
right.
I'm like exhausted. So.
I know it's late. Listen to the clippers out there.
Don't clip me out. Yeah, have mercy on my soul.
But no, the question was, I'm assuming. Let me actually look it up. What exactly were the internment camp reparations? Was it just the people who had been there, or was it also to their?
No,
was there some descendants? I don't know.
They didn't give it to descendants. They gave it to people who ended up in the internment camps.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they kept meticulous records on all those people.
Right. Well, obviously, it was much closer in time, so it's easier to.
There was a lot of them in the San Francisco Bay Area. I just saw a.
Though it did take 40 fucking years to do. 44 years.
Yeah, I know. They got fucked. I'm not saying it's not bad.
Right.
None of it's good. I'm just saying, yeah.
It was 2 people who were, let's see, people who were detained. I'm curious, like if they died, would it pass to their child or something? I don't know, I can't see. But anyway, the question was, which is what he said, is like, well, should people who fought in the war, you know, they still had to pay for that too. I mean, it's kind of a bad comparison because they were fighting against Japan. They weren't fighting to free.
Crazy nonsense, I'm telling you.
Yeah. It's a very difficult thing to get to work.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm saying I support more of just the economic model.
Just the idea.
Yeah.
As soon as you lift people out of poverty, you can't make this. As soon as, I mean, they're making the argument that blacks are disproportionately impoverished. That's the argument. So,
well, they are.
Yeah, but reparations is not going to solve that. So it's like, why are we even having a conversation about reparations?
Well, they feel like it would if it was, but not.
I
don't
think it would though.
Check.
I don't.
If you gave people education access,
I don't think it would. If you gave all the impoverished blacks enough money that they wouldn't be impoverished, I think it wouldn't.
No, you're right. I agree with you.
I don't think give them enough money so they're not impoverished.
We'll throw money out. We're not talking about money.
Right.
If you were to give every descendant of slavery a free college voucher,
how about
that would help a lot of people. Right. Free home, whatever. Give them something. It would help, but it wouldn't solve the problem, the statistical problem that people are pointing to.
Right.
Of disproportionate black, poverty rates and all this other stuff.
Well, they haven't even mentioned on the thing the argument that the conservatives always make about the wealth disparities because of the age demographics, and that we'll age out of this problem because everybody builds wealth as they get older. I mean, that could happen.
I'm not sure that I buy that argument, but
right.
Because I think part of the problem is that since we have our neoliberal economic system, I think a lot of white people are sort of have some level of home ownership / intergenerational wealth to draw upon that a lot of black families don't have at all. And that's why they always, when they try to make these arguments, they don't point to income rates or medium income. They always point to medium wealth because it's way more skewed. And the reason it's way more skewed is because of, that time period, the boomer time period where things were economically good for most workers that blacks were still kind of fucked out of to a larger extent. And that, you had all these people who were able to own homes. I'd actually be curious to see if there's ever been a wealth comparison if you remove home ownership from the equation, which is important. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be, but because I feel like that's really like 90% of that number is home ownership.
Right. Yeah. Their parents own a home because they got in when homes were actually buyable.
But see, that's part of what Tim is getting at when he talks about like the younger generation feels left behind, which is valid, is because the younger generation grew up in this time period where it's like buying a house is so much more difficult than their parents and so much more expensive than their parents.
But that has nothing to do with slavery or reparations or any of this garbage.
No, of course not. Right. Yeah. But it is something that will impact people's wealth going forward.
Right. Yeah.
Racist because he does not see the racism that was perpetrated.
Though actually there was some good movement or some interesting movement. I don't know if it's too early to say if it's good or not. Apparently in like the 50s through 70s, I think. Oh, I didn't know this. A lot of houses were like made in factories, or pieces of houses were made in factories.
Really?
And then what happened was sort of like corruption entered the system, and it basically, I don't know who was president at the time, or it was the Democrats or Republicans, but basically in some year, I think it was in like the 60s or 70s, some new regulations were passed by some sort of housing lobbyist group that basically made it so that if you wanted to have a house be built in a factory and then like moved, I guess, to the location, it had to be a mobile home, essentially. It couldn't just be like a house.
That's fucked up.
And and it went from like, there was a time period in America where the majority of houses, or the majority of a type of house, of small houses, I think, were made in factories and then moved.
Yeah,
were prefabbed. And then after that law was passed, it kind of just completely gutted all that stuff.
Lame.
But apparently the Biden administration has been trying to overturn that. So I'm curious if that will help any of the housing stuff or not.
Yeah, we need to build more houses big time.
Yeah.
Did you watch that video on housing? The housing, how everything, the guy traces basically all the wealth inequality problems to housing.
Really? That's what I didn't watch it, but that's basically what I was alluding to.
Yeah, no, you should watch that video.
Okay.
Yeah. I always think we need to build more housing, which is completely against my own self-interest, obviously.
Yes.
Our house is like, it's ridiculous what our house is worth. And it's dumb. It's totally stupid.
Right.
Like young people need to be able to start families, and buying a home is like the cornerstone of doing that. Like, it's total stability. You have like a 30-year mortgage. You're like, that's so much stability for building a family. Yeah. You don't have that when you rent. You don't have that. You want to jack your rent up all the time. Yeah. You're constantly negotiating. Yeah, it's a fucked up situation. It is. All the people who say like, oh, I never want to own a home, I kind of think it's just, they know they're not in a position to buy a home or or feel they never will be. So, but we got to change that politically. It bugs me that so many people are focused on this race nonsense when that's like 1,000,000 times bigger problem and more accessible to fix. You should read super chats, because people in the chat are kind of saying you should read super chats.
Okay.
They want to hear their super chats read, and then so they can go to bed, fair
enough. Okay, let me go to where I left off.
Yeah.
Majin for $20 says, "Hello, my sweet centrist peaches. What Daryl is saying is a narrative that has been in the community for the longest time. The woke has been buried in my community like a tick." There you go.
Yeah, a lot of black people don't like this idea, but it's hard to fight against because, like, they'll do the one black guy to another. How this is how it is. We get pulled over all the time, so it's got to be true.
Well, see, the woke narrative is basically, I think, this is even what I forget if it was Gramsci or, no, it wasn't Gramsci. It was, blanking. Whoever the other fucking guy's name was, who's kind of responsible for all this shit. No, wait, I have a fucking, Marcuse. Herbert Marcuse. He was really one of the big people to sort of link the neo-Marxist narrative to, to take the racial grievances that already existed in the black community and sort of link them to neo-Marxism and package them that way. So, yeah.
They look at resentment like this huge engine for change, this activist engine they want to harness. Oh my God. Look. Yeah, it's bad news. I don't like it.
Alex Stewart for $40. Thank you so much. Says, "I watched Academic Agent's slavery video."
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Oh, no.
My takeaway is that he's saying that we gave our, quote, slaves food. Well, first of all, I don't know why he's not even American, so I don't know what's going on about. But we gave our slaves food, housing, and even some small form of healthcare. But then, and today, the free man only gets a wage. Interestingly, some of the information there plays into arguments about how not many Southerners owned slaves because it was very expensive. As such, its expense is one reason why the Confederacy lost. Interesting. So it kind of plays into what you've argued many times, which is that slavery is actually economically not beneficial.
No, it's not. So,
yeah.
Free men work harder.
Right. Vile Van Gogh for $20 says, "Daryl helps Klan members become less racist. That's really a good thing. Doing, quote, one kind of really good thing doesn't mean that others have to accept your warped perception of reality." It's not really what is being discussed to accept a warped perception of reality. It's Daryl, via his life experiences, intuitively understood the correct way to fight racism, which is to broaden the in-group.
Yeah.
To all live in a huggy-buggy society of individual rights and liberalism under liberal principles. And the woke over here are like, fuck that. We need to be black nationalists. And I'm like, listen, you have this guy, Daryl Davis, who sort of intuitively fell into your camp. You don't have to agree with everything he says, but he's a natural ally. And he would be a very good person to speak out against woke shit. Woke people already fucking hate him, as evidenced in his video, as in the movie about him, apparently. So it's stupid to purity spiral away and throw him in the trash and fucking, like, the comments in Tim's comment section are and on his chat were insane. They're out of control what they're all, and it is a purity spiral. It's a total purity spiral to not understand that he's basically has a very normie perspective. And if you don't understand that, you're going to be very unhappy. And maybe that's why people are so bought into the Civil War stuff. They just don't understand the normie perspective. And you have to win the normies over. You have to explain to them exactly what's happening and persuade them. You don't get to just bludgeon them over the head and retreat back to your little internet safe space. Because then you're not changing anything. Then you're just some weirdo radical who's going to affect no real change. And you're going to be a grievance collector, essentially, and a wound collector, and become more and more isolated from society. And that's not helpful.
I agree.
Week in jail for $20 says, thank you so much. Has been forever since I was able to watch live. Thank you for your service. Also, I had the talk, and I'm allegedly white.
So there you go.
There you go. P.S. Sitch, have you had pickled herring yet? You had like a year. No, listen.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
When you stopped asking me about pickled herring, I was like, thank God. Like, stop asking me about pickled herring. I'm not going to eat that fucking shit.
I think I saw it at the grocery store once, and I was horrified.
Right. That listen,
that's not edible.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes in a can and is sold at a grocery store, but I can test it.
Stuck for $2 says, I agree with your point, but look, bad Democrats. Yeah, I don't think that's a persuasive conversation for this, set piece for this. Develope for $20 says, Tim has had so many bad interactions with the police because when he was young, he was covering a lot of contentious protests like Occupy Wall Street. He also lived in downtown Chicago in his youth. Interesting. Okay. So Tim has had a very not normal, he like his interactions with police is not based on like the normal experience for like the average, person his age and ethnicity and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Fire Sky 15 for $20 says Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago's kind of rough.
There's a chicken in the car and the car can't go. And that's how you spell Chicago.
Oh, really?
Sort of.
That helps.
Adherent of Lady of Columbia for $20 says, I did a quick bit of Google searching. Slaves made up the total population of all U.S. blacks back then. What does that mean? Slaves made up the total population of all U.S. blacks back then.
Well, that makes sense. I mean,
right. I guess, right?
Or most of them, at least. I mean, there were some freed blacks in the North.
Right. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know if they're trying to say something else. Okay. Minimum wage workers only make up 2% of the workforce. Not saying there's not merit to the argument, but it's still significant. Oh, I see. They're saying like there's way more slaves than there are, minimum wage workers today.
Really?
I guess that's what they're saying.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay. I didn't even think about that. But
blacks were like the entire workforce.
Interesting. Week in jail for another $21.12. Thank you so much. Says, oh, by the way, you should get What If All History on the show live. I think the conversation on most any topic would be an awesome collaboration. Was pleasantly surprised to see him on here. Do it. Also get Connor on here more.
Sure.
There you go. Sure. Adam invited, well, sort of in a, you added him, said he could come on if you wanted to. I don't think he ever responded.
He never responded, no.
Right. But we never reached out like privately or anything.
Well, his DMs weren't open. Otherwise I would have DM'd him.
Oh, okay. So yeah, maybe
I do that all the time. But sometimes it's hit or miss, Sometimes there are a lot of people that don't even check their DMs. So
Right. Calvin Chow for $20 says, genuine question. How come the Japanese are not affected by the past of racism? Concentration camps in the 40s, the way blacks are. Well, because it was, I mean, how long did the Japanese internment last? Wasn't it like 4 or 5 years or something? Like it was a very little amount of time, wasn't it?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I thought it was that it happened late in the war because America got into the war late. I mean, it might have just been a year.
It lasted 3 years.
Oh, it was 3 years.
42 to 45.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean,
you compare that to like 200 plus years of
slavery
and segregation. So, yeah,
kind of fucked up.
Yeah, the time. Right.
Yeah, it's way more fucked up. I should have never said that thing that's never going to get clipped out, hopefully. Where's Abdi?
There you go.
Oh, shit.
Sammy G. Hey, Sammy, for $20. Thank you so much. Says, bruh. My grandpa, a dark Hispanic, no English, parents died at 12 in the 30s. Jesus. Picked food from dumpsters to feed his siblings. My God. By 1980s, he ran a Fortune 500 company. Past injustices don't define the future. You do. That is very true.
You know what does define the future, Sammy?
What?
And I know you agree with me.
What's that?
Attitude.
Right.
It's so much about attitude. And I don't know why you're just this bad attitude. Don't let people get away with it.
Well, okay.
I'm telling you, you got to tell them, Sitch.
Kill me with this.
You have to help me out here.
How am I helping you out?
I want you to be able to say, listen, you have a bad attitude and I don't like it. You need to shape up.
You do.
I do. I'm the one.
No, like the person that you're talking about.
Right.
Has a bad attitude. Right.
Yeah.
And my response is, why do they have a bad attitude? It's not just
because they drank the Kool-Aid.
Wokeness is part of it. Wokeness is definitely part of it.
They drank the Kool-Aid. They got
But the reason that bad attitude exists is based on actual fucked up shit happening to them.
The baditude. I like that.
The baditude. Sammy is right. That Sammy has apparently a super ultra based grandpa.
Look, she says hell yeah in the chat. So she's agreeing with me, not you.
Listen. Let me finish.
Okay.
Sammy has a super ultra based grandfather.
Right.
Okay. But here's the thing. How many people are that level of ultra based?
A lot.
Really? Okay. A lot. Why there's so many fuck ups then in the world if everyone's so ultra based like Sammy's grandfather?
Because the woke problem.
I say, the woke problem that's been from the beginning of time, apparently.
Listen, these kids are demoralized. They're switching their gender five times before they're 15.
I don't understand why we have to. This is like the weird tribal argument that we're spiraling out of, okay? That we're spiraling into, right? There's always going to be super ultra based people like Sammy's grandfather who have this attitude that I would argue is intrinsic. Or maybe it's culture. I don't know. Maybe their parents just raised them that way. So you said their parents died when they're 12.
No, they were forced into it by outside forces.
Right. Or maybe just they literally had to do this to survive. And
they listened to the Sitch and Adam show and they said, listen, fucking
there you go.
Get busy.
Gotta get busy living or get busy dying.
Yeah.
Right. No, so what I'm saying is that you can't, this is the argument like, when you say, whenever we make these arguments about intrinsic gender differences to some woke person, and then they bring up some example of someone who's outside that, and you're like, okay, well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the average.
Right.
I'm talking about on average.
Right.
And on average, people, and we all know this for a fact, people that have, better resources do better in life, right? It's an undeniable fact.
Okay.
People that come from richer parents generally do better and are generally richer.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the stability provides a platform for success. Right. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying this isn't an either or. Everyone should be saying that the situation that Sammy laid out for her grandfather That is the attitude that should be taught to everyone in America. 100% agree. That's the attitude that should be taught to everyone. And it's doable by, well, not everyone. You have to be some level of intelligence, but it's doable by most people in America.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
But you can also acknowledge that a lot of people get totally fucked over.
Right.
And you can't, and it's not an either or. You can acknowledge both these things.
It's true. Yeah.
And a lot of people have it significantly harder. And it's significantly harder for them to succeed.
What do you think, though, when you see people who obviously have opportunities and, you know, come from a comfortable middle class background?
Right.
So they have that platform of stability underneath them. And they're still bitching about how the world is set against them and slavery and standing in their way and
it's not, I agree.
Reparations
it's stupid. It's really fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Because it's not helpful and it's not going to help that person get forward, you know, succeed. Collecting grievances. Listen, whether you're white or black, sitting there and being the wound collector isn't going to help you.
But I see when I see people who are complaining about this stuff, it generally seems to be the people who are, you know, middle class, have that platform of stability.
No, that's
in
who
their
you're
lives.
Okay, but
that's why I hear complaining about this stuff.
No, but this is the problem. That's just who you're hearing talk
right.
about it. How poor people have successful podcasts that you would listen to their content? Okay.
Right. Yeah, you don't hear that. But when you do talk to poor people, they seem resigned to you know, that's just the way it is. They're not
right. They're fucking demoralized. Yes.
Yeah, they're not out there hustling for reparations or anything. They're just
they're
saying,
demoralized.
You know, that's the way it is. Yeah, this is it.
Right.
This is the reality.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think focusing your energies on reparations is silly and not, at the end of the day, I don't think it's productive. Yeah. I understand why Daryl has the position he has. I don't think that's the way to go. At the end of the day, I don't think that's the way to go, and I don't think it's ever going to really happen either. So it just seems like a huge waste of time.
Yeah, I agree, and it's also triggering Tim. But that's one of the things I actually like about it. All this good Tim Pool triggering.
Well, no, what triggered Tim was not that. It was the how dare you say that I haven't had the police fuck.
How dare you say I haven't suffered?
Guy for $20 says Jews couldn't go to Princeton and Harvard and were also not allowed to live in many neighborhoods. And that's why to this very day, they're still one of the poorest and most underrepresented groups in America. So I think that's a very silly chat, Guy. First of all, I think it's silly to compare the prejudice people had against Jews for, you know, a lot of Jews started to come to America in the early 1900s. So say sort of the prejudice that Jews faced, I don't think is comparable to literally being enslaved and literally having the law create segregation for, I don't know, how long was segregation going around for? 100 years after that, 60, 70, 80 years after that. I don't think that's comparable. And it's also not really comparable because you're talking about Jews who came to the country willingly, who retained some kind of culture and idea about who they were as a people, and didn't have their culture basically ripped from them and stolen from them and enforced into bondage and have nothing to really grab onto. But I don't think that's a good comparison.
According to academic agents, though, that was a much better deal.
Well, what's interesting that he would make that argument too, because he's supposed to be, and the right's supposed to be this whole culture thing, and that's what happens with chattel slavery. They literally rip their culture away from them. They had no culture,
but they give them a better culture. They say,
yeah, but the problem is
they force their culture on them.
Right, but the problem is it's sort of and this is where a lot of the attitudes, especially in the 60s, for the black separatists came about, was why should I adopt the culture of the people that fucked me over. Now, that's a wrong attitude to have. But I think we should all understand where that animosity would come from, to have that attitude in the first place, even though it's ultimately self-destructive and self-defeating.
Yeah. I do.
But this is what I talked about with Sargon. It seems like it's so difficult, so incredibly difficult for people to simultaneously have empathy for someone making wrong decisions. Like, I understand why you're making these wrong decisions, and have empathy and sympathy for that, but then also say, but you're making a bad, wrong decision.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I totally get it. They're frustrated. They feel like life has been stacked against them.
Broiled Toast for $20 says, my sister was considered a native, but I wasn't, so fuck me, I guess. That's weird. How'd that happen?
Yeah, that is weird. You'd think you'd both get the same classification.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. Week in jail for $21. Thank you so much. Says, my family, Polish, was killed in the Holocaust. I'm sorry to hear that. By the USSR. Oh, okay. So they were killed by the dirty commies. Give their oppression points down to me and get me money. None of this is happening in the U.S. nor in my lifetime. Should Germany and Russians give me money? Absurd. Well, I'm pretty sure that the German government has given reparations to German Jews. I thought. Pretty sure they've done something to that level.
Yeah, they've made reparations for the Holocaust. Yeah.
Right. And they still, I guess they still do, in the way of being one of Israel's largest contributors. But I mean, what you're talking about is different, because you're saying, like, should the Russian or German government give you, an American citizen, reparations for something their government did, which I think is a little bit different than what we're talking about. But I think this is such I don't think it's comparable to like anything else.
Yeah.
I don't think the slavery and segregation is comparable to any other situation for American citizens that they've incurred. So,
yeah, it's so weird because I don't know how I would feel if I was black, and it's just something you really can't tell until, I mean, you have to experience it. I
mean, I don't know. I would want to say reasonably confident I'd have the exact same opinion. Say, like, I think having social programs based on race are not going to work, and they're never going to work, and they should be based on class. And
well, my opinion on that would be the same, but I don't know the intuitions that I would have if I was in this culture as a black person. I don't know how I would feel. Because it is having, like, the legacy of slavery. I guess it does affect some people. They're just like, that's so fucked up, and that's my history, and yeah, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
By his country against people like me and my ancestors. Thank you for your great grandfather's service for fighting in the Civil War against slavery. But if you can't see that black people in this country have not received the same apology for one and the same reparations for another that Japanese Americans have received and that Native Americans have received, something is wrong. You're blind.
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's just saying that for you to say that he should pay.
I didn't say he should pay. What did I say? I said the government should pay.
But the government takes money from him.
Listen, we all pay taxes.
Right. So if we all pool our money together for, say, the common defense and services, and then you step up and say, I want to take from that pool because of reparations, he says, okay, well, hold on. My family member died for you. Is that enough? You say, no, you're a racist. I think that's kind of...
you also, just because you're anti-reparations does not mean that you're racist. There are many black people who are
no. He didn't say anything.
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm saying
for you to call him a racist when he's simply saying, don't take from me.
I'm not taking from him.
But I don't think you can call can't call someone a racist over
listen,
like that.
I'm calling him a racist.
But you don't know him, Daryl.
I'm calling him a racist, and I'm standing behind what I say. And
Daryl's going full bore here.
Yes.
Listen, we all have to pay taxes. When you drive down the road, you are not allowed to use the HOV lane if you don't have 2 people in your car, or HOV 3 people in your car. If you're riding by yourself and you drive down that lane, you will get a ticket if a cop sees you. All right? I've done that, and I've gotten a ticket. All right? Not because I'm black, but because I was driving down the HOV lane with one person, me, in the car. All right? Guess what? I pay taxes, and my taxes built that road.
What if he said,
okay, why can't I use that lane?
Can he get reparations for his great grand?
So I think that's a valid. First of all, I think calling the guy racist, I completely disagree with that.
Yeah, that's wrong. Shouldn't.
That's very wrong. Yeah, I think that's very wrong. I completely disagree with that framing, 100%. But I think that's a valid counter argument, not to call him racist, but to saying, you pay taxes for shit all the time that's not your fault and that you don't use. And how is this program that he's levying any different than that?
Right.
And I'm not sure I have a response to that.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the conceptualization of taxes is just really funky.
Right.
Like everyone perceives their taxes being spent on the thing that they hate.
Right.
Never the thing that they love.
Right.
Yeah.
Grandfather dying? Should the government pay him for the loss of his grandfather?
Right now, I'm talking about
this
black
is so stupid.
Descendants of slaves. Okay? Now, if he wants to get reparations from the government because his great-great-grandfather died, that's his fight. Convince me.
Yeah.
I think, and it's very different than like your great ancestor died in a war.
Yeah.
Versus like we systematically enslaved your family or your ancestors for 200 years. Like it's a very different thing. Like,
yeah.
So this is not a good comparison.
I know. It's just so weird that they're even entertaining it though.
Right.
Do you think that if he went to the government and said, I should, and the government said yes, and they took tax money and gave it to him, tax money that you pay, would you be okay with that?
Not if I'm not getting any reparations.
Well, then why should he, after his great-grandfather died, think that he should get his
so good.
You're missing the point.
Well,
this is such a dumb argument.
I know.
This is what I mean when
money for me.
If Tim should just say just focus on don't call. He's not racist. He just has a different. He's not framing it the way you're framing it, Daryl. He's not saying, "Oh, I think it's fine." The guy didn't say, "I think it's fine that Japanese people get reparations. I think it's fine that Native Americans get reparations, but I'm drawing the line at black people because they don't like black people," which is how Daryl's interpreting the statement.
Yes.
And he's saying, and just say, well, he's not saying that. I don't think the guy even conceptualized that. The guy who super chat this probably doesn't even know that they got reparations for people in Japanese internment camps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So the guy's not racist. He just has a different view. Okay, so just stick to that point. But this argument's a dumb argument. To try to get some weird gotcha.
Tim is doing it just to trigger Daryl, though. It's great.
I don't think he's doing it to trigger Daryl. I think he's doing it because it's like he's in weird debate mode.
Yeah, it's funny.
I can't.
He's like, okay, what if he just lost an arm? He lost an arm in the Civil War. How about then? Does he get money then?
Right.
And it's your tax dollars. You have to write a check and pay him.
I would say no. Sorry, no.
It's totally triggering Daryl, though.
I know. Because it's absurd.
I know. The part of the absurdity of it is, I think, what's triggering him.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe you're asking Tim. Why are you asking me this garbage?
Comes to getting black people something, you all are saying no. Cut it off here.
No,
it stops here.
We're not. That's not
bullshit. Because you've already acknowledged Japanese Americans are getting it, Native Americans are getting it, So what is the problem?
I said it was wrong.
Well, whether you say it's wrong or not,
I said racial disbursement of money.
Hold on.
Wrong.
Whether you say it's wrong or not, it's happening. What are you doing to stop it?
I do a show where I say it's wrong.
Oh, that's not stopping it, is it?
I mean, I vote. It inspires other people to vote. It has an influential impact on people sharing ideas.
Well,
is he saying it's wrong that they got reparations? I think that's what he's saying. Right?
That is what Tim is saying. He's saying, well, but see, to me, that's fucking insane.
To say that the Japanese people didn't deserve the reparations?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally insane.
Of course they did. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck is Tim talking about?
Tim is now saying nobody gets anything.
Well, unless he's just making this argument, I feel like this is a fake argument, or just this is like a I'm just need to be consistent argument.
Oh yeah, those are the worst.
He's sort of conflating this with like, if you want to make the argument that people should not get money based on their race, that's fine. That's not the argument. And even Gerald said that. The argument is that people who have suffered some crime deserve retribution. Right. And so, like, you know, if you're just because you're Japanese doesn't mean you get money from the government for the internment camps. It's only if you were directly in the fucking internment camp. Though I guess that gets a little bit trickier with, I'm not sure what exact reparations Native Americans get, because I was kind of Googling that. I'm not sure Native Americans actually do get
reservations and shit.
Right. They kind of get reparations in the guise of being able to have casinos. Like, I don't know if they get I don't think most Native Americans get direct payments from the federal government or anything like that.
It's so weird that they get casinos that just so happen to, you know, be good for the surrounding communities who like casinos.
Well, it's a pretty smart idea. It ended up being, I'm sure there's lots of
problems with it?
But why not? Creates business for everyone around the area.
Okay, I guess.
Right? Isn't that what you're talking about? Or you're going on the moral weight of gambling being wrong morally or something?
Well, if you want to live at a casino, I guess.
We don't want to live in the casino. Well, I don't know. I've been to LA.
They nice do.
Casino. I mean, Las Vegas is some nice casinos.
Las Vegas is not like a great place.
I know. Well, it's not. Las Vegas is not an accurate comparison to like most places.
I'm sure the reservations are even worse.
Right, but that's a different issue.
It's like, do you want to work at the grocery store or the casino? It's either or. Like, take your pick.
Well, I guess it depends how it works. I don't know. Like, I'm sure it's different for every tribe. Like, I think that would be up to the tribal leaders. That wouldn't be up to the American government. If they're like, oh, you can only get your casino check if you live on the reservation, which I think is terrible. If that's the way any of these systems work, I would say that's horrible.
I feel like they do. I feel like the only opportunity on the reservation is the grocery store or the casino.
No, maybe. I'm saying maybe. I don't know if that's the case.
Kind of weird.
But whatever.
We allow people to talk to us and share ideas.
Once everybody, should the people who
first of all,
hold on. Should the descendants of the Tulsa race riot, the Black Wall Street descendants, should they get reparations?
From the people who committed the atrocities, maybe people in.
Did you look into Black Wall Street? Everyone talks about this. I know nothing about it.
I know about this. I didn't look into it from this. I know about it from when I was doing my Watchmen review. That heavily plays into the Watchmen. Well, the TV show.
Did this happen? A bunch of racists came in and burned down Black Wall Street.
So
what's the real story?
Sort of. It's more complicated than that.
Right.
Essentially, what happened was there was an accusation that it seems very shaky that a black guy sexually assaulted or groped a white woman in an elevator. And so they grabbed, it seems kind of like probably a bullshit accusation. But so they grabbed this guy, they put him in jail. And then like a lot of people get so mad about this, they're saying, we're not going to let him go to trial. We're going to drag him out of the cell and lynch him, essentially. And
crazy.
And I think the guy was well beloved in the community, the black guy, and
right.
like well known for being like a good guy.
So it's like a consensual makeout in the elevator?
Well, no, it was something weird. It was like someone saw a white woman running and like they just sort of assumed that she was running from the direction of the elevator.
Did the white woman testify?
I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember. Or it might have been, as you said, like there was some consensual and then they tried to twist it. I don't know. There was something about it. I don't know exactly. But anyway, so they want to lynch this black guy. And I don't remember. I guess there was a bunch of black vets. I guess it was World War I, I think. There were a bunch of black vets who lived in this area, which was a prospering black area. And somehow they got wind that a bunch of white people essentially wanted to lynch this black guy.
Right.
And so they kind of came to the jail with guns because they were veterans and they had their service rifles. And they basically were like protecting them. And unfortunately, their presence basically made the racist white people get fucking even crazier.
So they're like, we can't get this guy. We're going to go for the Wall Street.
Well, no. It's just sort of like they start getting more violent and like the crowd grows because there's black guys with rifles standing here. And it kind of devolves into a situation where obviously violence starts to break out on both sides and then both sides start shooting at each other. Essentially.
This sounds like a fucking shit show.
It was a complete shit show.
Okay.
It's a complete shit show. And then that basically escalated. The shootout basically escalated into a full-scale attack on this community. On this black community.
None of this sounds like, when people talk about Black Wall Street getting burned down, nobody goes into depth like this.
What's what they kind of
they make it sound like, oh, the racist whites just decide, oh, the black people are doing too good. Let's go down and burn down Wall Street.
Right. That is, yeah, you're right. That's exactly how it's portrayed. It's portrayed like a bunch of KKK people just decided on a whim to burn down this neighborhood. Yeah, that's not what happened.
Right.
But that's true of all history. Of usually course. People focus on the most egregious element, which I understand why they focus on, but there's an escalation of craziness and a shit show and force that sort of
it
spirals out of control.
Making out in an elevator.
Yeah, it starts off with the black guy in an elevator who's like he was the whatever it's called, the guy who pushes the buttons that we don't have anymore.
Really?
Yeah, he worked in the elevator. He was the elevator guy.
Really?
Yeah, I forgot that. But he was the door guy.
So he knew everybody because he's
right.
Yeah.
Well, that was part of why everyone knew him, because I guess he was the elevator guy. And so I don't. It's been a while. I know in the Watchmen thing, they had a bunch of KKK people. I don't remember if the KKK was actually involved in this or not. I wouldn't be surprised because it just basically spirals out of control. I think it was a multi-day process where basically after the shootings at the jail, there were black and white people that were shot and wounded and or killed in that scuffle.
Yeah.
And then so a bunch of white people.
Yeah.
Right. A bunch of white people basically were like,
you killed my brother.
Now you killed my brother. Now I'm going to burn your town down.
Right. Yeah.
And so, like there was mass killing, mass looting, mass burning down of this area, Tulsa, Oklahoma, of this area was, devastated. There was some reports. I don't know how accurate this has not been confirmed. And this is some of the more skeptical aspects. There were some reports that someone was flying a plane over and was either dropping dynamite onto buildings or dropping, I forget, some kind of, I don't know what it was, some kind of flammable wool material that was like catching fires everywhere. But that was sort of like not ever strongly confirmed to have been like, they don't know if that actually happened or
Did
not.
they even have drones back then?
No, it was a plane. It wasn't a drone.
Oh, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Had like a crop duster or something?
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah.
Dropping dynamite?
Right. Some guy who just had a plane.
He had a blimp. He had a dirigible.
That's right. Some guy in a rigid airship filled with hydrogen was dropping,
Was dropping dynamite.
Right. Yeah. So,
history by Sitch and Adam.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, and there wasn't, and afterwards, there wasn't really any
ramifications.
I don't think any of the people involved in this ever ended up getting arrested.
The federal government didn't step in and go, They're like, we're running a war over here. World War I's going on. We don't have time.
This was after World War I.
Okay, so the federal government could have come in.
They didn't though.
What piece of shit president didn't turn his back on this?
I couldn't tell you. Let's see. This was in 1921.
Oh, so it was Hoover.
Was it?
Fucking Hoover.
Hoover was a shitty president, wasn't he?
President 1921.
No, was Hoover president then?
Woodrow Wilson.
It was Wilson.
Warren G.
Wilson.
Harding. Why?
Wilson should have known better.
Maybe.
Okay.
Who became president? Who was president?
Hoover was president in 29.
Right. So
who was president in 21? Oh, it was Harding?
Yeah.
Well, fuck Harding. No one cares about it. No one. I don't even know anything about fucking Harding.
Yeah. He was a Republican, obviously, so they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything about it.
Tulsa Massacre. Warren Harding.
Oh wait, he came in in November. When did this happen? Beginning of the year, or maybe this is why.
Well, it would take a while for movement to occur anyway.
So Woodrow Wilson was president when this happened.
Okay. It was May 31st and June 1st. So there.
Oh, okay.
June 1st was the Tulsa.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's an article. The Republican president who called for racial justice in America after the Tulsa massacre. Well, maybe we spoke too soon. Warren G. Harding's comments about race and equality were remarkable for 1921. It was just 3 days after the horrific violence in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where hundreds of African Americans had been killed and the city's segregated black neighborhood, including 35 square blocks of prosperous businesses, had been destroyed by rampaging whites. Some buildings have been firebombed by planes. As they say.
Yeah.
President Warren G. Harding spent the weekend worrying on how to respond to the massacre. Finally, he decided to accept the commencement invitation from Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, the nation's first degree-granting historical black institution. He would use that moment in 1921 to seek healing and harmony, and several months later in Alabama, he would go much further with daring remarks about equality. He said, "This is how a Republican president addressed racially fraught events nearly a century ago." Quote, "Despite the demagogues, the idea of our oneness as Americans has risen superiority. I'm sorry. Despite the demagogues, the idea of our oneness as Americans has risen superior to every appeal to mere class and group," Harding declared. "And so I wish it might be in this matter of our national problems of race." That's a good statement, especially in the fucking 20s. Harding wanted to acknowledge the searing anguish of Tulsa.
I think he
Of course, they have
died
to
in
throw some
office.
dig at Trump for some reason into this article.
No way. You're kidding me. Holy shit. That guy's in every article.
Well, I think the reason this article was written was because it has something to do with Trump being in Tulsa. I know because I vaguely remember this. Trump had some rally in Tulsa, and they're like, "How dare Trump have a rally in Tulsa on the anniversary of the massacre or something?"
So
which I assume he didn't know anything about. But.
Warren G. Harding was in office for 3 years and died of a heart attack.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh wait, 2 years. Holy shit.
Right.
He was elected in 21 and died in 23. That's kind of fucked up. Harding embraced technology and was sensitive to the plight of minorities and women. Okay.
Harding apparently would often praise African-American servicemen who paid for their service and sacrifice during World War I and making the world safe for democracy. So Harding seemed like he was pretty good on this issue. He called education critical to solving the issues of racial inequality.
Wow.
He challenged the students to shoulder their shared responsibility to advance freedom. The government alone, he said, could not magically take a race from bondage to citizenship in half a century. True. He spoke briefly about Tulsa and offered up a simple prayer. God grant that in the soberness, the fairness, and the justice of this country, we never see another spectacle like it. So, he gave the thoughts and prayer. But this is pretty good. I didn't know anything about Harding, but this is making me like the guy. And he spoke this at a Black university. So he congratulated every Black graduate and shook hands with each of them in 1921, or whenever he was president.
Yeah.
Oh no, this was when he was running for president. That fall, Harding became the first president to go into the Deep South since the Civil War. That's crazy. Jeez. In a speech that the city of Birmingham, Alabama thought would help celebrate its semi-centennial, he instead veered dramatically before a crowd of 100,000 people. Holy shit. Blacks and whites separated by a fence. He made a full-throated case for political, economic, and educational equality among the races. Wow. He only stopped short of advocating for social equality. Quote, let the Black man vote when he is fit to vote and prohibit the white man voting when he's unfit to vote, Harding proclaimed.
Wow.
Half the audience erupted in cheers. The other half was thunderstruck. Some whites openly booed and hissed.
Can you imagine? Yeah, I was going to say, can you imagine which side?
Yeah, cheered? I bet. I wonder. A Mississippi congressman in attendance denounced Harding's words as a blow to the white civilization of America.
What? Who said that?
A Mississippi congressman who was attending.
How dare you?
He died less than 2 years later, having a heart attack after a grueling speaking tour through the West and up into the Alaskan Territory. For decades, his record on racial equality, a core belief, remained largely unexplored. What's important? I wonder if we would have been a lot better, like if he hadn't died, if there would have been any movement on any of this stuff earlier.
Yeah. If he would have been a 2-term president, things might have turned around.
No majority. This guy Harding seems based as fuck. No majority shall abridge the rights of the minority. I believe that Black citizens in America should be guaranteed the enjoyment of all their rights, that they have earned their full measure of citizenship bestowed, that the sacrifices in blood on the battlefield and of the Republic have entitled them to all of freedom and all of opportunity, all of sympathy and aid that the American spirit of fairness and justice demands. Nice.
Okay.
Based.
Here.
Apparently, he also tried to get an anti-lynching bill passed.
All that in 2 years.
Right. Interesting. I didn't know anything about Harding. Well, there you go. Harding's a pretty base guy.
Yeah.
Did the state of Oklahoma give reparations to Tulsa?
To the Tulsa business owners?
I know in the weird Watchmen thing they did, but that's it's not real. No, it has there's a loss. Okay, there's a lawsuit. They're suing, I guess. Some kind of weird lawsuit about this, but I don't think it actually exists. Okay, anyway, we can move on.
The people who committed the atrocities are dead.
So then what do? Do you punish the living, the sins of the father? See, the issue I have with this is that...
Did I say punish? What did I say? Well, I said specifically the sins of the father.
Who is paying for it? Who takes...
The U.S. government pays for it, whether it comes out of your taxes or whether it comes out of their Fort Knox or wherever it comes from. The U.S. government pays for it.
It would be the Federal Reserve. They'd print a bunch of money and then it would call...
Here comes Ian coming for you. The Fed's going to step in front of a bunch of money.
Cause inflation.
Right.
I think why they haven't
print and go burr.
Done it.
Yeah. Well. You know what? Why didn't people think about that before when they were murdering Indians and murdering?
But those things are all bad.
He just said the bad word.
Well, actually, I've heard supposedly some Native Americans prefer the term Indians.
Oh, really?
I think it's different depending on the tribe.
Okay.
But the point is, you keep driving home. This is where I draw the line. You know what you're saying, Tim, is racist. Whether you are or whether you're not, I think it's racist. Well, that's fine. You can think whatever you want to think. I don't care. My point is, when it comes to uplifting Black people, the line is drawn.
Nobody said that.
Did I say anybody said it?
You said we all did. several times.
I said what you're saying is wrong. But I said when it comes to uplift.
Why this always happens on Tim's show? All of his guests just completely go crazy. This has happened with 3 or 4 guests. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
Well, so it's a weird social dynamic because he's like to be in a room of like I don't know however many people are in this room.
Totally. Yeah. This is like a 4-on-1. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the chat is completely against, but he's
well,
not.
I'm assuming
he's
not reading the chat. Yeah. I mean, maybe.
But they're all reading the chat. They're like, "Oh my god."
Right. Right.
Daryl's losing his mind. We have to reel it in.
Uplifting black people, the line is drawn. When it comes to uplifting this person, that person, it's already been done.
I wasn't alive.
It's being done.
I wasn't alive.
It doesn't matter whether you were alive or not. It happened.
So I wasn't alive when they interned Japanese people. My family actually suffered because I come from an Asian background and they were spit on and treated horribly.
No doubt.
And the only thing I can say is that I was born into a world with problems and we advocate for solving those problems. But I don't think that racial policies solve those problems. I think that's what we're fighting against.
Yeah,
we're fighting against the government creating racial segregation because we want people to come together and live together and work together. And so what we end up seeing is
okay. So how do people come together when this person has $10 and that one only has 50 cents, and this one keeps getting $10 and that one only gets 50 cents?
This is why I said I think it's a problem that they disperse money based on race. I wasn't alive when they started.
I didn't say disperse money based on race. I said disperse money based upon those people who suffered from crime due to racism.
Okay, but that means white people, a lot of white people
committed those crimes.
No, they'll get the money. A lot of white people who are overtly white with blonde hair and blue eyes still have slave ancestors. I'm not saying millions.
Then fine.
But I just don't agree with giving white people reparations.
No, you want to give people opportunity, not money. Money could be part of it.
Did I say money?
You said it doesn't have to be money.
Resources. The idea that we're going to try and you're going to see some, rich white family who's like, actually one of our ancestors was a slave. We're 1/64th, and that person.
This is a bullshit argument.
It's totally bullshit.
Yeah. Which is like, yeah, this is true, and this would be something that would be, it's a nitpick, and you're saying, okay, like if you want to, if the only argument was, if Tim said, listen, I agree with you conceptually, but I think logistically what you're saying would be impossible to figure out. Okay, then you can make this argument. But he doesn't. He disagrees with the concept of it. And so just to talk about this, it's kind of bullshit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's bad news, but
person who was a part of our family. All of a sudden, this waspy family is like getting a voucher for college.
Yeah, that's what I want to avoid. I think that the only way we can do it is uplift everyone together. I think if you can create software or some sort of technology that allows people with or without money to create a business, to start their own entrepreneurship and get subscriptions from people.
ReparationCrypto.com.
Then you're uplifting everyone, because a lot of times it's the poor that are suffering right now. If someone's like you said, you wouldn't take money if there was a system like this where they're handing out checks, or you just said earlier you wouldn't. I don't know. Right. Because you don't need it. But these people that need it, they need opportunity.
Well, what about tax credits? What about like a tax?
I think what's especially triggering Daryl is that there's a sense that like there's never been this acknowledgement that the wrong occurred.
Right.
And that's really what's being sought after.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what it feels like.
He's more interested in the apology than anything. He said it like a dozen times.
Well, it's just because he keeps comparing it to why have other groups of people who have been wronged they garner some apology. They garner some acknowledgement of the wrong done to them. But for some reason, the group of people I'm part of never got that. Is his argument. And I think it's a compelling argument. I think there's more problems with what he's suggesting. I think what he's suggesting creates too many problems.
Right.
And it's fine to be against it. But I think it is a compelling argument to address. And I don't think it has been addressed by anyone there in that room.
I think you were right in saying, like, philosophically, I agree, but logistically, it's just impossible.
Well, yeah, not only is it impossible, but it would end up consequentially, pragmatically, I think it would end up causing more racial animosity. I think two things.
Yes.
I think it would cause more racial animosity, and I don't think it would actually solve the problem.
Yeah.
Because the problem is what we talked about earlier. The problem is cultural gravity.
Yeah.
And so that's something that's going to take a very long time to work its way out of. And I'm not sure the government can fix that problem.
Yeah.
And it would be, as I said, it would be the final shut up. It'd be, you got reparations, shut up.
Oh, that's so bad.
You know, that's how it would be. That's exactly what the conversation would be forever after that point. You got reparations, shut up.
Yeah.
A break or something like that.
There are many different things that can be given in lieu of money. Maybe a tax credit, maybe a tuition. You know, I'd have to think that through, or have other people who have more intelligence than I do think it through. All right, but something needs to be done, and nothing.
The problem with the tax credit is, you can say, okay, maybe that makes sense from some like moral perspective, but you have to remember, you're not just trying to get a moral perspective. You're trying to have a policy that will actually improve society. And the way to improve society is to get more people being productive. Right.
Oh, why can't Tim just apologize on behalf of the white race? Tim should just step up and say, you know, on behalf of white people everywhere, I apologize.
He's mixed, okay? He's some kind of Asian.
Well, half the white people then. I apologize.
As a white passing individual.
Yeah.
Yes.
Daryl wants an apology. I think Tim Pool would be the guy to deliver
There you
it.
go. There you go.
Tim's not going to apologize.
No.
Has been done for the descendants of slaves. That is my point. Okay? Something has been done for the descendants of Native Americans. Something has been done for the descendants of Japanese Americans. But when it comes to people who look like me, the line is drawn. We have never even received an apology for slavery. Telling me slavery is wrong, well, shit, so what? Okay, yeah, it's wrong. But telling me we're sorry it happened is a whole different thing.
What moral foundation is he appealing to, Sitch?
Fairness.
Yep, clearly. Yeah, fairness cheating. Everyone else got theirs. We didn't get ours. You cheated us.
Affirmative action, something to assist in this way. It's overtly race-based.
Affirmative action has many different definitions, just like critical race theory. I don't, like I said before, with affirmative action, I do not believe in lowering the bar of standards. I believe in keeping the bar up, and people aspire to hit that bar, not lower the bar so people can reach it. Keep it up. I believe in affirmative education, where everybody has an opportunity to better themselves and go out and get.
The prophet of hate says, I'm suing Rome for Jesus. I mean, sooner or later you got to cut your losses. I think going all the way back to Jesus is a bit too far.
Jesus had to die, though. Didn't he have to die?
Oh, yeah, for our sins.
The wipe away original sin or whatever.
God so loved the world. Yeah.
Right.
He gave his only begotten son.
Right.
Better jobs, okay? As you mentioned, give people opportunities. They don't have the opportunities if they're not educated.
When I think about
and even those people who are educated, like myself, okay, I still experience discrimination when it comes to jobs.
Yeah, people need to learn how to run their own business as a young kid, regardless of where they go to school or their age or any of that stuff. People need to learn that stuff. You know, when I think about apologizing for slavery, I have a hard time
Why Ian looks pretty white. Why doesn't he just apologize?
Right.
Step up, Ian. Come on, deliver an apology for white people.
He's gonna make everyone a small business owner.
I am curious as hell. I know he keeps going the like libertarian route.
Yeah,
all the guy wants is an apology. Listen, Sitch, would you apologize if you were there? I might just say, listen, Daryl.
No, but that's not the.
This apology from white people is very important to you. So on behalf of the whites, I'm here to apologize.
I know you're making a joke. But that's sort of missing the point,
right?
Because he's not asking for an apology from the whites. He's asking for an apology
from the government,
from the country that is America,
right?
I think that's totally justified.
Well, can I say on behalf of America, as an American, I'm sorry?
Well, no, because you have to, maybe you have to get Biden to come over here and say, I'm on behalf of America. America apologizes to the black community.
Right. I don't know.
Why the fuck has Biden not pushed for this? That seems like such an easy win.
Biden is out to lunch.
Well, why isn't the fucking
because
woke
it hasn't
people in
come up on it hasn't come up on the teleprompter. Biden
why haven't the Democrats pushed for this in Congress?
They don't know jack shit.
Maybe they'll wait
They're too busy trying to trans everybody's kids.
Right before the midterms. Maybe that would be the smart move. You got Roe v. Wade that they can fight with, and then they push for this apology. I don't know. I guess, but here's the problem with just the apology thing. Well, I think it's good and it should happen. There would be ceaseless, endless whining from the left because they'd say, "Oh, you just want to give us this fucking empty apology,
just an empty apology."
Yeah. Without giving us
me the money.
Right. Show me the money without giving any sort of like physical, addressment whatsoever.
You think you can buy us off with a little old apology?
But see, that's what's annoying because it's not, and maybe this is where you're saying with the politics on the play. I'm not sure, even if it's the right thing to do, I'm not sure anyone would actually gain a political benefit from doing it.
Nah, just going to piss everyone off.
I don't know. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe it would mean something. I mean, I'm not black. I don't fucking know. Maybe
we have Daryl Davis on. We'll apologize. We're going to apologize on behalf of America. We'll even do a nice little certificate up.
That's so
saying
wrong.
Slavery was fucked.
That's so wrong. Slavery was fucked.
Is it bad? Do you think he'll get angry?
I think he'd get very angry. I think he should get angry.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, you try to do a nice thing for somebody,
I know.
And they just get pissed.
Right. It'll be. Listen, we'll have a picture of George Washington,
right?
And Thomas Jefferson, and Sally Hemings will be there.
Yeah,
and they'll be wearing shades and they'll have backwards hats, and they'll say "Slavery be whack."
You're making it worse. Okay, that's not good.
That's not good.
That seems more racist.
It does, doesn't it?
Slavery be whack. Please.
I'm just thinking like the most tone deaf like 90s version of this like apology.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking like Poochie from The Simpsons just like trying to tell you slavery is wrong.
Yeah. This is bad.
Yes.
Daryl, if you watch this, I had nothing to do with any of this. This was all Sitch's idea.
You're the one that wants to create this bullshit certificate. I'm just making it far worse. Okay.
Oh, the certificate.
I'm saying the certificate would be received the way that I'm like the joke, hyperbolic, insane, like racist version that I'm talking about is how it would be received regardless of how
Daryl
it is created.
Daryl, we took this opportunity to draw up a certificate of forgiveness for you to sign.
That's right. We're going to give you, listen, we're going to give you the certificate of apology, but you have to give us a certificate of forgiveness.
You have to sign and give us back.
It's the worst fucking thing ever.
The certificate of forgiveness.
It's the worst idea ever.
On behalf of the black community, I forgive America.
How about this?
This is terrible, Sitch. I can't believe it.
We'll just have it. We can't speak on behalf of America.
Right.
And Daryl Davis can't speak on behalf of black people.
No.
So it'll just be the certificate of Sitch and Adam apologizing for slavery. And we can get a certificate of Daryl Davis accepting and forgiving.
Yeah.
Forgiving us.
Well, it wasn't really our fault. We don't need to be forgiven.
I know, but
we didn't do any of that stuff. Right.
But look, it's better to be safe than sorry. Wouldn't we want a signed certificate of forgiveness?
From Daryl Davis.
From Daryl Davis. That
I'll get out of my next ticket with that. You watch.
No, just I'll be like, next time listen, when we're arguing with dishonesty always about CRT, be like, hey, I got a certificate of forgiveness.
I know. That would be epic. There's no way he could argue against that.
Right. Like, fuck you, bitch. I got a certificate of forgiveness.
Yeah. Take that.
Take that.
He probably doesn't even like Daryl Davis. So.
Probably not.
All right. Let's get back. Ian, I think, has an incoming solution.
Okay.
doing it for real because it's horrible. Like, to enslave humans is horrific. The Uyghurs in China, that's horrific that this computer was made by.
And he makes it worse. We're not talking about the Uyghurs. Oh my God.
That is kind of, see, the Uyghur thing's fucking crazy. That's gonna be like 50 years from now. People like, how the fuck? I know, completely irrelevant in the conversation, but
you're just gonna piss Daryl Davis off. He's like, listen, I'm talking about American slavery.
I know. But you know, 50 years from now, they're going to be like, how did we allow China to do this?
Right.
That's going to be the conversation.
We're going to have reparations for the Uyghurs. And
the
Daryl
Chinese government, not us. We don't know what to do with it. But.
I don't know. We might do it. Who knows? I've seen crazier things.
Okay.
Slaves in part. But like, if it hadn't happened the way it happened, we wouldn't be here. And that, I like that we're here. So I wouldn't change it. I mean, maybe if
this is the dumbest. I don't even know what the fuck. This is like literally the dumbest thing you could say.
Mm.
He's like giving the Star Trek temporal. What was it called?
Argument? I don't know.
Oh my God, I'm blanking here. You know, like the don't interfere policy.
Oh, the prime directive.
Yeah, he's giving like the Star Trek temporal prime directive.
Right.
Like, listen, I'm only here in this time, space, location because of slavery. So I'm not going to go back in time and change. I don't know. This is just a bad argument to give in this conversation. I get what he's getting at, but it's just, that's not persuasive at all. It's highly triggering. If I was black, I'd be very triggered by this response.
If I could go back and say it wasn't a slavery, maybe it would have been conquered by, you know, the Mexicans or the Portuguese, or like, who knows where we'd be. So that's why I have a hard time just outright giving like a genuine, like, I'm sorry it happened, because it didn't happen to you. So I want to apologize to, if I saw somebody, I don't know, man.
He is apologizing. Holy shit.
Let me give you an example of something, okay? True story. I was giving a lecture at Michigan State University some years ago in Lansing, Michigan. All right. And this white girl, you know, we're talking about apologies and stuff. And she says, you know, why should we apologize? Now, she was not a racist, okay? What she was saying was racist, but she was not a racist. I could see that. She's like, why should we?
So there's an interesting thing here. So Daryl is making, I don't know what he means by that. I literally don't understand. He's conceptualizing race.
So hilarious right now.
Sorry. Racism. He's conceptualizing racism in this way, where he's saying you can say something that's racist but not be racist, which I guess is sort of true, but I don't. So basically what he's saying is he's categorizing the statement, and I think this is where people are getting hung up on. He's categorizing the statement of being anti sort of the reparations as a racist statement of saying that you as an individual are not racist,
yeah.
Right? And I don't think he made that clear at all until just now.
Right.
And I think that's part of why a lot of people had the reaction that they had.
They said in the chat, Ian is Adam on 500% more weed.
I mean, that's not untrue.
I never smoke weed on the show, though. So I mean,
yeah, but if you did,
is Ian blazed up? I don't even know.
He looks kind of like a hippie version of you. I think that's what people are also reacting to.
A little bit, yeah.
He looks like hippie Adam.
We apologize. I mean, I wasn't around when slavery was happening. Nobody in my family owned slaves. Why should I apologize for what my great ancestors did? You know, I wasn't responsible for that. And I said, the apology is symbolic. Nobody is around, all right? Just like, you know, you give medals posthumously. It's symbolic, all right? People cannot move forward until they have received an apology for wrongdoing to them. And I said to her, I said, listen, it was in November when I was lecturing out there. I said, okay, let's say I'm a student here at Michigan State. I said, and I live in the dorm, and I live, you know, on the East Coast. You live here in Michigan, and you say, and you and I are friends, and you say to me, hey, are you going home for Thanksgiving? And I say, no, I can't afford to go home for Thanksgiving. I'm going to save my money and go home for Christmas vacation. Okay, and then you tell me, oh, well, you know, my grandparents told me, you know, if I wanted to, I could ask some of my students, you know, who weren't going home if they wanted to come over for Thanksgiving dinner. You know, would you like to come? And I say, sure. Okay, so now I'm invited to her grandparents for Thanksgiving. So she comes by my dormitory, picks me up, takes me over to her grandparents' house, along with some other students. Now, let's say her grandfather didn't realize that she was going to bring a black student home. This guy's a little older. He makes some racist remarks or whatever that offends me. I said to her, I said, what are you going to say to me on the way back to the dorm? And she said, I'm going to say, I'm sorry about what my grandfather said. I said, but you know what? You didn't make that remark. Your grandfather did. You are apologizing for your ancestor. I said, I can't change how your grandfather feels, okay? But I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that it's wrong and you say you're sorry for it.
Sitch, we're making the certificate.
No, but see, I think that's a good. I think that's a good point.
We're making the certificate.
Right.
We're apologizing.
Okay. Do you agree? I think that's a good point.
Yeah, no, it's great. He totally convinced me. Yeah.
He wants the acknowledgments.
Part of the problem, though, is like that situation is very much, I mean, they're friends. She was invited to a special event. The person is a direct.
It's a metaphor or some, it's making some hypothetical comparison.
Right. Yeah.
But you understand the feeling is like.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's
I
the
get
acknowledgement.
It. Emotionally, yeah.
Right.
Emotionally, it's like saying, no, we're on your side. That was fucked up. They shouldn't have done that. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe even though leftists would complain and whine about the apology not being sufficient, I think they should do it. I think it'd be a good idea politically. I think they'd probably gain political benefit from doing it. I don't know why they wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, they should. They definitely should.
Go yell at Biden, Daryl Davis. You could probably convince him to give you an apology.
Yeah, Biden's dying to do it.
Right.
As it happens and be like, dude, we're in the 21st century. Grow up. Look at the eyeballs. I want to read some.
What just happened there? What happened? I don't remember that part.
You're sorry for it.
A real apology would be to confront the grandfather as it happens and be like, dude, we're in the 21st century. Grow up. Look at the eyeballs.
So he's saying you should. I don't know what he means by that.
What is happening? I guess you're right about the weed. I guess the chat is right. Like
I don't know what the eyeball. I literally don't know what he means by the eyeballs.
Ian's bong rip just kicked in.
But I said to me, this is like a bad. Like I understand if you're at someone's place,
right,
and a group of people, and some old person's there, and they make some racist comment,
right.
If you be like. Stand up and be like, fuck you, you fucking racist.
Yeah. Fuck you, grandpa.
Yeah, you're gonna completely change like the tone of the evening.
Right. You're gonna ruin it for everyone. Right.
Well, listen.
Daryl's like, that's too far. I wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like maybe you should do that. If you feel that that's right to do that in that moment, that's fine. But I wouldn't chastise someone. I wouldn't chastise someone for doing that or not doing that in either direction.
Right.
So I'm not sure that's like the right or wrong way to handle the situation.
I want to read some more super chats. So there's a
look, Tim
very similar thing. So
Tim totally saves Ian. Ian's like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Twilight Zone shit, Ian. Knock it off. I told you about the David Lynch shit.
I'm
not going to read.
That'd be that'd be a funny bit for like a podcaster who they would get into these political conversations and they would just tell really non sequitur like answers to questions that no one understood.
That was crazy nonsense. That made no sense at all.
I'm sure there's some logic to it that we don't understand.
I completely understood.
There's just some reference to the eyeballs or something.
I understood all of what Daryl Davis says. Ian, no, you should have confronted the grandfather and say, look, motherfucker, look me in the eyeballs. What
is he? I don't think he was saying, "Look at my eyeballs," like "Look at me in the eyes" and say that. I think he was saying. I don't know what. Maybe is that what he was saying? Wait, let's go.
Yeah, back it up. We gotta hear
Maybe that's what he was saying.
Century, grow up. Look at the eyeballs.
Knowledge that it's wrong, and you say you're sorry for it.
A real apology would be to confront the grandfather as it happens and be like, "Dude, we're in the 21st century. Grow up. Look at the eyeballs."
What did the grandfather say in the original experiment? Maybe that's what
we don't know. It was just some vague racist comment.
Right.
That was never... Okay, you're right. Maybe he meant and just didn't speak this appropriately. He meant like look at me in the eye, or you should look at that guy in the eye and say that.
Right.
And he said look at the eyeballs.
Yeah.
I get that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Is that's what he meant to say. That's what
Ian's having a flashback right now.
That's all I know. Any other interpretation makes no fucking sense to me.
Tim is so used to these outbursts on his show that he's just like, okay, we're moving on to more super chats.
Kyle Petty for $20. Thanks, Kyle. Says his comparison to a lane you can only drive in if you have more than one person. The vehicle is a false equivalency. He can still use the lane. If he meets requirements everyone can meet, someone can't become black. Well, listen, you're not going to have a one-for-one comparison of anything. I think the counter argument is that we all fund many government programs via our tax dollars every day that we don't accrue a direct benefit from. Like you only accrue, welfare if you were in, those situations, yada, yada, yada. Now you would say, well, wait a minute, Sitch. You still can at some point be applicable to achieve that or to gain access to that program if you are poor, which is true, but it's not really what anyone aspires necessarily to be. I mean, you can gain a government subsidy if you decide to start farming soy and corn, but you're not going to do that. So I think, I don't know. I don't think it's a good counter argument. We pay for shit every day with our taxes that we don't necessarily accrue a direct benefit from.
Right.
Now I think, but that's why I said, I think framing it like, you don't want to just give people money. You want to create productive citizens, because then you would gain, or then the nation at least would gain a better benefit back from it.
Look at you.
Because that's like looking at it from the prospect of an individual is actually incorrect. You have to look at it from the viewpoint of the government as a whole, as an organization. But isn't that true?
Sure. Of course it's true.
You seem skeptical.
I am a little skeptical.
No, because the way that the government looks at it is like, or the way the government should look at it is...
Government is the people, though, just trying to get reelected. That's the way
I understand that. Well, okay. Hypothetically.
Okay.
Okay, if we have the best moral people here, you want to have a situation, you want it to be like the housing crash.
Right.
Okay, where they took all the shitty mortgages that the banks had, and they turned them into profit, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you want,
toxic asset relief.
Right. Now, yeah. I don't want this to be racist, okay? But that's what you kind of want. That's what you want government programs to be. You want them to take people who are not productive and turn them into productive citizens. Okay. That's the goal here. That's what should be the goal. And I think that's the problem. People don't conceptualize it that way. On both sides, they conceptualize it like, oh, I was wronged, and thus I should gain something for my wrongness. It's like, well, I mean, I guess you can make a moral argument there, but like at the end of the day, is that really what anyone or the government should be advocating for? No, they should be advocating for having as many productive citizens as possible.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Yeah,
and that's to me, that's the framing that makes sense. Anything else doesn't make sense.
This plays right into my human resources metaphor.
Right.
That it's all about getting productive people in the right places.
Right. And to me, that's where I'm like, that's what I want to happen. However that works, it works. I don't think race-based reparations will necessarily provide that. I don't, even if it's via education reform, because I think it'll cause too much resentment and cause too many problems. And I would be more in favor of it being some sort of, class-based approach.
Right.
Because then everyone could get on board with it. Well, not everyone. There's still be lots of people that wouldn't want to do it because they say, what the fuck? I pay for college. Why does a poor person get to pay for college? Blah, 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 blah. And I understand all that. But again, that's the individual versus you want to have as many productive citizens as possible. Kyle Petty for $10 says, I like that you zoomed in on.
This is great, isn't it?
Ian says, I don't live on a reservation. Oh, are you Native American? And I went to high school with a native who got a check at the end of every month just for being native. Oh, the checks are incredibly small, though. Don't remember the exact amount. Well, the question, did the check come from his tribe or the government?
Or the casino.
Well, that's what when I say the tribe, I mean via the casino.
Oh, it would be the
or
casino.
whatever method they get money from. Because I think they get I think they do get the check from the tribe. I don't think they get it from the government. Exactly.
Right.
Kyle Petty for $20. Thank you, Kyle. Says reparations should only come from the government in cases where it's the government doing the enslaving. And even then, it ends at the point where it has a specific individual enslaved. Anything beyond is theft, like most taxes. Well, I guess we're just not going to agree on that. If you're at the perception that taxation is theft, I guess we're just not going to agree. But,
yeah. We don't think taxes are theft.
Kyle for another $20. Well, thank you, Kyle. Says the family dinner comparison is garbage. She's apologizing because she was the reason he was put in that situation. It's not like we don't teach in schools and preach politically how bad slavery and racism is ad nauseum. Well, I understand like that's obviously why the girl in the hypothetical situation is apologizing to him at that moment, but that's still his point about, and I think you can understand, and I think everyone can understand it, his emotional point about how he wants there to be this acknowledgement still holds true.
Oh,
I want to read some more super chats. So there's a bunch that are saying very similar things. So I'm not going to read. I'm just going to give the general ideas. There's two interesting ideas. Many people have said that they think you're a racist.
Fine.
And a couple right here. We have one from Kyle. We have one from Kevin D, who both said, I'm white. Kyle says, as a white dude, I've had the talk. I'm pretty sure everyone has the talk. Kevin says, I'm white, grew up in the middle-class family in a suburb in Los Angeles, and I had the talk. And others have said that they think your view of the talk being explicitly a black thing shows that you've been radicalized. I didn't say
explicitly.
Well, you said it's something that black families do.
I said black families do it. I didn't say explicitly. Well, that's your word.
Well, so the general idea that I guess people absorbed by that is that you think it's exclusive.
Listen, I never said it was exclusive. But I didn't use the word exclusive. I didn't use the word explicit.
Well, so we can clarify.
I said black families give their boys, when they turn 16, something called the talk. I said black families do that. Did I say black families do it exclusively?
Well, no.
Did I say black families do it explicitly?
So
no, I did not. So that guy is putting words in my mouth.
Well, no. So I guess the idea they're conveying is that when you say black families do it, they interpret you as saying as if it's not happening elsewhere.
Guess what? Black families listen to James Brown. Does that mean no white people listen to James Brown?
I listen to James Brown.
So do black families exclusively listen to James Brown?
Well, so you're clarifying.
I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying his BS. Is what I'm calling BS on him. Now, white. Hold on. Let me tell you about the talk. Okay, the talk that black kids get is the one that I described, about the same one that you described about keep your hands on the wheel, don't argue, sign the ticket, we'll fight it in court. Okay, otherwise, you could come home in a box. All right. Well, so now a lot of white people get the talk, but most of the white people that get the talk is a different talk.
How do you know?
Because I have a lot of white friends, okay, who tell me.
Let's hear it.
I have a lot of black friends who tell me.
Well, that's fine. Okay,
I mean, that makes no sense.
But hold on,
that makes no sense.
You haven't even heard what I said.
Yeah, let him talk, Tim. Come on.
Huh?
You're generalizing based on race.
You said you had a lot of black friends.
I was making a sarcastic point to counter your racist point.
You haven't.
Oh shit! Tim fucking calls him racist to his face. Oh, this is deteriorating quickly.
Do you think Tim read the chat and is now being guided by it?
Yes.
Okay, I wondered that. I don't know if I'm being too cynical here, because this is such a ludicrous argument to have.
Daryl Davis is calling people in the chat racist, who I don't think he should be calling racist.
Sure.
So he kind of did draw first blood here, but
there's different. First of all, he did, and Tim missed it. He's saying that he's conceptualizing that people can say racist things and not be racist themselves.
Right.
Which I understand, but I would disagree with that conception. You can argue that, But he just said, "Oh, well, you're." Did he say you're saying what you said is racist? Or he said, "Are you racist? You're being."
That
racist.
makes no sense.
You haven't even heard what I said. You're cutting me off already.
Let him. I want to do the talk. I want to hear the talk.
You said you had a lot of black friends.
I was making a sarcastic point to counter your racist point.
You haven't even let me finish my point. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna finish my point. Okay. A lot of white kids get the talk,
right?
But it's not the same talk as the black kids get the talk because they don't have the same experiences. The talk that a lot of the white kids get is when they start driving. Don't get pregnant. Don't come home pregnant. Use condoms. I don't.
What the fuck? No, I'm talking about the talk when you get pulled over. This is complete nonsense.
Listen, don't fuck the police officer.
Yeah, don't get pregnant. Don't let the police officer rape you and get you pregnant.
Well, no, he's saying that like
don't suck off the police officer.
He's saying that. They're saying that now that you have the freedom to have a car, don't go banging random. Don't go banging. Now you have freedom. You have to not just get someone pregnant.
We had at the very beginning of this. We both discussed whether or not we got the talk. I said that I did. The talk was not about my mom never said don't get girls pregnant. I never got this talk.
That's funny. I got that talk, but not the police talk.
Oh, you got the don't get girls pregnant talk?
Yes, it's interesting.
My mom was like, I want to be a grandmother. Go get a lot of girls pregnant.
Oh my God.
No, I'm kidding. That never happened. Yeah.
That's funny.
Father or grandmother before my time.
I think
that's the talk that a lot of white kids get. I challenge you. Hold on. I challenge you to, you say you have a lot of black friends. Great.
No.
Hold on. I know you've been, well, maybe you don't have any, but find some. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh shit. This just got way good.
I know.
Hold on.
I'm going to clarify that. When you made a racist generalization, I made a sarcastic point.
What was my racist generalization?
That you have a lot of white friends, therefore you know what white people in general do.
Did I say I know what white people in general do?
Yes, you did.
I said.
It is a little ironic, this coming from Tim. I drive around and saw a lot of Trump signs. Therefore, Trump's
yeah, totally. It's so easy to fall into this thinking. You got to fight against it. But Tim
this
is right.
The natural. Yeah. This is unfortunately the natural way to think.
All white people are this way. All black people are this. Yeah. It's
bad. That's true. And you have to fight against this. And we're all guilty of this, including.
Oh yeah.
But to be fair, I don't think it's such a large step to assume that the conversations that black parents give their children is different than the conversations white parents give to their children in regards to interacting with the police. I don't think that's such a stretch of the imagination to think that's happening.
That they're different?
Yeah, that they're different conversations.
I think they are different.
And now you can say that the fear, and I guess it would also depend on where you live too, that maybe for a lot of black families, if they instill a fear in their child about this via the talk, that fear is unjustified, and that could be very likely to be true. But that's not really what is being discussed at this conversation anyway.
Yeah.
Most white kids get this talk.
No,
I didn't
they
say
don't.
all white. Yes, they do.
You don't know
Yes,
that.
they do. Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Did you grow up in a white family in a suburb?
I grew up in white neighborhoods.
Look, now he's like fighting everything.
Yeah, but now Tim Pool's giving standpoint epistemology.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Unless you're white and grew up in a white neighborhood, you can't. Well, but even that wouldn't mean anything. That's a stupid talking point, because it's like, well, no, that's just my personal experience. Personal experience, being white, growing up middle class, I did not get the police talk. That doesn't mean that another white kid in a middle class situation didn't get the police talk.
Don't talk about my lived experience.
Right. I guess what would be useful is to say, well, let's throw this point about the talk away. What is the underlying thing that's trying to be argued, I guess? And I think the underlying thing that's trying to be argued by Daryl is that black people have a bigger fear of the police than white people do, on average.
You mean black
as a community
people have a bigger fear of the police?
I think that's what I'm assuming. That's what Daryl's argument is.
Yeah. No.
And maybe that would be the way to move the conversation forward, to just get to the underlying thing that's actually being discussed here.
Yeah.
White schools.
When we have people saying to us right now, it's not their experience. And you say, well, they're racist and wrong.
I didn't say they're racist and wrong.
You called the guy racist. You overtly said this man was racist.
I said what he said was racist. I didn't say he was a racist.
No, but this is a keynote.
I hate that.
Didn't he? Wait, he didn't say the talk guy was racist. He said the being against the reparations frame was racist.
He's
right?
called everyone racist now.
No, that's not fair.
He's throwing the racists out like candy.
He didn't call the. He didn't. No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
He called multiple super chatters racist, though.
Mm-hmm.
This is a key. No, I haven't spoken in a while. I need to say something. Seriously, we need to stop overtly calling people racists. I
will call a person a racist if I see that they are a racist.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Right.
I'll call you racist next.
I'm just saying, at this table, I know and love you all, and I know for a fact that nobody at this table is a racist. 100%. Maybe certain racial comments can be made, but I know that for 100%, like 100%. So the fact that like these names are getting thrown around, I don't think it's really productive. I'm not saying you can't call someone racist. I'm not saying racists don't exist. But I think we need to be very careful.
All this dude said is, as a white dude, I've had the talk. I'm pretty sure everyone has the talk.
Well, see, he's pretty sure everyone has the talk. So now you're going to defend him. He's pretty sure everyone has the talk.
Ooh.
But yet but you accuse me of saying all white people, and now I'm a racist, and I don't know shit. But he says everyone, and you're not defending him.
Well, let me explain. When he says everyone, he means you too.
Everyone has the talk? I know a lot of people haven't had the talk.
Well, sure.
A lot of white people haven't had the talk.
Well, sure. But now you're just getting semantics.
No.
What?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Listen. I didn't hear this part of the conversation. I didn't get through
You
this
checked
part.
out? This is like the best
Well,
part.
I didn't finish it. I know, I didn't finish it.
This
What
is
Daryl just said
insane.
is a fucking solid. He just blew up Tim's argument.
Right.
He just destroyed the argument. Said, wait a minute. If it's not fair for me to make generalizations based on race about who gets to talk, it's not fair for this guy to make generalizations that everyone gets to talk. And then Tim gave a totally Vosh level response.
Right. You're just making semantics.
This is a semantic argument. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit.
Right.
That's crazy.
It's a giant generalization.
I think Tim has been bad. I think, let me be clear. I think Tim has been bad at building bridges in this conversation, but, hasn't been bad faith. But that's a bad faith argument.
Yeah.
At that moment to make.
Why is he not? I mean, he keeps pouring gasoline on this. The whole studio is going to go up in flames any minute.
Because it makes for a good stream.
But with Daryl, I thought Daryl Davis was his hero.
Yeah, but he looked at the chat.
Oh, okay.
He saw chat had turned against Daryl.
If
you watch the chat turns against Daryl very quickly. It's not like the chat's on his side at those points. The chat turns against him in like 20 minutes in the conversation.
I got messages very quickly saying Daryl Davis is throwing his career away.
Right. Which is ridiculous. If you think that Tim Pool's audience has some sort of overlap with Daryl Davis's career, but I don't think people have a good conception of anything in terms of how internet politics affects the real world.
Yeah.
If Daryl Davis was on MSNBC and called Joy Reid racist, or said something like really fucked up, then I would agree. Okay, maybe he's thrown away his career.
Yeah.
But
You can't call Joy Reid racist.
Right. To Tim Pool's audience, this doesn't translate to anything.
Right.
It's interesting that people were sending that to you, but people were saying to me that like, oh shit, like they're like the conversation got crazy. That's what I got.
No, I'm reacting to what he said.
So this started.
He said everyone, and you didn't get on him, but you got on me for saying a lot of white people.
Because I don't like the racist generalizations. Like I don't like it when someone says one race does one thing.
This country is based on race. Okay, there is only I believe there is only one race. It is a human race. Okay, one race. You and I are the same race. Ian and I, Bill and I are the same race. We all are the same race, the human race. But this country has divided us by color. And if you don't believe that, you need to go back and learn your history, which you apparently have not learned if you don't see that. And if they don't see that, this country is predicated on race.
But
this country was built on white supremacy and slavery at the bottom.
So I think a lot of people, especially me, we agreed with you with like so much of the historical problems and racism and civil rights and all that stuff.
But you think it's all over.
No, I literally said that wasn't.
So what's your point?
So when you say something that is dividing people based on race and people take issue with it, you recoil, you call them racist.
Do you not see this country dividing people based on race? You think we live in a post-racist society because we had a black president or something?
Oh,
a lot
shit.
Of white people think that too. I've heard.
I think I kind of understand what Tim's saying, and I think there's validity to it, but I think he's rubbing up against the conflation of colorblindness being racism blindness.
Yeah,
and I think he's too close to that border in this conversation.
You think Tim is making that mistake, or Daryl?
I think he's not quite there, but he's close. He's kind of edging in the fog between colorblindness and racism blindness.
Right. Where we conceptualize colorblindness as a good thing, but racism blindness as a bad thing. You're saying
right.
Tim is kind of dipping a little bit into the racism blindness area.
He's not there, but
But Daryl Davis is completely in the CRT camp by now. You got to say, like, he's basically saying, well,
how so?
Maybe not. Maybe he is saying that there has been improvements, just not enough.
I think where people are saying he's in CRT camp is that he said America is built on
racism, white supremacy.
Let me lose his exact quote.
Do you not see this country dividing people based on race? You think we live in a post-racist society because we had a black president or something? A lot of white people think that too.
Understand.
I've heard. Right.
So when you say something that is dividing people based on race and people take issue with it, you recoil, you call them racist.
Do you not see this country dividing people based on race?
Okay, well, it's too far.
We live in a post-racist society because we had a...
I think maybe because he said, the country was founded on white supremacy or built on white supremacy. I don't remember the exact language that he used.
He's saying that we don't live in a post-racist society.
But we
don't. President.
Right.
No,
but we don't live in a post-racist society.
But we many times have said that, Obama is a pretty strong evidence that we've come a long way on racism.
Yes, of course. Right.
And now here Daryl Davis is saying, nah, Obama doesn't mean shit.
Well, I don't think that's fair to say that that's what he's saying. He's conceptualizing, and I think he's wrong, but he's conceptualizing the conversation with Tim. And I understand why he's doing this. Because part of the way Tim had the conversation with the whataboutism train in the beginning, as every time you say there's some problem that's racist, I'm going to counter it and say, no, or the racism is actually the Democrats' fault or something.
Right.
Which has been the way the conversation has happened in this entire 3-hour segment.
Do right? you? Yeah. You
so I understand why
Daryl Davis has like internalized all the CRT teachings, though. Right?
No, because this is what I was trying to get at before we changed subject slightly. I'm assuming what people are saying, he buys CRTs because he said that America's founded on white supremacy or something.
He's brought up the 1619
Hold. Let me finish, please. Okay. Please. That's true, though. And maybe people don't really understand what CRT is, despite all our million streams on it.
Right.
America was founded on white supremacist principles. That's undeniable.
Right.
They literally said you have to be white to gain full citizenship, to gain the vote in our country. Mm-hmm. We had slavery legalized by the law. Mm-hmm. That's literally white supremacy. Yeah. Okay. That was a huge part of our country. The difference, the CRT argument, is they give the fruit of the poison tree argument. They say anything that comes out of that system that had white supremacy built into it must also be inherently tainted with the poison of white supremacy.
Right.
And that includes our Constitution, our democracy, every system and institution that comes out of our society.
The NAACP.
That'd be a funny thing to,
I'm just
say
saying.
To someone like that, but right. And so that's the CRT argument. And that's why it's, to me, I mean, I don't hear Daryl making that argument. And the fact that he appears, he's not advocating for a fucking revolution. He's not advocating to overthrow our democracy and replace it with fucking Marxism or something. He's like, I want an apology and I want vouchers for Black people to go to college. Like, which you could disagree with, but that's not CRT. That's not even the ballpark of CRT.
How come they don't say that America was founded on property ownership, or America was founded on misogyny because women couldn't vote?
Well, what do you mean? Feminists say that all the time.
That America was founded on misogyny?
Of course. You never heard feminists say that?
It's not as big as the white supremacy thing.
Right, because that's
white supremacy is the go-to thing.
Well, because it's the most egregious thing. Right.
Okay.
If you say, "Oh, America is founded on misogyny," then the Black intersectional person says, "Excuse me."
Right.
Excuse me, white lady.
Right. I was a slave. You just couldn't vote. Yeah.
Right. America was founded on white supremacy. So that's part of the intersectionality game. Is that
makes sense? Yeah.
Right.
Slavery is worse than just not being able to vote.
Right.
But weren't women like chattel slavery?
When?
Weren't they married and?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not really. No.
It wasn't as bad as slavery. I think I can agree on that.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you can agree that being married off is not the same as being in chattel slavery.
Let's see how much worse this gets.
Okay.
A Black president or something. A lot of white people think that too.
Understand.
I've heard white people say racism is over. We've had Obama.
Well, but we're not saying that. I'm saying,
we're not saying that.
But yeah, but this is what I mean when I say that Tim didn't have this conversation properly if he wanted to actually build the bridge, because he didn't acknowledge anything really that Daryl is emotionally trying to get at. And that's part of why he's so defensive right now after, saying, "Oh, all people in chat are calling you fucking racist." You can't have a conversation with someone where you basically say, "Listen, I'm going to red pill you and tell you that so much of what you think is true is a lie." Okay. Which is essentially what Tim's trying to do. You can't have that conversation. Yeah. Right. You can't have that conversation if you're not willing to give at all. You're only willing to take. And that's essentially why this conversation failed. There's no give, and there was mostly just trying to take.
Well, all Tim is saying is you're wrong over and over again, basically.
Right.
About
you're wrong,
everything.
You're wrong. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
It's only so much he can take. He's at his breaking point.
Things that I'll just say triggered me was this idea that there are certain things you've suffered that are either described only as a Black experience, or in this instance, when you said Black families give their kids the talk, the response was them saying, "I'm white and I've had the talk." And some people saying they feel like that was you showing you're radicalized to a racial component.
Well, that's pretty stupid, and that's pretty racist. So I just called somebody stupid, and I just called them racist. So now hold on. I can speak as a Black man. So why is it when I say I as a Black man got the talk, I am racializing something? I am Black. That is my experience.
White people do X, and you're not a white person.
I didn't say white people do X. I said I'm Black.
And you said white people have a different talk. They do this.
They do.
You can't speak as a white person, can you?
I can speak. I can repeat what white people have told me.
But you don't.
Are you denying that white people have told me that? Are you calling them liars?
Tim, how dare you call white people liars?
That's not.
No, I'm asking you that question.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No. Answer yes or no. Are you calling my white friends liars?
I'm calling them anecdotal.
Anecdotal. So you're saying that
this is so fucking infuriating to me.
It's bonkers.
Because but it's so one-sided. Because Tim's entire position is anecdotal. Everyone I know had to talk.
Oh,
this guy in the super chat said he had to talk. That's what Daryl said. Daryl said, "Wait a minute. This guy is giving you some broad generalization claim that everyone gets to talk, and you accept that. But you get triggered when I say Black people and white people get a different talk." And then Tim's answer to that was, "Well, you're being semantical." It's like, no, that's the fucking argument you're making. And then Tim brings it back to this stupid fucking point.
Right.
And again, and Daryl's like, "Wait a minute. you're saying that my white friends are lying because they said that their lived experience doesn't conform with your argument. And he's like, well, that's anecdotal. Everyone in this conversation has an anecdotal argument. No one here has a fact-based
Nobody's brought in a study or anything.
Yeah. No one's like, I have a study and they've surveyed and they've shown that, black people on average have the talk and white people don't or something. Like no one has brought forth anything. This is all anecdotal.
All gut intuition.
Right. This is all gut intuition. It's all anecdotal. I don't know who the fuck's right, who the fuck is wrong in any of this conversation, but neither side, including Tim, doesn't get the pose some sort of moral high ground here about, you're being anecdotal.
Oh, he just did though.
I know he did. But that's why I'm like, this is triggering.
Tim can do it.
I doubt there's ever been a study on like the talk.
I'm gonna Google it. I think maybe there has been.
How would you even? What am I even looking for here?
Just Google parental talk about police brutality.
Parental talk about police by race study.
That they did not have the talk that I told you that they had.
No. Anecdotal means you heard.
I know what anecdotal means.
So the issue is, if you have your stories and they have their stories, it's a moot point. Meaning,
no, it's not a moot point.
Some white people experience the talk in great degrees.
Have you experienced everything I've experienced?
No. What you're saying,
and vice versa.
Yeah, dude, it's evidence. What you're saying is evidence, and then what these guys saying is evidence. None of it proves anything, but we're all giving our anecdotal evidence.
What do you mean it doesn't prove anything?
Well, like our statements today, whatever you say and whatever I say, it doesn't prove it. It's just a piece of evidence towards the postulation.
I don't understand what you mean. It doesn't prove anything. So he tells me that he got pulled over at gunpoint and he got handcuffed and some guy tried to plant Adderall in his car. I just said it's a moot point. It didn't happen. It's just an anecdote.
Well, that would be evidence that there is more crime towards people like him in that area or something like that. It wouldn't prove that it's always more crime towards people like him in that area. It doesn't prove it, but it's evidence suggesting that it's real. And I think you saying,
well, no, the question, the response would be, no, that proves that happened to Tim.
Right.
You couldn't make a broader argument to say that the police are targeting white people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That would be
Yeah.
Suggesting that it's real, it is real. He experienced it. I don't doubt that he experienced that.
It's actually on
video.
But
listen,
when you speak for the greater whole,
when it's on video or not,
Tim's like, I'll bring the video in.
Because that crap
it
was happening long before you were born.
So
so I don't need the video to know that it happened. You know why I know it happened? Because it happened to me, not at gunpoint. Similar things. I've been hearing about that shit long before anybody had video cameras other than TV stations.
So it's interesting because basically,
did you find the study?
I found something that says there's a study.
Really? Holy shit!
It's not. I don't know why this article's written so dog shit.
These CRT people will study anything.
Well, I was gonna say it's interesting because basically Tim got very triggered because he perceived that Daryl was denying his lived experiences.
Right. Oh, that is triggering.
Daryl's very triggered because he feels like Tim is
denying his lived experience. I know.
Lived experiences, yeah.
They both feel disrespected.
Okay, here's the study. It's only 500 people, so not.
That's pretty good.
And it's not great, but anyway.
I can't believe we're getting to the bottom of the talk here.
It doesn't give me the number though in the abstract, but it says research has shown that Black parents are more likely than white parents to have conversations about race with their children. But few studies have directly compared the frequency and content of these conversations and how they change in response to national events. Here we examine such conversations in the United States before and after the killing of George Floyd.
Oh my God, no.
Black parents had conversations more often than white parents, and they had more frequent conversations post-Floyd. I guess not just about the place, it's just about race relations. White parents remained mostly unchanged, and if anything, were less likely to talk about being white and more likely to send colorblind messages. Wow. Black parents were also, we can see where this study came from. Black parents were more worried than white parents, both that their children would experience racial bias and that their children would perpetuate racial bias. That's interesting. A finding that held both pre and post George Floyd. Huh.
The white people talk is, don't be a racist piece of shit.
Let's see. Sampling nearly 1,000 parents, half recruited shortly before Floyd's death and half recruited after. Oh. So okay, yeah, it's not the same parents. So there's 1,000. Okay, so this is larger. It's 1,000. 500 before, 500 after.
Right.
That's interesting. What
Measuring the George Floyd effect.
Yeah, if there was an effect. Give me some numbers. Results. Percentage of parents reporting conversation based on race. It looks like there's been barely any change at all. I don't know if at least in the little chart they gave. Frequency of reported conversations, pre-Floyd, post-Floyd. I don't know. I'd have to look at the study when we're off air to really read it.
That's okay. So, I'm just amazed that there is a study.
I am amazed that there is a study too.
The talk.
I've
heard a lot of talk about the talk.
Right.
I've never heard any hard data on it though.
Apparently there's a bunch of these fucking studies. I'm kind of shocked.
Really?
Wait a minute.
Oh my God, they're referencing other studies.
Oh no, this is the same study.
Come on, let's hear this.
Okay, let's hit it.
You say you experienced something, like the talk, or a white person told me the talk, and then a white person from their own personal experiences say that this is what happens to me. Why would they be wrong or racist?
Did I say they were wrong? Listen, there are white people, yes, who get to talk. Keep your hands on the wheel. Don't argue with the cops, whatever. All right. But there are also plenty of white kids who get to talk. Don't come home pregnant. Use condoms. All right. We get to talk when we get stopped by the police. When we start driving, obey the speed limit. Don't do anything to raise suspicion to cause somebody to pull you over. Because hold on.
Are you saying that doesn't happen to other people? It
does not happen with the frequency. Like I told you earlier. No, hold on. I'm telling you, the frequency, okay, which you debated with me and was the first time you called me a racist. I told you that I have been pulled over more times than you have, and I have. Whether you want to accept it or not, I have.
That's objectively true. You're older than me too.
It doesn't matter. I still have, even if you and I were the same age. Okay.
In the last 5 years.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Now, I want you to do something, both of you, and you too if you want. Here's an experiment, okay? You said you had some black friends. I assume you do. You also have some white friends. I want all of y'all, ask 10 of your white friends, male friends, what is the first thing, and you people out there listening, you do the same thing. Ask 10 of your white male friends, what is the first thing that goes through your mind when you're driving home late at night, let's say 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever, from a date or from getting off work, whatever, and you see those lights come on in your rearview mirror, those flashing lights. You're being pulled over. Maybe you were speeding, maybe you weren't, maybe you swerved, whatever, maybe you didn't, whatever. You're being pulled over. What's the first thing that goes through your mind?
Hide the weed.
I will bet you 10 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 of those white males, your friends, are going to say, I hope I don't get a ticket. I hope I don't get points on my license. I hope my insurance doesn't go up. You ask the same question to 10 of your black male friends, they're not going to say anything about a damn ticket or points on the license or insurance. They're going to say, I hope I don't get shot. I hope I don't get beat up.
Why
because there is a more frequency of violence against black male drivers than white male drivers. Okay? Just like there is more of a frequency of blacks being sentenced to death and whites for the same crime get to go to prison for life or life with parole. Okay? That is called racism.
I don't buy any of this.
Well, I buy half of it.
Well, I mean, maybe it's disproportionately, but he's acting like the cop initiates the violence. Normally, it's the driver that initiates the violence or doesn't, tries to run or resist arrest, or the violence is usually instigated by the driver.
So what I mean when I say that I believe half of it is I believe if you ask that question to white people, that you would get way more. I don't know if it's 9 out of 10, but I believe you get way more white people that their first thought, and most of their thought, maybe not Tim, because Tim has like this weirdo experience with,
Tim is like, I hope I don't get raped.
Yeah, since Tim has like the worst fucking interactions place ever. I think the average white person who's probably had the average experience with police officers would probably think, I hope I don't get a ticket.
Right.
And I think, especially right now, that a lot of the average black people, regardless of the experience they've had with police officers, would say, I hope I don't get shot or killed or something.
Because of George Floyd, the George Floyd effect.
Right. Now, I would say the reason for that isn't because it actually happens more, because I don't think it does. It's all perceptual.
CNN, yeah.
Right. It's all because the mainstream media over-reports all the incidents of any time there is a black person who is wrongfully attacked or shot by the police.
They aren't even wrongfully attacked. They report it that way, but they're rightfully attacked.
Right. Or even, even often when people are rightfully attacked, they report it as if they're wrongfully attacked. Right. And so it creates a perception in people's minds that this is this massive problem and this is happening all across the country. But we saw this when we talked to Christian. I said, there isn't a disproportionate amount of unarmed black men killed by the police. And he doesn't believe me because he looks at the news and he just sees them reporting this constantly. So he thinks this is reality.
Yeah.
But that's how like 90% of the population, 99% of the population, they just assume that the news is telling them something that is true.
Yeah, it's hard to bust out of that mindset too.
Right.
You're like, what? Why would the news be lying to me? You're telling me the news is lying? CNN is lying?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, that's their business model, lying to you.
The business model. Well, the business model is outrage.
Yeah.
That's the business model. The business model right now is outrage. And they're going to tell you the story that outrages you the most. So
who is the guy that caused the Kyle Rittenhouse thing? I still can't remember his name.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. That guy wasn't driving home innocently and got pulled over by the police.
No, that guy was trying to take a car with children in it.
Yeah. All this stuff is ridiculous.
Right.
Like the idea that you're going to be driving home.
Jacob Blake, that's
it. Yeah. The idea that you're going to be driving home, after a date or whatever, not drinking or not doing anything wrong, and the police are just going to randomly Jacob Blake you, is just ridiculous.
Right.
It's completely ridiculous.
And that's why black people get that talk. I'm not saying white people don't get the talk, but black people's lives are more in danger. And that's why Black Lives Matter was created, okay? I'm not saying I'm a proponent of that movement or whatever. I'm just telling you why it was created, okay? Because of the things that were happening to black people where they were not happening to white people in the same situation.
Well, Black Lives Matter was started over Trayvon Martin.
That's right.
And Zimmerman's a Hispanic guy. And
Tim again. He keeps doing this shit. He keeps totally fucking with him.
I know.
Zimmerman, he is of Hispanic descent, but Zimmerman enjoyed what is called white privilege.
That's critical race theory. The idea that white
that's
people...
your definition of critical race theory.
Well, Kimberly Crenshaw, I can pull it up right here for you.
Listen, that's your definition of critical
whiteness
race theory.
as property, in which she described how passing led to benefits
finally
a kid
found
to
the
owning
Google.
property. Yeah, this is Cheryl L. Harris in the Harvard Law Review.
Wait a minute, what is he bringing this
which
up?
She described that's critical race theory. And the
Zimmerman, he is of Hispanic descent, but Zimmerman enjoyed what is called white privilege.
That's critical race theory. The idea that white
that's
people...
your definition of critical race theory.
Well, Kimberly Crenshaw, okay. I can pull it up right here for you.
Listen, that's your definition
of
whiteness as property, in which she
chat.
described how passing led to benefits a kid to owning property. Yeah, this is Cheryl L. Harris in the Harvard Law Review, and citation for it is Crenshaw et al. 1995. So this idea that because Zimmerman, I disagree. I don't think he looked.
So to get into whiteness as properties, I don't really want to do that at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's more complicated than just saying someone's white passing.
We have a bunch
that's
of
part
super
of it.
chats too, so we can't.
That's part of it, but
Why I think he looked like a Mexican guy, and further, the news lied about what Zimmerman did, NBC edited his phone call to make it seem like he was racially profiling when he wasn't. So the narrative that emerged from that was actually fabricated.
Okay, do you remember, well, you're probably too young for that, but you know about it, the O.J. Simpson trial?
Yeah.
The Zimmerman, just to talk about that briefly, we talked about that. The Trayvon Martin case is so horrible.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because there's like, you know, the what Tim said is true. There was an editing. There was editing in the media to make Zimmerman look racist. It turned out there was a totally fake fucking witness put on the stand by the state, which is like fucking insane.
Yeah.
And it was, there wasn't really any credible testimony from anyone. I don't think there was any real, like, the only couple eyewitnesses were like, I saw somebody on top of somebody. Like, there's no, it was so devoid of actual facts.
They had a recording too, but the recording
the recording didn't mean anything. It was just hearing someone yell,
screaming,
help, right? And it's who's yelling help? Is it
Zimmerman said it was him,
right? Or is it the
prosecution said it was Trayvon Martin? Yeah,
right. I don't fucking know. They tried to say like, listen, we've put George Zimmerman's voice through like some sort of thing, and we've you know compared it
through
to
the
it with a computer.
Machine.
Right. And it says it's not the same. I don't know. The whole thing is just, and I remember saying this at the time, even when I was in the liberal bubble at the time, I remember saying and getting an argument with people saying, listen, if I was on that jury, because I followed that case very closely when it occurred.
So did I.
And I was like, listen, even though I think George Zimmerman probably like a shithead, I don't think there's anywhere near the amount of evidence to convict him of murder. No. And I would have said that if I was on the jury. I would have said not guilty. There's not enough evidence for this.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that's a bad, I mean, I guess that's true. That is where a lot of, well, is that where I guess I'm confused. No, that is where Black Lives Matter started.
Yeah. It is.
I'm confusing that with Michael Brown was with the hands up, don't shoot narrative,
that was
which also turned out to be totally bullshit.
That was the next one.
Right. This was so weird because there was one right after that was pretty bad for the police. Remember they shot that kid that had like the toy gun or whatever?
Yeah.
What was that kid's name? You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, that one was fucked up.
That one was really crazy because what was that kid's name? Tamir Rice.
Yeah. Because
in the video, the police don't even get out of the car. He like literally drives up and shoots him while the car's still in motion. You're like, holy fuck.
So fucked up.
And I was like, let's see, that was November 2014. When was Michael? Because I thought that was like pretty close to like the Michael Brown thing. Yeah, it was right after. Michael Brown was August 9th. And I was like, if you had a poster child for BLM, I don't know why they didn't pick on it. They should have picked Tamir Rice over Michael Brown. But
read super chats. We got a bunch of $20 super chats, and I just don't want to get cut off. We're like it.
We don't. We only have 2.
Oh, okay.
Or we have 3.
We got like $50 super chat.
Yeah, $50 super chat. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle's been giving us so much money. Jesus. Thank you, Kyle Petty. Kyle Petty for $50 says, saying America was founded on racism is simply inflammatory and is easily interpreted as from the ground up. It's all wrong. It's a factor of its creation and
not the fundamental principle.
Okay, not the fundamental principle they act like it is. It's reflection of the times. Not the principle. You know, I agree completely. And I would say, if I was in the conversation with Daryl, I would make that distinction and say, listen, you know, if you want to say that white supremacy was built into some aspect of our country, you know, because of slavery, that's fine. But to say it's founded on has these implications, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I agree completely. And that's why I wouldn't want to use that language. But I'm assuming that's what Daryl means when he says it was founded on white supremacy. And I think you can have that conversation with someone like Daryl in that way to try to clarify exactly what that means and separate it out from the CRT framework, which obviously he doesn't agree with because he's not advocating for the complete deconstruction of our society the way CRT does.
And you can win them over, but you can't do it after everyone's calling everyone racist for like 25 minutes.
No, at this point in the conversation, it's too late. But
yes.
But no, I think that's a good thing to talk about. Benevolent Bahamut for $20 says terms like black to describe people Sorry, my eyes are like going because I'm staring at the screen so long.
know.
Terms like black to describe people and it naturally contrasts against whites. I don't know what that means. Terms like black to describe people and the it naturally contrasts against whites. It has very racist underlying that people really aren't being addressed. We don't use yellows for Asians. Look up the 1800s black definition. Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I don't know what the languages we could use to replace that, right? Caucasians, African Americans is kind of fucked up too, though.
Yeah, I don't like
it kind of otherizes. Yeah, I don't like African Americans because it's like, well, should we call
Can't they just be Americans?
Yeah, should call people European Americans and African Americans. So I understand what you're saying. I don't know what the solution to that is, though. Savage Sharpshooter for $20 says, I have a feeling you all have either been going for a while, yes, or I was just lucky enough to catch you on a weird night, missed you all, and of course had to remind everyone that S class is the best class. Thank you, Sharpshooter. We've been going for 10 hours and 36 minutes.
Yeah.
It's funny. Adam was like, I sent a link to Sargon. And I was like, oh no, you just added 3 hours to this video.
It was a good 3 hours though.
It was. I'm very glad that we had Sargon. I think it was an interesting conversation.
We haven't got to hang out with Carl forever. So
I would have liked to see what he said about more of this video though, unfortunately. Because he left because I wish we hadn't got sidetracked, honestly. I would have been curious to hear his takes on more of this video because I think he seemed to be more in the camp that he thinks Daryl should be won over, not ostracized. So
we should have just jumped to the end here. This is where all the juiciness is. Last hour.
But you kind of have to see the buildup, though, to understand why the end is the way it is.
You don't have to. They talk about their names, the origin of their names and stuff.
Because that's important.
Nah, who cares?
Kyle Petty for $20. Thank you, Kyle. Says, sick of they're scared for their lives fallacy. Someone who believes the cop is trying to kill you doesn't pick a fight with said cop. You've seen no shortage of people simping for criminals because of their skin color. Well, I agree with you that people who make the scared for their lives fallacy to explain bad behavior is crazy. I remember getting into lots of arguments with people about if you remember, I think it was in Atlanta, like last year. Do you remember this? There was an incident where a guy was like pulled over because his license plate was covered or couldn't be visible.
I don't remember this,
and he was pulled over into a gas station. This was on video, and the police, for whatever reason, the cop who originally pulled him over, like way overreacted for some reason, and he pulled his gun on the guy, and he demanded the guy get out of the car.
Right.
And then there was like a young-ish black kid who I think was in the military at the time. And
did he keep his cool?
He became super indignant and refused to comply with anything the police were saying.
Right, because he pulled
you don't remember this?
I don't know.
And then there's like a second cop came over and eventually they de-escalated in that they weren't afraid of the guy. I don't know why the original cop was afraid of him in the first place and drew his gun. But then the guy became completely obstinate, completely had a chip on his shoulder about the whole thing, refused to comply, refused to get out of the car, refused to talk to the police about anything. And then at one point, the police tried to open the door because the cop said, I'm going to arrest you. And he was a big fat white guy. So obviously had like this weird, like, optics that everyone was triggered by. And the white cop said, if you don't get out of the car, I'm going to arrest you, basically. And the black driver refused to get out of the car. And basically they ended up, I don't think they broke his window because the window was down, but the cop goes to open the car and the guy actually holds the door closed.
Oh shit. This is a nightmare.
Yeah. It's a total nightmare scenario. And then the cops end up tasing this guy. And then they arrest him.
Right.
And I looked at that video and I said, that's totally justified. I mean, the cop I don't know why the cop drew his gun on the guy in the first place. That seemed kind of crazy. But that doesn't justify what the guy's response was, to just be completely opposite.
That's true. they're totally triggered. It's elephant takes over. Like, you pull a gun on me, motherfucker. How dare you?
Right. He became totally triggered.
The whole framing by society makes this way worse because the guy in his head is saying, "Oh, the cop never would have pulled a gun if I wasn't black. Like, if I was." Who knows? Like, the cops have pulled guns on white people and made mistakes
and presumably
and shit.
He didn't. It's not even clear if he could have seen it was at night.
Oh, he didn't even know he was black. Holy shit!
Yeah. So I don't even know if it was clear. Now the cop says. I think the cop said the reason he was freaked out was because the guy took a long time to pull over, and it's because the guy didn't. I think he didn't pull over on the side of the road immediately. He drove like a quarter of a mile. Actually, no, he drove longer. I think he drove for like 3/4 of a mile to a gas station and pulled him there or something.
This is why the talk that I had was so much better than the talk that the hypothetical black family is giving to their kids, because the talk that I got completely explained the police perspective accurately. Like, if you've been driving for 3 miles, the cop is thinking, okay, this guy is trying to make up his mind.
Well, it wasn't 3 miles, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Right.
This guy's trying to make up his mind whether or not to run because he's got some fucking warrant for his arrest. He's a murderer or something. He's out on parole. He's escaped from prison.
His mind is racing. Yes.
Right. This is all the things that the cop is thinking. Okay.
Right.
And the guy, people are completely inside their own head. They don't think about this. They think, I'm a respectable citizen, and somehow the police are supposed to know that. Yeah. But they don't know that. Police get shot all the time making traffic stops. Police are commonly
isn't that
killed.
The most often way that they are?
Yes.
Shot is through a traffic
stop.
Stop.
So if Daryl Davis would sit down his kids and instead of saying, listen, we live in a white supremacist 1619 founded nation and cops are racist and want to kill black people and you have to be prepared for this, that's going to make the situation worse. It's going to make the situation 10 times worse.
I agree completely.
If they sat down and said, listen, a lot of cops get shot by criminals making police stops because the person ended up being wanted on their third strike and had nothing to lose. Yeah. So you want to make sure that the cop knows that you're not someone who's on his third strike who's going to shoot him and kill him. Yeah.
So this happened it was in Virginia, not Georgia.
Okay. Same thing. I mean, I vaguely remember this.
Right.
But I don't remember.
It said one of the cops was fired in response to this.
Probably the cop that pulled his gun out because he pulled his gun out.
No, I don't think it was. Because
or
the
maybe
cop that pulled his gun out, even though he was the initial aggro force, was like much more chill later. It was the other cop was much more like who they were accusing of being racist.
Right.
But anyways.
Are we all caught up on super chats?
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to get to the end of the video.
We're going to get there. Are you going to bail out? We got like 20 minutes left.
Okay.
We're going, buddy. We're going to do it.
Do you remember OJ's picture on the cover of Time Magazine and Newsweek?
No.
Okay, well then you guys need to research that, okay? Time Magazine and Newsweek Magazine came out the same day. Time Magazine intentionally darkened O.J. Simpson's picture. Darker than his skin tone. Because the blacker you are, the more evil you are. There you go.
Wow.
Voila. That is racism.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what you all say.
He's like, gotcha. Here it is. Devastating.
So let me read a super chat first. Potato for $20 says, I sent a super chat after the Tuesday stream on Wednesday and haven't gotten far enough in the stream to see if you already read it. Did you? Let me check. Probably haven't read it. I didn't read it. I'll read it today. Tuesday? I'll read it right now, and then I'll read it on Tuesday in case you miss it. Potato for $20 says, sending this after the stream because you always start late for me. Anyway, on the part with Kyle about abortion, how about we ban abortion, but after the baby is born, every woman gets a free gun and can legally shoot the kid for 1 week if she doesn't want it.
Oh yeah, that's a I like it. That's a compromise.
That's a good compromise. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. To defend Time Magazine here for a second.
Why?
I don't think the purpose of Time Magazine was to make OJ look darker.
No, this was an artistic decision.
Because if you look at what they did, and you're someone who's edited graphic design, you'll see what they did. They put on that little circle thing. What's it called? The
vignette.
Vignette. That's the word. They put on the vignette filter.
Yeah.
That's what you can see. That's why the corners has that circle. They put on the vignette circle filter that sort of darkens a lot of the base tones and adds that sort of like that black circle narrowing effect on a picture. And it's used to make something look more insidious.
Yeah.
So
this was
it has the effect of dark
choice.
Right. It has the effect of darkening OJ's skin. I would be hesitant to say that was the intention. I would be hesitant to say that was the intention.
Does that Newsweek cover say gays up in the top right-hand corner?
It does. It says gays.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it says something. They're talking something about Stonewall.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Well, this is devastating here.
Right.
Critical race theory, you can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. That is racism. That is what this country is predicated upon, to turn white people against people of darker skin. And that's why I get pulled over more than you, and more than you, and more than
I'm telling you,
white friends.
But Newsweek didn't darken his skin?
Well, I can't tell.
Look,
listen,
Tim's
you can
totally
argue all
got
you
that.
want. There's your picture right there.
Tim's totally like, but wait a second. Newsweek didn't darken theirs.
Right, I know. Jesus Christ.
I know.
One is showing
one is showing O.J. Simpson in his real skin tone, and the other one is showing him darkened. And Time Magazine did that intentionally.
But Newsweek didn't.
I don't know if they did or not, but look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how I know O.J. Simpson. I don't know him personally.
I think the media is garbage.
Huh?
I think the media is overtly racist and trash. I think they employ some of the most vile racists.
Whoa. You're saying all media? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
It's like this Council on Foreign Relations media.
You're the...
Look, Daryl's like, MSNBC? No, come on. It's only Fox News.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying, how can you make these broad generalizations?
Oh, he's trapping him. Oh, yes. He's totally trapping him.
You were saying I was making broad generalization. And it's a fair point to say, which is what Daryl sort of addressed earlier, though it was kind of skimmed over, was that he's saying, Tim, you're making broad generalizations. And Tim's response is basically, well, I don't like broad generalizations about race, which is like, okay, I don't either. But you have to address that part of the conversation.
Now he's making another broad generalization.
Yes,
Look at this. Daryl's sneaky.
He's sharp. He's catching on to what's a lot of the weird parts of the conversation that are being skipped over.
He's trapping him. It's perfect.
Right. Which I wouldn't even thought of. But so apparently the only comment that I found was the editor of Time Magazine claimed that there was no racial implication was intended by Time or by the artist of the photo.
Yeah, they did. They just want to pick it.
Right. I would assume that's the case. Yeah. I don't think it was racism.
The media. You're the media.
Sure.
I'm not calling you a racist. I don't think everybody here is racist.
No, I'm just so disdainful of corporate press. So we usually the colloquial.
Look, you were wrong. He wasn't getting him in the gotcha.
Well, he was doing it nicely.
Is everybody at Time Magazine?
He was doing it. See, that's the difference.
He's saying you're part of the media.
Well, he caught him in saying that you're doing the thing that you're accusing me of, but then he didn't get it to hit him over the head like he would if he was a dishonest actor. He said, I don't think you're racist.
Yeah, you're part.
So you shouldn't be making these generalizations. But
Magazine responsible for that?
Yes.
Really?
Oh, I'm not going to swear.
Even the peons?
Yes.
No. Not the cheap workers. It's some brainchild.
If you guys listen to this show, you know my position on all of this. If you stand beneath the infrastructure, holding it up as they do things that are wrong and you know they're doing it wrong, I will hold you responsible.
You know, the Chinese have...
Tim.
I understand where Tim's coming from, but that's literally the CRT argument.
Is it?
Yes. That's what Kendi means when he says you can't be neutral.
Oh, you're right.
Racist or anti-racist.
You're right. You're right.
Because
you're
he's
totally
saying you're sitting in a system. That's why it's so bizarre that Tim has this take. He literally has the CRT take, but on the media,
right?
Which is that if you are, he's saying no one is neutral. If you're part of the system,
You're
on any level, you're part of the problem.
Yeah.
So it is kind of bizarre that it's Tim's position.
Look, and he's so proud of it.
I know. Well, and this is, when we were having the conversation with Sargon earlier about some of my problems with Tim, this is some of the issue that I have, is that it's very easy for him as a very rich person to kind of
have these principles.
Yeah. Which I don't even think are warranted, because I don't believe Tim kind of phrases it like, I lived according to my principles and that's why I'm so successful. And I'm like, did you though? So
yeah.
So Hayden Dill made us a certificate of sorry.
Oh, really?
I don't know if you want to put it up. He tagged us on Twitter. It says, certificate of sorry, awarded for being a grand person. Sorry for the slavery, bruh. Totally not Wizard of Us.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Oh, that's not good.
That's funny as fuck. Holy shit. That's funny.
My browser crashed.
I'm going to retweet that, much to everyone's chagrin.
Don't do it.
I did.
You can't. As a representative of the show, that makes us look horrible.
Do you want me to not retweet that?
No, you can. Knock yourself out.
Okay. Do you think it makes us look bad? I think it's funny.
I don't know.
I understand what you're saying. It does look.
It does.
The people who aren't listening, it's going to look very bad.
It is, yeah.
It's going to look very bad. Okay,
just be aware of that.
I'll just like it.
When Brett Weinstein looks at that, he's going to go, oh, wow.
I'm not going to show on these guys' show.
What do you mean?
You're saying like, oh, Brett's going to see that and be like, oh, I'm not going to go on these guys' show.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Totally.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
On tonight's People versus O.J. Simpson, prosecutor Chris Darden picks up a copy of Time magazine, discovering horror that's covered darkened Simpson's complexion in his mugshot. It's all more obvious because Newsweek, sitting beside Time on the rack, used the original mugshot for its cover. Pretty crazy, huh? The African-American man working at the newsstand said they made him blacker. Oh, this is from, I watched this. This is from the Time, not the Time. This is from the People versus O.J. Simpson miniseries.
Oh, is that where he got it from?
Well, maybe, or maybe they did it, so maybe he just remembers it, because I was like 5 when this was going on.
No, he probably saw the miniseries.
Did they really? Yeah, they did. So so this article is saying they did do it. Well, I mean, they did it, but I don't think it was.
It wasn't racism. They weren't doing it to cater to racists. They weren't like, oh my God, look, we'll sell so many of these Time magazines to these racists.
The facts. Time enlisted artist Matt Merherin to make a photo illustration of Simpson's mugshot until the LAPD released the mugshots at 2 a.m. on Saturday. Time had considered originally using a painting of Simpson on its cover. So how did Time end up making Simpson blacker? Time needed 874 words to explain it. It was trying to raise a mugshot to the level of art. You can read its full explanation below. I'm not going to read. This is so long.
Yeah, don't do it. But
okay.
I immediately said that that's somebody's like high art.
Right.
Which nailed it. I totally called it.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder though,
to be racist.
I wonder if that because you're an artist and because I literally know the filter they use
and
why people use it, that's why I'm immediately like, oh, that's not racist. I know what they did.
Yeah.
But if you didn't have that knowledge,
no,
I could see why people would immediately think that's racist.
It could be seen either way. Yeah.
Right.
Part of navigating our modern cancel culture world is to be able to see things from
other people's perspectives.
That's race grifters' perspective.
But that's why you have to be careful.
Right.
To make these snap judgments about race, especially, or any ism, to look at anything through these snap judgments of the lens, because very often you don't know what the other person is coming from and why they did what they did. And I think that Time or the Newsweek Time magazine cover is a perfect example, because I can completely understand why people would think that that's racist by just looking at it.
Yeah, I agree.
Have this term called bite soi, which means white liberal. Like that's a
white left,
which is inherently. I feel like a lot of this racism is being seeded. Like it didn't up until, I'm not saying it didn't exist, but in like the early 2000s, it felt like we were coming together. It felt like it. I felt like it. Did you feel like it in that?
Yeah, I see progress all the time. Okay, I think right now, there are people who would disagree with me, but I would say right now is one of the best times in our country, even though we're so divided. All right, because.
Thank you, Ian, this is a good question. I'm glad Ian asked this question. And I'm glad Daryl answered it this way. That's a good answer.
The wool is being pulled back. The carpet is being pulled back, and we're seeing all the dirt. People are saying how they feel, what they're thinking, etc. It's hard to address something when people are hiding in the closet or hiding behind a smile and stab you in the back. Right now, people are expressing their views. It's very divisive, but this is the best time because now we know what people are thinking. We know how to address them, rather than be a what do you call it? A wolf in sheep's clothing.
Okay, YouTube literally just deleted all of the super chats.
Oh,
yep. No kidding. The only ones that are up are the ones that are in the active chat. So I'll see what I can.
Whoa.
How did I delete them?
No, YouTube just went. They were
probably too racist.
Has that ever happened to you before?
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
What happened?
So the paid comments where people are asking questions just crashed. They're gone.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
I've never seen it.
I'll just say it was a browser error, I suppose. But
I'm still seeing them come in.
I can see them come in, and I can see the.
Okay, I'm gonna make assumption here. How this never happened to Tim? Yeah. YouTube has a really stupid thing.
Of course they do. Yeah.
If
you click on the wrong box, you don't get them.
If the window that I have open that has like the live analytical information on it and it has everyone's super chats on it, if I refresh that window or it crashes, all that information is fucking gone.
Yeah, no.
It's really annoying. Now the super chat's still there. I just have to I have to look at the monetization tab in the YouTube channel. But I don't know how Tim doesn't know that. How's this never happened to him before?
Yeah, happens to us all the time.
Ones that are over the chat, but I can't see any of the other ones. And I don't know how much more time we have.
I don't have.
Maybe he just doesn't want to.
Yeah, he's
okay. Maybe this is a clever way to not want to read the rest of the super chats. Okay, maybe.
He's like, Ian, say something crazy. Let's get out of here.
All right. Nice. So, sorry guys, YouTube just nuked your super chats. I suppose we'll just read a couple more, but I think people are unhappy with your views.
Well, you know what? People have been unhappy with my views for 400 years.
So I'll read this.
It goes back to the
Black Rock
400
Beacon says,
years.
Daryl is done. He has abandoned nuance and critical thinking and has become emotionally defensive and lost empathy. He is literally starting to rant when pressed with logical arguments.
He's entitled to his opinion, and that's fine.
I think that people need to recognize that the conversation is happening and everyone's in a different spot on it. And Daryl is extremely pro free speech, vastly more than many people sort of in the critical race theory realm, and that I absolutely appreciate that. And a lot of people won't come on this show to talk, so that matters.
Someone just mentioned that the chat was gone too.
Oh, it's bad. I'm watching it live right now. So
did you see the chat disappear at all?
No.
Someone said YouTube wiped the whole chat, not just super chats.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this kind of conversation is hot. I mean, that's the reason why
it's
not
spicy
everyone
as
does
hell.
And this is why it's good, because now people like this guy criticizing me is free to express his view. I'm free to express my view. He can think whatever he wants to think about me. I'm fine with that. I've been called every name in the book, and I've been called every name but my own, and that's fine. Okay, he's entitled to his views. I'm entitled to my views. Okay, and like you guys never saw those pictures before. Why is that?
We're too young.
No, not because you're too young, because you haven't done the research. They're there. They're there.
Well,
go back and connect the dots, Tim. You're talking from a bubble, man. You're not talking from the past moving forward. A gap, exactly. Yeah. So we got to bridge that gap, and that's why I'm here to connect some dots for you as to why I've arrived at this point.
Right. So I think the issue we experience is that the world and the information we consume as millennials is so vastly different from yours that we see it's literally two different universes.
But you know what?
Figuratively.
You are here.
Figuratively different universes.
Whatever universe you're in is because of the universe from which it came. But you don't look back to see where you came from.
I mean,
this is a good point about
just because
censorship.
I didn't know of the one story doesn't mean I
talking
don't
about
read
his story. You're talking about history, his story. Like who's controlling his story? Who's writing it? So I like your idea, Bill, about freedom.
I've got a Life magazine from 1944 that I picked up at an antique shop, and I've also got one from the 1950s, and I think it's got who's on the cover? Is it Nixon?
Winston Churchill? Yeah.
Nixon doing a peace sign for a big crowd, and it's talking about the civil rights movement. It's fascinating to read the 1944. It was March, just before D-Day, a couple months. And the explanation for why U.S. forces were in Britain is like laughable. It's like, well, now we know. But when you read stuff in the past, it's amazing what people thought about this stuff, how information was being withheld. But I think what's happening is, for most of the people who watch, the bulk of our viewership, like 60, 70%, are between 18 and 35. So the news that they're reading is rapid, and they've probably heard everything you've mentioned.
No.
I
doubt that.
Well, when you live in the digital world, and it's
hearing the information is irrelevant. It's that the information is always framed.
Yeah, the
in a
framing
biased
is
way.
everything.
Yeah, it's framed that either everyone's racist, no one's racist, the CRT people are racist, or all white people are racist. Like everything's framed in a very specific way. And that has been one of my criticisms of Tim, is that he doesn't buck any of the framing. He just has a different framing that is very often, I would argue, just as tribal as the framing he's trying to buck.
The Civil War framing?
Yeah, a lot of his Civil War framing, a lot of his selection of stories that he chooses to cover all paint a one-sided narrative of kind of the way the world operates. Right. You know, if you only cover stories of the left being shitty and you ignore the right being shitty, you're creating a biased narrative of the world. Right. Even if all the stories of the left being shitty are true.
Right.
And I think that's part of the problem with some of what, the way Tim covers some stories.
He needs to get more neo-reactionaries on.
There you go. Let me read you something. This is very funny. This is from the Time magazine guy defending the OJ cover. Okay. He says,
this is the artist?
Well, no, it's the guy who chose the photo.
Okay.
From the artist. He said, for this assignment, we turned to Matt Morin, a master of photo illustration. Morin had done numerous other Time cover portraits of the same genre, including one of Kim Il-sung 2 weeks earlier. He only had a few hours, but I found what he did in all that time quite impressive. The harshness of the mugshot, the mercilessness, bright light, the stubble of Simpson's face, the cold specificity of the picture had been subtly smoothed and shaped into an icon of tragedy. The expression of his face was not merely blank now. It was bottomless. This cover with this simple, non-judgmental headline, "An American Tragedy," seemed the obvious right choice.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's so fucking wanky, artistic wanky.
High art.
It's funny because when you read I'm not going to read the rest of it. Read the rest of it, and he's like, I'm horrified that people thought it was racist. It's very obvious that this was some white guy who is so not racist, it didn't even occur to him to think that people would perceive it this way.
Of course.
But see, and I think that's where I think there needs to be an acknowledgement of that, because you want people like this in the future who are so innocent, so not racist, that they don't even look to see that, other people consider this racist. Right. Because that's essentially what you want the goal to be, to everyone to have that, not even to perceive the racism. He was
colorblind.
Right.
But they would call it racism blind.
Right. So that's kind of interesting.
And
they have access to everything.
100,000 tweets every single day that you're being slammed by. Mm-hmm. It's very different. So I think, we see it with Bill Maher. We've seen it with our other guests who are in the boomer generation, that the rate of information consumption for the older generation is substantially slower based on just the traditional information gathering practices of the previous generation relative to today. So these younger people right now, as you're saying it, are Googling it in real time. And they're commenting saying you're wrong about this. And so that's one of the challenges we have, why we have to be walking on ice and making sure we're doing the best, is that the 50,000 people concurrently watching at any moment are all sending the real-time fact check because they can research exactly what we say. So most of these people...
Now, while that's possible, no one has sent a real-time fact check of anything. This conversation, which they should have, because Daryl was factually wrong about a lot of claims that they could have brought forward, but that didn't happen in this conversation. I don't know why it didn't happen in this conversation. It should have, but...
Now, as far as me that I'm wrong, I don't believe that they are factual. They're telling me that I'm wrong based upon their opinion and what they think about what I'm saying.
That's fair. But like a good example is the Kimberly Crenshaw thing, who explicitly wrote that race, Marxism, and all that stuff.
Now, I don't have a laptop in front of me, okay? But I can send you a link to Kimberly Crenshaw talking about what she means by critical race theory and the same argument that you gave that she refutes.
I mean, it's in her
and
book.
I will send you that link.
Like, I just read her book. I read the first. I read the introduction to her book.
So what? You know, I mean,
has Tim been listening to our show?
He read the introduction. Tim doesn't listen to our show, no.
Somebody fed him that from us. I am the only person that tells people to read the introduction of critical race theory, key writings form of movement. No one says that but me.
Right.
Okay? Somebody fed that to Tim.
Because you have that's one of the quotes that you quote all the time.
Well, I'm assuming that's what he means, because she was the organizer of the book when he says her book. Right. She was the one that edited and organized the information of the book. So
wow,
there you go. I salute whoever told Tim to read the introduction to CRT, key writings of women's movement. That got that from me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
If she recanted her book, I mean, that'd be fantastic. We could talk about it.
I don't know if she recanted her book. I know what she said on live interview. Okay,
with Joy Reid.
Talking, okay,
yeah.
People say, listen. People have done interviews with me, and have gotten it wrong. Okay, oh, yeah. For example, I won't name the school. A very famous university.
See, but Tim really should have asked, do you remember this interview? Like, who was he talking to? You said sent a link. Because, yeah, if it was a Joy Reid interview, I'd be like, well, she didn't answer the question about whether CRT was Marxist, right? Like,
yeah.
She didn't want to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the interview.
Probably. But I think if you have to compare what someone says in writing, not like on Twitter, but like someone writes a paper or some work that they had to think a lot about and very carefully word. I take that as more of like a credible version of their thoughts than like something they necessarily said in an interview. Now, well, maybe I should pull back, because I think someone can hide what they mean if they have the opportunity through writing, right? They'll have all the time in the world to very clearly mask what they're saying.
Yeah, full mask on.
Right. So maybe I should revise that and say, if someone says something way more radical in writing and says something more like acceptable in an interview, I'm more inclined to believe the radical writing, because they had more time to very carefully word what they were saying. So maybe it's not a blanket statement, but in terms of like this radical versus not as radical,
you can catch them either way, to be honest with you.
Sure. But I think especially this way.
Right.
Because no one not no one. You can write something that's interpreted incorrectly, but it's harder to like write an accidental crazy thing.
Mask slip.
Yeah, an accidental mask slip in a paper than it is to say something that's just interpreted incorrectly in an interview.
He hired me to come do a lecture. All right. And this guy called me before the lecture and wanted to know if he could interview me before I came. Well, when I came down before I gave the lecture from the student paper. I said, sure. I said, but are you going to stay for the lecture? Because I want you to see the lecture as well, and then you can interview me after as well. He said, okay. So he interviewed me when I came down to the university. Good guy, good lecture. I mean, good interview. And he stuck around, watched the lecture, asked me a few questions afterwards. The next day, headline in this famous university paper, first black member of the Ku Klux Klan speaks on campus. Now, he did not write that caption, that headline. That was done by the editor of the paper or whatever. You know, the campus had an uproar, and they had to make them, make a retraction. There are no black members of the Klan. If there were black members of the Klan, there wouldn't be a damn Klan. Okay? But, people get things wrong in writing. I can show you a link of her talking. Now, whether she wrote it in the book and then changed her mind, or whether the book got it wrong or whatever, I will send you a link to her talking, answering the exact question that you said, which is opposite of what the other guy says. Kendi,
I do think I've...
That's a really bad example. The difference between a journalist writing something about you and you writing something about yourself. I think
yeah,
it's bad,
hugely different.
Yeah,
totally different.
I watched her
situation.
give a
She's
statement.
given several interviews,
Yeah.
but
I'm pretty sure I've seen a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose the issue is just what she wrote in her books versus what she says today may be different.
Listen, George Wallace. Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah.
Okay, and you know what he did?
He school segregation and all that stuff.
Segregation today, tomorrow, and forever. Stood in the door, wouldn't let the black kids come in.
Yeah.
National Guard had to come and pull him out of the door. Okay, he got shot. I watched him get shot.
Wow.
I watched him get shot on live TV. Okay, the news was covering his speech. He was in a town called Laurel, Maryland. All right, over in Prince George's County, and he was in the parking lot giving a speech. There were some black guys in the back of the crowd and a bunch of white people up front. And he was giving his, racist speech. And all of a sudden, boom, 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 right on live TV. He got shot. Everybody turned and looked at the black people. It was a white guy up front named Arthur Bremer who shot George Wallace, okay? Arthur Bremer just got out of prison a couple years ago. Anyway, he went to Hagerstown prison. Later, George Wallace spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair as a result of that shooting. From the wheelchair, he said he was wrong. He changed his racist attitude. Now, most people don't remember that. They remember him, segregation today, tomorrow, forever. They remember the negative stuff, but they don't remember that Wallace changed his tune.
So, I will just say...
Kimberly Crenshaw never changed her tune.
I think it's...
Yeah, again, this is I don't know. She didn't... Well, he's saying maybe she changed her mind. I don't think she ever changed her mind or her tune. But it'd be interesting to talk to Daryl about to say, well, what if she never changed her mind?
It's funny. You mentioned everyone looked at the black people. It was a white guy. Because...
You know why, don't you?
They assumed the people who were mad at him were probably black.
Exactly.
But the funny thing is, today, when it comes to issues of critical race theory, it is white people who are advocating this mostly. And that may be the fact that white people are the majority of this country, so you'll see more white people advocating for critical race theory. But typically, a lot of these progressive ideologies like gender ideology or race ideology come from white liberals.
It's also, you say, more white people advocating for critical race theory. It's also more white people advocating to ban critical race theory.
Yeah, I think one of the issues is that people are confused and they're not arguing the same thing.
Exactly. That's my whole point. There's so many different definitions of it.
Right.
You have yours, Crenshaw has hers, Kendi has his. What's that lady's name? Robin somebody.
D'Angelo.
She has hers.
I think critical race praxis should be banned the same as Christian praxis should be banned. We shouldn't be putting ideology in our curriculum.
That's fair statement.
But we can teach about what the ideology
Yes.
is.
That's a very fair statement.
So the issue is, like, if a Florida school said, Jesus died, and on the third day he rose again. If a day has 24 hours, how many hours was it until Jesus rose again? I'd be like, yo, that should not be in a math book, right? Is it? Would you think that's appropriate for a public school math problem?
Daryl's like, sure.
But you got to understand something. When I grew up and was going to school, first thing we did in class was stand up and pray, and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
You would pray as well.
Yeah, we all said a prayer.
But based on today's standards, in which we don't allow prayer in
Daryl's
public schools,
just not giving him
do you
anything.
think prayer should be in public schools?
I'm sorry. I should listen to what he's saying. I was reading about this guy, this Arthur Bremer guy. He didn't shoot him for any ideological reason whatsoever.
What?
He was planning to shoot Nixon instead, who was the opposite party Wallace was running against.
Right.
And he just couldn't get the opportunity to, so he decided to shoot Bremer instead.
This is like Taxi Driver shit.
It is Taxi Driver. So there was some implication that like there's the scene that where Robert De Niro kind of dresses up and looks like crazy. It's supposed to be like representing the way that Bremer dressed up.
Hilarious.
In the overcoats with the sunglasses. So
Daryl Davis, basically, Tim is just, I mean, Daryl Davis is not gonna.
Allegiance.
You would.
When I grew up and was going to school, first thing we did in class was stand up and pray and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
That's crazy.
You would pray as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tim is making the argument that we shouldn't have either ideology.
Yeah, Christian praxis, which I agree with.
Yeah.
There should be no Christian praxis. There should be
but
no.
Daryl Davis
praxis.
is like, hold up. What's wrong with a little Christianity in a classroom?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's see.
We all said a prayer.
But based on today's standards in which we don't allow prayer in public schools, I mean, do you think prayer should be in public schools?
I think so.
Oh.
Oh no! Wait, that's interesting.
This is like a fucking roller coaster.
This is a roller coaster. Wait, let's see.
This is
where this goes. I mean, I don't have a problem with people having a moment of silence or whatever. I don't think there should be guided prayers.
There's no ideological consistency here.
Well, I don't know. So let's let him see where he goes.
However, I think people, if it depends upon the classroom, okay? If there's an a Muslim person in the classroom, and there's a Jewish person, and there's a Christian person or Hindu person, I think they each should say a prayer. If someone is an atheist, then they can opt to leave the room or remain seated or do whatever they want to do.
There you go. Listen,
what if What if there's a Satan worshiper?
Daryl just won back the far right. He wants to bring prayer back into school.
No.
Look, he just wants some conservative values.
This is bonkers. This is
I completely agree with this. This is interesting, but I'm completely against that.
Insane.
Chris H just said Congress officially apologized for slavery in 2008.
No.
They didn't?
No.
You want to look it up, somebody?
Yeah, what was the statement?
Congress officially apologized for slavery in 2008.
Yeah, but were they legit? Let's find out first. Official.
Look, they're going to do some research.
How much do you want to bet, because I don't want to start, that they're not going to understand the fact that this wasn't actually went through both houses and was signed by the president? How much do you want to bet that is not going to be addressed in this conversation?
Oh, I bet, yeah. Of course it's not going to be addressed. Okay. They're not going
to. That's my prediction here.
Nobody's even going to mention the fact that there's two houses of Congress that it's got to get through.
Right.
Apology. I think we've gone way long. I know you got to go and we got to wrap. So I'm going to read we'll just read one more. We'll read two more, actually. The first one will come from Malty, who says, as a black man, I disagree with quite a bit of what Daryl said, but I will forever respect this man's action. Better than any Antifa thug has done. Based. And then there was another really...
Daryl's like, what's wrong with Antifa?
It's a good one that we need to read because it's the most important one. Where did it go? Oh, there we go. Andrew Lance says, thank you, Daryl. This has been a really good conversation that reminds me of many I have had with various black friends I've known. I think people, I just got to say for everybody who watches or listens to the show, we are trying to have more discussions over ideas that we disagree with. We're trying to make more of that.
You should go on there, Sitch. Why don't you go on and completely destroy Tim?
Mm-hmm.
You could do
what?
I don't know. It'd just be fun. Obviously, you could go on and say, Tim, you were the chosen one. What happened?
That's such a bad argument.
That would be fun.
It would. You know how much work I'd have to do to bring the receipts on that? It would be so much work.
Tim,
I'm so late.
Tim, you claim to be non-biased, but you're the most biased motherfucker on the internet.
Let me accumulate. Let me go all the way back to the beginning of Tim's YouTube career. Watch like hours and hours and hours and hours of footage to get these clips of Tim saying this stuff. Then watch through hours and hours and hours and hours of footage now.
Just see if
you're contradicting yourself. It's just
see if you can get him to his breaking point. I want to see Tim snap.
Listen, I used to literally be a natural troll. Okay,
really?
I've given up the life. That's not me anymore, Adam.
I've turned in my troll card.
I've turned in my listen. I'm trying to be a better person now. Okay.
Well, good.
You're trying to pull me back in. Adam.
Good for you. I like Tim. I don't see Tim is.
I'm like the gunslinger, and you're like, we need you. We need you again. I'm like, no, I took a vow to never kill again.
Tim did great in this. Tim did great in this
Tim
discussion.
did not do great in this. Tim did.
He only did
in this conversation
18 whataboutisms. But that's pretty good for most of these internet things. It's like it's well into the hundreds.
You know what? That's true. There was 25 points, and he only did 18 whataboutisms.
I know. Well, okay.
Invite people on the left or progressive or whatever. They just don't want to come on the show. Some are, and we have a few booked, and it's good to have these conversations. So,
well, I want to say this as well. I appreciate everybody who has put in their chat, whether I agree with them or not, whether I call them a racist or not. I appreciate their expressing their viewpoints. Okay, and I think we should have more of these discussions. So I hope we can do that. Now, to your point about these people who are on the left or whatever who don't want to come, I was invited a couple years ago to this lady called me up. She's a sociologist professor, and she wanted to know what I consider coming to a dinner gathering with some people on the left and some people on the right. And she named a few white supremacists, one being Richard Spencer. And I said, sure. So, they didn't reveal where the dinner was to be held until the day of. And because they wanted to keep it secret.
It was
or
a
whatever.
Comet ping pong
so
pizza.
On the day of, I got the email as to what address to come to, et cetera, what time. And I showed up, and there were all these people over there on the right, Richard Spencer, some other neo-Nazi type people, and this, that, and the other, and we had dinner together. No one from the left but me showed up.
Ooh.
And, they backed out at the last minute.
That's exactly what happens.
Yeah, well, I'm not one of those who back out. I will stand up to anybody and everybody, and you're welcome to agree with me.
I called everyone at that motherfucking dinner racist to their face.
Nah.
You're welcome to disagree with me, but let's have the conversation.
I agree, man.
And I appreciate you having me on the show.
Oh, I appreciate you coming, man. I thought this was fantastic. If people don't get along, or if people disagree, or even if they agree, I think we agree on a lot more than we disagree on. I think we just highlighted disagreements because we disagree. We want to express those the most. I think often the conversations we have in agreement, it's like, well, yeah, of course we agree on those things, but then
let's move on to the things we don't agree.
Right, exactly.
Let's get hot.
So, considering we've gone way too late tonight.
I want to point out you were right. Congress apologizes for slavery. There's a lot of NPR stuff from 2008. Apparently, the U.S. House of Representatives issued an unprecedented apology to Black Americans for the institution of slavery and the subsequent Jim Crow laws for years of discrimination. Steve Cohen, Democrat from Tennessee, drafted the resolution. Now, to be honest, my personal opinion, platitudes. You want a real apology is fixing the system.
How do you do that?
But thank you for at least putting forth an official apology, Congress, at some point. I didn't.
Here's what we got
to
do. Yet. So everyone is actually saying, who do we have to bribe to have you have a conversation with Thomas Sowell? Which would be
that'd be amazing.
So cool.
I don't know if we can.
Make it happen.
Try.
Of course we can.
All right.
Thomas Sowell, John McWhorter.
Oh yeah.
A lot of other
Pullman.
people. They have their opinions. Some I agree with, some I don't agree with. It doesn't make them right. It doesn't make me wrong. It doesn't make me right and them wrong or whatever.
I think people would just love to see the intellectual clash, as it were, like the ideas presented.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe we'll do that this summer.
Listen,
in June.
People get a kick out of seeing Black people fight each other for whatever reason.
See.
He totally.
That's funny. No, I would actually. That would be a very good.
John McWhorter and Daryl Davis.
Yes, John McWhorter and Daryl Davis. How has that not happened? Actually, maybe it has happened. Wait,
I'm not sure. I mean,
that would be a great conversation.
Daryl Davis is not really an academic or anything. He's just a guy that's done this thing about the KKK.
No, he's just a guy.
Yeah,
right. But I feel like John McWhorter could parse through a lot of, untangle a lot of what's being tangled here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they've ever talked. That'd be good though.
Daryl Davis would call him racist. It'd be great.
I don't think Daryl Davis would call John McWhorter.
Nah, they'd have a good conversation.
White people get a kick out of that. Okay, I'm telling you all.
Look at
get the movie. Go on. It used to be on Netflix. It's not on there anymore. Amazon.
that is racist. What he just said is totally racist. White people
It's
get
kinda
a
funny.
kick out of black people fighting
Right.
one another.
It's a little tongue in cheek.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm curious to watch now because he was only on Joe
Oh, I
Rogan
know.
a couple of months ago.
Oh, you were gonna watch that?
Well, yeah, to
I was
see.
thinking about
to
his
see.
documentary.
Well, I want to see that too. Yeah.
See if Joe Rogan calls him out on the woke stuff.
Well, I have a feeling that they had a much more amicable conversation.
Of course. Joe Rogan's not gonna ruffle.
Well, I'm
any
curious to
feathers.
see if Joe Rogan broaches any of the woke stuff, and if he does he do it in a more effective way than Tim does? That's what I'm
Right.
kind of curious to see.
he rolls up a fatty and passes it over before he gets into this stuff. Maybe.
on Prime or iTunes. Okay, it's called Accidental Courtesy, and they followed me around the country when I was interviewing KKK and neo Nazis, etc. And they set me up to interview some people, a faction of Black Lives Matter, and there was a major clash between me and Black Lives Matter.
It happened at our event.
And but you're gonna see this on film, and you're gonna see about 8 minutes. This went on for about an hour, and it almost erupted into violence.
Wow.
Okay, take a look at that. You know, they did not respect what I stood for, what I did, et cetera, et cetera. Now, a year later, they reached out to me and said, we've been seeing you, we've been reading some interviews. We sort of get what you're doing. We want to try to work together. We don't agree with everything, but we think we can find some common ground. So we met and we had dinner, and we started working together. And then one of them fell off the wagon and reverted back to himself, in the film. But you will see, in the whole movie, everybody talks about that particular scene because for whatever reason, now you're going to call me a racist again, and that's fine if you want to call me that. A lot of white people try to put black people in one box. We are not monolithic. We are as individual as white people. Okay, just like people say, well, your black leaders, should do this and do that. Who are my black leaders? Is it Sharpton? Is it Jesse Jackson? Is it Obama? Is it Thomas Sowell? Is it John McWhorter? I mean, who are my black leaders?
I hope it's not Farrakhan.
Who are your white leaders? Is it Donald Trump? Is the Imperial Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan?
I'm my own
It's
leader.
Obama.
Well, exactly. You have all your own people. Your leader might be different than his leader. So
Well, we don't.
There you go, Adam. You should be totally on board with this.
Yeah, that he's saying we don't have any leaders speaking for.
There's no one as
Yeah.
representative of like a race of people.
Yeah. I
Leaders.
agree.
We had an orange leader for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, technically.
Well, he thinks he's still the leader.
Now let's get specific
Look
about
at this.
skin tone color.
He thinks he's still. Well, you know what? The best thing that I saw, I'm still doing this. I still go to Klan rallies and all that kind of stuff. But one of the best things I saw, I went to a Klan rally, and it was held on the lawn of the governor's mansion, all right, and in the state capitol, and there are all these protesters and all the state police keeping the protesters at a distance from the people in the robes and hoods. Well, these people showed up who had painted themselves green, and they were yelling, "Green power! Green power!" That was the best thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah, because I'm kind of pink. Your skin tone's a little auburn. Now I like the specifics. Now we're nuanced.
We went way late for a Friday, but it was really good. Daryl, this was fantastic. Thank you so much for coming.
Hope you invite me back.
Not everybody liked the show, but
It's all right.
88% liked the show, and I think people should expect two things. We are going to have conversations with that we'll disagree on. People will not agree, and I am not a master debater. I am not a debater, but we'll have conversations. And so, if the issue is you feel like I don't do a good enough job, well, maybe we should actually do like what we did with Charlie Kirk and Vosh, and we'll have people who actually want to have a debate here. But don't expect me. I'm not that kind of guy, right? So if you do like the show and you appreciate that we're doing our best, I thank you so much for watching. And if you don't like it, thanks for watching anyway. You're entitled to your opinions, and we respect all of your comments and everything. Head over to timcast.com if you want to support the show and support our...
We will not be doing that.
No, you're not going to go up. You're not going to...
Oh, you want to...
Journalists, you can follow the show at TimcastIRL. You can follow me at Timcast. Daryl, do you want to shout anything out?
Hey, really appreciate everybody. You can find me at DarylDavis.com. DAROYL, 1 R at Davis.com.
Right on.
And thank you for attending. Hope you can come back sometime.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, thanks for having me, everyone. I'm Bill. Find me at minds.com/Outman.
All right.
I'm Ian Crossland, and I love you guys. Thank you for coming. Everybody, Tim, you're great, man. This is really
Poor
cool.
Bill.
And wait, one more time,
Poor
your
Bill.
documentary, the name of it?
Accidental Courtesy.
Accidental Courtesy.
Yeah,
and where's
look for it on iTunes or Amazon Prime.
Beautiful.
And thank you guys very much for tuning in. It's been a very engaging conversation, a lot of fun. I always love sparring conversation like this, and I'm really glad that we went long this evening. It's always more interesting. It's way more interesting to have someone you don't agree with fully on any one thing. Anyway, you guys can follow me on Twitter and minds.com at Sarah Patchlids.
One last shout out. Colin Stevens said, Tim, get Thomas Sowell and Clarence Thomas on. Oh, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
That would be one of the greatest shows ever for any podcast at any point ever. I would love for that to happen. Well, I'll throw some coins into a wishing well and see if they can make it happen. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, and we'll see you all next time. Wait. Is it too late? No, okay. No. Go to Chicken City. Watch Chicken Sleeping. YouTube.
Okay. There you go. We did it, Adam. We made it
Chicken
through.
City. What is that?
You get to watch chickens.
Okay. Sweet. Is that his
We made it.
chicken coop camera channel?
That's his chicken coop camera channel.
Really? He's got a
I don't
chicken
fuck- I have
coop
no
camera
clue.
channel?
I have no clue.
That's insane. Sargon's in the chat. Evidently, Sargon went to bed and slept
And then
for
woke
8
up, and we're
hours.
still going.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm glad you
People
got a
can't-
full 8 hours of sleep, Sarah.
People can't believe it when that happens.
So yeah,
8
it's
hours
almost,
is kind of soy. I mean, I usually try to live off 5.
we've been streaming for 11 hours and 32 minutes. We're almost at the cutoff.
Yeah.
We made
all
it though.
because
made
we invited Sargon on and added
This is
an
all
extra
your fault,
3
Carl.
hours.
Yeah, this is all your fault.
I don't know. It was fun. It was
It
fun
was
anyway.
fun. It was fun.
Do you have any more super chats?
I don't think so.
Can I play a Chicken City clip?
You don't want to get hit with a copyright for Chicken City.
I know.
okay?
Better not. Yeah.
Come on, Chicken City.
Hopefully
Mhm.
Tim doesn't copyright strike our video, but
The 24-hour chicken live stream.
chicken live stream. What
There
is
you go.
this? How does this work?
Kick Lydia. Who's Lydia?
I don't
I don't
know.
know what's happening in the chat.
All right.
Anyways.
Hmm.
Hope. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Carl, for coming on and talking to us. And thank you, the true heroes who've literally made it from beginning to end of the stream. You are totally batshit crazy like us. Thank you. You are the true heroes of YouTube. Hope you all have a fantastic rest, fantastic Monday, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.